On the darkest night in the history of Konoha, known as the Night of the Nine Tails, an inconspicuous Chunin, who had been overlooked by everyone, made an astonishing move. He threw a punch at the rampaging Nine Tails. What lies behind this act? Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? No, perhaps this is a meticulously planned breakthrough. When someone exclaimed that he was using lava release, he simply smiled and said, "Close enough that there's actually a technique called Meteor Volcano that I've been wanting to try for a long time." This is not a mindless revelry, but a new epic about how someone gradually ascends to the position of Hokage. Please note, this is by no means a simple feel-good story. It emphasizes the delicate combination of combat logic and power strategies, aiming to shape a fleshed-out protagonist, while ensuring that every villain is intelligent, collectively portraying a Naruto drama that is humorous on the surface but hardcore at its core. Chapter 1. October 10th. Precaution. Dear Guardians, this book has no system. The protagonist will gradually grow through a series of events. Please watch patiently. Storage for brains. So the story begins. The dusk in Konoha was quiet as usual, but today it revealed an unusual sense of oppression. There was a strange feeling that couldn't be described. On the streets, villagers finished their day's work, walking home in small groups, their laughter tinged with fatigue. Outside the ninja school, it was just time for school to end, but a few children were reluctant to leave, playfully chasing each other, their backpacks bouncing on their shoulders. As they ran, sweating profusely, at the entrance, a black-haired youth in a green vest stood with his hands behind his back, briskly sending the kids away, then humming a tune as he walked towards the street. His name was Hokage Enji, a soul who had crossed over from the 21st century. He had been in this body for 3 years and had fully integrated into the village. Without parents or burdens, he could eat to his heart's content without worrying about anyone else. After his rebirth, Enji had not changed his original lifestyle. As an ordinary Chunin, majoring in medical ninjutsu, he usually took on low-risk missions and occasionally worked part-time as a substitute teacher at the school, earning a decent monthly income. His daily life was quite sufficient. As one of the many inconspicuous Chunin in the village, he didn't have to worry about being targeted, nor did he have to execute dangerous missions. Even if the sky fell, there was someone tall to hold it up. This mundane rhythm made him quite satisfied. However, out of curiosity and novelty regarding ninjutsu, he had practiced a lot at home when he first arrived. In this practice, whether it was due to a burst of genius or the benefits of being a transmigrator, he actually developed a bloodline limit that belonged to him. As for its strength, very strong, very terrifying, but so far, only he knew about it and had never shown off among acquaintances. Because Konoha had been quite stable in recent years, there was no need to use it, and with so many experts around, there was no chance for him to shine. He also didn't have any close friends, so he regarded it as a means of self-protection. Soon, Enji arrived at one of the popular spots for transmigrators, Ichiraku Ramen. He was a regular here and was quite familiar with Uncle Ichiraku. "Yo, Enji, the usual?" "The usual, but add an extra serving of dried bamboo shoots." "Got it, coming right up." As soon as he sat down, Uncle Ichiraku greeted him and started cooking the noodles skillfully. The sky had completely darkened, and while waiting, Enji rested his chin on his hand, bored, gazing at the sky outside the shop. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but the moonlight tonight seemed a bit red. His keen sixth sense suddenly felt a storm brewing. In the past few years, he had little interest in following the plot developments, as they didn't align with his lifestyle. He only knew that Minato Namikaze had been in office for over a year, and that, for ordinary people, the village had been very peaceful. Wait, Enji suddenly straightened up. He noticed an old calendar inside Ichiraku Ramen. The dates on the calendar were circled, stopping at October 10th. "Uncle, is today October 10th? Enji suddenly asked. Uncle Ichiraku, having just finished cooking the noodles, placed a large bowl in front of Enji and replied without looking up, "That's right. Is there something special about today? I have something to take care of. I suggest you close early because..." Enji's words abruptly stopped. The curtain of Ichiraku Ramen fluttered without wind, and the soup in the bowl began to tremble, creating fine ripples. The lights in the shop flickered violently, and shadows twisted on the wall for a moment. Uncle Ichiraku looked up in confusion, only to see Enji's pupils suddenly constrict. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening beastly roar pierced through the eardrums, and the streetlights outside were engulfed by a massive shadow. Immediately after, the ground of the entire street began to shake violently, and bowls and chopsticks inside the shop clattered to the ground. "What's going on?" Uncle Ichiraku stumbled to hold onto the counter. At this moment, Enji had already darted outside the curtain. Looking up, he saw a giant, fiery-eyed beast staring intently at this area, filled with hatred. Today is the night of the Nine Tails. He completely forgot that the birth date of the Jinchuriki Kushina was a secret, not widely known, and only a few people were aware, let alone a Chunin like him. The worst luck was that this beast just happened to be summoned right beside him. One wouldn't win the lottery this accurately. Boom! The Nine Tails slammed down a paw, directly shattering the walls of Ichiraku Ramen, the gust of wind sending tables and chairs flying. In this critical moment, Enji managed to teleport Uncle Ichiraku, who was still in shock, to a relatively safe corner a dozen meters away, barely escaping disaster. This is the Nine Tails. Uncle Ichiraku slumped to the ground, his face pale. The sudden appearance of the Nine Tails sent the villagers into a frenzy, with piercing screams echoing everywhere. People scattered like headless flies, and amidst the pushing and shoving, many fell down. But in front of this gigantic beast, struggling seemed utterly futile. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Nine Tails raised its front paw and mercilessly struck the street. Where the sharp claws passed, Konoha's iconic houses crumbled as if made of paper, disintegrating in the blink of an eye. Amidst the flying debris, faint silhouettes of those who hadn't managed to escape in time were crushed to a pulp. Enji looked at the numerous houses that had been reduced to rubble, his expression extremely grim. His home happened to be near Ichiraku Ramen and was also destroyed. I just bought that rosewood tea table last month. The custom ninja tool storage cabinet I spent a fortune on, and the limited edition Intimate Paradise Collector's Edition I finally managed to find. With each complaint, the veins on his forehead throbbed. All of it was the property he had saved up for half a year from mission rewards. "You beast!" Enji was furious, but he didn't completely lose his sanity. Instead, after placing Uncle Ichiraku in a relatively safe corner, he clenched his fists and charged forward. Although these possessions seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of things, every single item carried emotional weight in his life. Does it know how difficult life is for a civilian ninja? "If I don't punch you a few times today," Enji approached with a cold face, "I won't be able to swallow this anger." At this point, the village was in complete chaos. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was leading a large number of Umbu members rapidly approaching the area. After all the preparations, they had originally thought today would be foolproof, but unexpectedly, the Nine Tails had ultimately broken the seal. "Leave this beast to me. You all are responsible for protecting non-combat personnel." Hiruzen Sarutobi commanded his subordinates, wielding his staff. The Umbu members complied, in a short while, Sarutobi Hiruzen had landed on the rooftop of a house, looking at the rampaging Nine Tails with a sense of difficulty. Many ninjas had gathered around, spontaneously organizing into several small groups to help the villagers evacuate. "Damn Nine Tails, I'm going to." "Huh." Sarutobi Hiruzen was just about to use his abilities when he saw an angry figure beneath the Nine Tails, cursing and fearlessly approaching, seemingly disregarding the danger. "Hey, dangerous! Retreat quickly!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's shout was instantly drowned out by the Nine Tails' deafening roar. The third Hokage watched helplessly as the black-haired youth was locked onto by the Nine Tails' murderous intent, and a massive beast claw came crashing down with devastating force. Boom! The ground exploded in response, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading, and the rising dust obscured the entire area. Enji's figure was swallowed up in an instant. "Foolish." Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and formed hand seals, but suddenly stopped in the next moment. Glub! Glubbed, a strange bubbling sound came from beneath the Nine Tails' claw. Hot magma seeped out of the crack like a living thing, and the dark red fluid violently churned upon contact with the air, melting all the surrounding debris. Chapter 2. Lava Release Great Fire Burst. This is magma. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment. The Nine Tails suddenly let out a painful roar and violently lifted its paw. In its palm, boiling magma was sticking, hot enough to scorch part of its fur. In the pit created by the Nine Tails' paw, a large mass of magma seemed to have a life of its own, continuously rolling then gradually starting to take shape, forming a humanoid. Outlined in just a few seconds, half of Enji's face slowly emerged from the magma. The magma dripped from his hair tips, creating small pits in the ground. This is lava release. When did a ninja with such a bloodline limit appear in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in surprise, but soon felt something was off. Even with the lava release bloodline limit, this young man had indeed taken a hit just now. How was he still alive? The main issue was that this temperature, even at this distance, could be felt in the scorching air. Pure lava release could not reach such a level. As a professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen had extensive experience, and after pondering for a moment, he exclaimed, "Not a bloodline limit. It's a bloodline elimination produced by 3 types of nature transformation, just like the bloodline elimination of the Onnoki from a Wagakure." Meanwhile, above another house, a man dressed in a black cloak and wearing a tiger-striped mask noticed this scene. Interesting, the foundation of Konoha village is indeed extraordinary. After speaking, the small holes in the mask emitted a faint red light. The scene shifted to Enji, whose entire body was covered in magma, slightly raising his right hand. Lava release. Great fire burst. In an instant, a blinding red light erupted from his entire right arm, and a torrent of magma gushed from his elbow, condensing in the air into a giant lava fist with a diameter of over 5 meters. The scorching air distorted the surrounding atmosphere, and even the debris on the ground began to vitrify under the high temperature. With a deafening explosion, the lava giant fist shot out. Boom! This strike hit the Ninetales' abdomen with precision. The molten flow, capable of melting steel, exploded upon contact, and a terrifying shockwave forcefully pushed the Ninetales' massive body off the ground. The lava giant fist continued to exert force, pushing the wailing Ninetales across half of Konoha, ultimately crashing heavily against the western wall. The entire wall collapsed at the moment of impact, and the splashing lava melted the bricks into a crimson slurry. The Ninetales' fur ignited violently under the high temperature, and its painful roar shattered all the glass within 100 meters. This scene left all the ninjas present dumbfounded, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and the mysterious masked man hiding in the shadows. This move was terrifying. It was far beyond what ordinary lava release could achieve. On the ruins, the magma on Enji began to fall off, and he breathed heavily, appearing somewhat fatigued. Although this move was fearsome, it consumed too much chakra. As an average Chunin, he didn't have much chakra to spare. But at least he vented some frustration. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly appeared beside Enji, pointing his staff at the still-recovering Ninetales. "Push it out, sir." The Rui staff extended continuously, forcibly pushing the already on the edge of Konoha Ninetales over 1,000 meters outward. Now, Konoha's crisis was temporarily averted. Third Hokage. Enji looked at the old man beside him in surprise. "Thanks to you just now, that was truly extraordinary power. What's your name?" "Akaji Enji," Enji said somewhat awkwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, patted his shoulder, and then addressed the ninjas around, who seemed to have pressed the pause button. "Now's the time. Keep the Ninetales suppressed outside the village. We must hold on until the 4th Hokage returns." At this moment, the ninjas' morale surged, and they all took orders, rushing in large numbers toward the village's outskirts. The 3rd Hokage followed closely behind, and before leaving, loudly said to Enji, "You rest for a bit. I'll wait for you outside the village. We need your strength to deal with the Ninetales." After saying that, he disappeared. Enji stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. "Wait, I just wanted to punch the Ninetales a few times to vent. I didn't want to steal the spotlight. Don't call on me." If he had known, he would have just pretended to be unconscious. After muttering complaints, Enji pulled out a few soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch and stuffed them into his mouth, starting to recover his dwindling chakra. Although he felt the situation would become increasingly troublesome, he had no regrets, as his intervention had saved many lives. As for whether he should hurry over later, he might as well go. If he didn't attend to what his leader ordered, it might lead to even more trouble. Leaning against a broken utility pole, he did his best to absorb the energy from the soldier pills. The terrifying technique he just used was uniquely his bloodline limit. Strictly speaking, it was bloodline elimination, a power that transcended bloodline limits. The ferocity of fire, the heaviness of earth, the life of Yon. He possessed chakra with the fire and earth natures, and combined with the medical ninjutsu he learned, which was also a form of yang release, he cleverly fused the three into a living natural disaster that could burn even flames. Moreover, the most overpowered aspect was that he had achieved full elementalization, aside from high-intensity water release that could momentarily nullify it. Other physical attacks were basically useless. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to confront such a monster head-on. That would be a dream. As for the lava release techniques, he directly copied them from Akatsuki. They were pretty much the same, and after all, Oda wouldn't come here to collect copyright fees. The situation is getting increasingly out of control. After feeling that his chakra had recovered about 50 to 60%, Enji stood up and began moving towards the village's outskirts. Since he had already intervened, he might as well see it through. He didn't know how many ninjas had lost their lives in such a short time. His figure darted over the rooftops, and just as he had crossed halfway, a shadow suddenly flashed before him without warning. A large hand was just inches away. Who? Enji was startled, and his body instantly transformed into rolling magma, turning into a wave that engulfed the figure in black. However, the black-clad figure soon emerged unscathed from the magma. It's this guy. I was indeed targeted. Enji stood up from the wave of magma, feeling somewhat speechless. His combat experience is really not strong. He only inherited a bit of the original body's conditioned reflexes, and the rest relies entirely on magma techniques to make up for it. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have really capsized in the gutter. Chapter 3 Ninetales. The masked man stared at the young man in front of him through a small hole, silently pulling out chains from his wide sleeves and binding them to his wrists. This was getting serious. Your appearance was unexpected. I didn't think Konoha had such a backup, the masked man said lightly. Enji narrowed his eyes, feeling little fear in his heart. As long as he maintained his body in a molten state, he wouldn't suffer much loss from the opponent's current ninjutsu. However, if this dragged on for too long, it could become problematic, as the opponent could ignore physical attacks and had far more chakra than he did. Will the fourth Hokage have you gone? If you don't come soon, I might start cursing. Just as the battle was about to break out, Enji suddenly felt a flash of yellow light in front of him, and a reassuring figure stood in front of him. On the white robe, the words "Fourth Hokage" were inscribed. Finally caught up, our battle isn't over yet. Minato Namikaze held a specially made kunai, his calm gaze fixed on the restless masked man. Fourth Hokage. Enji sighed in relief. Minato turned around and smiled, saying, "Thanks to you I saw the whole process. You should hurry to help the third Hokage. This guy has controlled the Ninetales. I will release the control as soon as possible, but until then, it's up to you." Enji nodded helplessly, then wasted no more words and quickly left the area with a few body flicker techniques. On the battlefield, only Minato and the masked man remained in a standoff. Minutes later, Enji finally reached outside the village. At this moment, the situation in the forest could only be described as tragic. The power of the Ninetales was too terrifying. Although its body was burned by lava, it did not affect its destructiveness at all. Large trees collapsed, and many ninjas lay dead on the ground in various positions. Beasts like this couldn't die. Apart from sealing techniques and the Sharingan, or the long-lost would release, there was simply no way to deal with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen was constantly leading the ninja forces to launch attack after attack, using a human wave tactic to hold back the Ninetales, not allowing it to advance even an inch. Before the fourth arrives, we must contain it. Don't retreat. Let it be finished before it enters the village. In the chaos, ninjas bravely charged forward, knowing they could be sent flying by the Ninetales in an instant, but new comrades would immediately take their place. This was completely at the cost of lives. Facing this scene, Enji's mood grew heavy. Gritting his teeth, he quickly arrived beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and stood at the front line. Finally here, this beast is becoming increasingly agitated. It probably won't hold on much longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, revealing a bitter smile. After all, he was getting old, and his chakra was far less than before. He was nearing his limit. Before Enji could respond, he saw the Ninetales' mouth opening wide, the dark purple-tailed beast bomb expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding space rippling with cracks due to the energy distortion. Damn it! It's aiming at Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Enji frowned, body flickered to a position slightly farther from the crowd, and then quickly covered his right arm in lava. The molten arm extended rapidly, moving so fast it was hard to catch. Hellhound! The lava fist smashed up into the Nine-Tails' jaw from below, and then the lava exploded, the impact so great that it forced the Nine-Tails to close its mouth. The tailed beast bomb, which was almost fully formed, exploded in the air, and the powerful shockwave sent numerous Konoha ninjas flying. The forest was ravaged as if by a typhoon, with trees within hundreds of meters all snapped. Yinji himself was blown away for about 10 meters, only stopping when he crashed into a large rock. Damn it, I didn't have time to fully transform. It hurts. But despite the pain, he managed to stand up, coldly staring at the Nine-Tails, ready to respond to the next attack at any moment. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen, guarded by two Umbu, began to look at Yinji as if he were a monster. How does it feel like this young man has talents that rival the fourth Hokage Minato? Did I underestimate him? The Nine-Tails, shaken by the close-range explosion of the tailed beast bomb, felt dizzy and was genuinely in pain from the lava punch it had taken to its jaw. At this moment, its crimson eyes shifted, and it regained control of its body after a long time. You bastard! Damnomans! The Nine-Tails roared, becoming even more frenzied. At this moment, the control of the Sharingan was completely eliminated, and seeing its charred fur and feeling its eyes nearly popping out, the Nine-Tails felt a sense of fear. As the strongest tailed beast, even its fur had extraordinary defensive power, but today it had truly been breached, and it hurt like hell. It hadn't felt this kind of pain in years. Unforgivable. The Nine-Tails was furious to the point of near losing control, having been used as a tool by the Sharingan without warning and suffering such destruction to its body. Both its spirit and body were tortured. At this moment, it just wanted to destroy everything. The Nine-Tails raised its nine tails high, surrounded by an evil chakra that enveloped the entire forest. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave. The next attack would not be easy to withstand. All the ninjas present were prepared to die. At this moment, Yinji clenched his fists, realizing that the fourth Hokage had still not arrived, but the critical moment had already come. This is the butterfly effect. Sigh. I should have been the one to stand out. Now I'm being forced into a corner. Although I can protect myself, I cannot just watch the vibrant lives around me perish. It seems I have no choice. Yinji gritted his teeth and shouted with all his strength. Everyone, leave here now. I will handle it alone. This shout attracted everyone's attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently said, Don't say foolish things. Everyone here can continue to fight. Yinji didn't rush to respond. Instead, he stuffed all the soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch into his mouth, not caring about the side effects of taking too much. Third Hokage, please believe me. I can suppress this beast. After a few seconds of eye contact between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yinji, he made a decision, waving his hand to instruct everyone to leave the area. With the third Hokage's order, these Konoha ninjas, who were prepared to face death, began to withdraw. Soon, on the devastated ground, only Yinji and the Nine-Tails remained. One man and one beast. Stupid humans, without anyone else to help you. You will die a miserable death. The Nine-Tails sneered. Yinji remained non-committal, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Have you ever seen a volcanic eruption? Chapter 4 Fourth Hokage, save me. Gurgle gurgle, the boiling sound instantly drowned out the chaos. Yinji, transformed into dark red lava, spread rapidly across the ground as if alive. Wherever it passed, the soil turned to glass, rocks shattered, and in an instant, a lava lake nearly 100 meters in diameter was formed. The scorching airwaves distorted the entire battlefield space. Even the little remaining fiery red fur of the Nine-Tails began to curl. In the molten hell, Yinji's spirit and body had completely merged with the natural disaster. The Nine-Tails' fierce gaze grew uneasy, its nine tails raised high, beginning to gather a new round of tail beast bomb. It had never encountered such a battlefield. After the opponent cast their technique, they had no physical form, making it impossible to inflict effective damage. Moreover, every drop of lava could melt its outer layer. Although the tailed beast itself wouldn't die, the pain was very real. At this moment, the lava, now lake-sized, began to move with consciousness and quickly started to disperse, converging around the nine tails in a 360-degree manner. The tailed beast ball had yet to fully form, and the nine tails tentatively swiped its claws at the lake's surface, only to let out a piercing howl the moment it made contact. The temperature was too scorching. A final warning came from the depths of the magma, where Yen Ci's hoarse voice echoed, accompanied by the muffled sounds of bursting bubbles. Roll back into the seal. But the response was the nine tails' furious roar. If it's difficult, then don't do it. Molten release. Molten burial. The entire magma field erupted, with countless lava waterfalls shooting up into the sky, crashing down towards the central tailed beast. The nine tails was instantly engulfed by tens of thousands of tons of lava, and the waves of magma it stirred even splashed over a kilometer away, igniting the entire forest into a sea of flames. In a molten hell of over 1,000 degrees, even the tailed beast-s whales became distorted. On the other side, outside the shattered walls of Konoha, the surviving ninjas were collectively speechless. The entire night sky was illuminated as if it were doomsday, with the heat rising above the distant forest distorting the light, turning the clouds crimson. Occasionally, splashes of lava streaked across the sky like meteors, exploding on the walls like deadly sparks. One unfortunate Chunin was grazed by the falling lava on his arm, letting out a heart-wrenching scream until the medical team used sealing techniques to temporarily freeze the wound. Half of his forearm was already carbonized. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a complex expression. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had seen a battle of this magnitude. This was no longer within the realm of ninjutsu. It was more like a death struggle between natural disasters. As the wind changed direction, the scorching air carrying the scent of sulfur swept in. The rolling magma seemed to be permanently altering the landscape of this area. In the brief pause, while waiting for the death struggle to end, several Umbu emerged from the shadows and handed a ninja registration form to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turned out to be just a Chunin, a substitute teacher at the Ninja Academy, and the most dangerous missions he had executed were only of that rank. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a look of expected understanding on his face. Couldn't he possibly have no impression of such a formidable ninja? The only possibility was that this ninja, named Hokage Yen Ci, had been lying low for too long. No wonder. But for Konoha, this might be a blessing rather than a curse, because this young man's background was very clean. His ancestors had lived in the village for several generations, making it almost impossible for him to be a spy sent by the enemy. This guy could be reused. The scene returned to the battlefield. The entire forest was unrecognizable. Within a kilometer radius, the ground was covered with thick remnants of lava, forming uneven black rock layers after cooling. Countless giant trees had been burned down to their roots, leaving behind charred trunks that stood like twisted statues on the scorched earth. Glassy crystalline patches were visible everywhere on ground. The massive body of the nine tails was trapped in semi-solidified lava, its orange red fur covered in burn marks, with blood and flesh visible in many places. Each struggle tore apart the surface rock shell, but soon new magma seeped out from the cracks, rebinding it. From the debris of the surface, a humanoid form of lava emerged, and the instigator, Yen Ci, walked out from within. At this moment, he was panting heavily, his legs giving way as he sat on the ground. My chakra is exhausted. If I forcefully push it, I'll be done for. The lack of chakra had been his long-standing weakness, although he had tried to minimize excess consumption to an almost negligible level. But the opponent was the strongest tailed beast. Even after achieving this, it still retained a certain level of destructive power. I should have learned some sealing techniques. The nine tails, trapped in lava, also gasped for breath. If it hadn't activated a large amount of chakra to protect itself back then, its internal organs would probably have been burned dry. This ninja's destructive power is terrifying. He must be killed. The nine tails roared again, and the rolling shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the semi-solidified lava on its body to crack, and the binding power gradually weakened. Yen Ci cursed under his breath, realizing he could no longer produce excess chakra to maintain it. Was he really going to be sent back after just 3 years? I want to accept this. Fourth Hokage, weren't you supposed to be quick? Why are you so enduring now? In less than a minute, Most of the Nine-Tails' body had already escaped from the lava, its fierce visage looking even more terrifying under the erosion of the magma. The tailed beast ball began to condense again, reaching several meters in an instant. Yancy felt helpless at this moment, his gaze sharpening. No, he still had one last resort. Taking a deep breath, he shouted to the sky, "Fourth Hokage, help me!" His roar pierced the night sky, echoing over the charred forest ruins. The tailed beast ball had already formed, and just at this critical moment, a flash of yellow light appeared. Yancy felt as if time had shifted and the scene before him flashed by. When he regained his senses, the explosion of the tailed beast ball had already detonated thousands of meters away. He himself had appeared in an unfamiliar area, but he could confirm that he was still within the fire country. Yancy couldn't help but let out a long breath, feeling a rush of relief after surviving a disaster. He hadn't expected that at the critical moment, he had truly summoned the fourth Hokage in time. Not far away, Namikaze Minato was holding a swaddled baby in his arms, while his wife Kushina was kneeling weakly on the ground. Even though the Uzumaki clan had extremely strong vitality, she couldn't hold on for much longer. "Thank you, fourth Hokage." Yancy forced a smile and expressed his gratitude to Minato. Minato shook his head. "I should be the one thanking you. I arrived late." Chapter 5. The two Jinchuriki, the aftereffect of the space distortion, had yet to dissipate when the Nine-Tails furiously shattered the cooled lava armor on its body. The orange-red chakra surged like flames, and the fur burned by the lava regenerated at a visibly rapid pace. Namikaze Minato knelt on one knee, his flying thunder god kunai deeply embedded in the ground. There were still traces of blood from his battle with the masked man at the corner of his mouth, but his azure eyes remained sharp. The barrier has been set up. It must be done before it recovers. Before he could finish speaking, dozens of adamantine chains erupted from the ground. Kushina staggered to her feet, the source of these chains coming from her back. The golden chains, shining like living beings, instantly entangled the Nine-Tails' limbs and tails. "I can hold on for a while longer." She coughed up a mouthful of blood as the chains tightened. "Minato, hurry!" Yancy leaned against a tree trunk, watching the determined backs of this couple. He himself didn't really want to change history. He just wanted to maintain his daily life, so he had always deliberately avoided contact with the important figures in the original story. But at this moment, he really wanted to save them. Unfortunately, knowing the ending, he had no strength to even stand up. "I'm sorry, fourth Hokage." It seemed that Namikaze Minato heard Yancy's murmur, forming a summoning technique with one hand, his words drifting over. "The third Hokage has already told me. As a Konoha ninja, you have done well enough." Yancy fell silent. As Minato completed the hand seals, a small altar emerged from the ground. He gently placed Naruto, who was in his arms, on the altar. The candles around the altar lit up one by one, illuminating the baby's tender face. The adamantine chains clanged as the Nine-Tails struggled, each tremor bringing new blood stains to the corner of Kushina's mouth. Yancy quietly watched, his eyes reflecting the resolute backs of this couple. As a traveler, he often viewed everything from a god's perspective, and he would always dismiss the stories of those who died for their beliefs with a laugh. In mission reports, he had written that the cost-performance ratio was too low. In a ninja academy classroom, he had taught that preserving one's life was the top priority. But witnessing Namikaze Minato's unwavering decision to use the dead demon consuming seal to divide the Nine-Tails chakra in two, and then seeing the couple pierced by its claws, with Minato's bloodied ceremonial robe and Kushina's strikingly bright red hair, which was even more radiant despite her near-death state, left him speechless. The line from the textbook, "Where the leaves dance, the fire also burns endlessly," pierced through the godlike perspective that Yenji had always worn as a traveler, gradually dissipating with the chakra of the fourth Hokage. Kushina's final words came through the chains, whispering to Naruto. Those faint words that should have been drowned out by the Nine-Tails roar were now deafeningly clear. Yenji suddenly realized that the corners of his eyes were slightly damp. The pain and warmth of this world had long been etched into his flesh and blood. This was already my world. Yenji slowly stood up and walked towards the couple, Minato and Kushina. It was not to deliberately disturb their final moments together, but because Minato was waving at him. As he passed by the Nine Tails, Yinji cast a cold glance at the beast. The Nine Tails responded with a roar. Yinji knelt silently beside the couple. Lord Hokage, is there anything you need me to do? As long as it's within my power. Minato's blue eyes slightly contracted, reflecting Yinji's figure, his expression profoundly deep, as if gazing at something far beyond. Teaching Yinji, I am here. At that moment, Minato's bloodied hand suddenly grabbed Yinji's wrist, managing to show a hint of a smile. I have sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra within my child's body. He is still too young to bear the full power of the Nine Tails. As for the other half, I originally planned to keep it sealed within me permanently. But you can indeed suppress the rampaging tail beast. Yinji's expression changed, instinctively wanting to withdraw his hand. This guy, wouldn't he want to? But at that moment, Minato's grip was like a vice. Your lava release can handle this power temporarily until Naruto grows up. Yinji stood up, his expression shifting repeatedly. Although he could use ninjutsu to instantly retreat, at this moment, Minato was completely unable to stop him. But this was not a command from the Hokage. Minato's voice grew quieter, but it was a father's plea. His gaze shifted to the swaddled Naruto, all his unspoken words crystallizing in that final glance. Kushina also struggled to turn her head, revealing a pleading smile. Could you please take care of Naruto? Looking at the weakening life force of the couple, Yinji was silent for a moment. Leave it to me. Minato nodded in relief, both apologetic and grateful, as the Nine Tails chakra began to surge violently at the point of contact between them. Thank you, Yinji. I see in your lava the same intensity as Kushina's. A violent cough interrupted his words, but his clenched fingers did not loosen. This power is not a curse. It is Konoha's. What a pity. I don't know you, but tonight your flames illuminate Konoha's future. As the voice grew weaker, the massive body of the Nine Tails, bound by golden chains, gradually faded under the moonlight, eventually turning into specks of light that dissipated into the night sky. The Nine Tails crisis was completely resolved. The Minato couple also collapsed to the ground. Until the moment of their death, they were still making their final contributions to the village they loved. Yinji covered his slightly warm abdomen with one hand, his eyes filled with confusion. Fourth Hokage. He looked towards the couple who would forever sleep, suddenly understanding Minato's deep meaning. This was not only a trust, but also an invisible contract, with the Nine Tails as the bond. It firmly tied this wandering outsider's fate to that of Konoha. After a long silence, Yinji picked up the already sleeping Naruto from the altar and silently walked towards the village. Just as he had walked less than 100 meters, he saw the somewhat dejected figure of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turned out he had arrived here long ago, but was blocked by the barrier. Yinji forced a strained smile, then felt a wave of dizziness and couldn't help but fall forward. Chapter 6. Hero? As the morning light once again shone on Konoha, the villagers emerged from their shelters, dragging their weary bodies. What they saw was a village in ruins, a dawn that had lost its golden glow. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was dead. This news swept through every street. The young Hokage, who always wore a warm smile and protected the village with the flying thunder god technique, had now become a new name on the memorial stone. The Nine Tails crisis had taken too many lives. A quarter of Konoha lay in ruins, and faint cries for help could still be heard beneath the remnants. Medical ninjas hurried through the rubble, occasionally discovering survivors. Konoha Hospital was already overcrowded. 3 days had passed, and the injured continued to be brought in. Yinji lay in a single hospital room, the stark white sheets contrasting sharply with the charred ruins outside. At this moment, his consciousness was in a dim ceiling space. The cold sound of dripping water echoed in the empty sewer and behind a massive iron cage. The shadowy Nine Tails bared its fangs, its crimson slitted eyes flickering in the dark. Open the seal. I will crush your bones. The Nine Tails' sharp claws pierced through the iron bars, the tips glimmering dangerously in front of Yinji. He merely crossed his arms, calmly watching this irritable neighbor. The unpredictability of fate had indeed made him the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Save your energy. With only half of your chakra, you won't break the fourth seal. The Nine Tails' roar caused ripples on the water surface, but the seal remained unmoved. Human, Your claws scrape against the iron bars, making a teeth-grating sound. Do you think this seal can hold me for long? 10 years. 20 years. Yinji's fingertips traced along the bars. When you finally break free, you could try to see if you can crush my bones. Oh, by the way, I am magma. One mistake, and I might just melt your teeth. The Nine-Tails expression became very human-like, a shudder running through it at the thought of that deadly molten temperature. Still haunted by it, Yinji changed his position, leaning against the iron bars, his tone unafraid. I know it was that masked man who manipulated you, but this debt will still be counted against you. The Nine-Tails snorted disdainfully, exhaling 2 streams of scorching white breath. Yinji ignored it. I never intended to be any savior. Honestly, that feeling disgusts me because I'm not used to having a beast inside me. But since it has become a reality, there is no room for regret. Just behave yourself in my body from now on. It will be better for both of us. The plain words revealed a hint of threat. The Nine-Tails laughed in anger, coldly saying, as soon as I get the chance, I will seize control of this body. Is that so? Then I wish you success. Otherwise, I will bake you with magma day and night. Yinji turned and walked toward the exit, his voice echoing in the space. Remember whose territory this is, new neighbor. As his consciousness returned, the Yinji lying in the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes, staring at the clean ceiling. In fact, his body was mainly suffering from excessive use of soldier pills, combined with severe chakra exhaustion, but there were not many physical injuries. However, the medical team, for safety reasons, still wanted him to stay for a few days of observation. Since his home had been destroyed by the Nine-Tails, and the entire village was enveloped in sadness. Hiding in the hospital was also a good choice. Just as he was lost in thought, the door opened, and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, walked in with a pipe in his mouth. 3rd Hokage, just lie down. Sarutobi raised his hand to stop Yinji from getting up, his bony fingers tapping the ash on the chair beside the bed. Konoha's heroes did not need such formalities. Silence spread in the ward with the smoke. Minato and Kushina had sacrificed, and the mood in the village was very low. The 3rd Hokage gazed out the window at the streets being rebuilt. This morning, the messenger from the land of fire's daimyo arrived. He urged us to choose the 5th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage, Inji, pondered over his words. This matter shouldn't be discussed with a Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a glance, then continued to exhale smoke before asking, your lava release is indeed a bloodline limit, right? Yes, it's the result of the fusion of fire, earth, and yang. Inji nodded. There was no need to hide such matters, especially since so many people had witnessed it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a look of as expected. Only a bloodline limit could possess such terrifying destructive power. He even felt it might not be weaker than the dust release of the Tsuchikage, Inoki. This made Hiruzen feel somewhat relieved. Although Minato had sacrificed himself, the village now had one of the only 2 bloodline limit ninjas in the world. Heaven was still protecting Konoha. After this sentiment, Hiruzen's gaze fell on Inji's abdomen, as if he could see the restless half of the Nine-Tails through the hospital gown. That beast hasn't caused you any trouble, has it? Although it's only half. It's still a threat. It seemed the 3rd Hokage had already seen the entire process within the barrier. Inji instinctively touched his abdomen, feeling a faint heat. It's manageable. I can suppress it with lava release. That's good to hear. I've issued a gag order to everyone who knows about this. If any unexpected situations arise, you can come directly to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised. The 2 then moved on to other topics, with most of the questions coming from Hiruzen and Inji answering truthfully. After more than half an hour, Hiruzen stood up to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back and said meaningfully, take care of your injuries. You've become a hero who will save Konoha. Inji was taken aback and a bit shocked, quickly replying, 3rd Hokage, I didn't seek the spotlight. It was the 4th Hokage who protected Konoha. Konoha needs a new hero now. The creaking of the door interrupted his unfinished words. Inji looked at the slightly trembling door panel and suddenly grasped the meaning of this statement. The Nine-Tails had shattered the villagers' sense of security, and after the 4th Hokage's death, Konoha's deterrent power had sharply declined. At this moment in the ninja world, countless eyes were watching them in various ways. Konoha indeed needed a new hero, or rather, a living monument that could both deter external enemies and unite the hearts of the people. Chapter 7. Entering the Umbu in the hospital room. Enji tilted his head and gazed out the window, his mind swirling with thoughts. Konoha, the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, had never stood firm solely on the legacy of its predecessors. Its true strength lay in that intangible furnace system. The legends of the three shinobi. The reputation of a yellow flash, the Sharingan Kakashi, and the titles of the many heroes resonated throughout the ninja world, all backed by meticulously designed deterrent projects. When the clouds of war loomed, these mythologized ninjas became the mobile walls of defense. The faces carved into stone walls were perhaps merely the most visible gears of this precise machine called Konoha. Now, he had also become one of the many heroes. With the bloodline limit and as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, neither identity allowed him to live leisurely like before. Fourth Hokage, you owe me a huge favor. A day later, after completing his discharge procedures, Enji left the hospital with his hands in his pockets. Konoha's post-disaster reconstruction was remarkably swift. In just a few days, the ruins had been mostly cleared, and many areas had already laid the foundations for new buildings. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before everything was restored to its former state. Walking down the most familiar street, which had originally been the most severely damaged area, he found that the reconstruction progress was now far ahead. Many merchants had set up temporary stalls on the broken streets. Just as Enji was marveling at this, the air suddenly froze. The owner of a dumpling stall stopped kneading the dough. A worker on the scaffolding forgot to drive nails, and several children holding pinwheels stood frozen in place. Countless gazes pierced in from all directions and then began to whisper, "Did you see that? It's this ninja." That day, his magma even melted the Nine Tails claws. The fourth Hokage's last comrade. This feeling of being watched sent chills down Enji's spine. The political machine of the third Hokage operated faster than the reconstruction. These overly detailed descriptions of battles and the deliberately emphasized title of the fourth's comrade were clearly narratives carefully fed to the public. He felt as if the words hero had become tangible and were shining above his head, making him the center of attention wherever he went. Although it was golden and glittering, it felt more like a shackle confining him. Truly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was remarkable. Whether managing the village or people, he had a unique approach. Feeling pricked by unseen needles, Enji quickened his pace and coincidentally saw the owner of Ichiraka Ramen setting up a temporary shop in the same spot. Enji hurriedly slipped inside. Uncle Ichiraku, seeing his savior, immediately smiled and said, "Great hero, is your injury finally healed? Come, sit down. I'll cook you some noodles." "How could you? I saw your heroic demeanor in battle. I didn't expect you to be such a powerful ninja." Uncle Ichiraka chuckled, then suddenly seemed to remember something, hurriedly pulling out a small card from his pocket. "Here, I will never forget your saving grace. This is a little token of my gratitude." Enji took it and found it was just an ordinary coupon with somewhat uneven handwriting that read, "Konoha Hero Permanent Free Meals." This was actually a permanent free meal coupon. What good thing. Hee, this is the first permanent free meal coupon from Ichiraka Ramen, and it should also be the last. As long as the shop is still here, you can enjoy it for free with all the toppings included. Of course, it's only for you. Uncle Ichiraku said with a beaming smile, seemingly unconcerned about the shop being destroyed. Enji also smiled, internally complaining that he would definitely have a second coupon to give away in a few years. Receiving such a gift lifted his spirits considerably. But once he stepped out of the temporary shop, he felt lost again, because he had no home anymore. How could a hero who was supposed to save the village be homeless? This was indeed a very awkward situation. Thinking about how his Intimate Paradise Collector's Edition had also been burned, his heart twitched. Sigh, what a terrible day. After a long sigh, Enji wandered aimlessly around the village, occasionally facing the pointing fingers of villagers. This feeling of being in the spotlight was indeed disorienting. Unknowingly, he arrived at Konoha's iconic building, the Hokage Tower. This was also the place where previous Hokages had worked, serving as the command center for the entire village, until the new Hokage candidate was decided. The third Hokage would continue to serve as Hokage, overseeing all village affairs. Enji hesitated for a moment, but still walked inside. He should at least inform the third Hokage of his discharge and ask him to assign a new residence. After all, a hero who saved the village shouldn't be left to wander the streets. Knocking on the office door and hearing a response, Enji walked in. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at his desk handling official matters. Upon seeing Enji enter, he smiled and stood up. "Take a seat. I knew you would come. I have something to notify you about." Enji's gaze swept over the newly hung portrait of the fourth Hokage on the wall before sitting down on the leather sofa by the window. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed a steaming cup of tea towards him, with a brand new Jonin appointment letter pressed under the white porcelain cup. "From today onwards, you are a Jonin of Konoha." As the smoke swirled, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, "Of course, I hope you can operate as part of the Umbu." "Me? Umbu?" Enji pointed to himself. It wasn't surprising to receive the Jonin title, as he was quite popular in the village now. If he held the rank of Chunin, he would definitely not command respect. The Umbu, while indeed strong enough to suppress tailed beasts, is not a position that just any ordinary ninja can hold. Being part of the Umbu means entering the power furnace of the village's upper echelons. That's right. Your main responsibility is my security and also serving as a security strategy advisor. Given your unique status as a Jinchuriki and the current sensitive period, you will not be assigned to dangerous missions outside the village for the time being, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated frankly. "I see. It seems I have no room to refuse, Enji." Clearly, the other high-ranking officials in Konoha are still not at ease with me. With the bloodshed and being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and being a sudden rising star, it's normal to be suspected. However, the third Hokage specifically transferred me to work by his side. Rather than surveillance, it feels more like a form of protection. I understand. Third Hokage, I have another request. Go ahead. There's a property on the central street that is quite nice. You know which one I mean. Chapter 8. Minor conflicts next. Two major events occurred in Konoha village. The first was the funeral of the fourth Hokage. The memorial stone was adorned with white chrysanthemums, and the villagers silently formed a long queue, with almost all prominent ninjas in the village present. The third Hokage was responsible for delivering the speech. There were no sobs or tears, only the occasional suppressed sniffle. When the earth finally covered the coffin, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, became a part of the past. The second event concerned the succession of the Hokage. During a high-level meeting, representatives from various clans and elite Jonin debated fiercely. The final decision was to postpone the election of the fifth Hokage, allowing the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to take back the position until a new candidate matured. This outcome was undoubtedly the safest choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's rich experience in governance and deep-rooted prestige were enough to stabilize the situation in Konoha during the transition period. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Thus, the third Hokage resumed his duties, and Enji naturally became the direct Umbu of the Hokage, essentially serving as a personal bodyguard. Initially, it was quite uncomfortable. The tight cloak made him feel stifled, and the cat-faced mask restricted his vision to the point of dizziness. His daily work involved patrolling around the Hokage's office, which was so monotonous it almost made him doze off. However, Enji gradually discovered the benefits of this job. He didn't have to expose himself like other ninjas, and the pay was particularly high. He originally wanted to request a 2-day weekend, but unfortunately, the third Hokage directly dismissed him, so he had to give up. Today was another sunny day. Enji leaned in the shadow outside the Hokage's office, his gaze behind the mask lazily following a crawling ant. Inside, the scene was the complete opposite, with the sound of papers rustling constantly. This old man had been working for 48 hours straight since he resumed the Hokage position, with various handover documents flying in like snowflakes. Not to mention the preparations for his upcoming report to the daimyo's residence. Just the itinerary had gone through 7 revisions. Although this part of the work should have been Enji's responsibility, such as drafting the travel plan, unfortunately, he had been forcibly shoved into the Umbu and had no experience within the system, and this was not his area of expertise. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only frown and take extra time to sort things out. After work that day, Enji took off his cloak and mask and returned home under the cover of night. Just as he stepped onto a staircase, Two ninjas dressed in Umbu combat gear suddenly appeared beside him. Hokage Enji, Lord Danzo requests your presence. There were no unnecessary words from the other party, and their actions were swift and very forceful. Before the words were even finished, a hand was already on his shoulder. The people sent by Lord Danzo are indeed quite rude. Enji squinted his eyes, and the air around him suddenly distorted and boiled. The Umbu member quickly retracted his hand. The leather of his glove, already charred and curling, emitting a pungent burnt smell. The two members of the root organization instinctively drew their kunai from their backs and spread out. Enji's pupils constricted slightly, and he tapped his fingers 3 times on his arm. This action forced a third root ninja, who was hidden in the shadows, to reveal himself. They really came prepared. Lord Danzo's original words were, "Please make sure to come with us," the leading member of the root said, his voice like rusty metal scraping against itself. Enji suddenly smiled, and the ground within 3 meters beneath him turned black, steaming with hot vapor. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, and one of the root members' wrists trembled imperceptibly. The hilt of his knife had already turned red from the heat. Lord Danzo should have warned you. My lava release is a higher-level bloodline limit. Once I make a move, the entire village will notice. Enji's voice carried a hint of warning. Are you ready to explain this to the third Hokage? What Enji said was very polite. He had actually anticipated this scene. Konoha does not have only the third Hokage as a high-ranking official. Some people are not so friendly, especially toward someone like him, an unstable factor that suddenly emerged. The 3 members of the root organization exchanged glances and then, in unison, took a few steps back, leaving without a word, disappearing completely. Enji snorted softly, pretending nothing had happened, and continued upstairs. In hindsight, the third Hokage was indeed good to him. If it weren't for his position as the Hokage's direct Umbu, the root organization would not have been so hesitant, and it probably wouldn't have ended so easily. As for Danzo, Enji held a reserve opinion at most, not reaching the standard of dislike. In the world of ninjas, some things must be done by someone. Those clandestine plots and underhanded tactics often protect important things better than direct confrontations. However, sometimes methods that go to extremes for a purpose can backfire. It's like using poison to cure an illness. If the dosage is too high, it could be deadly. In the end, Danzo and the third Hokage are like 2 sides of a coin, just on different paths. In any case, I won't become a rogue ninja, nor will I do anything to harm the village. I feel quite comfortable and secure in the village, and I have long developed a sense of belonging. If some people are not at ease, they can investigate for themselves. As long as they don't cross my bottom line, that's enough. Just as Enji was about to unlock the door with his key, he heard a baby crying from the opposite floor. Is it crying again? He and Naruto were only separated by a narrow road, just a leap distance for ninjas. Konoha village now has 2 Jinchuriki. This residence was chosen by him voluntarily, and the third Hokage approved it readily. After all, everyone knows that if the Nine Tails goes berserk, his lava release can play a significant role. More reliable than any sealing team. There's also a personal reason. Enji recalled Kushina's last few words before she died. It wasn't a hero's entrustment, just a mother's simplest plea. Promises like that need to be fulfilled. Sighing, Enji jumped to the corridor of Naruto's residence and knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman, looking like a nanny, opened the door, holding a milk bottle, and seemed accustomed to Enji's arrival. Mr. Enji. Yes, I'm sorry to trouble you lately. Please take me to see him. Following the nanny to the crib, the still-crying little Naruto suddenly stopped crying and looked at him curiously. Like an idiot, Enji chuckled, then took the milk bottle from the nanny's hand. Eat up, and then sleep. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. TSK, TSK. Chapter 9. Uchiha Itachi. The next day, Enji was on duty as usual and reported the conflict with the root organization to the third Hokage truthfully. He didn't embellish the story, just stated the facts concisely. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, silently puffing on his pipe, the wisps of white smoke slowly dispersing in the air. After a while, he slowly spoke, telling Ensi not to worry too much and to continue focusing on his work, assuring him that he would appropriately keep an eye on the root organization. However, the helplessness in his tone was hard to conceal. Ultimately, Danzo's route was a Fong in the shadows of Konoha, and since the organization was responsible for the recruitment and training of the Umbu, even as Hokage, he had no authority to shake it without a suitable reason. Some darkness could only be compromised with, not eradicated. Nevertheless, Ensi's loyalty truly comforted him. Such a powerful ninja voluntarily reporting to him rather than acting in private undoubtedly meant he had fully integrated into his faction. Over the next few days, the activities of the Root organization noticeably decreased, and Danzo did not send anyone to invite Ensi again. That morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by 2 advisors besides Danzo, and the highly esteemed former representative Nara Shikaku, set off for the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire. In the morning mist, an elite Umbu team was already ready to depart. Ensi stood by the window of the Hokage building, watching the team leave. As a Jinchuriki, he was temporarily not allowed to leave the village until he gained the complete trust of all the higher-ups. If it were another sensitive ninja, it might create a trust crisis in the village, but fortunately, Ensi didn't care about leaving the village. After all, if Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't around, he could relax a lot. This time, the Umbu team was led by the young hero Hatake Kakashi. From Hiruzen's conversations with Ensi, it was revealed that Kakashi had briefly been tempted by the Root organization and even did some bad things. But in the end, he turned away from darkness and formally joined the Hokage's direct Umbu. Being able to share such secrets with a newcomer in the Umbu showed that the 3rd Hokage already regarded Ensi as one of his own. Both of them understood this without needing to say it. With the constraints temporarily lifted, Ensi happily enjoyed his leisure time, humming a tune as he wandered near the ninja school. Having served as a substitute teacher for a long time, he still had some affection for the school. It was currently class time, so he chose not to intrude, but instead strolled around the vicinity. Ensi walked leisurely along the path outside the ninja school with his hands behind his head. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, bringing with it the fresh scent of grass and trees. Suddenly, a clear child's voice rang out from the riverbank below. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Next came the sound of roaring flames, and the heat wave even caused the air on the slope to slightly distort. Ensi raised an eyebrow and saw a 5-year-old boy with black hair forming hand seals toward the river. A scorching fireball crashing onto the water's surface and creating a large cloud of steam. Are today's kids this talented? Ensi couldn't help but chuckle. Sliding down the slope in a few steps and casually sitting on the grass by the riverbank, observing with great interest. The boy obviously noticed Ensi's arrival, but merely glanced at him out of the corner of his eye before continuing to practice intently. His little fingers fluttered like butterflies, and his hand-sealing speed was no less than that of a proper ninja. Phoenix Fire Technique. 8 or 9 fireballs shot out in a fan shape, exploding on the river's surface and creating a series of splashes. Clap, clap, clap. Ensi couldn't help but applaud, then casually plucked a blade of grass to chew on as he strolled closer. Hey kid, you're tightening your pinky too much while forming the seals. Loosen it a bit. Will this affect chakra flow? No, it will cramp. The boy paused for a moment, looking a bit speechless, his dark eyes blinking, but he quickly regained his composure. Do you understand fire style? Kind of. Ensi smiled. As someone who had developed the bloodline elimination lava release, he was quite knowledgeable about fire and earth styles. Looking around Konoha, there weren't many who could match him in this regard. The boy looked at Ensi with a strange gaze, as if saying, "Don't try to fool me." Oh, Ensi raised an eyebrow, finding the kid quite proud. He extended his index finger, and a flicker of orange-red flame suddenly burst forth from his fingertip. The flame flowed like a living thing between his fingers, finally condensing into a delicate fire butterfly that fluttered its wings and flew toward the boy. The boy's eyes instantly lit up, and he unconsciously reached out to catch it. The fire butterfly turned into a shower of sparks the moment it touched his palm. Is this a form change? The boy rarely showed a curious expression fitting for his age. Correct, but more accurately, it's a composite application that includes nature change. Wow, how does this kid know everything? Are you skipping class because you're good at studying? Ensi pretended to glare, the authority he once had as a teacher resurfacing. The boy was unfazed and continued to curiously ask, "You're amazing. This is the first time I've seen a ninja who can master both form and nature changes simultaneously. Even my father can't do that. NC's expression twitched. Was this kid not afraid of adults? Coughing a few times, he decided not to dwell on it and explained. The most important thing about fire style is flexibility. Your fire style technique is powerful enough, but if you don't stick to standard hand seals, it will be faster. The boy suddenly chimed in, then realized it was rude and slightly lowered his head. Sorry, please continue. NC stood still for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter, ruffling the boy's hair with force. Where did this little monster come from? You're quite talented. What's your name? Uchiha Itachi. The boy answered seriously while slightly stepping back to fix his tousled hair. Ah. NC stood stunned again. No wonder this kid looked increasingly familiar. He hadn't noticed before that there was an Uchiha clan fan symbol carved on his back. Having served as a substitute teacher for so long without seeing him, now that he had completed his identity upgrade, he could run into an important character after just a few steps. What's your name? Uchiha Itachi asked back. Hokage NC. You're the one known as Flame Calamity, the hero of Konoha. Itachi's usually calm voice surprisingly elevated by 8 degrees. NC was taken aback once more. This was the 3rd time. Did the villagers give him this nickname? How glitch, but I like it. Chapter 10. Something's off. This meeting with Uchiha Itachi was purely coincidental. But as NC looked at the serious little figure practicing fire style in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a complex emotion rising within him. As someone who knew the future, he understood better than anyone the fate this child would bear. Mr. NC, about chakra's flow in the meridians. Itachi raised his youthful face, and his obsidian-like eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Despite being hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Uchiha clan, he still maintained a rare humility in front of true power. Come, I'll demonstrate for you. Remember, the essence of fire style is not in the magnitude of power, but in. NC didn't put on any airs. Just like when he was a substitute teacher, he began to explain earnestly. Time flew by, and through their questions and answers, NC generously shared his understanding of fire style accumulated over the years, while Itachi absorbed every detail like a sponge. As a scion of a prestigious family, he had received the most elite education from a young age. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, was a renowned master of fire style, and the clan's elders had taught the secrets of Uchiha's fire style step by step. But at this moment, a new light flickered in Itachi's black eyes. NC's understanding of fire style completely overturned the traditional teaching methods within the clan. The issues that had troubled him for a long time were unexpectedly resolved under NC's casual pointers. As the sun gradually climbed to noon, NC's stomach timely protested with a rumble. He patted his clothes and stood up. Kid, it's time to go home for lunch. But when he took a few steps and turned back, he found that the black-haired boy was leisurely following behind, reciting the fire style techniques he had just learned. Hey, NC crossed his arms and deliberately put on a stern face. You don't expect me to treat you to lunch, do you? I'm not that kind-hearted, you know. Itachi paused, calmly taking out a few crisp bills from his ninja tool pouch. I have money. It's impressive to have money. Yinji couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Are the kids these days really that unlikable? The two of them entered the Ichiraku ramen shop, which had been completely renovated and upgraded, with some customers dining inside. Yinji casually greeted Uncle Ichiraku and then sat down, lost in thought. Itachi nimbly climbed onto a high stool and, while accepting the menu with both hands, remembered to slightly bow to Uncle Itachi. I'd like a bowl of miso chashu ramen, please. Yinji raised an eyebrow at his little adult demeanor. While waiting for the food, Yinji rested his chin on his hand and observed the boy beside him. He noticed Itachi's fingertips unconsciously tracing seals on the table, his lips moving as he repeatedly chewed over the fire technique they had just practiced. The focused look on his face made him look like a little monk possessed by a spell. TSK, Yinji couldn't help but click his tongue. With such innate talent and terrifying concentration, it would be hard for this little monster not to succeed. Mr. Yinji, Itachi, suddenly lifted his head, a rare hint of hesitation in his obsidian-like eyes. There's a question that's been bothering me for a long time. Stop right there. Yinji raised his chopsticks in a pause gesture. Today's ninja class ends here. If you have questions, go find your teachers at the ninja school. I'm not your master. It's not about ninjutsu. Itachi's voice trailed off. Just as Yinji thought he would continue, Uncle Ichiraku's loud call interrupted the conversation. Sorry, to keep you waiting. 2 special chashu ramen. The steam blurred the air between the two. Itachi obediently clasped his hands together and said, I'm starting now, then buried himself in the bowl, as if the previous question had never existed. After finishing the steaming ramen, Yinji took out his wallet to settle the bill. It really was embarrassing to let a kid pay for himself. Just as they reached a fork in the road, Itachi suddenly tugged at Yinji's sleeve. The boy looked up, his dark eyes shining with rare determination. I'll be practicing by the river again tomorrow. Huh? Yinji squatted down to meet his gaze. What? You want to crash the class again? Tell your parents to pay me tutoring fees. To his surprise, Uchiha Itachi actually frowned, his small hand reaching for his ninja tool pouch. I can pay right away. I have a lot of money. Give me a break. Yinji laughed heartily and ruffled his black hair. A little rich kid should act like a little rich kid, go find friends to play ninja games. Or he could suddenly lower his voice and secretly put a frog in the teacher's teacup or something. That's what you should be doing at your age. Uchiha Itachi blinked in confusion, clearly unable to understand the fun of the last suggestion. Yinji stood up and waved his hand. Let's go. Remember, the strongest ninja isn't just a wooden man who trains all the time. Just as they turned the corner, he caught a glimpse of that small figure still standing in place. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yinji spoke. If I have time tomorrow, I'll go for a walk there. All right, let us go. A distant voice filled with laughter followed them. After the brief encounter with Itachi, Yinji returned to his residence, taking a few glances at Naruto along the way. Everything was as usual. With not much to do, Yinji lay on the tatami and tossed a shuriken around for a while. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the tranquility. He lazily opened the door to find an umbu wearing a raccoon mask standing outside, breathing a bit heavily. Hokage Yinji? The voice came through the mask, tense and serious. The 3rd Hokage was attacked at the border. You are urgently summoned for support. Yinji's pupils contracted. Before he could ask for details, the umbu had already turned and leaped onto the roof. He grabbed the dark green vest hanging at the entrance and quickly caught up with that figure. The two sped through the dusk, moving so fast through the Konoha gates that they left only after images. The night wind howled as Yinji's brows furrowed deeper. Something's wrong. The 3rd Hokage had only left for half a day, and he was accompanied by elite umbu led by Kakashi. With the old man's strength, even if ambushed, he wouldn't urgently summon him, a Jinchuriki. Hey, he suddenly sped up and blocked the leading umbu. Where exactly is it? What is the enemy's configuration? The raccoon mask glinted coldly in the moonlight, and the umbu paused for half a second. Northeast border of the Land of Fire. The enemy is suspected to be elite from the Cloud Village. Yinji narrowed his eyes. That answer was too vague. As a messenger ninja for urgent support, how could he not even know the basic enemy situation? Seeing the atmosphere shift abruptly, the umbu no longer bothered to act, slowly lifting his pale fingers to remove the mask. Light and shadows flowed over that iconic pale face with long, golden snake-like pupils, purple eyeshadow, and a chilling smile. Chapter 11. The fire disaster of the 3 ninjas. The person disguised as umbu had revealed his identity with remarkable calmness. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru. Yinji's pupils contracted. He was all too familiar with this appearance. He had seen Orochimaru at the 4th Hokage's funeral, though at that time it was just a distant glance. What a pity that I can only greet you now, Yinji-kun, or should I call you Fire Disaster? Orochimaru's voice was raspy, unsettling. Yinji frowned, his body subtly tensing. What an honor to have Lord Orochimaru personally come to be my messenger. Ha ha! Orochimaru's light laughter floated in the night, his signature long tongue licking his lips. After all, such an opportunity is rare. The old man rarely leaves the village. Yinji silently observed him, already understanding the intentions of this uninvited guest, which was aimed at his unique bloodline limit. As a renowned research fanatic in the ninja world, how could Orochimaru remain indifferent to the existence of the 2 bloodline limits, especially in his own village? Even with the identity of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, it wouldn't stop his covetous heart. This was indeed an excellent opportunity. The third Hokage had taken a large number of elite ninjas from the village. Among the legendary three ninjas, Tsunade and Jiraiya were also not in the village. With Orochimaru's strength, there were indeed few in Konoha who could contend with him at this moment. What was even more concerning was his undisclosed collusion with Danzo behind this audacious action. It was unknown whether there were any instructions from the root leader. Since I saw you at the funeral, I've been thinking about how wonderful it would be to have a vessel that can simultaneously bear both the bloodline limit and the chakra of the Nine Tails. Watching the intoxicated look on his face, Yenji felt goosebumps all over. Have you thought about how to explain this to the third Hokage? Yenji questioned in a low voice. I'm a direct member of the Hokage Zumbu. But Orochimaru calmly curled his lips, the golden snake-like pupils flashing with dangerous light. The reason for the explanation will naturally come when the time is right, but opportunities like today. He slowly extended his pale fingers. If you miss it, it will be hard to encounter again. This statement was indeed reasonable. Just as Yenji was quietly on guard, he suddenly sensed unusual sounds coming from above. He looked up to see a giant python, over 10 meters long, had unknowingly coiled on a branch and was now rapidly slithering down, its cold body instantly binding him tightly. Yenji felt a chill run through him. The sensation of being close to a snake was truly uncomfortable, as he had always disliked cold-blooded animals. Yenji-kun, Orochimaru's voice trembled with excitement. I am so interested in you. Your body will definitely become my most perfect experimental material. Sorry, Yenji said regretfully, but I don't plan to be anyone's guinea pig. As soon as his words fell, his body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling red light. Scalding lava erupted from his pores, skillfully penetrating his clothing, and the surrounding air instantly twisted and boiled. The giant python let out a piercing hiss, its scales rapidly carbonizing and flaking off under the extreme heat. In less than a second, this colossal creature was completely melted down, turning into a pool of smoldering black residue. The temperature of the magma was simply insurmountable for carbon-based life forms. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru not only didn't feel anger, but instead widened his golden snake-like eyes in excitement. Is this the legendary bloodline elimination? Such astonishing high temperatures are indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary melting techniques. Enchi felt uneasy under the naked greed in his opponent's gaze. Since the other party had already plotted against him, he no longer needed to be polite. His right arm instantly transformed into scorching magma, extending an astonishing speed straight for Orochimaru's face. The searing shock wave swept past, igniting branches and leaves along its path before they even made contact, leaving a fiery red trail in the night sky. However, Orochimaru remained motionless. The moment the magma fist pierced through his head, that body turned into a puddle of mud, splattering onto the ground and sizzling in the heat. A substitution technique? Enchi narrowed his eyes and cautiously looked around. He wasn't too flustered in the battle against one of the legendary three ninjas, although his combat experience was far less than his opponent's. His melting technique theoretically countered Orochimaru's ninjutsu completely, aside from the chakra amount not being as abundant as his opponent's. If it turned into a battle of attrition, he could always escape back to Konoha. Who could stop a torrent of magma? Today, let me experience just how strong the legendary three ninjas really are. Enchi leaped down from the burning treetops, the remaining magma on his arm dripping like thick blood, scorching small pits into the ground that emitted smoke. Just as I wish. Orochimaru's cold voice suddenly came from behind. Almost simultaneously, a cold gleam flashed as the Kusanagi sword sliced through the night, severing Enchi's body at the waist. However, the anticipated scene of flesh flying did not occur. From the wound that was cut open, scorching magma gushed forth, and Enchi's upper body hung in the air in an ergonomically impossible posture, supported by several streams of flowing lava. Orochimaru let out a puzzled "eh?" He looked at the Kusanagi sword in his hand, which was entirely crimson, the legendary weapon said to cut through iron like mud, now glowing red due to the high temperature. If he delivered a few more slashes, even this divine weapon might be ruined. It turns out that even physical attacks are ineffective. Is this the power of bloodline elimination? At this moment, Enchi maintained a semi-molten, non-human posture, with scorching magma flowing around him. He snorted coldly, and his right arm swelled and transformed again, the intense lava making a chilling gurgling sound in the air. Meditating technique, lava und. With a low shout, Enchi's right arm suddenly burst open, transforming into a dog head the size of a house made entirely of red-hot magma. The monstrous head, composed of pure lava, opened its massive mouth, distorting and boiling the air as it lunged toward Orochimaru at an incredible speed. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Orochimaru dared not be the slightest bit negligent. He quickly bit his thumb, smeared his blood on his palm. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Just as the magma hound's fangs were about to make contact, a massive iron gate carved with demon faces erupted from the ground. The grotesque carvings on the door gradually melted under the high temperature, but ultimately, at the critical moment, they completely obscured Orochimaru's figure. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the crimson fire wave swept past both sides of the gate, turning trees within dozens of meters into ashes. Chapter 12. Overwhelming and weakness. The air in the entire area became thin and distorted under the extreme heat, making even breathing difficult. Just as Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief, he heard a crisp crack. He looked up in shock and saw that the towering Rashomon was rapidly covered in red cracks visible to the naked eye. Those bronze doors, said to withstand tailed beast bombs, were now melting like ice sculptures under the scorching sun. How is this possible? Just as that thought arose, the entire giant gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. The magma dog head charged forward relentlessly, carrying the force to destroy the world. Before Orochimaru could form hand seals, he was swallowed whole. In the instant he was engulfed by the lava, his skin melted and peeled off like wax, his muscle tissue carbonized in an instant, and his bones vaporized before they even sank into the magma. The destructive power of the magma was fully displayed at that moment. Any life form appeared utterly fragile before such high temperatures, easily harmed and instantly killed. Even though he witnessed Orochimaru vaporizing and vanishing in the lava, Enchi did not dare to let his guard down. He knew all too well how troublesome this opponent was. This venomous snake had countless means of survival, and no matter how fierce the attack, it was difficult to completely eliminate him. The title of Immortal Orochimaru was not just for show. TSK, using one technique cost me 30% of my chakra. Enchi silently complained in his heart. If he had the physique of the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan, even if Orochimaru had 100 lives, he would have a way to burn him to death. The massive magma dog head finally could not maintain its form and collapsed into rolling hot lava, splattering down like raindrops onto the ground. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with only the burning trees occasionally popping. Enchi frowned. This quiet was a bit abnormal. Could it be that Orochimaru really retreated? Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Countless giant pythons pierced through the blazing fire, swarming in from all directions. Enchi instinctively swung out his lava fist, only to find that these giant snakes not only were unafraid of the high temperature, but transformed into even more terrifying flaming giant pythons upon contact with the magma, lunging at him with their gaping mouths. This is impossible. Enchi's heart trembled violently. He had absolute confidence in his melting technique. No creature in the world could withstand the high temperatures of magma, not even a tailed beast. But the scene before him was chillingly real. In an instant, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Jinjutsu. A cold sweat broke out on Enchi's back as he finally experienced the gap in practical combat experience with the three ninjas. Just as he focused on the offensive and defensive aspects of his melting technique, Orochimaru had silently laid this deadly illusion without him realizing it. Jinjutsu was precisely the area he was least skilled in. No matter how powerful the melting technique was, it ultimately could not resist direct assaults on the mind. Enchi quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Release." However, the surrounding scenery only wobbled slightly, and the grotesque fire snakes continued to roam in his vision, even becoming denser. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed from all directions, laced with the unique hissing tone of serpents. "Why struggle? Enchi-kun, if you cooperate obediently, I promise the process won't be too painful. Get the hell out of here." Enchi finally could not help but curse, then forced himself to calm down. At this moment, both sides were in a stalemate. But his chances of winning were greater. As long as he maintained his molten state, Orochimaru's physical attacks would be difficult to be effective. The key to breaking the deadlock lay in breaking the surface to strike the point. No matter how elusive Orochimaru's movements were, it was impossible for him to completely avoid the waves covering the battlefield. After making up his mind, Enchi simply closed his eyes, completely ignoring the surrounding distorted illusions. Soon, his body transformed entirely into boiling magma. The crimson waves erupted explosively from Enchi's center, sweeping outwards like a volcanic eruption. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, trees instantly carbonized, and even the air distorted due to the high temperature. Orochimaru, who was waiting for an opportunity in reality, was momentarily dumbfounded. He had seen countless ninja techniques confront each other, but he had never seen such a reckless fighting method. This was not a contest of skills between ninjas, but a blatant natural disaster. What a joke! Orochimaru's Adam's apple moved with difficulty. At this moment, facing the might of nature, any exquisite ninjutsu seems pale and powerless. He finally understands why the bloodline eliminations of the second and third Hokage could shake the ninja world. This is fundamentally a power that humans should not control. In the flow of magma, and she clearly feels the chakra rapidly depleting. The consumption of such a scale of lava release is terrifying. Every second feels like burning his own life force. He can't hold on much longer, but luckily, a piercing scream shatters the heat wave. Enchi pokes his head out of the magma and finds the surroundings have returned to normal. The twisted illusions have all dissipated. On the scorched earth, a charred figure is staggering backward. Got you. Enchi's figure suddenly condenses from the surging magma, his right arm instantly enveloped by the newly formed lava. The scorching magma leaves a crimson trail in the air, piercing through the sky like a falling meteor. Hellhound. This is his usual killing move, maximizing the destructive power and speed of the lava release in a single strike. Orochimaru's golden pupils constrict violently, but his lava-scorched body has no time to form seals for defense. Splat! The lava fist penetrates Orochimaru's chest without obstruction, crashing into the rock wall behind with unrelenting force. The terrifying high temperature instantly vaporizes the blood along the way, cooking the internal organs. The piercing scream abruptly stops, and the charred body collapses to the ground like a broken rag doll. Enchi breathes a sigh of relief, then cautiously approaches, using his toes to flip the corpse. The dry corpse before him has a sinister, terrifying appearance. Its skin charred and cracked, the eyeballs exploded into ash from the high temperature. It is indeed dead beyond recovery. Is this how the three Sannin end? Enchi mutters to himself, momentarily unable to tell if he is too strong or if Orochimaru is too weak. Or perhaps the attribute restraint is just too deadly. Just at that moment of relaxation, the corpse's jaw suddenly opens in a bizarre manner. Whoosh! A pure white snake shoots out like lightning, disappearing into the ground before Enchi can react. The speed is so fast that even the lava can't intercept it, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Enchi stands there, mouth agape, speechless. I had a feeling about this. This guy isn't that easy to kill. Chapter 13. Stop Fighting the Night is as dark as ink, and Enchi drags his weary body slowly towards the direction of Konoha. His chakra and stamina are nearly depleted, and he even lost his ninja tool pouch in the rush when he set out, so he can't eat a soldier's food pill for a temporary boost. The previous battle made quite a noise. He doesn't know if it reached Konoha. Orochimaru should still be lurking in the forest in a worse state than he is, and is unlikely to act rashly. He wonders if this fight has traumatized him. After more than half an hour, the lights of Konoha become faintly visible in the distance. Just as Enchi breathes a sigh of relief, suddenly, a burning pain erupts from his abdomen. Enchi grunts, kneeling on one knee, fingers sinking deep into the soil, cursing through gritted teeth as he feels the evil chakra within him violently attacking the seal. Damn it! The fiery red chakra erupts from his body like magma, forming a layer of chakra armor on the surface of his skin. His pupils suddenly constrict into beast-like vertical slits, glowing with a scarlet light under the moonlight. He can clearly feel the will of the Nine Tails eroding his sanity. Just wait. Enchi curses while trying to channel his chakra to resist. But the already scarce chakra is insufficient to effectively halt the Nine Tails' encroachment. In the inner world, Enchi's consciousness sinks deep, facing the malicious beast eyes through an iron barrier. This is the price of underestimating me. The Nine Tails grins, showing its bloody maw. Hand over your body obediently. Enchi scoffs, his gaze sharp. I told you it's best to succeed in one go, otherwise. The Nine Tails' massive paw slams against the cage, creating ripples of chakra. With your current state? Indeed, the situation is almost one-sided. He is still some distance from the village, and no one can help him. The relationship between him and the beast is inherently tense, both wanting to kill each other at the slightest opportunity. If the Nine Tails fails this time, it would be hard to have such an opportunity again, and he would have to face the retaliation of the lava release. Just thinking about the sensation of magma scorching flesh makes the Nine Tails intensify the chakra flow, trying to complete everything in a shorter time. Enchi can only continue to overdraw his chakra, delaying time as much as possible until someone in the village notices this. But in his weakened state, his consciousness is fading quickly. In at most 2 to 3 minutes, he will lose control of his body. Just at that moment of near despair, a loud sound seems to come from afar. 8 trigrams, empty palm. A sharp chakra shockwave accurately hits Enchi's chest, sending him flying several meters. Before he lands, a white figure is already chased up to him. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The newcomer's hands turn into afterimages, dense chakra points raining down on Enchi's whole body. Each strike precisely seals the critical nodes of a Nine Tails chakra flow, forcibly cutting off the supply of tailed beast chakra. Cough. Enchi crashes heavily to the ground, the Nine Tails chakra armor beginning to crack and peel away. He barely lifts his head, and, in his blurred vision, a handsome man in a kimono, only a few years older than him, is in a gentle fist starting stance, seemingly ready to deliver another barrage. Stop! Don't hit me anymore! Hurry, stop! Enchi, unable to move his whole body, can only shout loudly. Did he catch up? Just in case, let us do another round. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Damn it! After the commotion, under the moonlight, Enchi lies limp, wanting to cry without tears. This man from the Hyuga clan saved him, but for some reason, he can't find the words to express his gratitude. In fact, he even feels like hitting him. The man seems a bit embarrassed, pulling out 2 soldiers' food pills and feeding them to Enchi, then scratching his head and saying, My name is Hyuga Hizashi. You are Akatsuki Enchi, right? I didn't expect the rumors to be true. You also have a Nine Tails sealed inside you. Hizashi is the name of Niji's father. Indeed, I didn't expect Gentle Fist to have such an effect. Enchi says with a strange expression, still somewhat resenting the soreness from the earlier Gentle Fist massage. Our Hyuga Gentle Fist can seal chakra, but it's only effective when the Nine Tails chakra is leaking in the initial stages. If you lose consciousness completely, there's no way to help. Hyuga Hizashi explains with a smile. It really was a close call, since his body is still immobile. Enchi starts chatting with the man he just met while recovering his chakra. It turns out Hizashi happened to be on a reconnaissance mission outside the village, and he saw the Nine Tails about to go berserk with his Byakugan, immediately rushing over without delay. This is indeed an incredible coincidence. If it were an ordinary ninja, they could only stand by helplessly. During the recovery period, Enchi's consciousness sinks into the inner space. Behind the massive iron bars, the Nine Tails is curled up in a corner, its crimson beast eyes flickering in the darkness. Surprisingly, when Enchi's figure appears in the ceiling space, the Nine Tails' ears involuntarily twitch, and its massive body slightly recoils. This once invincible beast now shows a hint of unease. You beast! Enchi's voice echoes in the vast ceiling space as he steps forward, most of his palm already transformed into flowing magma. The Nine Tails' nostrils flare, warily staring at those eyes burning with rage. But unexpectedly, Enchi ultimately just lets out a deep sigh, letting the magma in his hand fall away. He stood quietly in front of the iron fence, facing the Nine Tails with 4 eyes. After a while, Enchi finally spoke. his voice low. Forget it, I won't say anything harsh. If you weren't such an idiot, you should know that if this goes on, neither of us will end up well. The Ninetales' ears perked up, seemingly taken aback by what it heard, and it hesitated before snorting as a response. As Enji turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of the Ninetales slowly lying back down on the ground, the fury in its beastly eyes seeming to fade a bit. Perhaps they both understood that this endless confrontation would ultimately lead to mutual destruction. Enji's proactive retreat, this time, was not a sign of weakness, but rather an extremely rational action. Chapter 14. Why Birth and Death Occur. Taking advantage of a night, Enji leaned against Hinata Hayashi's shoulder, limping his way back to the village. With each step, the pressure on the acupoints struck by the soft punches sent waves of dull pain through him, making him wince. You Hyuga family's acupoint techniques really don't pull any punches, Enji complained, taking a sharp breath. Hinata Hayashi chuckled helplessly. Sorry, it was an emergency. He paused, lowering his voice. But compared to being discovered by the village that the Ninetales nearly went berserk, this price should be worth it, right? This statement carried deep meaning. It was evident that Hinata Hayashi intended to help him keep this under wraps. Thanks, Enji said softly after a long pause, if it weren't for you. Hinata Hayashi shook his head, a trace of complexity flashing in his white eyes. No need for thanks. Konoha can't withstand more turmoil right now. The two exchanged a knowing glance. They both understood that if the higher-ups learned that the Ninetales had nearly gone berserk, what awaited Enji would be endless surveillance, layers of restrictions, and even possible house arrest. The hero who once saved the village would soon become a dangerous item that required strict supervision. Hinata Hayashi was indeed a good person, accompanying Enji all the way to his doorstep. Before leaving, Enji spoke up. Hey, we're friends now, right? Let's grab a drink sometime. This was the first time he had actively wanted to befriend someone. Hayashi didn't turn around, but waved his hand, of course. You can come find me at the Hyuga house anytime. Enji lay back on the tatami mat, the morning light filtering through the paper window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. He stared at the wood grain on the ceiling, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the sealing mark on his abdomen. What'll the third Hokage do when he comes back? He murmured. After all, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin. Even if he reported it successfully, it would likely just end up as a mild warning. Without solid evidence or eyewitnesses, this conflict that occurred outside the village would inevitably become a headless case. But they probably wouldn't come again, right? Enji turned over, burying his face in the pillow. The natural restraint of his lava release against snake-type ninjutsu must have left a deep impression on that scientist. However, this encounter also exposed a fatal weakness, Jinjutsu. If it weren't Orochimaru, but another master of Jinjutsu, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, the way to counter Jinjutsu is relatively simple. The most common method is dispelling the Jinjutsu, but that only works against general Jinjutsu users. A higher level is Jinjutsu reflection, but the prerequisite for casting it is that one must also be a master of Jinjutsu. Unfortunately, he was not. If he could reconcile with the Ninetales and seek its help, he could lift most of the Jinjutsu restrictions. But that was akin to a pipe dream. He would be grateful if he and the Ninetales didn't end up fighting. So there was only one method left. As a transmigrator, Enji still had some knowledge in his mind. In the original story, Deidara was able to concentrate chakra in his eyes over many years and, through certain training, could instantly shrink his pupils at critical moments, enough to see through the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu. This was indeed the best method. After all, there were no copyright issues in this world, so why not just copy it? Without further ado, he got to work. It was just getting light, and although his body was still a bit sore, it no longer affected his movements. He got up and went out, finding the nearest grocery store and buying a black eye mask to cover his right eye. Being a medical ninja, he had a very delicate control over chakra and soon felt warmth in his right eye. As long as he maintained a certain amount of flow and trained appropriately, the subsequent shortcomings in dealing with Jinjutsu could be covered up. Enji's mood also improved. Every bit of strength added was another layer of self-protection. After grabbing a quick breakfast at a shop, Enji returned to the Hokage building, only to find that the third Hokage had not yet returned. So today was naturally another day off. For some reason, a face resembling a little adult suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that he really had to go there again? Mumbling to himself, but his feet unconsciously moved toward the ninja school. When he came to his senses, he was already standing by the familiar little river from yesterday. Sure enough, that small figure was sitting on the riverbank. Uchiha Itachi was not practicing ninjutsu, but was sitting on a rock, hugging his knees and staring at the flowing water in a daze. To be honest, seeing such a young child with such a heavy heart made Inji feel somewhat uncomfortable. He deliberately stepped on a twig, the crisp sound particularly noticeable in the tranquil riverside. Uchiha Itachi immediately turned his head, and as soon as he saw Inji, his dark eyes lit up. "Mr. Inji," he exclaimed in surprise. Then noticed the black eye mask over his left eye. "Is your eye injured?" "Injured?" Inji waved his hand casually, sitting cross-legged on the ground. "I just think wearing this eye mask is cooler. Is there a problem?" Itachi blinked, obediently nodding. No problem. It really looks cool." His tone carried a hint of deliberate flattery, making Inji unable to help but laugh. "You got good taste, kid." Inji patted the grass beside him, signaling Itachi to sit down. "Today, I happen to be free, so feel free to ask any questions about ninjutsu." Itachi carefully sat down beside Inji, still maintaining his hugging knees posture. He gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake, a thoughtful expression uncharacteristic for his age appearing on his young face. "Actually," Itachi's voice was soft, "I've always had a question that I couldn't understand. My father and Shursui, they're my friends, but they can't give me an answer. Isn't it about ninjutsu? Then I can't guarantee I'll be able to answer it. Besides, you're just a little kid. Why are you already thinking about questions that only adults ponder?" Inji teased. Uchiha Itachi looked at Inji and asked, "Why do people exist and why do they die?" This question made Inji raise an eyebrow. How could this 5-year-old child ask such a profound question? How should he respond? Chapter 15, Apprenticeship. The shimmering waves on the river reflected on the two of them, adding a philosophical atmosphere to the conversation. After a while, Inji slowly spoke, his voice deeper than usual. "Life from sprouting to withering is a complete cycle." He bent down to pick up a half-dried leaf from the bank, lightly tracing its veins with his fingertips. Just like this leaf from green to yellow, each stage has its significance. Itachi followed the falling leaf with his gaze and softly said, "Father says that after life fades, everything loses its meaning. Life is the most precious treasure." Inji's lips curled slightly, revealing a thoughtful smile. "What you said is quite good, but it's not entirely correct. So let me ask you, when do you think a person has truly died?" "When the heart stops beating," Itachi answered without hesitation, his young face filled with seriousness. Inji nodded, but then shook his head. "But that's only the first stage, the end of physical life." He raised a finger, his heartbeat stopped, breath disappeared, and the doctor announced the time of death. Itachi unconsciously leaned forward. "What about the second stage? When your name is engraved on the memorial stone? When friends and family wear black to attend your funeral?" Inji raised a second finger, his voice deep and gentle. "This is the end of social life. As a member of social relations, you officially exit." Itachi's eyes widened slightly, clearly not expecting death to have such layers. Just as he was about to speak, Inji gently flicked his forehead with 2 fingers. "Don't rush, little ghost." A hint of amusement flashed in Inji's eyes. There is the most critical third stage. When the last person in the world who remembers you also leaves this world. At that time, all stories, all bonds will dissipate with memory. This is the true. He paused, looking at the drifting leaves, eternal death. Itachi's small mouth opened wide. Even someone as precocious as him needed time to digest such profound concepts. So, Inji gently pressed on Itachi's shoulder. As long as there are people who remember, as long as someone carries on the will of the deceased, death can never take away the meaning of life. This statement was indeed something he had read in a philosophical work in his previous life, and he didn't expect it to be so fitting for enlightening the little ghost of the Uchiha clan in this world. Watching Itachi lost in thought, Inji did not urge him. The sound of the flowing river became the best accompaniment for contemplation, and he simply laid down on the riverbank, casually pulling out a blade of grass to chew on. After a long while, Itachi finally spoke. His voice, so soft it was almost drowned out by the sound of the water. "I think I somewhat understand." "Oh." Inji spat out the blade of grass, propped his head up with interest, and said, "Go on." Itachi's small hands unconsciously rubbed the small stones on the riverbank, just like Lord First Hokage. Even though he is no longer here, his will continues in Konoha. Inji couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle Itachi's black hair. Not bad. Drawing inferences from one instance, the entire Konoha probably can't find another little ghost like you who loves to think. Itachi's ear tips turned slightly red, but he still mustered the courage to ask, "Then what is a ninja? What does the village represent?" Hey. Inji deliberately straightened his face. "Do you think I'm a free tutor? Should I call your parents to pay tuition?" Surprisingly, Itachi actually pursed his lips and smiled. In just 2 days of interaction, this clever child seemed to have figured out Inji's stubborn yet soft-hearted nature. All right, Inji sat up helplessly. "Since you've learned to be a little sly." After pondering for 2 seconds, he decided to explain in the simplest way possible. Ninjas are a group of special people, stronger than ordinary people, who can perform various powerful ninjutsu. But this power is not for showing off. It is to protect important people and things. You see those farmers? They use hoes to protect crops. Doctors use medical skills to protect patients. And we ninjas. Inji ignited a small flame at his fingertips, using ninjutsu to protect the entire village. The flame reflected on Itachi's focused little face. The village, on the other hand, is like a big home, but not an ordinary home. It is a place that gathers many small homes together. Inji patiently explained, "Think about it. If only your Uchiha clan lived in the forest and other clans were scattered, what would happen?" Itachi thought for a moment. "It would be very dangerous." "Exactly." Inji nodded approvingly. That's why Lord First Hokage established Konoha, bringing all clans together so everyone could train together, live together, help each other, and protect their home when facing enemies. He pointed to the small park on the other side of the river. "Look at those playing children. Their parents might be from different ninja clans, but now they can grow up together. This is the meaning of the village, allowing different people to live together peacefully." Itachi's eyes lit up. "Just like you and me, Mr. Inji, even though we are not from the same family." "Yes." Inji smiled and ruffled his hair again. "And also, the ninja school, hospital, and task system in the village are all to help everyone live better. We take on missions to earn money, which is also to help others." The river flowed quietly, and Inji's voice became even gentler. "So simply put, ninjas are people who use their power to protect peace. And the village is a place where everyone can protect each other. You must remember, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Watching Itachi's thoughtful expression, Inji added, "But these are all grand principles. What you need to do now is to practice hard, make friends, and grow up happily. When you grow up, you will naturally find your own answers." Inji was immersed in self-satisfaction, happily thinking about how he could become a teacher at the ninja school after retirement, perhaps even earning the title of Konoha's best teacher. Just as he was picturing the warm scene of students rushing to visit him after retirement, Itachi suddenly stood up. The little ghost walked up to him with a serious expression, and due to the height difference, he could only look straight at Inji's nose even while standing. The sunlight shone down behind him, casting a small yet exceptionally firm shadow on the ground. "Mr. Inji, what is it?" Inji deliberately straightened his face. "You don't have another question, do you? If you ask me again, I really will charge you." He shook his index finger. "One question equals 1 bowl of ramen. Honest and fair." Itachi shook his head, his immature face tight with seriousness. Before Inji could react, the little guy suddenly bowed deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle, almost knocking his forehead against Inji's knee. "Please accept me as your disciple." Chapter 16, perhaps this request was resolute. Inji opened his mouth, momentarily unable to process whether he had just misheard. This little genius from the Uchiha clan wanted to take him as a teacher? The river flowed loudly, as if mocking his astonishment. Inji's gaze shifted from Itachi's stubborn hair tuft to the small fingers tightly gripping his pants. Those tiny fingers were even turning white from the strain. Hey, he scratched his cheek. "Your father would kill me if he knew." This wasn't an exaggeration. Due to the Ninetales incident, there had been some rumors circulating in the village that this disaster was a play orchestrated by the Uchiha clan themselves. Because the Sharingan could control the Ninetales, the resentment of the Uchiha clan towards the village was growing, trying to use the Nine Tails to regain power. And Enji just happened to be one of the Konoha heroes who crushed this conspiracy. With such a status, it would be a bit awkward for Itachi to take him as a teacher. Enji's expression became complex in an instant as he looked at the serious little figure bowing in front of him, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. Little ghost, do you know what people in the village are saying about your Uchiha clan now? Itachi's body obviously stiffened for a moment, but he still maintained his bowing posture. I know. Look at me. Enji sighed, looking into his eyes. Do you really think I am suitable to be your teacher? Itachi slowly straightened up, and in his black eyes shone a clarity that surpassed his age. Precisely because of this, I need it even more. Enji looked up at the sky. What to do? He really felt an impulse to take this little ghost under his wing, mainly because this little ghost was truly exceptional, and he himself had a bit of a tendency to be a teacher. Itachi seemed to meet all of his preferences. If I really became this kid's teacher, he muttered to himself, would I have to watch him walk down that irreversible path? The sound of the flowing river suddenly became jarring. Enji irritably raked his hair, making his already messy black hair even more disheveled. To accept or not to accept, it was even more headache-inducing than dealing with 10 Orochimaru. Itachi remained calm, but his dark eyes sparkled with a hint of childlike anticipation as he fixed his gaze on Enshi. The silence lasted for more than a minute. Finally, Enshi sighed, his tone a mix of helplessness and teasing. With your talent, it would be more than enough for you to be my disciple, but... He paused and shot Itachi a meaningful glance. Don't learn from certain people who, before fully mastering their skills, think about betraying their teachers and ancestors. There are plenty of examples in the ninja world where a disciple has turned against their master, especially in Konoha. Orochimaru against the third Hokage, Nagato against Jiraiya, and Obito against the fourth Hokage. If one day Itachi were to lose control and stab his own master out of rage, that would truly be a loss beyond recovery. Upon hearing this, Itachi's previously steady expression instantly broke, and he immediately bowed deeply, his voice unusually flustered. Mr. Enshi, I will respect you like I respect my father. And I will never— Wait. Your dad died a terrible death in the original story. However, despite the teasing, looking at this exceptionally gifted, yet overly serious child, Enshi slightly restrained his joking demeanor and became more serious. Itachi, do you wish to become my disciple? I do, master. Itachi almost immediately replied. All right, then it's settled. Enshi grinned, returning to his usual lazy yet slightly cheeky tone. I will teach you fire style, along with some lessons on how to be a good person. Of course, I'm quite busy, so if you have any questions, just come to my house and find me. The address is... After laying out the details, Enshi waved his hand. Let's go. I'll take you out to celebrate. After all, it was his first time officially taking on a disciple, so he had to make it special. Thus, he led his freshly minted little disciple through the streets of Konoha, casually buying some natto and 3-colored dumplings and other sweets along the way. Itachi held the warm dumplings, taking small bites, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. At that moment, he looked just like any ordinary child lost in the happiness of snacks. After wandering for more than half an hour, Enshi made an excuse to leave, reminding Itachi to balance work and rest. Shortly after, Enshi arrived at the Hokage's office, having noticed that the third Hokage had returned. Pushing the door open, he saw the third Hokage bent over his desk, reviewing documents, his Hokage cloak casually draped over a nearby chair, and his pipe resting in the corner of the desk, still emitting wisps of smoke. Clearly, this old Hokage, who had just returned to the village, had no time to catch his breath before diving back into work. Why are you wearing that mask? Were you injured? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Enshi ignored the question and got straight to the point. Hokage-sama, your beloved disciple nearly got me into trouble. Sarutobi paused slightly, raising his head. For the next 10 minutes, Enshi recounted how Orochimaru had plotted to lure him out of the village and his ulterior motives. When he reached the key points, he deliberately slowed his speech, ensuring that every detail was clearly heard by the third Hokage. As the narrative deepened, Sarutobi's expression grew darker, because the entire village knew that Orochimaru was his disciple. The air in the office seemed to solidify. After a long pause, Sarutobi exhaled a long puff of smoke and said solemnly, "Who else knows about this matter?" "Just me." Inchi shrugged. "You know me. I usually don't like to stir up trouble." The subtext of this statement was clear. If it were someone else, it would probably have already caused a ruckus throughout the village. Sarutobi looked at Inchi with a complex expression, a mix of gratitude and guilt. He clearly understood that this young man was giving him face. "I will handle this matter." Sarutobi's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Sorry for causing you trouble." "Not a problem. He's not my match anyway. It's just a pity he got away." After finishing, Inchi felt that saying such things in front of someone's master was inappropriate. So he awkwardly cleared his throat and found an excuse to leave. More than 10 minutes later, he returned to the Hokage's office, now wearing a cloak and a cat mask, hiding outside and starting to slack off. In the office, Sarutobi, with his hands behind his back, gazed out the window with his somewhat cloudy eyes, his mind continually flashing with images of Orochimaru. It seems that not choosing you as the fourth Hokage was the right decision. Inchi regarded the matter with Orochimaru as merely a small episode. He had no interest in finding out how the third would ultimately handle it. He continued to complete his Umbu duties and returned home on time every day, though his life had changed a bit since he took Itachi as a disciple. Since taking Itachi under his wing, his little home would occasionally receive visits. Itachi always appeared quietly, bringing questions from his ninjutsu training, respectfully seeking guidance. Inchi often found that with just a little hint, Itachi could immediately comprehend and even deduce deeper applications. At this rate, in a few years, he would have completely exhausted his master's foundation. But more than Itachi's talent in ninjutsu, Inchi cared about his intellectual growth. After each guidance session, he would deliberately set aside time to chat with his precocious disciple about mission experiences, the current state of the village, or seemingly casual philosophical topics. Since he had become a master, he was determined to firmly hit the brakes on this child's trajectory of fate. Such things as a white-haired person sending a black-haired person off must never happen to him. Aside from Itachi, Inchi had, in theory, made a true friend in the village. That person was Hyuga Hisashi. After all, he had saved him, so Inchi made a special visit with a gift. Since then, their relationship had grown closer, often meeting at night to drink at the tavern. Through Hisashi, Inchi also met Niji, who would eventually become one of the Konoha 12. Although Niji was currently just over a year old and still in the mud-playing stage. Once the two men became familiar, their conversations always revolve around strength, wealth, and women. Surprisingly, Hisashi was also one of the many readers of Paradise of Affection. Their interests coincidentally aligned on certain aspects. A few days later, Inchi was summoned to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he found not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also a white-haired young Umbu. Inchi instantly recognized him as Kakashi, who was now only about 15 or 16 years old. Kakashi was also examining the man, known as Enzai, before him. During the Night of the Nine Tails, young ninjas, including him, were all gathered in a safe area and did not participate in the battle. When he learned of his teacher Minato's sacrifice, he felt a deep sense of guilt. Later, he discovered that there had been a ninja who fought alongside his teacher until the end, managing to suppress the Nine Tails and minimize the village's damage. That ninja was this very man before him. It was said that this man possessed the power of a bloodline limit. Kakashi's gaze unconsciously lingered on Inchi, trying to see through the truth of this rumor. Inchi raised an eyebrow, pointing to his eye mask. "My eyes aren't blind. This is just for show." "Kakashi." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly, drawing both of their attention. He first looked at Inchi and said in a deep voice, "Danzo reported to me that you took a child from the Uchiha clan as your disciple." Inchi nodded in acknowledgement, secretly cursing in his heart. As expected, that old man Danzo has planted spies around me. However, he couldn't be bothered. After all, he had nothing to hide. If those monitoring him became too annoying, he could always find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Sarutobi looked at Inchi's nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but smile wryly. He stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "That child has excellent grades at the ninja school. He will surely not tarnish your reputation in the future." The relationship between the village and the Uchiha is currently very delicate. Perhaps your mentor-student relationship can play a role in easing tensions. You are right. That kid indeed has talent. Enji nodded in agreement, praising his disciple, which also brought glory to him as a master. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone became more serious as he changed the subject. I have a task to assign to you. He slowly rose, walked to the window with his hands behind his back, and gazed into the distance. Years ago, the first Hokage used wood release to subdue the Nine Tails, but since then, no one in Konoha has been able to use wood release. Before your lava release appeared, the only techniques that could counter tailed beasts were the Sharingan and wood release. For this reason, the village devoted immense resources to researching the revival of wood release. His voice grew heavier. Unfortunately, none of the ninjas involved in the experiment survived. Enji nodded thoughtfully, while Kakashi remained very calm, clearly having heard these things from the third Hokage before. This research was ultimately classified as a forbidden technique and sealed away. But in recent years, Sarutobi turned around, his brow furrowed. Lower-ranking ninjas, Chunin, and even Umbu members have been disappearing one after another. Even more frightening, there have been frequent cases of baby kidnappings in the surrounding villages, with over 60 confirmed missing persons. Hearing this, Enji already understood what Sarutobi was referring to. Previously, I specifically sent Kakashi to secretly investigate, and indeed, someone has been conducting experiments on Lord Hashirama's cells, and we have a rough candidate today. At this point, Sarutobi stopped speaking. Kakashi understood and turned to Enji to explain in a concealed underground base outside the village. I personally witnessed Lord Orochimaru entering and exiting. Earlier in another mission, I also discovered a wood release user codenamed AAT, the Root Organization's base. With this, the implication was clear. It was Orochimaru who was secretly conducting forbidden experiments. And he was secretly colluding with Danzo's Root Organization. Danzo's Root Organization has deep roots in the village and cannot be easily shaken. However, such inhumane human experiments cannot be allowed to continue. Lord Third, do you want me to? Sarutobi took a deep breath from his pipe and slowly exhaled a puff of blue smoke. Just let me save some face, old man. His voice was weary. Very few people know about this matter. Let Kakashi lead the way. If we can capture him alive, that would be best. If not, he paused, execute him on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, the third Hokage seemed to age 10 years in an instant, his hunched figure appearing particularly desolate in the smoke. Chapter 18. A scene shifted, and two figures swiftly darted across the rooftops of Konoha. Enji, draped in an Umbu cloak, wore a cat-faced mask. Kakashi, dressed in standard Umbu attire, led the way. Just after leaving the village, Kakashi suddenly stopped on a branch and turned to ask, should we formulate a strategy first? After all, we're dealing with one of the legendary three. Enji lazily landed on a nearby branch and waved his hand casually. The third Hokage made it very clear. You just need to lead the way. Leave Orochimaru to me. Perfect. He still had a score to settle with that sinister guy. Kakashi was taken aback. He had thought the third Hokage might have misspoken. After all, they were facing the infamous Orochimaru, who was cunning and treacherous. How could he possibly submit willingly? Logically, at least two people would need to work closely together to have a chance of success. But this suddenly emerging guy was so arrogant, thinking he just needed to lead the way. Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly beneath his silver hair. This was the first time in his life that he had been looked down upon. A surge of unnamed anger rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but coldly say, I don't know how those rumors compare you to Sensei Minato. But one thing I know for sure is that no one can surpass Sensei Minato. Oh, so we're arguing now. Enji was somewhat speechless, but at this time, Kakashi indeed had some issues with his personality. He felt guilty over the deaths of his two companions, and now with his own teacher gone, he seemed rather pitiful. Enji didn't want to argue with a kid and replied indifferently. Then you handle the fighting later, and the credit will be yours. That's not what I meant. I meant to say that Orochimaru is not a normal human. Underestimating him will definitely lead to great losses. I understand. After a verbal spar, the two continued forward. Along the way, Enji's mind flashed with Sarutobi's aged face. No wonder he would send himself to clean up the mess. After all, Konoha had been suffering the consequences of the Third Shinobi World War, with excellent ninjas falling one after another, and even the young fourth Hokage. The other two disciples, Tsunade and Jiraiya, were also unwilling to return to the village for various reasons. There really weren't many in the entire village who could match up to Orochimaru. If it weren't for him, it would probably be like in the original story, where the third Hokage would have to lead the charge himself, and he would inevitably go soft-hearted. So, he was indeed the most suitable candidate. Not only could he counter Orochimaru's snake techniques, but he also had a personal grudge against him, and with this open opportunity for revenge, he certainly wouldn't hold back. Was this a form of compensation? Giving himself a chance to take revenge on his enemy, while also avoiding potential estrangement with the village? The third Hokage truly deserved to be the Hokage with the longest tenure. He considered all aspects very thoroughly. Soon, as their surroundings changed, the two arrived at a hidden area, surrounded by overgrown weeds and obscure by trees, making it indeed suitable for shady dealings. Kakashi, who had been an Umbu member since the fourth Hokage's tenure, expertly signaled Enji to be quiet and then used a special tool to open the iron door leading underground. Follow my lead. There may be traps in Orochimaru's base, so don't alert the enemy. As Kakashi advised, he pushed his forehead protector up, revealing his crimson Sharingan. You come. Enji cooperated well, obediently following behind Kakashi, each step precisely echoing the path Kakashi took. Although he was older than Kakashi, such professional matters still required professionals to handle them. If he had been alone, he might have chosen to fill the entire underground base with lava. Under Kakashi's cautious guidance, they cleverly avoided one hidden trap after another, steadily advancing deeper into the base. Finally, they arrived at a small door that emitted a dim light. Beyond the door was a spacious area, shrouded in an eerie glow from the green torches that enveloped the laboratory. In the center, there was a blood-stained operating table with a mutilated corpse lying on it. Under the surgical light, Orochimaru was intently dissecting a test subject, his fingertips smeared with dark red blood as he precisely peeled away each nerve. What a fascinating structure, he murmured, his long tongue unconsciously licking his lips. Bloodied gloves were carelessly discarded beside him, piled together with several previous pairs that had dried out. At this moment, Orochimaru casually glanced toward the door. Looks like a little mouse has intruded. Just as his words fell, the door was effortlessly sliced open by a ninja blade, and Kakashi darted in, lowering his body as he fixed his gaze firmly on one of the legendary three. Lord Orochimaru, Kakashi's voice was taut like a bowstring. By the order of the third Hokage, please cease your experiments immediately and return with us to the village for investigation. Orochimaru remained indifferent, gazing at Kakashi with great interest. He certainly recognized this young man, who was a descendant of his former student, and remarked, "In the end, you have revealed yourself. I originally thought the third Hokage would come, but unexpectedly, it's you. Perhaps you underestimate me a bit too much." Kakashi instinctively glanced sideways, only to realize that Enchi hadn't followed. He was lazily leaning against the doorframe, appearing unconcerned. "That bastard. It seems your companion is much more sensible than you." Orochimaru let out a contemptuous sneer, his pale fingers gently stroking the scalpel. "If you don't want to meet your teacher so soon, I advise you not to act rashly. You're still too inexperienced." Kakashi knew that the other party would never yield easily. Whether it was out of anger or determination, he charged forward without a word. The kunai in his hand crackled with piercing lightning, aimed directly at Orochimaru's throat. However, Orochimaru merely sidestepped lightly, a playful smile appearing on his pale face. With just a small scalpel, he accurately intercepted Kakashi's thunderous strike. A crisp sound rang out, sparks flying. "You're too impatient." Orochimaru retreated effortlessly, the scalpel dancing between his fingers, each casual block forcing Kakashi to change his tactics. That composed posture was like teasing a little kitten that was clawing and biting. Kakashi's breath became increasingly rapid, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning, yet he couldn't catch even the slightest flaw in his opponent. Orochimaru even had the leisure to comment, "When facing a predator, can't you maintain your composure?" If Minato saw his disciple perform like this, he would surely be disappointed. Chapter 19. Orochimaru's frustration. Enchi was also paying close attention to this unequal battle. In fact, Kakashi had great talent, As a young ninja who had gained fame early, he had already performed quite well. But unfortunately, his opponent was Orochimaru. His offensive seemed fierce, yet deep down, he was already feeling timid. As he didn't truly regard Orochimaru as someone he could easily defeat. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Kakashi began to breathe erratically, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In contrast, Orochimaru remained calm and collected, evading with ease, not even allowing Kakashi to touch the hem of his clothing. "If you need help, just say the word," Enchi said, deliberately elongating his tone with a hint of mockery. Kakashi suddenly jumped back to create distance, fury burning in his Sharingan. "Did the third Hokage send you here to watch the show?" Orochimaru's previously playful expression suddenly froze. That voice made him slowly turn his head, his golden snake-like pupils narrowing slightly. "That voice is..." Enchi crossed his arms, leisurely walking into the laboratory. His demeanor relaxed, as if he was merely executing an ordinary task. After all, this was their second encounter. He already knew how much strength the other party possessed. At this moment, he even exuded a hint of laziness. Kakashi hurriedly adjusted his breathing and quickly said, "Next, we'll flank him from the left and right." "You step back, Kakashi." Enchi interrupted his tactical deployment, his voice calm, yet undeniable. "The upcoming battle is not something for a child to participate in." Slowly removing the cat mask from his face, the moment he did so, Orochimaru's aura suddenly transformed drastically. The composure he had when teasing Kakashi vanished, replaced by a suffocating, killing intent. The temperature in the laboratory seemed to drop to freezing point. Even the air felt stagnant. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat instantly soaking through his umbu uniform. He unconsciously took several steps back, his throat swallowing hard. Is this the true strength of the legendary Sannin? Two equally fierce, killing intents collided violently in the cramped laboratory, shattering the surrounding glassware and causing the culture liquid mixed with reagents to flow freely across the floor. In Kakashi's eyes, it seemed as if a massive poisonous snake was greedily flicking its tongue behind Orochimaru. Behind Enchi, however, stood a giant volcano ready to erupt. This was the clash of momentum between strong individuals, capable of creating illusions. Orochimaru's lips twisted into a strange arc. It seems that old man is determined to clean house this time. Enchi smiled slightly. After all, the third Hokage is getting old. It would be too cruel for him to execute his beloved disciple himself. So let me take care of this dirty work. Can you do it? Let's give it a try. In the standoff, Orochimaru's mind raced with strategies. Within the entirety of Konoha Corps, even when facing the Sharingan, he had ways to maneuver. But against this man, he felt utterly helpless. No snake-type ninjutsu would work, although he had managed to make the other party suffer a bit with Jinjutsu last time. The same trick would be hard to pull off a second time, especially against ninjas of their caliber. This person seemed like his natural enemy. Then in a flash, Orochimaru's body suddenly coiled to the ground like a snake, sliding towards the door with astonishing speed. He chose to escape. Try to run. Enchi's killing intent surged, his right arm instantly turning to lava, crashing down towards the ground with terrifying heat. A loud boom echoed, the ground cracked, and scorching magma erupted from the fissures. However, Orochimaru was already prepared, his body twisted and contorted with an unnatural flexibility, slipping through the gaps in the magma and disappearing into the dark end of the passage in the blink of an eye. Kakashi stood frozen in place, his silver hair blown up by the heat wave, his eyes wide open. The air in the entire laboratory was so hot it made one's scalp tingle. Is this the legendary bloodline elimination? Enchi's voice suddenly jolted him awake. Your mission ends here. With that, his figure transformed into a massive, seemingly living mass of lava. Tell the third Hokage that I'll return after I take down Orochimaru. Before Kakashi could respond, the crimson lava surged into the passage like a living creature, melting even the rocks into red liquid wherever it passed. The hot wind rushed towards him, forcing him to raise his arm to shield himself. With a bang, Kakashi fell to the ground, the back of his umbu uniform already soaked with cold sweat, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. No wonder he was called a calamity of flames. He looked at his trembling palm and realized, just as Orochimaru had said, that he was still. From deep within the passage came a series of rumbling sounds, shaking the entire underground facility. Kakashi smiled bitterly and shook his head, finally admitting a harsh truth. In this confrontation, he wasn't even qualified to be a bystander. The scene shifted to the vast and expansive forest, where the two were in a chase. Orochimaru's lower body had completely transformed into a snake form, his long tail skillfully moving through the treetops, each leap propelling him forward by dozens of meters. Behind him was a mass of boiling lava, nearly the size of a house, pursuing him relentlessly like a living creature. Wherever it passed, ancient trees were instantly carbonized, grasslands turned to scorched earth, and occasionally, one could see the intense heat melting the soil into a crystalline glass-like state, reflecting eerie glimmers in the sunlight. Orochimaru hurriedly looked back. The scorching heat behind him instinctively made him tremble, memories of that devastating defeat clinging to him like a festering sore. "Orochimaru, you better not run. Face me head-on." Enchi's frantic voice echoed through the lava flow. At this moment, Enchi was filled with anxiety. Although his speed had increased dramatically after elementalization, his chakra was depleting at an alarming rate. In just a few minutes of chasing, he had consumed over half of his chakra reserves. That damned stinky snake. Orochimaru's escape route was erratic and unpredictable, sometimes burrowing underground, sometimes doubling back, even deliberately leading him to crash into rock walls. Enchi grit his teeth, thinking that he might as well just finish him off here, regardless of the original storyline, to prevent that sly guy from targeting his disciple in the future. However, Orochimaru paid no heed to this provocation and maintained his precise escape rhythm. He sneered inwardly. If it were an ordinary ninja, he had plenty of ways to make them wish for death. But this monster behind him not only had terrifying attack power, but even physical attacks were ineffective against it. This was simply Orochimaru's long tongue irritably swept across the corner of his mouth, and a rare sense of frustration flashed through his snake-like eyes. Chapter 20. Chase in the end. Orochimaru's escape techniques proved superior. The distance between the two continued to widen, and soon, it seemed that his figure would completely disappear from sight. In Izuka, Red Lotus, Yancey could no longer hold back. His body erupted with molten lava. He did not hesitate to drain the little chakra he had left, and suddenly a dog head the size of a house shot out of the lava torrent. The dog head, made of magma, bared its fangs and shot through the air at an astonishing speed. Boom! The searing dog head slammed down on the area where Orochimaru had last appeared, instantly turning the surrounding forest into a sea of fire. The ground melted into a massive charred pit, and the boiling heat ignited all the leaves in the vicinity. When Yancey arrived, he saw Orochimaru struggling to roll out of the sea of flames, and not long after, he managed to break free. With a cold, venomous glare from his golden slit pupils, he shot a fierce look at Yancey before continuing to flee deeper into the forest. Damn it! Just as Yancey was about to give chase, he felt his chakra had run dry. Just when he had to give up, a violent and evil chakra suddenly erupted from his dantian, rapidly filling his exhausted veins like lava. Is this the Nine-Tails chakra? Yancey's nerves tightened instantly, thinking the Nine-Tails would seize the opportunity to take control again. But unexpectedly, this chakra was exceptionally docile, purely replenishing his energy with no intention of eroding him. In front of the sealing cage of the spiritual world, Yancey frowned and looked up at the iron bars. What does this mean? The Nine-Tails lay lazily on the ground, not even bothering to lift its eyelids, simply snorting from its nose. Don't get the wrong idea, kid. I just dislike snakes more than I dislike you. It flicked its tail and added, the last favor is settled. Yancey stared at it for a while, said nothing, and directly exited the spiritual world. The relationship between the man and the beast seemed to have eased considerably. In the real world, with the Nine-Tails chakra boosting him, Yancey felt like he had been given a power bank, finally alleviating his previous lack of firepower. Once again, hot lava erupted around him, surging toward the direction where Orochimaru had fled, at a speed 3 times faster than before. At this moment, Orochimaru was immersed in the fantasy of imminent victory. His sinister mind had already begun to plan how to retaliate against Konoha, what forbidden techniques to use to obtain Yen-C's bloodline elimination, and how to transform this long-desired perfect body. However, this fantasy had not lasted long before the scorching wave of heat approaching from behind pulled him back to reality. How is this possible? Orochimaru hurriedly looked back, his snake-like pupils instantly shrinking to pinprick size. The overwhelming torrent of lava swept in, making him feel the tremors of death that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Hiss! He let out a shriek that didn't sound human, and snake-like patterns suddenly appeared beneath his pale skin. His escape speed surged again, and he almost turned into a white afterimage, frantically dashing toward the border of the Land of Fire. As long as he crossed the border, Orochimaru's long tongue trembled with rapid breathing. As a member of Konoha Zanbu, he dared not make a fuss in the territories of other great nations. The chase between the two continued from day to night and then back to day again. By now, they had crossed the border and entered the territory outside the Land of Fire. As Orochimaru had expected, in other countries, Yen-C was not maintaining his lava form, but in his normal state. Of course, his speed had decreased, but thanks to the Nine Tails' unprecedented assistance, he didn't need to worry about endurance. Occasionally, the Nine Tails would impatiently help him sense Orochimaru's location, allowing him to continue the pursuit. Yen-C-kun, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Does the third Hokage know that you have left the country? Orochimaru's hoarse voice floated in the midst of his escape, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Cut the crap. Yen-C raised his hand and sent a lava punch flying, the scorching magma incinerating all the trees along the way. Who told you to provoke me in the first place? Orochimaru dodged the attack with a snake-like movement, no longer saying much. His current state was not much better. Although his chakra reserves far exceeded those of ordinary people, a day and night of escape, combined with high mental tension, had begun to slow him down. The distance between the two remained at a dangerous equilibrium, neither able to completely shake off the other. The renowned Sannin could never have imagined that one day he would be chased out of the Land of Fire. Although it was humiliating, the current situation indeed did not suit continued combat, as the existence of the opponent had already surpassed the realm of normal ninjas. The two continued their chase for several hours, and before they knew it, they had delved deep into foreign territory, with the surrounding scenery becoming increasingly unfamiliar, making it difficult for even Yen-C to discern their specific location. Orochimaru's expression darkened ominously. In the midst of his high-speed escape, he suddenly bit his thumb and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a massive cloud of white smoke shot into the sky. Within the smoke, a giant snake monster, purple and black all over, rose from the ground, its upright upper body alone blocking half the sky. Hiss, Orochimaru! You dare to summon me in a place like this? The giant snake, Manda, with golden slit pupils, narrowed its eyes dangerously, its tongue flicking out, almost touching Orochimaru's face. Without looking back, Orochimaru continued to flee, leaving behind a cold remark. Stop that guy behind us, and I'll give you 100 living sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Manda abruptly turned its head and saw an unremarkable Konoha ninja rapidly approaching. It grinned widely, revealing its gaping mouth. Interesting, so you ultimately betrayed me. But I didn't expect to be made to look so foolish by such a young brat. Well then, this deal is on. Manda naturally would not hear Orochimaru's thoughts. It coiled its massive body, its purple-black scales glimmering coldly in the sunlight. As Yen-C's figure drew near, it suddenly launched itself forward, its gaping maw opening to a terrifying width of over 10 meters. Facing this terrifying assault, Yen-C merely frowned slightly. Not only did he not avoid it, but he also accelerated toward the open maw. At the moment Manda was about to close its fangs, his figure had completely vanished into its throat. Manda let out a triumphant hiss, about to release the summoning and return to the dragon cave, when suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Manda's head suddenly swelled grotesquely, hot red light seeping through its purple-black scales. In the next second, with a deafening bang, a molten giant fist burst through its head. I don't have time to waste with you. With that, he continued to chase after Orochimaru's fleeing direction without looking back. Behind him, Manda's massive body gradually carbonized under the erosion of the lava, ultimately collapsing into a huge pile of charred remains with a loud crash. Chapter 21. The Konoha color demon of Tangyin village, Orochimaru, suddenly faltered in his rush, a strange expression appearing on his pale face. His contract connection with Manda had been severed. He couldn't even withstand a single attack. As this thought arose, he immediately sneered. Upon reflection, this outcome was reasonable. That arrogant, stupid snake probably opened its mouth to swallow anything it saw, not realizing that the opponent was actually a mass of humanoid lava. Having been penetrated from the inside, even a god couldn't save it. It met its end without injustice. But fortunately, it bought him a little time. They were originally in a strange balance, but now, at the cost of a spirit beast, the balance has been broken, and the scales of victory naturally tipped towards Orochimaru. This time, Orochimaru truly did not guess wrong. As he continuously changed direction, his figure became smaller and smaller in Yenji's sight until it disappeared completely. After hovering in this area for a while, Yenji finally confirmed that he had indeed lost track of Orochimaru. Damn! Yenji, in frustration, punched the ground, causing the entire surface to crack with red lines. The nine tails inside him timely mocked. Ha! Even my perception can't catch him. You're not even a tracking type ninja. It's over. The flow of chakra began to weaken gradually, wasting so much of my energy. Yenji irritably rubbed his temples. Forget it. I'll take his life next time we meet. After a pause, he added, thanks for this time. Stop being so sentimental. The nine tails roared, causing his eardrums to ache. I just don't want to owe you any favors. Don't misunderstand. Got it, Yenji said, digging in his ears, too lazy to argue with the nine tails. Yenji stopped and looked around at the unfamiliar scenery. The overlapping mountains and winding paths left him completely lost, making it hard to even discern the general direction of Konoha. Rubbing his temples, he decided to find the nearest village to rest for a while. This is really tough. Although the nine tails chakra replenished his physical strength, the continuous pursuit had left him mentally exhausted, and he just wanted to find a place to sleep soundly before considering returning to the village. Thinking about how the higher-ups in Konoha were probably anxious because the nine tails Jinchuriki had left, he couldn't help but snort softly. Let them worry. After all, the third Hokage would cover for him in the end. Randomly choosing a direction, Yenji continued on. Fortunately, before dusk fell, he finally spotted a village with curling smoke rising from chimneys. When he saw the words Yuin Village on the stone tablet at the entrance, he raised an eyebrow, surprised that his pursuit had brought him deep into the land of hot water. As a small country nestled between the land of fire and the land of iron, the land of hot water is famous for its hot springs and tourism industry. Although its military strength is weak, its prosperous economy and pleasant climate make it a haven for ninjas from various countries to rest. And Yuin Village, right in front of him, is the most prosperous center of this war-forgetting village. Yenji looked at the rising steam from the village's hot springs, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. The village's customs of being open to outsiders suited him perfectly. He could recuperate without worrying about exposing his identity. He set fire to the umbu cloak on his body, burning it completely, then put away his forehead protector into his pocket and boldly stepped into Yuin Village. This was Yenji's first time strolling openly in someone else's hidden village. Perhaps Yuin Village truly had no conflicts with the world, as he could see many tourists, some even openly wearing forehead protectors. Compared to the grand scale of Konoha, this village was indeed pitifully small, probably not even as large as Konoha's commercial district. However, it was currently dusk, and the hot spring street was bustling with activity. The main road crowded with people, the sounds of vendors calling out, freshly steamed hot spring buns, special sulfur eggs, cures all ailments. Yenji was pushed forward by the crowd, various aromas swirling around his nose, the charred smell of grilled fish, the rich scent of sake, and the unique sulfur smell of the hot springs. Occasionally, he could see drunken tourists or travelers wrapped in yukatas, their cheeks flushed from the steam of the hot springs. This place truly felt like a paradise isolated from a ninja world. Yenji's mood lifted as he casually found a restaurant to address his hunger. then decided that he must enjoy a comfortable hot spring bath and have a good sleep. This was the ideal life, in such a pleasant environment. Even the frustration of failing to chase down Orochimaru was significantly lessened. At this moment, he overheard two female tourists at the next table gossiping. "Have you heard? That pervert from Konoha has appeared again. That guy's back. Which shop is suffering this time? Not sure. But I heard all the hot spring inns have strengthened their guards, vowing to catch that pervert and send him back to Konoha. That's disgusting." The absurd nickname Konoha pervert nearly made Yenji choke. He listened intently, quickly running through a few possible candidates in his mind, finally landing on the image of a white-haired old man. Jiraiya? Indeed, given that lecherous sage's nature, it would make perfect sense for him to come to a hot spring haven for material. But then he thought, the fourth Hokage had just died not long ago. Given Jiraiya's feelings for his students, he shouldn't be so eager to resume gathering materials so soon. Could it be someone else? It seemed he didn't recall anyone fitting that description in his memory. Moreover, judging by the content of their conversation, the person had been coming here quite frequently. Who would have such refined tastes? After muttering a few words, Yenji didn't take the matter to heart. After all, there were so many ninjas in the village. It could just be some minor characters who had never shown up before. After settling the bill, Yenji stretched and strolled along the hot spring street, slipping into a relatively simply decorated hot spring inn. Such opportunities were rare. Although Konoha also had hot spring inns, they were not comparable to natural hot springs. "Welcome." The innkeeper's warm voice greeted him. "Are you looking to stay or just use the hot springs?" "A room with hot springs. Please prepare a single room for me." Yenji replied with a smile. The innkeeper nodded, but suddenly frowned, her mouth twitching a few times. "You're not a ninja from Konoha, are you?" Yenji was taken aback, instinctively touching his forehead. Hadn't he already taken off his forehead protector before entering the village? How could she tell? Seeing Yenji's reaction, the innkeeper sighed heavily. "Konoha ninjas have to pay an extra 30. Yenji gasped, quickly saying, "You must be mistaken. I may be a ninja from Konoha, but I'm definitely not the Konoha pervert." "I know." The innkeeper narrowed her eyes, then leaned in to sniff. "But you both have the same lecherous aura." Yenji was instantly petrified. Chapter 22. Hyuga Shabu Shabu. Yenji's one exposed eye widened in disbelief, quickly flailing his arms in protest. "What nonsense are you talking?" "Oh no, wait. What nonsense are you saying? I'm not that Konoha pervert." However, the innkeeper wouldn't believe him no matter what, and in the end, she still forcibly charged him the 30 secrecy fee. While arranging the room, Yenji held his breath and asked, "You seem to know a lot about that Konoha pervert. Do you know where he is?" The innkeeper hesitated for a moment before saying, "Of course I know. He is staying here, probably peeping in the public bath right now. Since he gives me double the service fee, only I dare to take him in. After all, you're all Konoha ninjas. I'm sure you'll keep his secret." He probably. After the innkeeper left, Yenji quickly washed his face in the room, changed into the yukata provided by the inn, and stiffly walked toward the public bath. He wanted to see which bastard had caused him to pay an extra 30 for no reason. The hot spring inn's bathing area was divided into male and female sides. Just as Yenji reached the entrance, a loud slap suddenly echoed from the right side of the female bath, followed by an angry female scream. "Pervert. Godi. Oh dear, misunderstanding. I just walked into the wrong door, but miss, your figure is indeed. Stop lying. You clearly used a transformation technique. Konoha's pervert." Another crisp slap rang out. Yenji was initially amused by the commotion, but suddenly found that the oily voice sounded strangely familiar. Before he could figure it out, the curtain of the female bath was suddenly yanked open. A man with a flushed face, marked by 7 or 8 distinct handprints, staggered out. He showed no signs of shame. Instead, he wore a look of intoxicated reminiscence. Amazing. The moment their eyes met, the air suddenly froze. His voice trembled, goosebumps erupting all over him like bamboo shoots after the rain. The man also froze, the handprints on his face appearing even redder. "It really is you. And no, I'm just a passing hot spring spirit." This man, who cast a shadow over all female visitors in Tangyin Village, suddenly straightened his back and attempted to escape without looking back, even using the starting stance of body flicker technique. Yenji wouldn't let him go. directly grabbing his wrist and performing a capture, his tone changing. "Hinata, so it was you tarnishing the name of the Konoha ninjas?" Indeed, this Konoha rogue was none other than the prominent figure of the Hyuga clan, Lord Hinata. However, at this moment, Hinata's face was red with embarrassment, and he took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on, then turned his head away from Yinji, explaining, "You've mistaken me for someone else. I am a distant relative of the Hyuga family, Hinata Yashikatsu." Yinji's head was filled with black lines. "Can you at least put some thought into your name?" With a forceful grip, "Ow." Hinata let out a tragic scream. "Be gentle. I still need this old body to perform the heavenly return." Hinata finally surrendered, revealing an unpleasant smile. "Yinji-kun, let me explain. This is a misunderstanding. I'm going to tie you up and parade you through Konoha. That is too cruel." After a bit of a struggle, Yinji forcibly brought Hinata back to his room. Inside the room, Hinata was kneeling on the floor, performing a full prostration, burying his face almost completely in the ground. "I was on a confidential mission. This is a beauty scheme approved by the third Hokage. Do you think I would believe that? Probably not. Then shall we go? Is it too late for me to defect now?" Yinji sat in a chair, propping his chin up, looking speechless at his first friend in life. At this moment, his worldview was undergoing unprecedented shock. He always thought Hinata was a rather serious person. Even in front of his 1-year-old son, he maintained a stern demeanor. At most, he would secretly share his thoughts on Paradise of Affection while drinking with Yinji. Who would have thought he would encounter such an exaggerated and even terrifying scene here? The contrast was too great. "I've chosen my friends poorly. Hinata looked at Yinji, who had a crumbling expression, and decided to give up pretending. He lazily flopped onto the tatami mat, casually grabbing a cushion to support his head. "Since you've caught me, I won't pretend anymore." He crossed his legs and confidently said, "Adult ninjas need a way to relieve stress, right? The temper of the girls in Konoha is notoriously explosive. If I get reported to the Hokage, will my status as the second in command of the Hyuga branch be gone?" Yinji's eyelids twitched violently. "So you specifically commit crimes across countries?" Hey, I strictly adhere to the vacation system." Hinata pulled out a gold-embossed book titled Ninja Vacation Management Regulations and said, "See? Chapter 3, Article 5. Jonin are entitled to 15 days of paid leave each year. Are your 360-degree Byakugan just for show? You had to personally sneak in?" Yinji was about to go crazy. "You don't understand. There's a huge difference between seeing with your ability and seeing with your own eyes," Hinata earnestly explained, completely letting loose in front of Yinji. "The first time you saved me, I was also just returning from peeping, right? I think I should tell the Hokage." "Wait." Hinata suddenly lunged forward like a tiger. "I'll treat you to the top private hot spring, plus a full pufferfish feast. And this time, all expenses will be on me." Yinji hesitated for a moment, then nodded and gave him a thumbs up. "You really are an excellent ninja. Deal." After reaching a consensus, their conversation flowed more freely, and Hinata was very curious about why Yinji was there. However, Yinji did not disclose anything, as this matter couldn't be made public. He could only brush it off. Hinata also wisely refrained from asking further, knowing that Yinji was part of the Hokage's direct umbu. Next, the two went back to the public bathhouse, found a corner by the hot spring, and comfortably began soaking. After a while, Hinata's thoughts became active again. He nudged Yinji with his shoulder and whispered mysteriously, "I know a very hidden spot that absolutely won't be discovered." Yinji stiffened, slowly turned his head, and looked at Hinata with a disdainful expression. They stared at each other for a full 10 seconds. Finally, Yinji's gaze drifted elsewhere. "Is it really that hidden?" Chapter 23. Encountering Tsunade that night, the two returned from the public bathhouse quite late. Hinata looked very satisfied, while Yinji appeared serious, though the flush on his face had not completely faded. "How was it? Wasn't it impressive? Such scenery is rare, and ordinary people would never think of that spot." "Shut up. What? You clearly benefited and are still pretending. I beg you, stop talking." Just at this awkward moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from around the corner. "Oh, isn't this?" Yinji stiffened all over as he saw the innkeeper's wife standing nearby with a basket of towels. She pushed up her slipping glasses, her gaze scanning back and forth between the two, and finally sighed meaningfully. I knew my instincts were never wrong in this lifetime. She shook her head and walked away, leaving behind her last words, such an aura of kindred spirits. Yinji turned to stone in place. Meanwhile, Hinata was laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Ha! She said we're kindred spirits. You bastard. After that, the two returned to their rooms to rest. It wasn't until noon the next day that Yinji slowly opened his eyes and let out a comfortable sigh, realizing he had indeed had a good sleep. He didn't let Hinata off easily and quickly went to his room to drag him out. The two went together to a well-known restaurant and ordered a ton of delicious food. Although they spent quite a bit of money. For a big family like the Hyuga clan, it was just a drop in the bucket, and Hinata didn't mind at all. The two completely set aside their ninja identities and strolled around Tangin village, experiencing the local customs and culture. Hinata's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, were mostly focused on various girls, and he was adept at observing without looking away. Yinji ignored him completely. He and Hinata were entirely different, only occasionally offering critical observations. It is said that when men open their hearts to each other, their relationship skyrockets, and the same was true for the two. At this moment, they didn't seem like they had just met. Instead, they felt like old friends who had known each other for over a decade. After yet another lavish meal, Hinata bid farewell to Yinji in the evening, saying he had other tasks to attend to, and that this trip to Tangin village was just a sidetrack. They agreed to meet up again once they returned to the village. Seeing that it was getting late, Yinji returned to the hot spring inn, planning to stay one more night before returning to KONOHA the next morning. Lying on the tatami mat, Yinji tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After Hinata opened the door to a new world for him, he found himself unable to fall asleep at this hour. The place seemed really quite hidden. After muttering to himself, suddenly, Yinji slapped himself. That was close. I almost got led astray by that bastard. Control yourself. That kind of thing can only happen once. And I can't think about it again. Sigh. I've chosen my friends poorly. I need to go out and get some fresh air. Yinji changed his clothes and slowly strolled out of his room. Just as he was crossing the hallway and preparing to push open the inn's door, bang. The door was suddenly slammed open from the outside, and a swaying golden figure, reeking of alcohol, fell straight into his arms. Wait. Yinji was caught off guard. Feeling a soft body mixed with the scent of sake crash heavily into his embrace. He instinctively reached out to catch her, only to be thrown backward by the force. Bang! The back of his head hit the steps hard, making him see stars, and all he could see was a mess of golden hair brushing against his face, tickling him and making him want to sneeze. This woman is so heavy. Tsunade-sama, are you okay? A panic shout came from the doorway. A beautiful woman with black hair rushed in, but froze when she saw Yinji. Unchle-sama? She covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. Yinji, lying on the ground with a drunken blonde beauty in his arms, looked up in confusion. Huh? Am I that old? Wait, what did she just call me? Tsunade-sama? The drunkard in his arms couldn't possibly be. He mechanically looked down and right into a stunningly beautiful face, hazy with intoxication. Those amber eyes were half closed, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light, and her red lips were slightly parted from the alcohol. With such looks, who else could it be but Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas? However, Tsunade clearly had too much to drink, squinting around in a daze, completely oblivious to the fact that she was lying in the arms of a stranger. After letting out a tipsy burp, she slowly turned her gaze to Yinji's face. Yinji felt a chill run down his spine under Tsunade's stare, forcing a smile as he said, "Hello, Tsunade-sama. Just to clarify, I'm not a pervert. You fell into my arms, and my hands are not in any inappropriate places." Given Tsunade's explosive temper, if she hit him solidly, he might as well prepare for a second life. In a daze, the scene before Tsunade gradually became clearer, and she slowly recognized his face. Then, she opened her mouth, a look of disbelief flashing across her face, her nose twitching a few times before she pulled Yinji's head into her embrace. "Don't leave again this time." "Wait, ISNT this development a bit off. Yancy felt his face pressed against something extraordinary, momentarily dazed. And the thought of wanting to stay there forever crossed his mind. Even if he got punched a couple of times afterward, it wouldn't be a big deal. Quiet in the corner finally snapped back to reality. And seeing this scene, she jumped in a panic. Tsunade-sama, this ISNT Lord Cat. Let go of him. But Tsunade tightened her hold, and Yancy could even feel her slightly trembling arms. This time, I will definitely develop a healing ninjutsu that can save you. Her voice was as soft as a dream. Don't leave me alone again. Yancy was stunned by these words. Could it be that he looked a lot like Tsunade's old lover, Cat? What kind of plot twist was this? However, before he could think much, he struggled a few times and escaped from Tsunade's embrace, his face flushed. There was no other reason. He was just about to suffocate. When he turned back to look at Tsunade, she was already lying on the ground, unconscious, with a hint of glimmer in the corner of her eyes. Chapter 24. A resemblance in Yin-C's room. Tsunade had been settled on the tatami by Shizen, who carefully covered her with a blanket and thoughtfully placed a pillow under her head. Thank you so much. Shizen came to Yin-C, bowing apologetically. I didn't expect to meet a ninja from the same village here. Since there were no other empty rooms at the inn, I had to trouble you temporarily. Yin-C leaned against the window. I didn't expect to meet the legendary Sannin here. He glanced at the sleeping Tsunade. Are you on vacation? Shizen shook her head with a wry smile. I'm embarrassed to say we're hiding from debts. Tsunade-sama always loses when she gambles, then keeps borrowing and keeps losing. I understand. The two sat facing each other on the tatami, and after hesitating for a moment, Yin-C finally asked the question that had been on his mind. It seemed like you both mistook me for someone else. Do I really look a lot like that cat? Shizen's expression suddenly dimmed. Cat Dan is my uncle, and he was also Tsunade-sama's. Her voice grew quieter until she only deeply looked at Yin-C. You do resemble him somewhat, especially in the eyes and voice, but she gestured. My uncle's hair is light blue and longer, and he never behaves so casually like you did in Tsunade-sama's arms. Yin-C knew what Shizen was referring to and smiled awkwardly, but he didn't explain anything. After all, any normal man wouldn't refuse such benefits. Shizen didn't continue on that topic, but instead shifted the conversation back to him. By the way, I haven't asked your name. Hokage Yin-C from Konoha. Oh right, I'm a Jonin. Yin-C smiled. I just completed a mission and am resting here for a couple of days. Hokage Yin-C. Shizen suddenly widened her eyes, her voice involuntarily rising an octave. You're that flame disaster? The hero who fought alongside the fourth Hokage against the Nine Tails? Yin-C was taken aback by this sudden reaction. It's not that exaggerated. How can it not be exaggerated? Shizen excitedly gestured with her hands. Now the entire ninja world is talking about your deeds. Even kids in the land of lightning know that Konoha has a bloodline ninja who can control magma. She lowered her voice. Some even say you might be the next Hokage. Yin-C immediately felt countless black lines drop from his head. Goodness, the village is treating him like a publicity tool. He quickly understood the higher-ups' intentions, using the hero's halo to dilute the shadow and political impact brought by the fourth Hokage sacrifice. This was also a means to deter foreign enemies, subtly telling everyone that although the Yellow Flash was gone, the village still had formidable ninjas. Indeed, the current Konoha had too few existences to deter foreign threats. Two of the Sannin refused to return to the village. One had just defected, and the legendary fourth Hokage had unfortunately perished. Ninjas like Kakashi couldn't shoulder the burden, leaving only the old third Hokage to support the large village. If he hadn't stepped onto the stage in time, the surrounding great nations might have been more restless. The next day, morning light spilled through the window into the room. Tsunade rubbed her temples and slowly opened her eyes. The familiar feeling of a hangover surged over her, a sensation she had grown accustomed to experiencing every few days. Another hot spring in, she mumbled as she propped herself up, slightly regretting that she hadn't tea-soaked yesterday. Her gaze casually swept across the room, but froze when she caught sight of a figure in the corner. Shizen was curled up on the tatami, peacefully asleep, which was nothing unusual. But what made her pupils constrict was the sight of a strange man lying not far from Shizen. There was only a low table between them, covered with empty sake bottles and a few plates with remnants of food. Tsunade's expression immediately changed. She rushed forward, first carefully checking Shizen's attire. Thank goodness. Everything was in order. Even her hair was neatly done. But that didn't suppress her anger. You have some nerve. With a sharp shout, Tsunade grabbed Yen-Si by the collar and lifted him like a chick. Yen-Si was naturally startled awake, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Tsunade's furious expression. Momentarily stunned, when Tsunade recognized the man's face, her mouth opened in shock, and the words that followed were swallowed back, her face filled with disbelief. Am I still dreaming? Dan, you're back? Yenshur was being lifted high for the first time by a woman, afraid that Tsunade, who looked confused, might punch him. He quickly spread his hands and said, It's a misunderstanding. I'm a ninja from Konoha. This is my room. You got drunk yesterday, and Shizen brought you here. At that moment, Shizen was also awakened by the commotion. Seeing her master grabbing the collar of the Konoha hero, she was startled and rushed forward to grab Tsunade's wrist. Lady Tsunade, he's not a bad person. He's Chizai Yenshur, the hero who protected the village together with the fourth Hokage. After some explanations, Tsunade gradually accepted the reality, as she certainly believed what Shizen said. Gently setting Yenshur down, she glanced at his face and said, You really look a lot like a friend of mine. Is it a lover? Yenshur smiled. Unfortunately, I'm not him, he replied. He felt a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems Tsunade had completely forgotten about him taking advantage of her yesterday, although he was also forced and nearly suffocated. Tsunade shot Shizen a glare, talkative. I'm sorry. Lady Tsunade, forget it. Tsunade, with her bold and carefree personality, didn't care about the small details and casually sat down on the tatami mat. When she sat down, the vibration conveyed upward, making Yenshur unable to help but steal a few glances. Wow, she really has an open heart. Coincidentally, Tsunade noticed his peeking gaze, grinned, and clenched her fist. Is it nice to look at? Yenshur was taken aback and quickly averted his gaze, his face turning red with embarrassment. I didn't see anything. I was just daydreaming. Shizen felt awkward too. This Konoha hero was great in every way, and they had chatted and drunk together until late last night, without any airs. But without the hero filter, he was just a normal man. Yet, being genuine might be a virtue in itself. Chapter 25. Conflict. The scene shifted, and the three of them were seated again around the coffee table, with the morning light outside gradually brightening. As the most experienced ninja present, Tsunade naturally inquired about the village's recent situation, her fingertips lightly tapping on the table while her gaze fell on the clouds outside. It's such a pity about that kid Minato. Tsunade's voice suddenly turned somber. Although the fourth Hokage was a disciple of Jiraiya, she remembered that golden-haired boy's spirited appearance on the battlefield. Shizen cast a worried glance at her master, but couldn't stop her from magically pulling a bottle of sake from her sleeve. Tsunade tilted her head back and took a big gulp, but the burning sensation in her throat couldn't suppress the dull pain in her chest. That guy clearly said he wanted to change the ninja world. Yenshur didn't answer, only sighed, although the fourth Hokage left him with a huge mess before he passed. That resolve to sacrifice himself for the village always made him feel respectful. The air in the room froze for a few seconds, and Tsunade propped her elbows on the coffee table, resting her chin in her palms, and casually asked, How's the old man doing? I heard he took over as Hokage again. Can't Konoha find a decent fifth Hokage? He should have retired at his age. The village is currently in a state of transition. Yenshur chose his words carefully. The elite of the fourth Hokage's generation suffered heavy losses, while the younger generation had yet to mature. What about Orochimaru? Tsunade suddenly interrupted him, a sarcastic smile tugging at her lips. The guy used to be very interested in the Hokage position, although it was ultimately taken by Minato. Shouldn't it be his turn for the fifth? The old man favored his disciple the most back then. Yenshur's expression subtly changed. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to tell the truth. Orochimaru has defected. What? Tsunade shot up straight, the sake bottle crashing down on the table. He's conducting human experiments in secret, using infants as research materials, harming many people. Yenshur's voice turned grave. The third Hokage asked me to help clear things up. I chased him all the way from the land of fire to here, but in the end, that guy still escaped. Shizen gasped, instinctively looking at Tsunade. Tsunade's expression shifted unpredictably, her nails unconsciously digging into her palm. Ha! She suddenly chuckled coldly. The old man's most proud disciple ended up on this path. It's really not surprising at all. The atmosphere fell silent for a long time before Tsunade gathered her emotions and continued questioning Yinshur. What about you? Since you have the ability to hunt down Orochimaru, your strength must be on par with Minato, right? Aren't you interested in that position? Yinshur shook his head and smiled. I don't have the same resolve as the fourth. Even if that day does come, I don't think I'm suited to be Hokage. Besides, the new generation of the village is growing fast. Perhaps there will be more suitable candidates in the future. Tsunade stared at him intently, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment before she suddenly murmured. Since the old man entrusted you with clearing things up, you'll eventually be pushed into that position. Huh? Yinshur furrowed his brows in confusion. What did you just say? Lady Tsunade. ENT heard her because her voice was too soft. But clearly, Tsunade wasn't going to repeat it. Instead, she picked up a wine glass from the coffee table and fiddled with it, murmuring dreamily, the Hokage bets their life for the village. It's not the same as money. Throwing away your life easily is something only a fool would do, no matter what the future holds. I actually appreciate your current stance of saying you're not suited to be Hokage. My grandfather and the second Hokage hoped to end the wars the most, yet they died for the village without realizing their dreams. Hearing this, Yinshur frowned but didn't immediately respond. Tsunade was lost in her own world, continuing to murmur, Your face reminds me of Dan and my brother. Their dreams were to become Hokage and change the world, but in the end, they couldn't escape their fate and sacrifice themselves. Clearly, this was not glory but a curse. Only fools would take that position so seriously. Tsunade, you're drunk. Yinshur suddenly spoke up, this time without adding honorifics. Shizen was the first to sense that the atmosphere was off and thought to intervene, but Tsunade continued unabated. Becoming Hokage is equivalent to becoming a sacrifice. Not everything can be changed just by wearing that hat. Looks like the third really didn't teach you well. Yinshur sighed, his words shocking. This statement made Shizen shudder, and Tsunade slowly regained her sharp gaze, her tone becoming much colder. Try saying that again. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak disrespectfully in front of her. Yinshur disregarded the current atmosphere and mimicked Tsunade, speaking for himself. Although I'm not interested in Hokage, I respect them, whether it's the fourth, the third, or even the other two I've never met. Hokage will indeed die, but the village won tea. The first established Konoha, the second improved the system, the third protected peace, and the fourth sacrificed himself to protect the next generation. They didn't die because of the title Hokage, but because of the will of what they wanted to protect. After saying this, Yinshur fixed his gaze on Tsunade's amber eyes. And someone who had always been absent during the village's crisis, Yinshur's voice grew clearer. Someone who belittled their lover and brother's dreams as stupid. Bang! Tsunade's fist smashed the coffee table in front of her, splintering the wood. Her fist was only inches from Yinshur's nose, her trembling knuckles showing a pale blue. Shizen was frightened and hurriedly stepped back. However, although Yinshur's muscles had tensed up, he remained seated without moving. What do you know? Tsunade's voice was suppressed with raging anger. Do you think I haven't tried to protect? Yen-Si contemptuously asked, What are you guarding now? This sentence was like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Tsunade's softest spot. You ignorant brat, if you can't show your skills here, come out and speak. Chapter 26. You should lose weight. Tsunade was completely stunned. Weren't they just talking about Naruto? Why did it suddenly turn into a fight? Tsunade waved her hands in vain, but no one paid her any attention. By the time she snapped back to reality, she found herself following the two outside to the desolate rocky area of the hidden hot water village. The geography here was open, and there were no signs of people, making a good place for a brawl. Kid, if you're having regrets now, it's not too late. Begging for mercy later won't help, Tsunade said coldly. Yen-Si crossed his arms and replied blandly, I know you're strong, but at most, you're at Orochimaru's level, and taijutsu ninjas are useless against me. Just like the food chain in nature. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She had certainly heard the rumors about this man, the master of bloodline elimination, someone who could even suppress the Nine Tails. But at this moment, all she wanted was to beat him up. "I'll smash you." Her figure vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Yen-Si, her fist wrapped in raging chakra, crashing down on his chest like a meteor. Boom! Yen-Si's chest was pierced directly, and magma splashed out like blood, dripping onto the ground and sizzling. Tsunade quickly retreated, frowning at her fist, even with chakra protection. Her knuckles were still red from the heat. What incredible strength, but it's useless against me. Yen-Si looked down at the hollow in his chest, the magma flowing like a living thing, then healing. This scene made Tsunade realize why Yen-Si said her punches were useless. This guy could ignore physical attacks. He was indeed not an ordinary lava-style ninja. But Tsunade wouldn't give up. She charged again, this time not in a straight line, but leaping high into the air. After reaching a certain height, her legs spread into a split, and then she slammed down. Painful heavenly foot. The ground cracked with a roar, and the area within dozens of meters instantly collapsed, forming a massive crater. Debris flew, dust rose, and cracks spread like spiderwebs. As the dust settled, Tsunade had already returned to the ground. She looked down into the pit, and her pupils suddenly constricted. The entire deep pit was filled with rolling magma, the red lava bubbling like boiling blood, with hot bubbles constantly rising to the surface. Even from several meters away, her skin could feel the scorching heat. If she fell in, even Tsunade, who had been through many battles, couldn't help but swallow hard, instinctively taking a half step back. In the lava pool, a humanoid figure rose, Yen-Si's face emerging from the magma, with strands of lava dripping from his hair, looking somewhat terrifying. "How about we stop here? I told you, your moves are useless against me," Yen-Si suggested. In fact, he hadn't fully exerted himself. Mainly, his magma caused real damage and was hard to control. If he wasn't careful, it could lead to someone's death. Although he and Tsunade had had a quarrel, they were both from the same village. They could spar, but if someone ended up seriously injured or dead, it wouldn't end well. Thus, Yen-Si had been holding back from the start. Otherwise, with Tsunade's brute strength and her tendency to charge recklessly, she would have already been consumed by the magma. As one of the legendary three ninjas, Tsunade had rich combat experience and could naturally see through Yen-Si's restraint. She was well aware that against someone capable of turning their body into magma, not to mention herself, even in the entire ninja world, very few could harm him. What a troublesome ability, she thought, gritting her teeth. Although she still had her trump card of creation rebirth, using forbidden techniques just for a matter of pride felt too childish. But she couldn't just back down. She couldn't swallow this anger. She had to hit him a few times, no matter what. Suddenly, a sly smile crept onto her face as she strode towards the lava pool. "What are you doing?" Yen-Si lifted his head from the magma, frowning. Did she really want to die? Tsunade chuckled lightly, memories of their earlier argument flashing through her mind, along with long-buried memories of gentle smiles and Shinjuro's stubborn gaze. "Better to die," she murmured softly and, to Yen-Si's shock, leaped into the boiling magma. "Are you crazy?" Yen-Si's pupils suddenly contracted. He never expected Tsunade to take such a crazy action. This magma could vaporize even steel instantly. Even with the 100 healings technique, was this stupid woman out of her mind? In a split second, he frantically channeled chakra, the magma rapidly receding like the tide. By the time Tsunade landed, the scorching lava had completely entered his body, leaving only the charred ground steaming with heat. Yen-Si let out a long breath, just about to speak when suddenly his collar was grabbed. "Got you." Tsunade's face was close, with a triumphant smile, her warm breath brushing against his nose. Only then did Yen-Si realize he had been tricked. She had calculated that he wouldn't actually hurt her deliberately. Now, Tsunade's other hand cracked loudly. It was time to settle the score. Boom! This punch landed solidly on Yen-Si's chin, darkness enveloping his vision, as if he saw a revolving lantern flashing. He staggered back a few steps, unable to regain his footing. Bang! A second punch came in, knocking stars into his eyes, causing him to fall backward. "Good thing I held back," Yen-Si thought dazedly as he lay on the ground. With this woman's monstrous strength, if she got serious, a single finger could keep him down for 3 days. "Despicable," he mumbled weakly. Your ability is even more despicable, you brat. Tsunade stepped forward in a flash, directly straddling his waist, one hand gripping his collar. The posture of the two suddenly became awkward. Unfortunately, one was dazed and the other furious, neither realizing how inappropriate the scene was. Now, do you know your lesson? Tsunade glared down at him, her golden hair brushing against his cheek. Do you still dare to speak disrespectfully to your elder? Yancy felt a pressure on his chest, instinctively muttering, "You're so heavy." The air suddenly froze. Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins, her fist cracking ominously. "Go die." Bang, bang, bang. A series of punches came down, but strangely, after getting beaten, he became even more alert, his black eyes shining with determination, unflinchingly meeting Tsunade's gaze. "Go ahead and beat me to death." That stubborn gaze made Tsunade's breath catch. In a daze, she seemed to see Shinjuro's unyielding figure, and it felt like she was witnessing Danza's expression when he insisted on his views back in the day. "Apologize." She gritted her teeth, each word enunciated, her fist trembling slightly in the air. "Then I'll let you go." Yancy grinned, revealing a bleeding corner of his mouth. "I apologize." Just as Tsunade sighed in relief, he added, "For speaking the truth, you really should lose weight." Chapter 27. What is Hokage? Tsunade had never encountered someone like this. Whether in Konoha or during her wandering years, no one had ever been so stubborn under her punches. Tsunade's hand hung in the air, and she found herself unable to strike. She desperately wanted to hear him submit, as if that would prove something, prove her persistence was right, prove the choices of those who had passed were wrong. Yancy simply looked at her calmly, his lips moving slightly. "Are you done hitting?" His tone was as casual as asking if the weather was nice. Tsunade suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Her fist slowly lowered, yet she stubbornly remained straddled on him. Her long golden hair cascading down, casting a small shadow between them. "Your voice is a bit hoarse, Tsunade. Why did you say those things?" Yinji looked at her slightly reddened eyes, paused for a moment, and softly said, "Because someone has to say it." Tsunade remained silent, unconsciously rubbing the necklace on her chest. The pendant left by the first Hokage had already warmed in her hand. What the past Hokages risked their lives to protect was never just the title of Hokage. Yinji looked up at the sky, half of the view obscured by Tsunade's flowing hair. "What do you want to say?" Tsunade suddenly interrupted him, her nails digging deep into her palm. The images of S.H. Suk's bloodied forehead protector and his broken body surged in her mind, making her feel nauseous. On the scorched earth of solidified magma, the two of them breathed in sync. Yinji didn't answer immediately, waiting until her rapid breaths gradually calmed. "Me?" Yinji suddenly smiled, not caring about the pain. "I'm actually really afraid of dying." Before the Ninetales incident, he was just an inconspicuous substitute teacher, always thinking that no matter what happened, someone above would take the hit. But when the village was truly in danger, he found that his body would move involuntarily. Seeing the next generation at school, and the familiar faces, made him feel that fighting for such a village didn't seem so bad after all. Tsunade was taken aback. His gaze was too familiar, like the gentle look one gives when facing the Hokage rock at the end of life, or the joy on S.H. Suk's face when he put on his forehead protector. The meaning of Hokage that she desperately denied was now vividly burning in this man's eyes. Stop being so sentimental. Clearly, she had been avoiding it for so long, hiding for so long, numbing herself with gambling and alcohol, time and again. But why? Why was there such a person appearing before her once again? Yinji realized that warm tears were actually dripping down his face. He wanted to help Tsunade wipe her tears, but his hand stopped halfway. He seemed unfit for such intimate actions. Being beaten up was not good. Suddenly, he felt a wave of relief. He had actually lectured Tsunade for so long and made her cry. Isn't that really exciting? Could it be that I have inherited the art of words? At this moment, Yinji felt that maintaining this position wasn't very elegant, and he instinctively shifted his body. "You can get up now. You're really a bit heavy. Let me ask you a question," Tsunade said with a determined gaze. "What? Are you going to die? Are you polite? Answer me." Yinji paused, then calmly said, "I will definitely not die. I will live longer than anyone." "Is that so?" Tsunade looked up at the sky and took off the most precious pendant from her neck. "Take it." Yinji's eyes widened. How'd it get to the point of giving him something? Wasn't this the relic of the first Hokage, an invaluable treasure? So valuable. However, this thing seemed a bit ominous, and was also known as the whoever wears it dies necklace. Suk was blown up the day after he wore it, and Kato Dan died shortly after wearing it too. What did Tsunade mean? Could she hate him that much? Lady Tsunade, just continue to call my name like before. No need to add honorifics. Tsunade snorted lightly, hesitated for a moment, and personally put the necklace on Yenji. At that moment, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, as if all the shadows had faded away. This pendant, more than its intrinsic value, felt like an invisible shackle, one that could not be thrown away or severed. Now, finally, there was someone new to entrust it to, once again placing the bet on this person. Tsunade slowly got up from Yenji, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she knelt beside him. Her palm gently covered Yenji's chest, and the emerald green medical chakra flowed in like a stream, tenderly healing his swollen wounds. Are you treating me? Yenji was slightly taken aback, the pain ebbing away like a tide. He instinctively wanted to sit up. Actually, I'm also a medical ninja. This little injury. Shut up. Tsunade's voice was soft, but made Yenji quiet down instantly. Her fingertips trembled slightly, the glow of chakra flickering, when Dan died. I did everything I could, but couldn't save him. Lowering her eyelids, her long lashes cast a faint shadow on her face. Since then, I've even been afraid to see blood. Yenji looked at her lowered profile, sensing a rare vulnerability. So he spoke softly, a smile tugging at his lips. So now you can finally face yourself? It seems I accidentally did something good. Tsunade did not answer immediately. A gentle breeze blew, stirring her golden hair. After a long while, she finally said softly, The healing techniques of the legendary sucker were indeed renowned, even though Yenji prided himself on his chakra control. It felt dwarfed in front of Tsunade's exquisite medical ninjutsu. In just a short while, the bruises and swelling on his face disappeared without a trace, leaving no even the slightest scratch. Thank you. Yenji moved his limbs, slowly stood up, and casually brushed off the dust from his clothes. When he looked down, he found that Tsunade was still kneeling in place, the light outlining her delicate features, her amber eyes particularly bright. What are you looking at? Yenji instinctively took half a step back. Wary, you're not regretting and planning to hit me, are you? Tsunade frowned and suddenly reached out to him. Help me up. Oh. Yenji, confused, took her hand, not feeling anything wrong. The moment their palms touched, the delicate and soft sensation made his heart tremble. She was clearly a woman of age, yet she felt no different from a young girl. This Byakugan technique was indeed a good thing. It not only maintained youth, but also accumulated chakra over time, making up for chakra depletion during battles. Should I think of a way to get this technique? Above the giant pit, the witnessing Shizun was gasping in shock. Chapter 28, The One in My Heart Soon. The three of them slowly returned to the hidden hot water village along the mountain road. No one spoke along the way, and a subtle awkwardness hung in the air. Shizun deliberately slowed her pace, trailing behind the two, her gaze constantly shifting between Tsunade and Yenji. No way. She blinked in disbelief. Throughout the journey, her master had sneakily glanced at Yenji no less than 10 times. What shocked her even more was the expression on Tsunade's face. One she had never seen before. Her brow slightly furrowed, but her lips carried a faint curve, her amber eyes flickering in the moonlight. This expression, Shizun knew Tsunade too well. Her superficially strong master was still a woman who would mourn for those who had passed. At this moment, the way she looked at Yenji was clearly the kind of interest between men and women. Shizun almost blurted it out, but quickly covered her mouth. Walking in front, Yenji seemed to sense something and turned back to ask, "What's wrong? What are you shouting?" And no, nothing. Shizun hurriedly waved her hands, but saw Tsunade give her a warning glare. After returning to the hot spring inn, Yenji tidied up his outfit, reattached his ninja tool pouch to his waist, and then prepared to take his leave. After being out for so many days, it was indeed time to return to the village. If he delayed any longer, the third Hokage might think he had defected. "Are you leaving?" Tsunade, sitting on the tatami, propped her chin and asked, Are you all going back together? The village is short on manpower right now. The third Hokage would be very happy to see you." Yenji suggested, but Tsunade shook her head, No. Anyway, the war is long over. You and the third Hokage are enough for the village. I want to travel more. I've spent too much time on drinking and gambling and missed out on many sights. Yenji didn't insist further, nodded, and then prepared to leave. Just as he opened the door, Tsunade suddenly called out to him. Don't forget our agreement. You promised me you would never die. Enchi turned around and smiled, of course. I'm off now. See you later. Tsunade watched him disappear. Then a smile appeared on her lips, and it took her more than a minute to come back to her senses. At this moment, she seemed to remember something, turned serious, and looked at her disciple, asking, Shizune, tell me the truth, am I fat? The scene shifted, and Enchi hurriedly walked through the gates of Konoha, not bothering to rest as he headed straight for the Hokage building. He knocked on the office door and walked in. The setting sun cast long shadows through the window. The third Hokage stood by the window, as usual. Hokage-sama, I'm back. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and nodded. I know, Kakashi has already reported. However, his eyes narrowed slightly. You took too long. Dan's even sent someone to search for you. Enchi's lips twitched. That was indeed very like Dan's. He must be disappointed that he couldn't solidify the charge of defection against him. He concisely reported the failure of the pursuit of Orochimaru. To his surprise, Hiruzen's face did not show disappointment. Instead, it vaguely revealed a hint of relief. As expected, Enchi keenly caught this detail. Even after issuing the assassination order, his master still felt compassion for his beloved disciple. Hiruzen lit his pipe, then exhaled a smoke ring and said slowly, Let us put Orochimaru's matter aside for now. I will have the barrier team increase their vigilance. He looked at Enchi. Do you have anything else to report? Enchi thought for a moment and briefly explained his experiences in Takigakure, of course omitting the embarrassing incident of Hinata spying on him. When he mentioned the conflict with Tsunade, Hiruzen's pipe noticeably paused. Oh, you saw Tsunade. Hiruzen's gaze became distant, as if he could see that golden-haired female disciple through time. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. The green color at Enchi's neck was too familiar. That on your neck is. Enchi casually lifted the pendant, looking helpless, considerate medical expenses. You don't know how hard she hit. Hiruzen suddenly laughed out loud, not even noticing the ash falling from his pipe. The seasoned third Hokage now displayed a hint of mischief. Silly boy, this is a treasure left for Tsunade by the first Hokage, worth enough to buy a mountain. He winked meaningfully, and this necklace is only given to 2 kinds of people. Enchi blinked in confusion. What 2 kinds? Blood-related juniors. Hiruzen elongated his tone with a smirk. Or a loved one. Enchi almost choked on his own saliva. The old third Hokage leisurely took a puff of smoke. How many heroes in the ninja world have tried to win her heart only to return empty-handed, including my useless disciple? I never expected you would actually succeed by getting beaten up. Hiruzen's brows relaxed, and even the glow in his pipe brightened a bit. It seemed he saw that disciple, who had closed her heart after the departure of Kato Dan and SH-10, finally waiting for the opportunity for the ice and snow to melt. Perhaps it was indeed heaven's blessing. At this moment, however, Enchi's eyebrows twitched, and his heart was in turmoil. The third's mischievous smile clearly said, You can trust me on this, it's bound to happen. What kind of joke is this? He certainly acknowledged Tsunade's beauty and had even been moved by her figure, which could be considered unmatched in the entire ninja world. Her strength was also unquestionable. Her name, as one of the legendary Sannin, resonated throughout. But this temper, Enchi instinctively touched his chin, picturing himself potentially being sent flying hundreds of meters by a single punch in the future. That could lead to a fatality, right? Moreover, the other party's age, even if she was in her 40s now, seemed irrelevant. After all, she appeared quite young on the surface, even younger than him. Age didn't seem to be a problem. But alas, what kind of matter is this? Hiruzen smiled as he watched Enchi struggle with his thoughts, wishing for this matter to come to fruition. With his strength, and with Tsunade's assistance, perhaps in the future. As he left the Hokage building, dusk had already shrouded Konoha. Enchi walked down the street with his hands in his pockets, the first Hokage's necklace pressed against his chest, bringing back the cool sensation that made him recall the third's meaningful smile. Did that woman really have thoughts about me? He carefully recalled every detail from Takigakure. The fierceness with which Tsunade hit him, the killing intent when she straddled him, and how she made an agreement with him without permission. Inchi suddenly shook his head, trying to rid himself of that terrifying thought. The third must have thought too much, he muttered to himself, but his steps unconsciously quickened. The first Hokage's necklace might be something she considered bad luck to wear. Chapter 29. The Book of Seals, after being away from the village for several days. What Inchi missed most was the rich broth of Ichiraku ramen. He rushed into the shop, familiar with the route, and sat down at the bar. Long time no see. Inchi-kun. The ramen chef smiled as he kneaded the dough. You were on a mission for quite a while, huh? Indeed. Inchi stared longingly at the bubbling bone broth. Dreaming of a char siu. Ha ha ha. Then today, I'll give you a double portion. When the steaming ramen was served, the rising white mist blurred Inchi's vision. He took a deep breath. The rich aroma instantly awakened his taste buds. This was the feeling of coming home. About 10 minutes later, after eating his fill, Inchi walked back in the night, stopping by to observe Naruto. After just a few days, he felt the little guy had grown a bit, staring at him and babbling, not knowing what he was trying to express. After teasing him for a while, he returned to his quarters, lying on the tatami mat. Inchi's thoughts returned to the days he spent chasing after Orochimaru. Without the help of the Nine Tails, Orochimaru would have likely escaped long ago. His insufficient chakra was always a hard limit. This would definitely need to be addressed in the future. After all, the beast within him couldn't always be so benevolent. Another issue was that aside from his bloodline elimination technique, he had relatively few other ninjutsu skills, mostly basic ones, wasting his talent. Moreover, while his lava release was powerful, it was also a shortcoming. Once unleashed, it would be akin to a natural disaster, drastically altering the terrain. If he encountered an enemy in the village, the resulting damage would be incalculable. It seemed he needed to learn some other ninjutsu to protect himself. Given his current relationship with the third, borrowing the Book of Seals shouldn't be a big problem. In fact, the Book of Seals wasn't completely off limits. It just required the ninja to be trustworthy, possess a firm will of fire, and have excellent talent to qualify for reading it. Figures like Minato, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had all borrowed it before. He should find a time to mention it to the third. With his deep understanding of the two basic elements of fire and earth, as well as the ability to change their properties, he should be able to select some decent ninjutsu. Just as he was pondering this, Tsunade's beautiful face suddenly flashed through his mind. He actually wanted to see her a bit. Alas, what kind of matter is this? The next morning, Inchi went to the equipment department of Yambu to retrieve new robes and a mask, then began to casually pass time outside the Hokage building. When it was time to get off work, Inchi instantly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and straightforwardly expressed his desire to borrow the Book of Seals to learn new ninjutsu. This surprised the third a bit, but after a moment's thought, it made sense. Hiruzen had read through Inchi's file many times. He had not apprenticed under any renowned masters, nor sought anyone for ninjutsu advice, aside from developing the extremely powerful bloodline elimination technique. He and T really demonstrated other ninjutsu skills. Hiruzen did not hesitate much and readily agreed. Up to this point, he still trusted Inchi very much as a subordinate and had genuinely stood by his faction. Although he was somewhat lazy by nature, he had never made a mistake and was busy running around for him every day. Sarutobi Hiruzen led Inchi to the underground treasure vault beneath the Hokage building. After opening several security doors, they finally saw a large scroll on a small altar. This must be the legendary Book of Seals. This secret room recorded all the ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and sealing techniques of KONOHA, a foundation accumulated over generations of great figures. Although it looked somewhat rudimentary, there were barriers covering the outside of the walls, making it truly impregnable. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Inchi did not immediately reach for the Book of Seals, but instead asked the third Hokage, "Can I look at all the techniques recorded here?" "Of course, with me here, there shouldn't be any issues in the process. It's just best to choose according to your own intuition, as many powerful ninjutsu will select their master," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Inchi nodded and slowly unfurled the scroll under the watchful eyes of the third Hokage. After flipping through it for a while, he was astonished to discover that over 60 of the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals originated from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Even more intriguing was that most of the forbidden techniques seemed to be specifically developed to counter the Uchiha clan. It seemed the previous generation indeed held a deep grudge against the Uchiha. Coming back to his senses, Enji continued to browse and found many familiar powerful ninjutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, the Eight Gates, and the Impure World reincarnation. His fingertips unconsciously paused on the section about the Flying Thunder God technique. Space-time ninjutsu. If he could master such a godly skill, it would be like having an extra life-saving charm. However, as he carefully studied the technique, his expression gradually fell. The calculations for spatial coordinates made him dizzy, and the chakra flow routes were as complicated as a spider's web. Looks like it's not meant to be, Enji sighed softly. It was said that truly top-tier ninjutsu would choose their own master. If it didn't fit, it simply didn't fit. Otherwise, the village would have already been filled with flashing colors of red, orange, blue, and green. He closed the scroll casually. Ninjutsu, like people, relied on fate, and one could not force it. Since he had no affinity for space-time ninjutsu, he might as well look at the others. Konoha's foundations were indeed profound. The Book of Seals was densely packed with various ninjutsu, not just from within the village, but also various techniques collected from other ninja villages. Enji quickly selected a few practical ninjutsu. The Shadow Clone technique was his first choice, as it was very useful for reconnaissance and combat. He also specifically noted the modified Shuriken Shadow Clone technique by the third Hokage, which could turn ordinary shuriken into lethal weapons. In terms of elemental techniques, he chose a simple earth release for defense and a fire release as a long-range attack supplement. However, these were merely auxiliary techniques for him. His true trump card remained his lava release, Kekkai Genkai. Just as he was about to close the scroll, his gaze lingered on a certain high-level illusion technique. The technique of absolute darkness. This technique could create absolute darkness, particularly effective against visual-dependent dojutsu users. A technique specifically targeting the Uchiha. Enji thought thoughtfully as he noted this technique down. Although he couldn't use it now, who knew if it would come in handy in the future? Chapter 30. Itachi's Dream. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Enji had finished selecting his ninjutsu and, out of trust, did not ask further. He took a puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled a smoke ring, saying, Enji, the village's advisors wanted to ask you if you would be willing to record your lava release, Kekkai Genkai, in the Book of Seals. The pipe twirled between his fingers as the third Hokage continued. This is the third power that can suppress tailed beasts after the Sharingan and would release. If someone can inherit this power in the future, it would be a good thing for the village. Enji understood that this was not the village coveting his abilities. As Hokage, it was his duty to collect powerful ninjutsu to enrich Konoha's foundation, just as previous Hokages had left their proud ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. No problem. Enji nodded readily, then added, but my lava release is not easy to learn. It requires mastering the changes in the properties of both fire and earth simultaneously, and using yang release as a medium to fuse the three. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at this, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. Of course, even for someone like me, a ninjutsu professor, it feels exceptionally difficult, which is why Kekkai Genkai users are so rare. Consider it leaving a seed of hope for future generations. Enji took out a blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch and began to carefully record his insights on developing the lava release. He wrote particularly earnestly, breaking down every step in detail, even noting the subtle changes in chakra flow clearly. Next to key steps, he specially used red ink to write down his training insights and precautions. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly beside him, watching as the embers in his pipe flickered. Watching Enji focus on writing, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief. To be able to hand over such a trump card without reservation was indeed rare. As Hokage, he had seen too many ninjas troubled by their power. Yet this young man before him truly seemed worthy of being entrusted with important responsibilities in the future. All right. About half an hour later, Enji put down his pen and handed over the scroll, still wet with ink, with both hands. Yash, I'll take care of it from here. I'll record it in the Book of Seals. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen took it seriously, gently patting Enji's shoulder with his rough palm. This simple action contained true recognition. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The special mission assigned by the village had finally been successfully completed. The value of the Kekkei Jinkai far exceeded that of ordinary bloodline limits. It was likely that at this moment, the intelligence departments of the other 4 great nations were trying to pry for information, with Kumobikure being the most restless. One must be cautious. Next, Inji returned home, sitting cross-legged on the tatami, beginning to digest the ninjutsu knowledge he had learned today. Speaking of talent, he believed he was no less than Namikaze Minato, and perhaps even better in certain aspects. Aside from those techniques that were inherently incompatible, there was basically nothing he couldn't learn. The technique of absolute darkness. Inji rubbed his chin. This was the most difficult of the ninjutsu he had chosen today. As for the shadow clone and earth release techniques, they were merely things he could practice casually. Just as he was preparing to wash up, a light knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Could it be another one of Danzo's people here to have tea? Inji raised an eyebrow, but still strode over to open the door. When he opened the door, what met his eyes was his little disciple, Uchiha Itachi. The little guy was looking up, his big black eyes staring straight at him, and he didn't know how he had found his way here. Master, don't look at me with such resentful eyes, Inji chuckled, tapping Itachi's forehead with 2 fingers. I was out on a mission a few days ago, which took a bit of time. Itachi stepped back 2 paces, covering his forehead, and Rare showed a childlike expression that matched his age. After leading Itachi into the house, Inji took out a glass of milk from the fridge and handed it to him. At this hour, children should be going to bed. Itachi received the cup but kept staring at Inji. Master, did you go after one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru? Inji was taken aback. How did you know? My father told me, Itachi said, taking a small sip of milk. This matter has spread among the noble clans. Inji pondered for a moment. This matter could be kept from the villagers for a while, but it was clearly impossible to hide it from the noble clans and higher-ups. And it probably wouldn't be long before the entire ninja world knew about it. Just as Inji was lost in thought, Itachi gently set down the cup, milk stains still on the corners of his mouth. Sitting up straight, his youthful face looked very serious. Master, I want to apply for early graduation to become a genin. This way, I could take on missions. In the future, I want to join the Umbu and serve under you. Inchi raised an eyebrow and casually crossed his legs. With your talent, plus the special training from the Uchiha clan, the ninja school curriculum must be quite easy for you, right? Itachi lowered his head in silence, tacitly agreeing with this statement. However, Inchi reached out to wipe the milk stain from Itachi's mouth, adding, maturing too early may not be a good thing. School is the easiest place to make friends. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming serious. As for the depths of the Umbu, they are much deeper than you think. Itachi looked up, his eyes shining with determination. I want to do something for the village. My father said that the entire Uchiha clan is currently under the village's surveillance. His voice gradually grew quieter. Many people in the clan are dissatisfied, and some even say, what do they say? They say you took me as your disciple under the orders of the Hokage to monitor the Uchiha by getting close to the clan leader's son. Itachi's voice was barely audible, and she frowned slightly. What do you think about it? I completely trust my master. Itachi suddenly raised his voice, his small face a bit flushed. So I want to prove that the village has expectations for the Uchiha. I'm just too weak right now. Looking at his disciple's sincere gaze, Inchi felt warmth in his heart and gently ruffled his black hair. You, master. Itachi suddenly straightened his back. My goal is to become Hokage. Please guide me on what to do. Become Hokage? Inchi was slightly taken aback, looking at the naive and persistent child before him, and he couldn't help but think seriously. As a master, it is indeed his duty to guide his disciple. After pondering for a moment, Inchi said earnestly, listen, Itachi. Having strong abilities alone is far from enough to become Hokage. He looked directly into his disciple's eyes. You must remember, it is not becoming Hokage that earns everyone's recognition, but rather, only those who are recognized by everyone are qualified to become Hokage. Moonlight spilled like water over the tranquil streets of Konoha, and Itachi walked alone, his small figure elongated in the glow. He occasionally looked up at the moon peeking through the clouds, his master's words echoing in his ears. It is not becoming Hokage that earns everyone's recognition, but rather, Only those who are recognized by everyone are qualified to become Hokage. This sentence was like a seed deeply buried in his heart. As the night breeze brushed past, tousling his bangs, it also blew away the last remnants of confusion. Walking along, Itachi's lips unconsciously curled into a smile, the most relaxed expression he had shown in days. He softly murmured, "I'm so glad to have met my master." His voice was soft but filled with unprecedented determination. In the distance, Hokage Rock appeared faintly in the moonlight, and that once unreachable dream now seemed a bit clearer. Chapter 31. 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been 3 years since the Ninetales incident. Seasons changed. The trees by the school training ground grew taller, and the houses along the streets showed signs of age. The children at the ninja school had moved up 2 grades, and the file cabinet in the Hokage's office had several more stacks of mission reports. Ninjas in the village went on missions as usual, and villagers lived their lives as normal. Everything continued in an orderly fashion. However, unbeknownst to them, many things had already changed compared to 2 years ago. For example, the once quiet streets now had a bit more noise. That's the kid. They say he's the embodiment of the Ninetales. So disgusting. The 4th Hokage was killed by the Ninetales. Stay away. Fox Demon. Amidst the rising tide of insults, a small blonde boy stood alone in the middle of the street, his sleeves covered in dirt and his small fists turning white from clenching. 3-year-old Naruto looked up, his bright blue eyes brimming with tears, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. "I hate you all," his cry, tinged with the sound of impending tears, cut through the air as his small figure dashed through the crowd. By the window of a dango shop at the corner of the street, 2 slender fingers pinched a tricolor dango, and she watched the figure disappearing around the corner, as syrup slowly dripped from the surface of the glutinous rice dumplings. "Master," Itachi gently set down the half-eaten dango, the brand-new forehead protector gleaming with metallic sheen under the light. "That kid who lives across from you, the genius boy, seems to want to say something." And she paused for a moment. He knew the underlying truth better than anyone else. Over the past 3 years, he had silently watched that child grow from a swaddled infant to one who could stumble after butterflies. Yet he had always maintained just the right distance. "He's still so small." Itachi furrowed his brow. Could he really be a fox demon? Enshi withdrew his gaze and ruffled Itachi's hair. "I'll tell you more when the opportunity arises. Today is your graduation day, so enjoy the sweets first. This meal isn't cheap." Itachi nodded, temporarily putting his questions aside and focusing on the dango before him. A few days ago, Itachi passed the graduation assessment, successfully becoming a ninja at the age of 8 with the top score in the entire school. In the original story, Itachi graduated at 7. But ever since he became Enshi's disciple, his mindset had changed, so he ended up spending an extra year in ninja school to make friends. However, graduating at 8 was still quite rare. Enshi naturally felt very proud, although Itachi's aptitude was already excellent. He had also put in considerable effort over the past 3 years to help Itachi fully develop his talents. However, what he focused on more was Itachi's psychological growth. At least compared to the burdened little adult in the original story, Itachi had grown more cheerful and sunny under his wing. As for the future as a master, he would definitely have a part to play. Enshi rested his chin on his hand, his thoughts wandering, and his gaze fell back on the direction where Naruto had disappeared. No matter which village's Jinchuriki, they were destined to have an unhappy childhood, even if they were the child of a hero. The intricacies of this matter were too complex. The management of Jinchuriki was largely similar across villages. From Konoha's perspective, many people knew Naruto's true identity, most of whom were high-ranking officials and core personnel. From a security strategy standpoint, concealing his identity was very necessary to avoid making Jinchuriki a high-risk target by overlapping it with the Hokage's bloodline. Moreover, the practice of marginalizing Jinchuriki had been passed down through generations, mainly to continuously test and measure their stability. After all, Naruto was still a child. His self-control and strength were still in their infancy, and the corruption from the Ninetales was more terrifying than any other tailed beast. A single mistake could trigger a new disaster. Even Enshi, who was also a Jinchuriki, took a long time to earn the true trust of the higher-ups. The villagers' rejection was orchestrated by the higher-ups and was a gradual process. They created a dependency relationship where only the village could accept you, using negative stimuli to trigger the will to protect and prevent the Jinchuriki from developing a dangerous sense of self-esteem that could lead to a rampage. There was also a political aspect to this, which was key. The Nine Tails incident caused many villagers to lose loved ones. They needed an emotional outlet. The higher-ups tacitly allowed the villagers to view Naruto as the embodiment of the Nine Tails, effectively sacrificing Naruto's childhood in exchange for internal stability in the village. A necessary evil of sorts. Enchi opposed this viewpoint, but he couldn't say he completely misunderstood it. The third Hokage had too many concerns, not just about Naruto, but about the entire village. The perspective from which one stands affects how one thinks. After all, the third Hokage was an older generation of ninja, and his thoughts and logic naturally leaned towards being conservative. His kind of care for Naruto was just the kind that an older generation might show, providing a place to live, giving him pocket money, ensuring he wouldn't be confined. Enchi felt sympathy for Naruto, but he was not a god. He couldn't change the villagers' stereotypical views on Jinchuriki. He had already tried his best to take care of Naruto behind the scenes. As for other forms of kindness, did it mean adopting him? He was still single, after all, and wasn't home during the day, so he couldn't do what ordinary parents would do. Many things cannot be clearly explained in just a few words. At least, Yenji withdrew his gaze, his voice so soft it was barely audible. That child could still run freely in the sunlight, not like other Jinchuriki who were imprisoned. Master, what are you saying? Nothing. Just as Yenji was about to get up to settle the bill, the shop door was gently pushed open, and the wind chime rang out with a crisp sound. A familiar figure walked in, leading a small boy. Hey, Yenji, long time no see, a gentle male voice said. Not that long, right? Yenji turned his head, his gaze landing on the small boy next to Hinata Hisashi. Isn't that Niji? He's grown quite a bit. Hisashi naturally sat down opposite him with his eldest son. The 4-year-old Niji had indeed become increasingly handsome, with a fair little face and a pair of striking pure white eyes. The little guy politely bowed to Yenji, saying, "Hello, Uncle Yenji." Hisashi maintained the elegant demeanor typical of the Hyuga clan, sitting up straight. So, this is your disciple? He is already a genin at such a young age? He's only 8 years old, Yenji said proudly, ruffling Itachi's hair, and he graduated at the top of his class. Really? I seem to have heard some children from the clan mention this, but I didn't expect him to be your disciple, Hisashi said in surprise, examining Itachi. Itachi immediately sat up straight, knowing that the other party was a friend of his master and that he needed to leave a good impression. An excellent ninja must possess benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, loyalty, and trustworthiness. None can be lacking. One cannot be arrogant and complacent just because of good grades. Hisashi put on a senior's demeanor and earnestly admonished. Yes. Itachi immediately nodded, feeling a bit nervous. This elder from the Hyuga clan was quite serious. Yenji raised an eyebrow, clicking his tongue twice, secretly complaining, this act is enough to fool not just children, but even adults. I don't know how this man, who casts a shadow over the entire Takigakure village, manages to do so without a change in expression. Perhaps noticing Yenji's strange gaze, Hisashi's face flushed red, and he shot a glare back, implying, "Don't cause trouble for me." Chapter 32. The envoy group from the Cloud Village after sitting at the dumpling shop for a while. Yenji asked Itachi to take the younger Niji home, while the two adults strolled down the street. Sigh. Yenji suddenly sighed, glancing sideways at Hisashi. You really are getting thicker-skinned. If one day your glorious deeds in Takigakure are exposed, I think the entire Hyuga clan will be after you. Hisashi, unfazed, adjusted his collar. A calm smile on his lips. Don't worry, I'm always cautious in my actions. Besides, it was just a necessary relaxation after a mission. Ah, Yanji scolded. I think the mission was just an excuse. You were actually just sneaking around. What about you? Hisashi suddenly narrowed his eyes, revealing a meaningful smile. Didn't you secretly follow me several times? I remember last time. Shut up, shut up. Yenji hurriedly interrupted, his ears slightly reddening. Why are we talking about this in public? The two adults, not quite young anymore, were backstabbing each other in the street, drawing curious glances for passers-by. After a while, They finally settled down. By the way, have you heard? A delegation from the Cloud Village will be visiting Konoha in the next few days, supposedly to sign a peace treaty to complete the unfinished business of the second Hokage, Hisashi said. Yenji squinted. The third Hokage mentioned to me that Konoha and the Cloud Village have been in opposition for many years without any real diplomatic relations. This sudden visit probably ISNT for good intentions. In fact, he had known about this matter for a long time and had been keeping an eye on it. In the original story, the Cloud Village's apparent purpose was to sign the unfinished peace treaty, but in reality, they were there to take the opportunity to probe Konoha's strength and intended to steal the Byakugan. However, it was discovered in time by the current leader of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi Hinata, who took action to kill them, which led the Cloud Village to stir up trouble, biting back at Konoha, demanding the body of Hisashi. The final result was that Hisashi voluntarily died in this incident, becoming a scapegoat, which ultimately led to a significant change in Niji's personality, making him hostile towards the main family. But now it's different. Since he is in Konoha, and Hisashi is his friend, he will never allow such a thing to happen. The Cloud Village must be taught a lesson. Hisashi looked at Yenji with a strange expression and asked in surprise, "Do you know some inside information?" But the third Hokage and other higher-ups are quite pleased. Having such an ally would surely benefit the village's development. Yenji disdainfully curled his lips, too lazy to explain too much. The principle of weak nations have no diplomacy was now clearer than ever to Konoha. With White Fang's suicide, the dispersal of the 3 legendary ninjas, the death of the 4th Hokage, and the loss of a large number of elites during the 3rd Great Ninja War, the current Konoha was no longer the dominant power that looked down upon the ninja world. Although Yenji's name and reputation in the ninja world were well known and the power of bloodshed was feared, these were merely superficial deterrents, not yet tested by real war. In the eyes of those old, strong figures, he was just a smokescreen that needed time to verify. In contrast, the military strength of the Cloud Village was genuinely formidable. Possessing perfect control over the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the Rakige's lightning armor, and elite cloud troops, each of which could make the current Konoha seem insignificant. "If you're behind, you'll be beaten," Yenji muttered to himself. In the original story, the 3rd Hokage bore humiliation and accepted the unreasonable demands of the Cloud Village. Wasn't that a desperate act due to the gap in strength? The old man's overly conservative style would ultimately lead to significant losses in the predator-prey world of ninjas. "If I were Hokage," Yenji unconsciously murmured. "What?" Hisashi keenly caught this statement, his eyes lighting up immediately. He hooked his arm around Yenji's neck, excitedly saying, "You, my friend, as the 3rd's confidant, aren't you the only one who should be the next Hokage?" Yenji shot him a glare. "Stop talking nonsense. I was just expressing a thought." He paused, his tone softening. "I respect the 3rd Hokage, but after all, he is entering old age, and his judgment and decisiveness are not what they used to be." Hisashi released his arm, but still wore a smile. "I'm serious. With your strength, becoming Hokage would be more than enough." He patted his chest, half jokingly and half seriously saying, "When you become the 5th Hokage, I'll come to be your guard." I would even hesitate to join the Yambu. In the afterglow of the setting sun, their shadows overlapped. Yenji looked at the statues of the 1st to 4th Hokage on the Hokage rock in the distance, and the smile of his disciple Itachi floated into his mind. He secretly pondered, a person's power is indeed too fragile. He was already destined not to be an ordinary person, and the 3rd Hokage had hinted that he seemed to want him to be a successor. Should he really climb up to that position? After parting ways, Yenji returned to his residence. Before he could open the door, he saw many colorful graffiti marks on it, and the ground was littered with messy little footprints. That brat again. Yenji was somewhat accustomed to it. The only one who would do such childish things was Naruto. After all, he was the one closest to him, and the naive Naruto always felt very familiar with this uncle, with an inexplicable sense of intimacy, so he attempted to attract attention through pranks to create a connection. Yenji glanced in the direction of Naruto's house. In a second-floor room across a small path, little Naruto was currently peeking through the curtains, revealing a brilliant smile after his scheme succeeded. Land of Lightning, Cloud Village. As the strongest ninja village in terms of overall strength, The Cloud Village has completely different architectural styles and customs compared to Konoha, surrounded by mountains, with most buildings constructed on rocks. The architecture is dominated by deep gray and ink blue, with heavy stone materials stacked to form a fortress with sharp angles. The entire village resembles an impregnable stronghold. Since the fall of the third Raikage, his son inherited the name of AI and became the fourth Raikage. At this moment, he sits in his office, surrounded by heavy training equipment, with the faint smell of sweat lingering in the air. The fourth Raikage's gaze is sharp as he looks down at several elite ninja who are half kneeling before him. Next, you will go to Konoha as a delegation, with Troy in charge of all matters. Remember, don't let Konoha catch any flaws. Yes, everyone responds in unison. The fourth Raikage's thick fingers gently tap on the table. And after a moment he speaks, while the Byakugan is indeed important, if we can bring back the corpse of that flame disaster, it wouldn't be a bad thing either. I want to see how many tricks Konoha's cunning foxes have up their sleeves. Chapter 33. Vigilance 2 days later, in the Hokage's office. Enchi, wearing a black robe and a cat-faced mask, kneels before the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, the delegation from Kumogakure has already entered the Land of Fire, led by the magnet-release ninja, Troy, totaling 5 members. Sarutobi Hiruzen, still focused on his pipe, exhales smoke before saying, "So soon?" Then let Kakashi lead a team to welcome them. This is a rare opportunity to improve relations between our two villages. We must take it seriously. Enchi remains still. Sarutobi Hiruzen pauses, reaches out to help Enchi up, and asks with some confusion, "What's wrong?" Enchi removes his mask, gazing at the third Hokage's face, and speaks in a low tone. "I want to personally monitor them once the delegation enters the village." This declaration surprises Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having spent nearly 3 years together, he knows Enchi's character tends to be laid back, seemingly uninterested in anything but diligently completing his tasks. However, he didn't expect Enchi to take the initiative today. Hiruzen, growing wiser with age, quickly understands and asks, "You don't trust them?" This is not a question, but a statement. Enchi nods silently in acknowledgement. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a few puffs from his pipe, returns to his seat, and speaks with slightly more seriousness. "What are your thoughts?" The air is filled with a faint tobacco scent, and a subtle smile appears at the corner of the third Hokage's mouth, hidden behind the smoke. Through the hazy fog, he observes this young man, who has been laid back for 3 years, finally beginning to show his true potential. This is precisely the transformation he has long awaited. As the Hokage who has led Konoha for decades, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows better than anyone. A qualified ninja only needs to execute tasks perfectly. But a qualified Hokage must see the chessboard 10 steps ahead through the fog. The young man before him, whom he has high hopes for as a successor, is finally beginning to demonstrate this rare foresight. This also confirms his keen eye for selecting talent as an old Hokage. The fire in the pipe flickers, and Sarutobi Hiruzen leans slightly forward, resting his elbows on the table, fingers intertwined. This is a posture of serious listening. Enchi does not hold back after organizing his thoughts. He speaks. "I don't have concrete evidence or written documents, just a gut feeling. Kumogakure has always adhered to a spirit of expansion that prioritizes military power, even in their diplomatic policies. During the Third Shinobi World War, they excelled at launching surprise attacks when they were weak." Sarutobi Hiruzen asks, "You believe they have ulterior motives this time?" "Exactly. Hokage-sama, you should remember how the second Hokage died, right?" Enchi replies. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightens as his thoughts turn back to decades ago. At that time, the village under the second Hokage was thriving. But just before heading to Kumogakure to negotiate a peace treaty, they were ambushed by an elite team led by the Gold and Silver Brothers. To protect his subordinates, the second Hokage sacrificed himself. The bloody sin of that day seems to linger in the air, although the second Raikage of Kumogakure also died in that coup. Konoha suffered the greatest loss, not only failing to establish the peace treaty, but also losing a great leader. While it seemed both sides were victims, Kumogakure was fundamentally at fault, and the matter ultimately ended unresolved. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice heavy with the weight of the years since the Third War, states, "Now, Kumogakure is led by the fourth Raikage. Minato spoke highly of him after their encounter. They are the ones who proposed to establish diplomatic relations, and the daimyo and advisors believe this is an opportunity to fulfill the unfinished business of the second Hokage. Enchi interjects, "Does Danzo-sama think so too?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers pause slightly, and a complex expression appears on his face. He recalls Danzo's fierce words in the meeting, the cold vigilance and hostility flickering in his eyes. With a bitter smile, he doesn't continue. He had once thought Danzo's ideas were too dark, but unexpectedly, one of his own trusted aides shares the same thoughts. Enchi sighs and continues, "Although I don't like Danzo-sama, I must admit that his caution is indeed an important factor in maintaining the village's stability. Konoha is not what it used to be. I truly don't believe Kumogakure's proposal for diplomatic relations is based on peaceful considerations." Enchi walks to the window, standing in the position the third Hokage often occupies, gazing at the buildings within the village. Konoha can no longer withstand another betrayal. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes at Enchi's back, momentarily lost in thought. The young man's silhouette stretches long in the twilight, and for a moment, he sees the fourth Hokage's flowing white cloak. But the next second, as Enchi slightly turns his head, he catches the sharp glint in his eyes. The vigilance and hostility in that gaze are reminiscent of Danzo's demeanor when plotting in the shadows. Two entirely different qualities blend intriguingly in this young man, like the two sides of a coin, distinct yet perfectly unified. "I see." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression is incredibly complex. He admits that Enchi is exceptionally talented, even comparable to Minato. Yet, what troubles him most is that despite spending so much time together, he has never truly seen through the real depth of Enchi's heart. Until this moment, the young man seems to have inadvertently revealed a corner of his mask, allowing him a glimpse of the soul hidden beneath. At this moment, Enchi turns back and asks in confusion, "What did you say?" "Nothing." Sarutobi Hiruzen retracts his gaze. He privately chuckles. Perhaps not only he, but even this young man himself has not realized the true essence lurking beneath that seemingly laid-back demeanor. "Forget it." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighs inwardly, recalling Enchi's diligent completion of every task over the past 3 years, remembering how he risked everything to protect the villagers on the night of the Nine Tails. Even if the sharpness and vigilance exceed expectations, isn't this mindset precisely what Konoha needs now? Understanding brightness while being aware of darkness. Perhaps this is the best balance. Enchi, in the future, when you have free time, come to the office and help me. Chapter 34. The Flaw in Surveillance at Noon. The team led by Nara Shikaku successfully meets with the Kumogakure delegation and smoothly brings them into the village. This news quickly spreads within the village, and the villagers' opinions are sharply divided. Those muscle-bound brutes dare to talk about peace? In Izakaya, several old ninjas who experienced the Third Shinobi World War slam the table in anger to express their outrage. On the other side, in front of the bulletin board at Central Square, a bespectacled teacher was explaining to the gathered villagers, "This is a historic moment that will change the landscape of the ninja world." As the delegation approached the Hokage building, there were whispers and pointing from the crowd. However, the Cloud Shinobi clearly anticipated this and kept their eyes straight ahead, ignoring the chatter. On top of a tall building, Enchi had changed back into his normal ninja attire, dangling his feet in the air, quietly watching the delegation below. The third Hokage ultimately chose to trust him, allowing him to monitor the situation and even arrange for a partner. "Hey, Mr. Enchi, long time no see." A figure landed beside him. It was Kakashi. Although both were part of the Umbu, their duties were different, so they didn't meet often. Kakashi leaned against the railing, his only visible right eye crescent-shaped. Since the Orochimaru incident, this genius Jonin's attitude towards Enchi had subtly changed, becoming more friendly. Not only did he use honorifics when greeting him, but the casualness in his tone had faded. A prodigy like Kakashi, who gained fame at a young age, would normally look down on others. But if the other party was an exceptional ninja comparable to the fourth Hokage, it was a different story altogether. Both of them dressed to cover one eye, making them look like partners. "I guess it would be you. Next, I'll need you to help me keep a close eye on this group of guests from the Land of Lightning. NC said with a smile, his tone relaxed. Do you think they'll do something? Kakashi asked. Who knows? I've never had a good impression of these muscle-bound barbarians. Soon, after visiting the Hokage, the Cloud delegation was arranged to stay at a guest house exclusively for foreign visitors. For several consecutive days, led by the magnetic release ninja Troy, the delegation frequently entered and exited the Hokage building, engaging in one round of negotiations after another with Konoha's upper echelons. Each meeting maintained a facade of courtesy, but whenever the doors closed tightly, the sounds of argument would seep through. On the first day, Troy smilingly presented the draft of the peace treaty proposed by the Cloud. But when the third Hokage took the scroll and glanced over the terms, he slightly furrowed his brows. On the second day, at the negotiation table, Mito Gate NC slammed the table, angrily accusing the Cloud of presenting insincere demands for border garrisons, even calling it provocative. Troy responded slowly, claiming it was merely a necessary security measure. On the third day, Kurenai attempted to mediate, suggesting both sides take a step back. But the Cloud delegation only shook their heads, their tone gentle yet unyielding. The Raikage's bottom line is non-negotiable. In typical ninja village diplomacy, it either ends with both sides taking a step back after verbal sparring, or they part ways without reaching an agreement, usually not taking much time. However, the Cloud delegation displayed an unusual resilience. They were neither anxious nor impatient, as if they were fully prepared for a long stay. Negotiations fell through? No problem. Just submit a slightly adjusted draft next time. Reject it again? Then return and sincerely explain the Raikage's difficulties. For several days, negotiations were at a standstill, but outsiders were unaware. On the surface, it seemed the Cloud delegation was indeed there for peace, yet both sides could not reach an agreement on the terms. They even proactively visited several prominent families in Konoha, earnestly expressing their willingness to establish diplomatic relations, but each time, it ultimately fell through due to minor details. The more this happened, the more unsettling it became. However, the eyes in the shadows saw more. Every night, when it was quiet, one or two members of the Cloud delegation would conveniently go out for a walk, their route subtly approaching the Hyuga clan's territory, lingering for a while before naturally returning. The most outrageous thing was that during the day, some Cloud ninja would openly converse with Konoha villagers, subtly mentioning terms like NC's disaster and bloodline elimination. In fact, besides NC and Kakashi, the cunning Danzo had secretly dispatched personnel to keep an eye on them, and he was basically aware of their movements. Unfortunately, this information was still not enough to expose them. After all, Cloud Village was now powerful, with little to worry about. Even if they were suspected at most, they would be sent back without any threat to their lives. Moreover, the idealistic third Hokage still held some expectations for them. What if they truly came for peace? Time passed quickly, and the Cloud delegation had been stationed in Konoha for over a week. NC and Kakashi took turns keeping watch, and under the high concentration of spirit, both began to show signs of fatigue. After all, even the most powerful ninja has limited energy and cannot be everywhere at once. On a particularly ordinary night, during a lull in their surveillance, one member of the delegation quietly used Earth Release, taking another person with him, leaving the guest house unnoticed. Such advanced Earth Release techniques were not something just any ninja could master. One had to be proficient in the nature transformation of Earth Chakra to achieve this level. Indeed, there was no one in this delegation who was easy to deal with. Before long, the two emerged from the outskirts of the Hyuga clan's territory. Yudo, your Earth Release is getting smoother and smoother, Troy said in a low voice. You flatter me. The Cloud ninja, named Yudo, replied modestly with a smile. This technique, Earth Dragon Concealment, was a ninjutsu Lord Raikage obtained from a Wagakure. I just got lucky and learned it. After a brief exchange, the two quickly climbed up a densely leaved tree, using the moonlight to observe the situation in the Hyuga clan's territory. Proceed as planned. We must bring back the Byakugan. I'll go to the other side, Troy said decisively. Yudo expressed some concern. Lord Troy, why don't we act together? That NC from Konoha is said to possess bloodline elimination. Execute the order, Troy interrupted him. Even if he has bloodline elimination, he can't prevent my magnetic release ambush. Besides, I finally found out where he lives. In an ambush situation, It will definitely be fine. Chapter 35. Itachi's battle after Troy vanished in an instant. Yudo took advantage of the cover of night, stealthily infiltrating the Hyuga clan's territory like a shadow. He held his breath, moving along the wall, meticulously avoiding the passing Hyuga clansmen with each step. The Cloud Village had long coveted the Byakugan of Konoha. Their ninjas excelled in frontal assaults, but lacked refined sensory abilities, and the Byakugan could perfectly compensate for this flaw, making the Cloud's tactical system more comprehensive. Therefore, the Byakugan was a must-have. Minutes later, Yudo stopped at a corner of the courtyard and saw a small figure practicing gentle fist under the moonlight. It was a little girl from the Hyuga clan, just over 3 years old, with veins bulging around her Byakugan as she focused on striking a wooden post. He smirked coldly. This was simply a golden opportunity. Just as the girl turned around, Yudo suddenly sprang up. He approached at lightning speed. A precise knife-hand strike landed on her neck. The little girl didn't even have time to make a sound before she collapsed. Success! Yudo felt a surge of joy, just about to lift Hinata and retreat when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. Looking for death. A furious shout echoed like thunder. Yudo didn't even see who it was. He only felt a violent chakra rushing towards him. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, had eyes that glowed coldly in the darkness, making one involuntarily tremble. Gentle fist. Yudo didn't have time to react, and the vast disparity between them was immediately revealed. The first palm struck heavily against his chest. His eyes rolled back, and his body flew out like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, dying on the spot. "You Cloud Rat dare to target my daughter?" Hyuga Hayashi's voice was as cold as ice. Next, the entire Hyuga clan's territory became lively as large groups of ninjas surged into the courtyard, triggering the clan's alarm. The loud commotion naturally startled many ninjas, including Enji and Kakashi. When they rushed to the Hyuga clan's territory amidst the noise, they only saw the corpse of an unfamiliar Cloud ninja and the boiling anger of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Troy's figure swiftly moved between the eaves. He heard the distant commotion and frowned, realizing that the plan had gone awry. Failed. He cursed silently in his heart, but did not reduce his speed. As an experienced elite J-nin, he understood what this meant all too well. The foolish fighter was either captured or already dead, and according to the Cloud ninja style, it was clear they would not choose to be taken alive. Troy did not stop, nor did he alter his breathing rhythm. Ninjas are like this. The mission is paramount, and the sacrifice of comrades is merely a variable in the plan. Konoha must be on high alert now, and time was running out. The plan had to be changed. His eyes turned cold, and his magnetic jutsu tools were ready in his sleeves. Since something unexpected occurred with the Hyuga clan, he had to make up for it by capturing Enji. If that failed, bringing back a corpse would still count as completing the mission. As for the other comrades still at the inn, a cold smile appeared on Troy's lips. For the future of the Cloud, what was this little sacrifice? A minute later, Troy's figure paused slightly on the rooftop. Just as he was about to act, a crisp reprimand suddenly came from below. "You up there on the roof, come down. You're not a ninja from this village, are you?" Troy's pupils constricted as he looked down to see an 8-year-old boy with black hair standing under the eaves. His forehead protector loosely tied around his head, clearly a genin. Troy let out a sigh of relief, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just a little brat. Killing him would be easy. Itachi looked up with his small face, his dark eyes fixed on the uninvited guest. He had just completed a mission and stopped by to visit his master, but unexpectedly noticed the movement on the roof as soon as he entered the corridor. Though only 8 years old, his insight far surpassed that of ordinary children, and his logical thinking could rival that of a J-nin. Upon seeing the visitor's forehead protector and demeanor, he immediately knew the intruder had malicious intent. Moreover, he was coming for his master. Itachi's small hand had already reached for his ninja tool pouch. "You little brat, blame your bad luck." Troy sneered and suddenly shot out 3 specially made square shurikens from his sleeve. Swish! Itachi stepped back a half step, accurately blocking with a kunai, the sparks from the metal collision glaring in the night. "Oh!" Troy raised an eyebrow, impressed by the boy's strength. But the next second, he suddenly spread his hands wide. He released dozens of shurikens, and even the ones that had been deflected earlier regained momentum, spinning rapidly. Immediately, Dozens of hidden weapons whistled in from all directions. Magnetic release. All metal ninja tools were manipulated as if by an invisible hand, wildly converging around Itachi. The moment you touched the first shuriken, you were already marked by my magnetic force, Troy declared from above. It's over, little brat. Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze fixed on the swarm of shurikens hurtling toward him. Without the aid of the Sharingan, the flickering trajectories appeared almost as one to his eyes. Bloodline limit. J-Nin level. This judgment flashed through his mind like lightning. His small body instinctively tensed, cold sweat beading on the back of his neck, with his master not home. Facing this head-on would mean certain death. Just as the first shuriken was about to pierce his forehead, Itachi's hands completed the hand seals at an incredible speed. With a muffled sound, his figure vanished, and all the shurikens embedded themselves deep into a wooden post. Just as Troy was about to reveal a victorious smirk, he caught a glint of cold light out of the corner of his eye. Swish! As the kunai whistled through the night sky, Troy felt a chill on his face. Warm liquid flowing down his cheek. Realizing too late, he touched a hideous wound that ran from his cheekbone to his chin. Another half-inch, and his eyes would have been ruined. That little brat. Troy retreated several meters, incredulously staring at the small figure that was swaying not far away. Itachi knelt on the eaves, with a shuriken embedded in his right shoulder and back, blood soaking most of his clothes. Yet his dark eyes remained terrifyingly calm, and his young face even bore a hint of regret that didn't match his age. What a pity, he murmured softly to himself, but his small hand steadily gripped another kunai. In the moonlight, the blade dripped with Troy's blood. Troy's temples throbbed. This child, who barely reached his waist, had just displayed combat skills that were downright chilling. The precise timing of the substitution jutsu, the tricky angle of the counterattack, and his calmness even after being injured. Was this really a little brat? Chapter 36. Killing the right people after being bested by a child, Troy was seething with rage, instinctively wanting to unleash a massacre. However, the distant sound of the Konoha patrol's whistle faintly echoed, indicating that some ninjas had clearly noticed the commotion here. Reluctantly, Troy glanced at the target residence nearby, still shrouded in darkness, clearly empty inside. He had missed his chance. He then glanced at the strange boy. The mission had failed. Continuing to linger would only put him in a passive position. Remember this. He gritted his teeth and spat out a harsh threat, his figure morphing into a shadow that vanished into the night. Itachi waited until he confirmed the other party had truly left before finally collapsing. Blood spread across the eaves, and in his blurred vision, the last thing he saw was the panicked faces of the patrol team rushing over. At the Hyuga clan's territory, Enji was dealing with the aftermath alongside Kakashi when he received the news that Itachi had been attacked and seriously injured, and the location was his own residence. Enji felt as if the world was spinning and everything felt wrong. Without caring about the surveillance mission, he rushed straight to Konoha Hospital. In the ward, Enji saw Itachi's small figure wrapped in bandages, his already pale face even more devoid of color, currently receiving in-4 and in a state of unconsciousness. By the bedside stood two anxious figures, a man and a woman, clearly Itachi's parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto. Enji's expression was as dark as water as he politely knocked on the doorframe before striding in. "Mr. Fugaku, how is Itachi?" Upon seeing Enji, Fugaku's expression was somewhat complex as he sighed deeply. "His life is safe, but he lost too much blood. We don't know how long he will sleep." As Itachi's parents, they had naturally known about Itachi secretly taking on an extraordinary ninja as a master over the past few years. Fugaku chose to observe the situation without stopping their interactions. After all, their son had indeed become more cheerful day by day, and his proficiency in ninjutsu was also increasingly refined. Though they had not seen each other much privately, seeing Enji's expression now was still quite reassuring. At least he genuinely cared for Itachi as a beloved disciple. Mikoto tiredly rubbed her temples and gently pushed a chair toward Enji's side. "Enji-san, please sit down and rest for a while. Your complexion doesn't look good either." Her voice was gentle but could not conceal her worry. Enji did not sit down, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. Itachi was injured because he came to find me yesterday. This is my responsibility. His voice was a bit hoarse. Fugaku slowly raised his hand to stop him from continuing, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes flickering. There's no need to blame yourself. His voice was deep like the thunder before a storm. The Cloud Ninja dared to run rampant in Konoha. My Uchiha clan will naturally settle this score. The air in the room seemed to freeze, stifling enough to make it hard to breathe. Indeed, Yunin Yinsi narrowed his eyes, revealing a single eye that seemed to have magma rolling within its pupil. Fugaku nodded slightly and took out a blood-stained shuriken from his pocket, the unique ninja tool of the magnetic ninja Troy, still retaining his chakra. It seems they are coming for you. Itachi was just a coincidence. I understand now. Yinsi had been in the hospital room for over an hour and saw no signs of Itachi waking up. His expression suddenly became terrifyingly calm as he finally gazed at Itachi's pale face on the hospital bed and turned a stride toward the door. Yinsi, Fugaku called out in a deep voice. Where are you going? Yinsi paused at the door, half of his face shrouded in the corridor's shadow. It's nothing major. His voice was eerily calm, just going to kill a few people who deserve it. He gently closed the door and quickly returned. In the blink of an eye, Yinsi's figure had vanished down the hospital corridor, leaving behind a wave of scorching air. He darted between the roofs of Konoha, leaving charred footprints on the tiles with each step. A strong, killing intent permeated the air as if it were tangible, causing the villagers on the streets below to shiver in unison, looking around in confusion but unable to find the source of the killing intent. His speed was astonishing. In just a few leaps, the guest house was already in sight. However, just as he was about to arrive, 3 Umbu members in combat attire descended from the sky, forming a triangle to block his path. Mr. Yinsi, the leading Umbu said in a deep voice, the Hokage requests your presence. No time. Yinsi didn't even slow his pace, his figure flickering as he attempted to slip between them. But the 3 Umbu were evidently well prepared and surrounded him once more. This is the Hokage's order, the Umbu insisted, their tone intensified. Please come with us. Get out of the way. Yinsi shouted angrily, his lava chakra erupting within him. Centered around him, a wave of scorching air instantly surged forth, violently distorting the surrounding air and whipping up a hot wind. The 3 Umbu were forced to take several steps back, their expressions changing beneath their masks. In fact, these 3 Umbu were also reluctant participants. The unforgettable battle on the Night of the Nine Tails, where they witnessed Yinsi wielding terrifying lava against the Nine Tails, loomed vividly in their minds. Just recalling that world-destroying power sent shivers down their spines. If they truly provoked him, he could probably bury them alive in lava in an instant. Of course, assuming he really lost his sanity. Go back and tell the 3rd Hokage, Yinsi said coldly, his voice laced with undeniable killing intent. After I finish my business, I will naturally go to see him. The 3 Umbu exchanged glances, and this time, none dared to step forward to obstruct him. What now? One of them whispered. Go report to the Hokage, another said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This isn't something we can stop. Sai, let's go. In the blink of an eye, Yinsi was already standing in front of the guest house. At this moment, the guest house was surrounded, tightly sealed off. The Umbu squad had set up barriers outside, and renowned Nin like Zhu Ludi had rushed over upon hearing the news. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans had blocked all exits tightly. The incident from last night had escalated. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan had nearly been abducted, and the eldest son of the Uchiha clan was gravely injured and in critical condition. The 2 major clans were now united in their anger, sharing honor and shame, with furious clansmen itching to tear the Yunin people to shreds. The entire area around the guest house was thick with the smell of gunpowder, ready to ignite. Chapter 37. Trouble at the entrance of the guest house. Aside from the dead Yun ninja, the other 4, led by Troy, stood unflinching, confronting the Nin class led by Narashika. Facing the inquiries, they acted very tough and denied everything outright. To put it bluntly, they were like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. Ridiculous. Troy, his face bandaged to stop the bleeding, had a stern expression, constantly rebuking. Is this how you treat peace envoys in Konoha? There is no evidence at all. Rather, I want to question you. Why did my companion die on the Hyuga clan's territory? The Yun ninjas behind him echoed, one even exaggeratedly waving his arms, shouting, "We traveled a long way to talk about peace, and as a result, an important companion was killed by you. Now you come to frame us?" Narashika stood at the forefront, showing no signs of retreat, pulling out the shuriken. "This is your Chunin ninja tool, with traces of magnetic chakra on it." Troy didn't even glance at it, scoffing. Who in the ninja world doesn't know that ninja tools can be replicated? You think you can convict us with this? The people from the Hyuga clan were nearly furious, facing the shameless envoy group. They didn't even know how to organize their words. Seeing that the KONOHA crowd was silent, Troy pressed further, stepping forward, raising his voice. "I think there are issues within your own KONOHA. You want to frame us. If your ninjas want to kill us, just say so. Why resort to such a clumsy excuse?" This kind of upside-down logic was clearly premeditated. The Yun ninjas knew very well that as long as they kept denying it, relying on KONOHA, not daring to tear their faces, even the most absurd excuses could become a shield for their retreat. After a few more minutes of argument, Troy felt it was time, turned to his remaining companions, and said, "For our safety, pack up now and return to Chunin village immediately." He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone around could hear clearly. "I want to see how Raikage will react when he hears that KONOHA treated the envoy group this way and even conspired to kill one of us." The KONOHA ninjas turned pale, but due to diplomatic rules, they could not act directly. Ultimately, it was Narashika who stepped forward. No one can leave until the matter is investigated clearly. Hearing this, Troy laughed heartily, pointing at Narashika's nose and scolding. "What? You KONOHA want to legally detain foreign envoys? Is this your sincerity for peace?" He violently flicked his sleeve, turned, and walked into the guest house, mocking loudly as he walked. What a KONOHA! What a first great village of the ninja world! So-called peace is built on framing and threats? Just as the Chunin envoy group was about to retreat back into the guest house like turtles, a figure landed between the two sides. Of course it was Yinsei, who had seen the entire confrontation. Yinsei coldly stared at the frozen figures of the Chunin group and surveyed the frustrated expressions of his compatriots, his killing intent growing stronger. "Yinsei, leave this to me," Mr. Shika said. "Give me 1 minute." Yinsei interrupted Narashika before he could finish, turning and striding toward the guest house. "Hey, don't be impulsive." Hinata Hayashi's voice sounded from the crowd. Yinsei seemed not to hear, continuing forward, his expression growing calmer, as if even his killing intent had completely retracted. Troy and the others stood rigidly at the entrance of the guest house, staring wide-eyed at the approaching unfamiliar young ninja. "Who are you? If you want to talk, call the third Hokage. You shouldn't have the qualifications." Troy mocked. Yinsei stopped 2 meters away from them, his only exposed eye staring directly at Troy, his tone neither heavy nor light. "You are the magnetic ninja Troy, right? You are the one who injured Itachi. That little brat?" Troy was taken aback at first, then showed an exaggerated look of confusion. "I have no idea what you're talking about. No evidence, just, he is my disciple." Yinsei interrupted softly, a chilling smile suddenly appearing on his face. "You were actually here to find me yesterday, weren't you?" Troy's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at the indifferent expression of the youth before him. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could this man, standing in front of him, be the legendary one? Before he could utter the words flamed disaster. A sudden change occurred. In an instant, the air in the entire area violently distorted, and the temperature rose at a terrifying speed. Yinsei's right arm completely melted into lava, the crimson liquid boiling and bubbling, with popping bubbles emitting a chilling, gurgling sound. Even under the midday sun, the blinding red light cast the faces of the Yun hidden crowd in terror, making them appear like demons. Yinsei's roar was like a volcanic eruption, shaking the ground. Narashikaku's face changed dramatically as he rapidly formed hand seals to attempt to cast the shadow imitation technique, only to despairingly realize it was too late. "Stop!" Narashikaku's figure shot out from the crowd like an arrow, but he only managed to cover half the distance. The next moment, time seemed to freeze. Yinsei's lava iron fist, carrying an unstoppable force, slammed into Troy's face. The moment the fist made contact, boom! The scorching lava erupted like a blooming, blood-colored firework, and Troy's head vaporized instantly in the extreme heat. The headless body remained standing, and the blood splattering from the neck's severed edge evaporated into crimson mist before it could even fall to the ground. Following that, the surging lava cascaded down like a waterfall, completely engulfing the remaining torso, turning it into a wisp of blue smoke amidst the hissing sound. The leader of the Yun hidden delegation, the well-known magnetic ninja Troy, thus vanished forever from this world, leaving not even a fragment behind. In an instant, the entire scene felt as if it had been paused. The remaining 3 Yun ninjas stood frozen in place, their pupils trembling violently. Their brains crashed, forgetting even the most basic defensive posture. Having been in the ninja world for many years, they never imagined someone would dare to openly kill a member of the delegation in a diplomatic setting. How dare he? One of the Yun ninja's lips moved unconsciously, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The image of his comrade vaporized by lava lingered in his retina, and the acrid smell of burnt flesh continuously stimulated his nerves. The Konoha side also fell into an eerie silence. All the ninjas froze in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Someone unconsciously swallowed. We got into trouble. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Nara Shikaku's forehead, and his usually calculating mind was now racing wildly. His fingers twitched unconsciously, as if he could already see the diplomatic storm brewing among the 5 great nations. But more terrifyingly, he realized that deep down, a hint of inappropriate satisfaction flashed through him. Chapter 38. He is a master. Yinzi looked at the last 3 people. It's your turn. His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears like the whisper of death. The 3 Yun ninjas finally awoke from their shock and instinctively tried to form hand seals for defense. But as soon as their fingers were raised, Yinzi, stop! Nara Shikaku's roar coincided with the eruption of the lava. The crimson lava torrent, like a roaring beast, instantly swallowed the position of the 3. They didn't even have time to scream. Their figures twisted, carbonized, and ultimately turned to ashes in the surging flames. The Konoha crowd was completely stunned. Yinzi stood quietly in place, the heat from the ground blowing his hair up, looking at his restored arm, softly murmuring, 1 minute. Just right. On the day the entire Yun hidden delegation was annihilated, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, announced that Yinzi had violated diplomatic regulations, issuing a confinement order and temporarily detaining him in Konoha prison. At the same time, Nara Shikaku's intelligence unit moved the well-preserved body of the Yun ninja from the Hyuga clan's land to the appropriate department for in-depth analysis. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials held a late-night meeting of Jonin to discuss disposal plans, with all prominent Jonin attending. The conference room of the Hokage building was brightly lit in the middle of the night, with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting at the head, and representatives and elite Jonin from various Konoha clans filling both sides of the long table, each face marked with seriousness. As soon as the meeting began, 2 opposing voices started to clash. The conservative faction and the pro-war faction of Konoha engaged in a fierce verbal battle. The Yun hidden delegation had kidnapped the daughter of the Hyuga clan and severely injured the son of the Uchiha clan leader. This was already an act of war. If they were allowed to leave, where would Konoha's dignity be? What would other ninja villages think of us? Exactly. This was the voice of the pro-war faction. But directly annihilating the delegation is equivalent to tearing our face. The Yun hidden village would never let it go easily. War was imminent. The 3rd Great Ninja War, the Nine Tails disturbance, the dispersal of the 3 ninjas. Our combat strength has not yet recovered. Starting a war now would be too costly. This was the rebuttal from the conservatives. The urgent matter was how to deal with the Yun hidden village's counterattack. They would find out sooner or later. It would be better to take the initiative. A sharp-eyed ninja lowered his voice, suggesting a direct raid on the border outpost before the Yun hidden village could react. Nonsense. Someone immediately retorted. You want to drag Konoha into a full-scale war. Back and forth. The conference room was as noisy as a market. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained neutral, taking a deep breath of smoke. At a side position, Danzo tapped the table to regain control of the situation and then said leisurely, Everyone, arguing about right and wrong, is meaningless now. Everyone turned their gaze to this influential leader of the root organization. The Yun Hidden Village this time did not come with sincerity. Their purpose is only to eliminate the ninja Yinzi with the Byakugan or bloodline. They're at fault from the start. Instead of passively waiting for them to strike, it would be better to take this opportunity to completely reshape the landscape of the 5 great nations. The conference room fell silent. Do you want Konoha to initiate the 4th Great Ninja War? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced sideways at his old partner. Danzo's expression remained unchanged. Konoha's bottom line cannot be touched. Hiruzen, your policy of appeasement is not suitable for this era. This time, Danzo's words were decisive, and the 3rd Hokage surprisingly did not refute. Because at the initial stage, Danzo had strongly opposed the visit from the Yun Hidden Village, and it was clear that this time it was a miscalculation on the part of the Hokage. At this moment, the Jonin representative Nara Shikaku stood up. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, and everyone, regardless of how we internally characterize this. The Yun Hidden Village will not let this go easily. My suggestion is to handle this according to normal procedures. The words of Konoha strategist were still very persuasive, and even Danzo did not interrupt immediately, allowing Nara Shikaku to continue. First, Yinzi's actions indeed violated diplomatic regulations. Regardless of the motive, we must respond procedurally. For now, we temporarily detain him, but do not torture him, nor publicly condemn him. Shikaku's tone was calm. Secondly, we need time. Shikaku's fingers lightly traced the table, as if simulating the situation. The Yun Hidden Village's reaction could be one of 3, a hardline declaration of war, diplomatic pressure, or, he paused, seizing the opportunity to negotiate. If we rush to express our stance now, we will lose the initiative. He looked at Danzo and then swept across the conservatives. It will be better to wait for the Yun Hidden Village to make the first move, then decide how to respond. We think Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood up, making a decision. Let's proceed this way. 3 days later, in a special solitary confinement room at the deepest part of Konoha prison, Yinzi lay on the bed covered with clean bedding, hands behind his head, quietly staring at the dark ceiling. There were no shackles, no ceiling techniques. This cell felt more like a simple guest room. Aside from the iron bars, it was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary dormitory. A beam of sunlight slanted through the small window in the corner, and dust floated slowly in the light. Lord Incy, lunch is here. A Chunin stood respectfully outside the door, holding a lavish lunchbox with grilled mackerel, miso soup, and steaming white rice, even accompanied by a small pot of sake. Just put it there, Incy said without turning his head, his voice calm and not at all like that of a prisoner. The Chunin carefully placed the lunchbox on the tray by the door, hesitated for a moment, and added, the young master of the Uchiha clan woke up this morning. The medical team said he is recovering well. Incy's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he smiled at him. Thank you. You mustn't say that. You are a hero, and it's my honor to do something for you. The Chunin was a bit shy, and after speaking, he quickly ran away. Incy yawned and began to devour his lunch. After all, being here was not much different from a vacation, just a temporary loss of freedom. This time, he had indeed caused quite a stir. However, he understood the 3rd Hokage's intentions very well. On the surface, it was punishment, but in reality, it was protection, keeping him away from the spotlight, quelling public opinion, and giving him space to think calmly. Although Incy was very grateful to the 3rd Hokage, if given another chance, he would still choose to do so because he was the master. Chapter 39. Free will several days passed, and Incy slept soundly in his cell. There were no missions, no paperwork, only the 3 meals delivered punctually by the guards. He even suspected he had gained a few pounds. What was happening outside? Was Kumobikure furious? He had no idea and was too lazy to inquire. Until one afternoon, the cell door was gently pushed open. Hey, great hero. How did you end up in this state? Incy propped himself up from the bed, squinting to see the silhouette against the light. Hinata Hayashi? He was a bit surprised. Hadn't the 3rd Hokage ordered that visits were prohibited? Hinata Hayashi walked in with a smile, casually bringing in a small wooden chair and sitting down. The title of head of the Hyuga branch still has some weight. He crossed his legs and continued, besides, who doesn't know I'm your friend? You think a visit would come without a little gift? Ensi raised an eyebrow. Come on, Hayashi scoffed. Do you really see yourself as a prisoner? I bet in a few days, the third Hokage will come personally to invite you out. Ensi lazily leaned back against the wall. What reaction is there from Kumogakure? It doesn't matter about the others, but Troy is a bloodline ninja. Have I just accepted it? A full-scale war is unlikely. Hayashi shrugged. The third Hokage met with the Raikage in a neutral country. The Raikage wanted Konoha to hand over your corpse, but it was directly rejected by the third Hokage and the higher-ups. In fact, Kumogakure didn't want a full-scale war either. After the Third Shinobi World War, they weren't necessarily better off than Konoha. It was just that those martial factions felt they couldn't save face. Ensi smeared. He had anticipated this outcome. Kumogakure was taking itself too seriously. Being the direct descendant nurtured by the third Hokage, the crucial Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and possessing top-tier combat power with the lava-release bloodline, Konoha's higher-ups would have to be collectively insane to commit such a self-destructive act. Hayashi continued, Actually, Kumogakure is all talk and no action. After the Third Shinobi World War, their losses were not lighter than Konoha's. It's just that those martial faction elders felt they had to maintain their pride. Through Hayashi's narrative, Ensi understood that the situation had escalated. This uproar had long exceeded the scope of Konoha and Kumogakure. The higher-ups of other countries were secretly watching. It was no longer simply a matter of right or wrong, but a political game concerning the face of great nations. If a decent way down can't be found. Hayashi suddenly stopped smiling. Both sides might really have to forcefully engage in battle. Ensi stared at the flickering shadows on the wall, silent for a moment. If a war were to be triggered because of him alone, he would naturally be the first to volunteer. After a moment, Hayashi gently said, You indeed acted impulsively this time. My brother intervened because Kumogakure ninjas intruded into the Hyuga clan's territory, trying to take Hinata's Byakugan. Hayashi's Byakugan glimmered faintly in the shadows. But you brought down the entire envoy. Ensi swallowed hard, ultimately saying nothing. Although it would feel satisfying for a moment, issues between countries couldn't be resolved like this. Maintaining the appearance of dignity was essential. Every decision was intertwined with the lives of thousands. Some rules, no matter how hypocritical. Hayashi's voice at this moment was much deeper than usual, but it wasn't a lecturing tone. It was genuinely heartfelt. However, not long after, he switched back to the playful demeanor that only appeared in front of Ensi. But I can understand you. If it were Niji seriously injured like that, I might also massacre the envoy. Those barbarians were indeed too arrogant. Ensi gently exhaled. Thank you, Hayashi. Hayashi's lips curled into a familiar arc as he stepped forward, his hand heavily landing on Ensi's shoulder. The knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure, as if trying to convey a certain determination through that strength. You will definitely become an excellent Hokage in the future. His voice was rare in its seriousness. Each word weighed heavily, but before that, the pressure of his palm increased a bit more, and Ensi could even feel the warmth of his palm through the fabric. You need to learn to endure. Ensi looked up at his close friend, feeling that today, Hayashi was particularly different. Deep within those usually smiling Byakugan, there seemed to be an unreadable emotion hidden. But in the end, he merely nodded lightly. You promised me in person. Ensi's voice was soft. When I become Hokage, you will voluntarily help me. Hayashi's hand suddenly loosened, turning away, his back appearing especially thin in the dim cell. I will, his voice floated back, carrying a gentleness Ensi had never heard before, always will. The sound of the iron door closing was light, yet it struck Ensi's heart like a heavy hammer. He stared at the direction where Hayashi disappeared, unconsciously clenching the bedsheet. Outside, dusk completely enveloped the sky, and the last returning crow soared past the iron window, emitting a hoarse cry. As dusk deepened, Hayashi walked alone on the streets of Konoha. The izakayas by the street glowed with warm yellow lights, laughter resonating in the air. A few children ran by, chasing each other with freshly bought candy in hand. In the distance, Hokage Rock glimmered with a golden red light under the sunset. This was the village he loved, ordinary yet warm. He stopped, looking up at the sky. Freedom. Once, his greatest wish was to break free from the confines of the branch family, to be as unrestrained as a bird. But now, he voluntarily chose to wear another set of shackles. Hayashi touched the forehead protector on his brow, where the marks of the cursed seal lay hidden. How ironic. The chains he once hated had now become the best weapon. Remembering the stubborn expression of his friend in the cell, Hayashi couldn't help but smile. That fool. But it was okay. This time, let him be the rational adult. Ensi must become the best Hokage. He must. The evening breeze brushed past, lifting his clothes, and Hayashi took a deep breath, stepping forward. As dusk thickened, Hayashi's figure finally disappeared in the direction of the Hokage building, his steps light, yet as firm as a warrior heading to battle. Chapter 40. The death of Hayashi Hinata. Hayashi died, as if he had never existed in this world. Life in Konoha continued as harmoniously as ever. The morning market was still bustling, the sweet aroma of dango wafting through the streets, and children from the ninja academy chased and played beneath Hokage Rock. No one spoke of the missing head of the Hyuga branch, as if he had never existed, until inside the Hokage tower, a roar echoed throughout the entire building, startling many birds perched on the treetops outside. In the office, the third Hokage stood at the window with his hands behind his back, as usual. Behind him, Enji was kneeling on the floor, his fingers digging deeply into the carpet. The face that always bore a lazy smile was now as pale as paper, and his black pupils trembled violently, as if he had seen some incomprehensible horror. Outside the window, a withered leaf slapped against the glass like a slap in the face. Enji could only hear a buzzing in his ears, and a layer of darkness seemed to envelop his vision, obscuring the scene. Voluntarily? The voice was hoarse and revealed deep confusion. You will definitely become an excellent Hokage in the future. The voice from his memory was so clear that he could even hear the faint sound of teeth clashing while speaking. That guy, who was always so disheveled, said this with a seriousness that was almost laughable. Nichi had chosen his own path. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was very soft, but it struck Enji's heart heavily. This was the freedom he longed for. Enji lowered his head, his black hair hanging down to cover his eyes, and his voice was as light as if he were sleepwalking. Why did it turn out like this? The third Hokage walked to the desk, his fingers gently brushing over a scroll on the table. The condition proposed by the Cloud Village was simple: hand over your corpse. The old man's fingertips trembled slightly, but no one would agree to such a demand. But the price would be war. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly became very tired. The Cloud Village would not tolerate the shame of the entire diplomatic team being annihilated, even if it meant sacrificing the entire village. Enji slowly raised his head. It was not just me and the Raikage. The daimyos of both countries had also negotiated for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. In the end, it was Nichi himself who proposed to use his corpse in exchange for peace. The office suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. The Cloud Village accepted. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes. After all, they had indeed lost a ninja who died on Hyuga territory, and they wanted to be a Byakugan. Enji suddenly interjected, his voice hoarse and terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded heavily. The branch family has the cursed seal of a caged bird. In the end, they would get nothing. After saying this, a deep sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. If Konoha were still the Konoha of the past, how could such a thing happen? The golden age of the past seemed to grow increasingly distant. Humiliation, frustration, but helplessness as Hokage. He understood better than anyone that when individual must yield to collective interests, that sense of helplessness was like a chronic poison, slowly eroding the soul of this village. Enji slowly stood up, his eyes dark. So, the village's approach is to have the bravest die for the weakest? The weakness here refers to most of Konoha's higher-ups, of course, including the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refute or get angry. He simply stood quietly, allowing that sharp accusation to pierce his already battered heart. After a long time, Enji half-knelt in front of the third Hokage. I'm sorry, third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally moved, reaching out to help Enji up. It's okay. A strange calm suddenly fell between the two. After a moment, third Hokage, I want to take a break for a while, Enji said wearily. You have my permission. But don't do anything irrational, or Nichi's sacrifice will be in vain, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. At his residence, Inji leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to the floor, as if all the strength in his body had been drained. The room was unlit, and only the cold moonlight from outside poured in, outlining his dejected silhouette. His fingers unconsciously scratched at the floor, and even when blood had seeped from under his nails, he felt no pain. Something flickered at the corner of his eye. He raised his hand to wipe it, and his fingertips felt damp. Guilt, helplessness, anger, various emotions were pinned up in his chest. This was all his fault. He had originally thought that with his intervention, he could change Nichi's fate, but the result was that his friend did not die because of the Hyuga clan. Instead, he died because of him. Essentially, he had killed his closest friend with his own hands. All of this was the result of his naivety. Relations between nations were not about quick vengeance. It was the consistent thinking of a traverser that had harmed him. Just as Nichi said before leaving, he needed to learn to endure. If he had not let his emotions get the better of him at that time, even if he had killed a few fewer people, it would not have resulted in the current situation. Although he was indeed very angry now, wanting to directly attack the Cloud Village, what would it mean? Alone, he could take down 100, 1,000, but what about facing tens of thousands? Although lava release was terrifying with his chakra and combat experience, he was still far from being able to contend with the foundation of an entire ninja village, even if he could disregard his own life. What about the people in the village? Because of his impulsiveness, they would suffer endless retaliation. One person's mistakes would force countless innocent people to bear the consequences. That was indeed too selfish. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was that he was too weak now. He had not yet reached the level of the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara, who could change the situation of the entire ninja world with their own strength. Inji continued to doubt himself and remain vigilant in this internal struggle, ultimately transforming everything into a long sigh. "I'm sorry, Nichi," he said softly to the void, his voice carrying an unprecedented clarity. "Just give me a little more time." Inji's gaze completely changed, as if he had become a different person. The once blurry goal had become exceptionally clear at this moment. He wanted to become the new Hokage, not for power, not for glory, but to reshape the ninja world anew. Only by standing in that position could he ensure that no one else would have to sacrifice their life to fill the political chasm as Nichi did. Chapter 41. Healing the next morning, Inji buried his surging emotions deep within, selected a few snacks that Itachi loved at the market, and headed straight for Konoha Hospital. "You're late," the nurse said, organizing the medical records without looking up. The young master of the Uchiha clan was discharged the day before yesterday. Inji had no choice but to make his way to the Uchiha clan's territory. It took a long time to get there, as the Uchiha clan's autonomous region was close to the edge of Konoha, even more remote than during the second Hokage's reign. Due to the impact of the Nine Tails incident, coupled with the Uchiha clan serving as Konoha's police force, a lot of resentment had accumulated over the years among the populace. And they were also under constant surveillance by the Umbu, so the relationship between the two sides was nearing a critical point. Inji felt a bit anxious for Itachi. Although there were still several years until the night of the massacre in the original story, the relationship between the two sides was not something he could adjust by himself. Even the third Hokage, many times, was powerless. After all, the village was not solely the Hokage's village, and the high-level advisors and elite shinobi teams held significant influence. Of course, there was also one thing. Nichi's death suddenly reminded Inji of Itachi's incurable disease in the original story, which required a large amount of strong medication every day to maintain function. Although it had not yet manifested, and even the hospital could not detect it, this unknown illness was surely lurking within his body, waiting for the day to break out. Since he was already aware of it, Inji would definitely not sit idly by. Although he also knew some medical ninjutsu, his level was at best average. However, he did know a medical master who might be able to discover it early. Early detection, early treatment, early prevention. This time, he also happened to take Itachi out for a trip and help him relax. After a few minutes, Inji stood in front of the Uchiha clan leader's house and gently knocked on the door. The door opened slowly, accompanied by the sound of small footsteps. A tender face peeked through the crack of the door, with big black eyes, soft black hair, and that signature baby fat face. "Who are you?" The little guy looked up and asked in a baby voice. Although he was young, His tone was surprisingly polite. Inchi squatted down, bringing his gaze level with Sasuke. Are you Sasuke? I'm here to find Itachi. Can you let me in? As he spoke, he couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch that soft face. Sasuke blinked and obediently stepped aside. Please come in. Brother is cooking. After changing his shoes at the entrance, Inchi straightened up, and a tempting aroma of food wafted over. He raised an eyebrow, not expecting Itachi to be cooking. Master. Itachi hurriedly came out of the kitchen, wearing an obviously oversized apron. Upon seeing Inchi, his eyes lit up, and he quickly untied the apron, walking briskly towards him. I'm here to see you. Inchi placed the gifts he brought on the table, glanced around the room, and added, by the way, I have something serious to discuss. Where are your parents? They went to the clan meeting, probably won't be back until late, Itachi replied, already enthusiastically pulling Inchi toward the dining table. Master, try the dishes I made. Inchi chuckled, not putting on airs in front of his disciple, and sat down readily. The table was set with a few simple home-cooked dishes: miso soup, grilled fish, and a bowl of steamed eggs. Although not exquisite, the aroma was delightful. This kid really has some skills. Sasuke followed his brother like a little tail, curiously observing the unfamiliar guest. Itachi skillfully served the rice, and there was no trace of the serious injury from a few days ago in his movements. Master, what serious matter do you want to discuss? Inchi propped his chin on one hand, taking a good look at his disciple before asking, Is your wound healing well? If it's about done, come with me on a trip. Itachi was surprised, stopping in his tracks. Is there a mission? Inchi replied, It's not a mission. Even if there were, what use would it be to bring a lower ninja with me? Itachi's face flushed slightly, realizing that if the renowned Inzai from Konoha was involved, it must be significant. Inchi stated frankly, I'm not in a good mood, took a leave from the third Hokage, just to accompany you for some relaxation and handle some business. Are you coming or not? Itachi froze for a second, then immediately nodded. I'm going. He had already heard everything from his father about how his master had personally wiped out the Cloud Village envoy to avenge him, causing a diplomatic storm. As for Lord Nichi's sacrifice, Itachi pressed his lips together, understanding not to bring up this heavy topic. Is it really okay? Inchi glanced at little Sasuke, who was trying hard to eat. What about your parents? And your instructor? Master, don't worry. My parents respect you very much. And there won't be any issues with my instructor, Itachi immediately replied. In his heart, Inchi held a very special position, respected almost as much as his parents, and in some ways, even more. Regardless of whether it was a mission or not, Itachi really enjoyed spending time alone with Inchi, even if it was for meaningless things. He had always looked forward to this rare time together. Then let's set off in the afternoon. Remember to pack your things, Inchi instructed. Okay, master. Little Sasuke, who had overheard the conversation, mumbled to his brother, What about my shuriken technique? Didn't you say you would teach me? Itachi habitually reached out to pat Sasuke's little head, smiling. Forgive me, Sasuke. I'll teach you next time. After finishing the meal, Inchi went alone to the Hokage's office. When he pushed the door open, Sarutobi Hiruzen was bent over, reviewing documents. I want to take Itachi out for a trip. Inchi stated directly, it won't take too long. The pen in the third Hokage's hand paused slightly, and the corners of his wrinkled eyes lifted. At this critical time, just to relax, we'll be back soon. The room fell into a brief silence. According to regulations, Jinchuriki were not allowed to leave the village without permission, especially during this sensitive period following a diplomatic crisis. However, it must be said that over the years, Inchi had proven his loyalty to the village, and the beast within him was tightly suppressed. Even Danzo had to withdraw most of the surveillance. Go ahead, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded, but as Inchi turned to leave, he suddenly said, Be careful on the road. Inchi waved his hand without turning back, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Chapter 42. The journey. When Inchi arrived at the village entrance, Itachi was already waiting there. The boy had a bulging backpack on his back, leaning slightly against the wall. As soon as he saw Inchi's figure, he straightened up, a bright smile blooming on his face. Master, Itachi jogged over, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. Are we setting off now? Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his upturned face. At this moment, He looked very much like an ordinary child of his age. Enchi reached out to ruffle his hair, maintaining a straight face. This journey is not short, so you'll be in charge of the meals. He paused and added seriously, this is also an important part of your training. Itachi blinked, briefly puzzled, then nodded vigorously. I understand. The trust in his obsidian-like eyes was evident. Anything his master said must be right. The figures of the master and disciple gradually faded away, eventually disappearing on the forest path outside the village. Before long, two ninjas clad in dark cloaks silently followed them. Enchi's steps subtly paused. He had long sensed their presence. These two were likely sent by Danzo to monitor them. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, leaving with a child from the Uchiha clan, could not be left entirely unchecked. Although the third Hokage had not explicitly stated it, he had clearly tacitly approved of this surveillance. Enchi paid them no mind. As long as they didn't interfere with them, they could watch all they wanted. Along the way, Itachi walked with a very light step. Although he had followed his father to scout battlefields during the Third Great Ninja War and had personally killed an enemy ninja, this was the first time he was going out with a mindset of a hike. Being beside his master brought not only joy, but also a great sense of security. As if even if the sky were to fall, this tall figure would be there to shield him. After walking for more than 2 hours and resting by a stream, Itachi finally couldn't hold back his long-buried question. Master, your bloodline limit is called lava release, right? He carefully chose his words. His father said that your ninjutsu and Sharingan, like would release, could suppress tailed beasts. The boy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Over the years, he had heard too many legends about Enzai, but had never witnessed his true strength. Even during the envoy incident, he could only piece together the scene from what others had said. Enchi raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased that his little disciple was starting to take an interest in him. It was no wonder, as he was just over 8 years old, with a high curiosity, especially in the close relationship of a father-like master. After thinking for a moment, he didn't brush it off. He motioned for Itachi to come closer and slowly open his palm. As chakra flowed, the skin of his palm gradually turned crimson, transforming into rolling magma in an instant. Even under the midday sun, the intense heat cast a red glow on Itachi's little face. This is lava release. What a terrifying temperature. Itachi instinctively opened his mouth wide, excitement dancing in his eyes. He instinctively wanted to reach out to touch it, but quickly pulled his fingers back. Don't touch it, Enchi reminded him, then continued, my lava release integrates 3 types, fire, earth, and yang chakra, which surpasses the bloodline limits. Itachi nodded seriously, suddenly recalling something. Are there other ninjas like you in the ninja world? There are. The third Tsuchikage of a Wagakure in the land of Earth has dust release, which is also a bloodline limit and, in terms of destructive power, is even stronger than mine, Enchi replied. After the two masters and disciples exchanged a few words, Itachi poured out all the questions he had accumulated over time, and just as he finished answering one, new questions emerged. Enchi was also very patient, answering almost every question. After a moment, the topic turned to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Itachi, although a well-known young genius, had yet to awaken the Uchiha's iconic Sharingan. According to his words, even among the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan only existed in a small number of individuals with special physiques. Don't be anxious with your talent. Awakening it is just a matter of time, and the potential of the Sharingan is very high. Enchi comforted him. Master seems to know a lot about the Sharingan, Itachi said in surprise. Enchi tapped Itachi's forehead with 2 fingers and said, don't digress. Just focus on practicing the fire release technique for now. I can only guide you in that aspect. To be honest, having such an outstanding disciple made Enchi feel anxious as a master. It could be said he felt both pain and joy. Itachi smiled, thinking that he had already learned something more important than ninjutsu from his master. As night fell, the campfire crackled, and Enchi lay next to the fire, resting his arm behind his head, staring blankly at the starry sky. Itachi had long been sent out by Enchi to find food and felt no embarrassment about it. It was only natural for a disciple to serve his master. Itachi worked diligently, and after about 10 minutes, he returned holding 2 plump wild rabbits. Under the moonlight, the boy skillfully skinned, cleaned, and roasted them in one go. TSK, TSK, nice technique. Worthy of praise, Enji said with a smile. Itachi's lips curled up slightly. He loved hearing his master's compliments and continued his work. The rabbit meat gradually turned golden under the flames, fat dripping into the fire. In the shadows of the trees, two members of the root organization who had followed them unconsciously swallowed. Master, you still haven't told me where our destination is, Itachi asked. The border of the land of fire, where it meets the land of hot water, is called Danzai Street, Enji lazily replied. After silently repeating the name Danzai Street, Itachi had a vague impression. It seemed to have been mentioned in the geography class at the Ninja Academy. It was said to be a bustling entertainment district filled with various shops, residences, and entertainment venues, a place full of life and commercial atmosphere, and a good place to relax. It seemed that Master really was taking him to unwind. Just as he was looking forward to it, Enji's voice came again. Disciple, I'm a bit thirsty. Please wait, I'll go find some water, Itachi replied. In the distance, the members of the root organization watched the diligent little boy go out to fetch water and couldn't help but feel speechless. Chapter 43. Fourth Raikage the next morning. Stepping on the morning dew, the master and disciple continued on their way. Danzai Street was actually just the first destination. If they could find Tsunade here, that would be best, as her probability of being here was quite high. If luck was not on their side, and she was not here, Enji's next stop would be the land of Hot Water Village. These two places were likely respawn points where Tsunade would appear. Reflecting on Tsunade, a beautiful golden-haired figure surfaced in Enji's mind. He raised his hand to grasp the necklace around his neck. Since parting ways in the land of hot water, they hadn't been in contact for several years, and he didn't know how the other was doing after resolving their issues. The third Hokage once said that the necklace Tsunade wore closely would only be given to blood relatives or loved ones. At the time, he was very concerned. On one hand, he felt overwhelmed, and on the other hand, he had some hidden expectations. But as time passed, those feelings had gradually faded. Yet at this moment, his once calm heart seemed to stir again, even feeling a bit nervous. Seeing Enji looking anxious, Itachi curiously asked, Master, what's wrong? It's nothing. Itachi, what are we having for breakfast? I'll think of something. On the other side, dusk settled over Danzai Street, but the lights illuminated the entire market. Peddlers shouted as they carried their wares, and people from the surrounding villages surged towards the depths of the brightly lit area. At the edge of the market, a rugged man with dark skin stood outside an abandoned house covered in moss. He wore a short, sleeveless cloak that revealed his iron-like muscles. Frowning as he stared at the distant flickering lights, his entire demeanor cold and hard like tempered iron, completely out of place with a lively market behind him. After a moment of silence, a figure jumped down from the eaves, landing behind him. Lord Raikage, thanks to you drawing away the pursuers, we were able to keep the goods safe. The person lifted his clothing and pulled out a scroll the size of a palm. The muscular man nodded and took it. The secret ninjutsu account passed down for generations from the village of the Pines is finally in hand. But we can't return to the village immediately. Why is that? Although this is the border between the land of hot water and the land of fire. Leaf Village ninjas occasionally patrol here. If you are discovered as the Raikage, it might cause misunderstandings. The Raikage snorted coldly, stuffing the scroll into his clothes. His tone a bit irritable. I know, those cunning leaf ninjas will surely make a big deal out of this. If there's another diplomatic conflict, it might really escalate into a large-scale conflict between both sides. So what do you mean? Follow me. Inside the house, it was a mess. In the dim light, a young man dressed in Cloud Village ninja attire lay on the bed, with dark red lumps resembling a giant spider resting on his chest, grotesquely alarming. Karai, yo, Amai. The Cloud ninja on the sickbed barely managed to curl his lips into a weak smile at his companion. The ninja, named Amai, stepped forward quickly. Being the only medical ninja in the group, immediately using medical ninjutsu, his chakra flowing into the lump through his fingertips. After a moment, he broke into a cold sweat. Incredible, this lump is filled with explosive chakra blocks. It continuously absorbs the host's chakra, and if it exceeds a certain size, it will explode. The Raikage's face turned ashen, speaking heavily. At that time, Nikai used ninjutsu, and then it exploded. I didn't expect such a great price for this ninjutsu account. Is there any way to save Karai? Amai lowered his head, feeling very guilty with my medical skills. I am truly helpless. The Raikage's eyes darkened, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. Is that so? But I know someone who can save him. She's in town. Amai suddenly raised his head. Lady Tsunade from Leaf Village, the medical sage among the Sannin. There's no injury she can't heal. If we can ask her. Shut up. Karai on the bed suddenly shouted, his neck veins bulging. Don't refer to ninjas from other villages as lady. The relationship between Leaf and Cloud has never been good. The previous envoy incident with Lord Troy was a senior I respected the most, and it was clearly a Leaf ninja who killed him in the oppressive atmosphere. The fourth Raikage suddenly spoke in a deep voice. She must save him, or rather, I will make her save you. No, Lord Raikage. Karai struggled to sit up, the lump on his chest swelling purple with agitation. How can you ask someone from another village for help because of me? You are the Raikage. You can't lose the dignity of Cloud for me. Stop talking nonsense. Dignity? Your life is my dignity. A useless person who stands by and watches while others die needs dignity to hold up appearances. Listen carefully. You must live and return a Cloud with me. This is an order. Karai's throat moved, suddenly turning his face away, his eyelashes trembling violently, with tears dropping onto the pillow. After settling his subordinates, the fourth Raikage took Amai and instantly moved to the bustling district. On the way, Amai hesitated repeatedly, but couldn't help but speak. Lord Raikage, why have we been frequently raiding other villages for their ninjutsu lately? We've already sacrificed too many companions during this time. It was normal for subordinates to have such doubts. Although Cloud Village had always engaged in technical plunder, including ninjutsu scrolls and bloodline limits, past operations were always planned and purposeful. Recently, diplomatic incidents have just concluded, and the fourth Raikage has launched several plundering plans in quick succession, even personally infiltrating sensitive areas this time. The usually hot-tempered Raikage fell silent for a moment and surprisingly began to explain patiently. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, that man's corpse. Konoha doesn't know what means they used. We have no way to separate the bloodline limit. It's equivalent to working hard for nothing. Konoha is unscathed, but we have lost several excellent ninjas, including Troy. What concerns me the most is that Inferno who wiped out the envoy group. The high-ranking officials of Konoha would rather sacrifice the Hyuga clan to quell the incident than hand over the corpse of that Inferno. What do you think this indicates? Amai was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly, his gaze icy. Konoha's level of importance placed on that man even exceeds that of Konoha's noble clans. This can only mean that his legendary bloodline elimination is indeed formidable. He might even be able to rival Tsuchika Jinoki. I must be on guard. Now that the relationship between Kumogikure and Konoha has completely broken down, if we don't seize the time to strengthen the village's power, Kumogikure may not win if war breaks out in the future. As Raikage, despite his rough and intimidating appearance, his thoughts were extremely delicate, even comparable to the third Hokage. Konoha, as the super-strong hidden village that has dominated the ninja world for many years, even if temporarily fallen from grace, will never swallow their anger in the face of real provocations. When they restore their vitality in the future, they will definitely retaliate. Chapter 44. Enemies meet the fourth Raikage, and Amai traveled through several streets and finally arrived at the door of a small tavern. The tavern had clearly been booked out. Apart from the two drunken figures inside, there were no other people. Tsunade was lazily leaning against the tatami mat, her beautiful golden hair casually falling over her shoulders. Sitting directly opposite the door with her disciple Shizen. On the small table, there were many empty wine bottles, and the aroma of alcohol mixed with the faint scent of her perfume wafted through the air. Shizen, we're out of alcohol. Go buy some more. She squinted her almond-shaped eyes, her cheeks flushed, and gently nudged her disciple with her long fingers, her voice tinged with drunken affection, occasionally letting out playful belches. Beside her, Shizen was hugging a small pink pig and had already lost consciousness, casually responding a few times before closing her eyes to sleep. What the heck? You can't even handle this little bit? You're so useless. Tsunade teased with a grin. tucking a stray hair behind her ear before continuing to finish the last of her drinks. In her hazy drunkenness, a few familiar yet annoying voices suddenly floated into her ears. So what are you guarding now? Me? I'm actually very afraid of dying. Lady Tsunade, you really should lose some weight. Memories flashed back like a revolving lantern. Two furious figures exchanged punches and kicks in a large pit. That chiseled face became exceptionally clear under the influence of alcohol. Enshi. Tsunade's lips murmured a soft call, and her already flushed cheeks instantly turned a deeper shade of crimson. This guy. Back then he said he was a little chubby. Was that sincere, or just to annoy me? Why did his image always come to mind at the most inopportune moments whenever she was drunk? That damn man, clearly not much older than Minato. Yet he always inexplicably stirred up her longing. Sai, how should I face you? Tsunade swirled her wine glass, resting her chin on her white wrist. Her voice unconsciously tinged with a hint of melancholy. A few years ago, due to a twist of fate, she had reopened her heart. Since then, she seemed to have changed completely. She not only overcame her blood phobia, but also picked up her almost neglected medical ninjutsu and became much calmer in temperament. Although she still had a gambling addiction, she had learned to restrain herself, and during her travels with her disciple, she began to pause and appreciate the scenery along the way. In the past, every time she got drunk, the scenes of her brother and lover's tragic deaths would shadow her, and every time she woke from nightmares, she couldn't help but tremble all over. But now, everything had quietly changed. In her hazy drunkenness, those two familiar faces gradually faded away, replaced by that annoying little man, always appearing with a half-smile in the fog of her memories. Thinking about it, this feeling wasn't so bad after all. I wonder what that guy's doing right now. Tsunade murmured. The diplomatic turmoil between Konoha and Kumogakure had already spread through the ninja world like wildfire. As one of the legendary three ninjas, she naturally had her own intelligence network, making the ins and outs of the incident clear as day. She never expected that the usually somewhat erratic little man would single-handedly slaughter the entire envoy group for his disciple. Although this thunderous action severely dampened Kumogakure's spirit, it also pushed the two nations to the brink of war. However, the aftermath was truly lamentable. To quell the incident, her best friend had become a sacrifice, handed over to Kumogakure. Such a thing is an unacceptable reality for any ninja. It felt as if she could sense the anger and collapse deep in that little man's heart from miles away. Because of this, even though she was traveling far away, she hurried back as soon as she heard the news. Now appearing on Shorut Street was just a brief stop. After resting, she would return to Konoha to meet the third Hokage and comfort that little man. Don't just give up like this, or I'll definitely have to give you a beating, Tsunade said to herself. Just then, an untimely figure suddenly opened the door and walked in, kneeling on the ground in a proper manner. You are the Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, right? I have something to ask of you. Please be sure to agree. Amai earnestly pleaded. Who are you? Tsunade didn't even raise her eyelids, responding with a flat tone. I am Amai, a ninja from Kumogakure. Please use your renowned medical ninjutsu to help my compatriots, Amai said. Tsunade gently placed her wine glass on the table, lazily looking at the pleading figure not far away, and sneered. You are a medical ninja from Kumogakure, right? Since it's your companion who is injured, then you should go save them yourself. My medical ninjutsu is completely useless here. I'm not going. A group of thieves eyeing Konoha's bloodline limit has learned to kneel and beg. That's just too embarrassing. Tsunade mocked coldly, showing no intention of standing up. Amai did not back down and continued. This matter has been resolved between the two sides. You really know how to argue. Please overlook past grievances and help my compatriots. I would be immensely grateful. Amai gritted his teeth, bowing even lower. Tsunade remained indifferent, continuing to sit on the tatami mat in a daze, as if everything had nothing to do with her. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, unable to contain his impatience, walked in and confronted Tsunade. I knew you wouldn't agree easily. Amai quickly got up from the ground and said to Tsunade, This is our leader from Kumogakure, Lord Raikage. Tsunade was slightly taken aback and raised an eyebrow. So a big shot really has come. The fourth Raikage stared intently at Tsunade. If you are unwilling, I will take you by force. Tsunade's expression turned cold, and she sneered. Interesting. Do you know who you're talking to? You'll regret this. The tension between the two rose. And after a standoff, the fourth Reikage turned around. I'll wait for you in the open space behind the house. Just as he was about to step out, two figures, one large and one small, appeared at the entrance, blocking the exit tightly. Kumogakure's barbarians really excel at using brute force to achieve their goals. A sarcastic voice came from the tall figure. The newcomers were none other than Enshi and his disciple. Who would have thought that they would find Tsunade's trail only to stumble upon this tense scene? Under Tsunade's astonished gaze and the fourth Reikage's scrutinizing stare, Enshi leaned against the doorframe, his gaze icy and mocking, and continued, Kumogakure's trash has no right to beg Konoha. Weren't they quite impressive back then? A dog's leg is broken, and now it comes wagging its tail to beg for pity? Such an ugly sight, don't you think, Itachi? Itachi stepped forward, following his master's words without hesitation. Indeed, it's too ugly. Chapter 45, Identity of the Shadow. The scene instantly froze, facing the malicious provocation. The fourth Reikage surprisingly did not explode immediately, but instead scrutinized the young man before him with piercing eyes. He wore the Konoha forehead protector, his right eye covered by an eye patch, and an unsettling aura of danger surrounded him, revealing a deep-seated prejudice against the village hidden in the clouds. In Konoha Village, how many could harbor such hatred for the Cloud Village, even failing to maintain a facade of decency? On the other side, Tsunade was suddenly stunned, rubbing her eyes repeatedly, trying to confirm whether it was an illusion caused by alcohol. But no matter how many times she looked, the figure she had been thinking about was truly standing before her. Yinji, what are you doing here? Her voice unconsciously rose, a mix of surprise and disbelief intertwined. Yinji glanced at Tsunade hurriedly, noticing she looked younger than the last time they met. Her cheeks flushed like a girl of 17 or 18. However, the tense atmosphere clearly wasn't the time for reminiscing. He then turned to face the fourth Reikage directly. Take your people and leave. Is a Reikage of the Cloud Village really just a mindless barbarian? Remember, this is the territory of the Land of Fire. You've crossed the line. Before the fourth Reikage could speak, Amai beside him could no longer contain his anger. Arrogant. Do you know who you're talking to? This is the border. It's not crossing the line at all. Yinji couldn't be bothered to respond, striding into the tavern and standing before the fourth Reikage. Despite the significant height difference between them, their imposing presence was equally matched. You are the flame disaster of Konoha, the one who killed the bloodline elimination ninja of Troy, right? The fourth Reikage suddenly spoke, his tone certain as he had already heard Tsunade's address to the young man. You guessed it. Hasn't the Cloud Village always wanted my life? Yinji sneered, the face of Hinata, Hayashi flashing through his mind, filling his words with unabashed hostility. Today is a good opportunity. The atmosphere was tense, and the fourth Reikage had never been provoked like this by an outsider. At this moment, electric sparks began to flicker around his body, nearly enveloping him completely. Yinji also stood his ground, a hint of red magma beginning to seep from his palm, and the temperature around him began to rise sharply. They say enemies meet with extra hostility. The death of a close friend and the humiliation of Konoha transformed into crimson rage. They even hoped the other would truly strike first. The fourth Reikage was also filled with murderous intent toward this flame disaster of Konoha who had killed an entire delegation. Though it was their first meeting in the current atmosphere, both wanted to kill each other without regard for the consequences. The tense atmosphere spread instantly, and Itachi was the first to act, swiftly drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Cloud Ninja Amai also reacted, pulling out a weapon to confront the 8-year-old boy directly. Master, let's fight. Itachi fearlessly confronted him as Yinji's disciple. He also loathed the actions of the Cloud Village and was determined to do everything in his power to protect his master's decisions. On the other side, Tsunade promptly stood up from the tatami, the alcohol-induced haze immediately dispelled by her fierce battle intent. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides, knuckles cracking softly, her gaze locking onto the fourth Reikage. As long as the other makes any move, this fist packed with monstrous strength will hit him mercilessly. She was well aware of the grievances between Yinji and the Cloud Village. At this moment, reconciliation was simply out of the question. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, she had to defend the village's dignity. Personally, this little man who had opened her heart was worth her risking everything. As for the aftermath and the storm it would cause, who cares about the consequences? Let's just hit first. This atmosphere, which almost froze the air, lasted for a moment. The fourth Hokage glanced at his sweating subordinates beside him. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately suppressed the urge to strike. He was no impulsive fool. If it were a one-on-one situation, he could have struck without hesitation. But now, standing opposite him, was Tsunade, one of the legendary three and the enigmatic bloodline elimination ninja. With just him and Amai, the disparity in strength was too obvious. Moreover, this place was on the border of the Land of Fire. Once a battle broke out, Konoha's reinforcements would arrive much faster. As Hokage, he was already in the wrong for stepping into another country's territory. If he were to escalate the conflict, it would undoubtedly lead to an uncontrollable war. With no hope of taking Tsunade away now, it would be meaningless to continue the standoff. It was better to take his beloved subordinates back to the village and find another way. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. Thinking of other purposes achieved during this trip, the fourth Hokage snorted coldly, the electric light around him gradually fading. Konoha's flame disaster. This debt will be remembered by the Cloud Village. Amai, let's go. The fourth Hokage strode towards the door. Amai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly getting up to follow, casting a lingering glance at Itachi. Just as they were about to exit the tavern, Yenji's voice came from behind, each word like a blade tempered in ice. Remember, Konoha's tolerance ends here. There will be no further retreat. The next time we meet, I will resolve all grievances as the shadow. The Cloud Village will surely pay the price it deserves. The fourth Hokage turned back, glaring at Yenji as if to engrave his face in his heart. Then let's wait and see, Konoha. With that, he left without looking back, quickly disappearing into the deep night. In the tavern, Yenji snorted and then waved for Itachi to come over, forcing a smile. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Your performance just now was excellent. However, you can't help much right now. If it weren't for you, I might have really made a move. Itachi shyly smiled a bit. Putting away the kunai, I feel like I could take down that cloud ninja. His momentum has already lost to me. Yenji did not comment, knowing that his disciple couldn't be judged by common sense. Even the bloodline limit ninja, like Troy, had suffered a loss at his hands. Perhaps he can indeed pull it off. Adjusting his emotions slightly, he led Itachi to Tsunade. It had been several years since they last met, and both pairs of eyes revealed a very subtle emotion. Tsunade, long time no see. Yenji took the initiative to greet her, displaying a gentle smile. Yeah, long time no see. Saves me from having to go back to Konoha again. Tsunade's face showed no abnormalities, but her ears were slightly flushed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both fell into silence, the awkward atmosphere stretching long. Ahem, have you secretly lost weight? You look even better than before. Godi. Chapter 46, eavesdropping. The candlelight flickered in the quiet night. Afterward, Yenji found a brightly lit inn. He booked 2 double rooms, first helping Tsunade settle the sleeping Shizune onto a soft bed, then moving the pink little pig to a comfortable corner before exiting the room and returning to his own. Exhausted from the journey, Itachi quickly fell asleep after lying on the bed, very quiet, not even snoring. Yenji kindly adjusted the blanket for Itachi, then heard a knock on the door. The wooden door turned lightly, and indeed it was Tsunade. Is it convenient for me to come in? Yenji's throat moved slightly. His fingertips paused on the doorknob, and he finally responded softly, stepping aside to let her in. Tsunade entered with a night breeze from hallway. No trace of alcohol on her, instead carrying a fragrant scent that spread throughout the small space. She familiarized herself with sitting at the edge of Yenji's bed, her gaze falling on the sleeping boy on the other bed. This is your disciple? Her lips curled into a gentle smile. His earlier performance was excellent, completely unlike a child of this era. Uchiha Itachi. Yensi smiled and said, talent is indeed rare. You learn quickly no matter what. The room was small, and there were no chairs. Since Tsunade had taken over his bed, Yensi could only stand there awkwardly. Tsunade chuckled lightly and patted the space beside her. Are you going to sit or not? In the end, Yensi sat down next to Tsunade. With both of them on the same bed, the distance between them and their hearts suddenly shrank significantly. Thus, they began to chat casually, mostly about daily life, both intentionally avoiding heavier topics. "You've kept the necklace I gave you well, right? If you lose it, I'll beat you up. Don't worry. I've been wearing it all the time, not even a scratch on it." Yen-Si tugged at his collar, revealing the priceless necklace. Tsunade squinted in satisfaction, but still raised her fist playfully. "You're smart." Saying that, she casually curled up her legs on the bed, the hem of her top sliding down a bit, revealing her toes painted with red nail polish. Yen-Si's heart raced. He wanted to look at them a little longer, but was afraid Tsunade would punch him. So he helplessly turned his gaze to the window. In fact, his feelings for Tsunade had always been quite complicated. Logically speaking, as a man, to win the heart of the beautiful and charming Princess Tsunade was undeniably a matter of great pride. But on the other hand, he found it absurd. After all, there was a significant age difference between them, and, aside from having fought once, they had no other shared experiences, making it seem ridiculous. If it were just him overthinking, that would be one thing, but the current atmosphere and her attitude didn't seem like what ordinary friends would have. Ever since he traveled here, he had been indecisive about feelings. He envied those novel protagonists who welcomed all, fantasizing about a carefree life, but those whimsical thoughts ultimately remained just thoughts. The woman before him, despite the age gap, was remarkable in every aspect. Her stunning beauty, fiery figure, and the medical ninjutsu that countless ninjas admired. If it were truly mutual, it would indeed be a beautiful thing. But he still couldn't see through her thoughts. Just as Yen-Si was questioning life, Tsunade suddenly asked softly, "The last thing you said to Hokage, if nothing unexpected happens, you should become the 5th Hokage, right?" Yen-Si opened his mouth, his gaze meeting hers. After a moment of silence, he sighed lightly. "I'm not sure if I could be a good Hokage, but many things are pushing me in that direction. I have no choice in the matter." Tsunade focused on Yen-Si's expression, though she appeared carefree. Her mind was exceptionally sharp, and she could sense that this man harbored unknown motives deep within. She asked directly, after becoming Hokage, "What do you want to do?" Yen-Si was taken aback, frowned in thought for a moment, then slowly directed his gaze out into the night. It took him half a minute before he spoke, his voice deep and prolonged. Some situations require standing at a higher position to break through. His eyes grew increasingly profound at that moment. Perhaps sitting in that position could change the way the entire ninja world lived. This answer was too ambiguous. But Tsunade's sixth sense assured her that if Yen-Si truly became Hokage, it would likely spark a storm that the previous generations dared not even imagine. Just as the atmosphere became delicate, Yen-Si suddenly turned to her. "You will support me, right?" Tsunade's breath hitched, and their gazes locked. She opened her mouth, suddenly feeling tight in her throat, and instinctively looked away. Yen-Si didn't rush her, just quietly waited. "You." Tsunade bit her lip, her tone appearing a bit tense, yet her demeanor still feigned nonchalance. "In what capacity do you want me to support you?" The light above flickered, illuminating her beautiful golden hair even more attractively. Outside the window, a cat from who knows whose house jumped onto the roof, making the tiles rustle, resembling the chaotic beating of her heart at that moment. Yen-Si's fingertips tightened around the bedsheet, his throat bobbing. He was acutely aware of the weight behind this question. The woman who usually displayed a strong and carefree facade now seemed to have shed all her armor, revealing the softness and insecurity hidden deep within. Her hand, resting by her side, trembled slightly, and the redness in her ears spread down her neck. She was vulnerable. If any untimely words were spoken next, that heart which had just begun to thaw would likely freeze up again. Yen-Si took a deep breath, slowly extended his hand, and gently placed it on her delicate hand. At that moment, both of them froze, yet neither retreated. The moonlight streamed in from outside, merging their overlapping shadows into one. Yen-Si's voice was unexpectedly soft, "In any capacity you wish." The air seemed to solidify. Tsunade lowered her head, her hair cascading down like a waterfall. After hesitating for a moment, she tilted her head slightly and gently leaned against Yen-Si's shoulder. The almost touching moment made both of them hold their breaths. The atmosphere fermented a hint of sweetness in the silence, and both chose to stop there, neither daring to take a step further today. After a moment, Tsunade straightened up and smoothed out the non-existent wrinkles on Yen-C's chest. Get some rest. I'll be leaving. Good night. Watching Tsunade leave, the wooden door creaked shut, and Yen-C looked towards the direction she disappeared, suddenly breaking into a low laugh. This feeling was quite nice. However, before the smile faded, he inadvertently turned to the adjacent bed, and his smile instantly froze. Itachi, who had been sleeping with a perfect posture, was now curled up facing inward, the blanket tightly wrapped around his head, revealing only half of his reddened ear. Oh, eavesdropping. Yen-C's expression turned serious as he got up and walked to the edge of the bed, lightly slapping the bundled blanket. Bang! The cocoon boy suddenly sprang up, the blanket sliding down to reveal a panicked face, his ears so red they seemed to be dripping blood, stuttering in defense. Master, I was just sleeping too soundly. Oh, I haven't said anything yet. Yen-C's neared. Itachi's little face was filled with the embarrassment of being caught, utterly mortified. As a young boy, how could he have imagined that the adult's push-and-pull drama would be discovered by himself? At that moment, he wished he could go back 5 minutes and give himself a chop to the back of the head to knock himself out. Yen-C looked at his flustered appearance and suddenly cracked his knuckles, making a crisp sound. Itachi's pupils constricted, only to see his teacher suddenly reveal a devilish smile, accompanied by the words, "Prepare to be punished." And he lunged at him. Master, wait. Itachi rolled off the bed, running around barefoot in a panic. Yen-C pursued relentlessly, and the two of them enacted a chase in the cramped room, until Itachi was caught by the back of his neck and lifted into the air, still futilely kicking his legs like a little kitten caught by the scruff of its neck. Chapter 47. Stockpiling food the next morning. Itachi woke up in the morning light and turned to see Yen-C still wrapped in the blanket, sleeping soundly, with a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. The boy stifled a laugh and quietly got up, taking his toiletries into the bathroom. As he stirred the toothbrush in his mouth, the face reflected in the mirror still bore a hint of a smile. The ridiculous scene of being chased around the house by his teacher last night now felt like a sweet candy lingering on his tongue. The sound of running water echoed. When he squeezed the toothpaste, he glanced at his own reddened ears in the mirror and suddenly remembered his father's serious face. Uchiha Fugaka would never act this foolishly. There was always a layer of polite distance between father and son. In contrast, his master was completely different. Being together was always so enjoyable. Those childhood voids filled with his father's authority and family pressure were gradually being filled by this man. After washing up, Itachi tidied his clothes and went out to buy breakfast. After walking a few steps, he saw Tsunade yawning as she walked out from the neighboring room, her hair still tousled with a few stray strands. Two people looked at each other, and Itachi's ears turned slightly red. The scene from last night, where he pretended to sleep and eavesdropped, flashed through his mind. He steadied himself and politely bowed, saying, "Good morning, teacher's wife." This title left Tsunade stunned, her face instantly turning red to the roots of her ears. She stared at the serious-looking boy in front of her, and her fingertips reflexively flicked towards his forehead protector with enough force to make Itachi stumble and fall to the ground. "Don't call me that for now." Tsunade took a deep breath, trying to calm her flushed cheeks, but her fingertips still unconsciously rubbed against her sleeve. "Let's talk later." Itachi got up in confusion, brushed off the dust, and looked up at the flustered Tsunade, saying, "Okay, Lady Tsunade." He still couldn't understand why the adult world was so overly sentimental when they had clearly confirmed their relationship. "What are you going to do?" Tsunade turned her face away. "Buy breakfast for the master. That guy really knows how to make his disciples work," Tsunade muttered, turning to walk towards the stairs. "Forget it. Let's go together." "Okay." On the other side, after about 10 minutes, Inchi finally woke up in the room. The moment he opened his eyes, a pink, pudgy pig nose was right in front of his face, with small, dark eyes blinking and warm breath blowing on his nose. "What the hell?" Inchi instinctively grabbed the pink little pig that was lying on his chest, propped himself up with his elbows, almost throwing the pig to the foot of the bed. "Huh? Scared you, huh?" A familiar voice came from the corner, and he saw Shizen smiling as she walked out with her hands behind her back. Then she awkwardly scratched her head, saying, "Sorry, Inchi, I drank too much yesterday and didn't expect to run into you here." I came to greet you as soon as I woke up. Let me introduce you. This is Tantan, a good kid. Inchi was full of questions, feeling a bit greasy on his face, surely from being licked by the pig. Food reserves? As soon as this was said, Tantan, who was grabbed by the neck, seemed to understand, suddenly letting out a snort, flailing its chubby limbs, and its tail curling into a small question mark. Inchi helplessly yawned and moved Tantan aside. After washing up, he and Shizen sat on the tatami and started chatting. It wasn't long before Tsunade and Itachi entered with packed breakfast, although only one night had passed. When Inchi and Tsunade locked eyes, they both blushed slightly, but they concealed it well, and no one noticed. The four of them, along with the pig, began to enjoy breakfast. Perhaps feeling a bit guilty, the two on the tatami didn't sit too close and instead chose opposite corners. Inchi didn't forget the main point. After finishing breakfast, he pulled Tsunade to the balcony and said softly, "Actually, I came specifically to find you. I have something to trouble you with." Tsunade squinted her eyes and smiled slightly. "I guess that. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence to appear in a place like this? Go ahead, tell me what you need me to do." Facing Tsunade, Inchi gently placed his hands on her shoulders and said seriously, "My disciple may have an unknown disease inside him. I can't confirm it yet, but it definitely exists. Since it hasn't manifested yet, it should still be in the incubation period. I think you're the only one in the ninja world who might find a way." Upon hearing it was a medical issue, Tsunade immediately became serious, her mind quickly flashing through various possibilities. "I remember you're also a medical ninja, right? Logically speaking, over 90% of hidden diseases cannot escape the eyes of medical ninjas." Inchi shook his head. "My medical ninjutsu is only at a general level. I'm completely helpless. Also, Itachi doesn't know about this, and don't ask me how I found out. I can only pin all my hopes on you, the medical saint." Tsunade frowned, and after half a minute of thought, she spoke, "Since you trust me so much, I will give it a shot. I will first do a preliminary examination on Itachi. If I find nothing, I will need a lot of professional equipment and facilities. This may be a long process, so be prepared mentally." "Thank you, Tsunade." And she smiled. Tsunade looked at his sincere gaze, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Suddenly, she boldly leaned forward, her head gently resting against his chest. Inchi's body stiffened, and he shyly glanced inside the room, fearing Itachi and Shizen might see, although seeing wouldn't matter. At that moment on the balcony, there were no titles of Enzai and the three ninjas, only two closely connected souls quietly resonating in the morning light. "Inchi, from today onwards, your freedom ends here. If I find out you're getting close to other women, I will." Tsunade giggled, but lightly clenched her fist, giving him a few playful taps that lacked intimidation. However, Inchi's expression froze, his hairs standing on end, a feeling of guilt washing over him. If she punched him one by one. Ow. Chapter 48. The new child of prophecy at noon, Itachi, still in a daze, was called to Tsunade's room, where she began the preliminary examination from head to toe. Tsunade's hands roamed all over him, sometimes pressing acupoints and sometimes checking his meridians. Itachi felt like a puppet being manipulated, completely unaware of what was happening. But with Inchi watching from the side, he could only obediently cooperate, letting this medical saint do as she pleased. As the top medical expert in the ninja world, Tsunade was particularly focused when working, especially since this was a request from her lover. She was especially meticulous in her examination. From checking chakra meridians to internal organ functions, every item was repeatedly confirmed. And this preliminary examination surprisingly lasted a full 3 hours. Inchi had leaned against the wall and started dozing off, while Tantan was tugging at his pant leg. Itachi's face was stiff, and he lay limply on the makeshift examination table, feeling hopeless. When Tsunade finally let out a long sigh and announced the end, Itachi almost jumped away from her grasp and quickly dashed to Inchi's side. "Master, what is going on?" Itachi tugged at Inchi's sleeve, his eyes, resembling black grapes, filled with confusion. Inchi rubbed his sleepy eyes and didn't answer directly, just softly asked, "Do you trust your master?" Itachi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "I will always trust you." Looking at his disciple's clear gaze, Inchi's lips curved slightly as he reached out to ruffle Itachi's black hair. Although Itachi was full of questions, he thought to himself that since his master wouldn't harm him, that was enough. As for the rest, he would just consider it a strange training session. Afterward, Enchi sent Itachi away and then inquired about the final results from Tsunade. Enchi noticed Tsunade's furrowed brow as she reviewed the examination records, and he already had an answer in his heart. All indicators were perfect, and Tsunade closed the record book, lightly tapping her fingertips on the hardcover. Even healthier than children of the same age, if there was indeed a hidden illness. She paused. It would require more precise instruments to detect. Enchi's brow furrowed slightly. As expected, if it were that easy to find, Itachi in the original story wouldn't have. He cut off his thoughts and could only place his hopes on professional medical equipment and Tsunade's decades of experience. "Let us go back to Konoha," Tsunade suddenly said. "In the entire land of fire, apart from the daimyo's mansion, only there is the most complete equipment." Her voice suddenly softened a bit. "And I should go see the old man." "Okay." Enchi's gaze softened. "Thank you, Tsunade." Tsunade's face turned red again, feeling a sweetness she hadn't experienced in many years. With no one around, Tsunade gently leaned closer to Enchi, instinctively snuggling into his embrace, the reassuring sound of his heartbeat in her ears. "There's a great restaurant nearby." The sound of Shizen pushing the door open abruptly stopped. She froze in the posture of opening the door, her little pig Tuntan wide-eyed in fear. After 3 seconds of dead silence, Shizen let out a scream that could shatter glass. "I'm so sorry." She backed into the door frame and fled in a clumsy manner, leaving only the creaking door hinge behind. Enchi and Tsunade exchanged a smile, surprisingly without any embarrassment, instead sharing a tacit laughter. In that laughter, there was relief and a long-lost ease. In the afternoon, the group set off on their journey back to Konoha. They moved at a leisurely pace, feeling more like they were on a picnic than on a mission. Golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them. The usually lively Shizune was unusually quiet, occasionally sneaking glances at the pair ahead who were getting closer, although she had anticipated it. Witnessing this scene still left her in disbelief. No one understood Lady Tsunade better than her, that proud woman to the core, a soul tormented by pain for years. Now, she quietly wiped the corners of her eyes and hugged the small piglet in her arms. She couldn't help but think of the wonderful connections between people like Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who spent his life pursuing Tsunade's shadow, yet could only remain in that ambiguous space between close friends and lovers. And Enchi, in terms of age and reputation, paled in comparison to the legendary Sannin, yet with just one encounter. He lightly knocked on the door of Tsunade's heart that had been closed for years. The magnetic fields between people are indeed very magical. Meanwhile, at the border of a small country far from Konoha, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had been wandering there for months. The sunlight painted the window frames of the shabby in a dark red. He put down his pen, the ink still wet on the manuscript that bore the title A New Chapter of Paradise. The table was scattered with empty bottles and crumpled papers, some still showing signs of repeated revisions, as if trying to erase some unspeakable emotions. Since Orochimaru's defection, he had traveled through various countries in search of his former friend, only to find empty laboratories and dried bloodstains. Even earlier, the death of his most beloved disciple had torn a wound in his heart that would never heal. Not returning to Konoha might simply be because he did not want to face those streets filled with painful memories. Just as he stretched, a sudden dizziness hit him, and the scene before him twisted like a shattered mirror, reassembling the humid air, glowing rock walls, and that familiar scent of toad oil. It had been a long time since Master Fukasaku had actively called me back. Jiraiya smiled at the side, and sure enough, a frail, bearded toad elder appeared. Fukasaku waved his hand and got straight to the point. "This time it's not me calling you, but the great sage toad asked you to come, saying there's something important to tell you." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Could it be another prophecy? "Maybe, follow me." Soon, during their conversation, Jiraiya followed Fukasaku to the deepest secret realm of Mount Mayaboku, where the buildings resembled a giant temple, the residence of the great sage toad. At that moment, The great sage Toad's enormous body was sitting on a lotus leaf over 10 meters wide. His wrinkled and aged face appeared somewhat drowsy. "Little Jiraiya, you've come." Jiraiya stepped forward a few steps, naturally sitting down on the ground, greeting the elderly sage who had lived for who knows how many years. "Long time no see." "Great Sage Toad, it has indeed been a long time." Old man had another strange dream this time. The great sage Toad rested his chin on his hand, looking down at Jiraiya. "Is it about the child of prophecy?" The voice of the great sage Toad was deep and ethereal. "I dreamed of a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector, standing on Hokage Rock, with piles of corpses beneath his feet." Chapter 49. Division. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiraiya's muscles tensed instantly, and the lazy expression he had moments ago turned serious. "Who is he?" The great sage Toad shook his head, murmuring, "I don't know him, and you don't know him either. I've never had such a strange dream before." Jiraiya frowned. "Are you saying that Konoha will be in danger?" A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood make it hard not to think of the bloody side. Although it was very vague, the people beneath his feet didn't seem to be ninjas from Konoha. I saw many different styles of forehead protectors, like those from other countries. The great sage Toad spoke slowly, yawning, and after a pause continued. "I saw a burning ninja world, and after the flames extinguished, the whole world was left with only one flag, which old man could not see clearly, whether it was the dawn of peace or the beginning of another war." Jiraiya's gaze grew deeper, unable to help but ask, "Is this person an enemy? Will he bring disaster to the entire ninja world?" "Perhaps." The great sage Toad murmured. "His path is very vague, as if shrouded by some force. All I can see is that he wants to carry out a change that has never been seen before, saving people while also killing, building while also destroying." Jiraiya's fists unconsciously clenched. True transformation should not be built on the corpses of the dead. This is the lesson I've learned in my life. The candlelight in the hall suddenly flickered, casting distorted shadows on the walls. I saw that in the future of Konoha Village, the Hokage Rock split in half. With every step he took, the land behind him divided into two halves, one blossoming with flowers, the other igniting with flames. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly contracted. Division? Will Konoha Village split in the future? Exactly. Konoha Village will split into two factions. The wrinkles on the great sage Toad's neck piled up. The dew from the same source ultimately cannot merge into the same stream. Jiraiya remained silent for a long time, his mind racing with thoughts. He couldn't understand why the usually united Konoha would ultimately divide because of such a person. This would be a battle among compatriots, even affecting the entire world. Who is he? He will become Hokage. Go, little Jiraiya, before the dew evaporates. See clearly whether it reflects the morning sun or blood. The next day, after returning to Konoha, Tsunade went to the Hokage office to meet with the third Hokage. The two masters and disciples hadn't seen each other for a long time, and their conversation lasted for most of the morning, with the wisps of smoke rising from the third Hokage's pipe adding warmth to this reunion after many years. After leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade immediately set to work. With the special approval of the third Hokage, she took over the most spacious operating room on the top floor of Konoha Hospital, and several Umbu ninjas worked overnight to transport equipment, setting up the latest chakra detectors, cellular activity maintenance devices, and other precision instruments. The best medical ninjas in the hospital received orders to form a special medical team to work under the legendary medical sage, each one fully alert, afraid of missing any learning opportunity. Uchiha Itachi lay quietly on the examination table, knowing from his master that there might be some hidden dangers lurking in his body, and if not treated in time, it could threaten his life in the future. Although he didn't understand how his master knew this. That unconditional trust made him choose to cooperate completely. When the cold needle pierced his skin, he didn't even furrow his brow. Inji had been almost inseparable from the hospital these days, sometimes bringing Itachi three-colored dumplings to soothe his emotions, sometimes doing what he could. When he saw the slightly pale face of his disciple under the precision instruments, he would gently ruffle his black hair and share some interesting stories from the ninja world in a relaxed tone. Tsunade's focused profile and her professional and sharp gaze during discussions with the medical team made him unconsciously stop and stare. As night fell, the lights in the operating room remained bright. The hum of machines, the quiet exchanges of medical ninjas, and the occasional decisive command from Tsunade intertwined in the corridor, creating a unique rhythm. Enji dozed off in the corridor, and just as he was about to sink into sleep, a soft touch gently brushed against his cheek. He suddenly raised his head and met Tsunade's tired yet still bright eyes. Her golden hair was somewhat disheveled, with fine beads of sweat at her temples, clearly having just finished a high-intensity treatment. "How is it?" Yenji instantly became alert, his voice betraying an uncontainable urgency. Tsunade furrowed her brows slightly, pinching his cheek with just the right amount of pressure. "If it weren't for your last name being Uchiha, I would really suspect this is your illegitimate child." There was a hint of reproach in her tone. Yenji opened his mouth, showing an awkward smile, and quickly got up to press Tsunade back down onto the bench. "You've worked hard." His fingers gently brushed over her slightly damp hair tips. "I was just a bit worried about that child." Tsunade snorted lightly, but her expression softened. She rubbed her sore shoulders and said seriously, "The test results are out." Her gaze became deep. This condition was deeply hidden, and even with such a large-scale allocation of manpower and resources, it was almost overlooked. "How did you discover it?" Yenji's Adam's apple moved, and he did not answer immediately. "I reviewed the ancient texts of the Uchiha clan and combined them with the latest instrument data." Tsunade's voice gradually became grave. "This is a type of bloodline disease that is extremely rare even among the Uchiha clan." Bloodline disease. Yenji's heart jumped suddenly, and his face became a bit pale. Tsunade nodded, taking out a test report from her bosom. "Through chakra microscopy, I found that Itachi cells contain mutated in chakra residues." Her fingertip lightly pointed at a set of data on the report, rather than calling it a disease. It would be more accurate to say it's a defect in the evolution process of the Sharingan. She raised her head, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. What's even stranger is that this condition has very limited records even among adult Uchihas. So there are basically no historical precedents to refer to. Yenji frowned. "It is still in the latent phase," Tsunade continued, her voice unconsciously softening, "but as his chakra grows, these mutated in chakra will gradually erode his entire body, ultimately leading to organ failure, abnormal body temperature, and even..." She didn't finish her sentence, but Yenji already understood what she meant. Chapter 50. Danzo's visit the corridor fell into a brief silence. Yenji's gaze was drawn back from the window to Tsunade's tired, yet still bright profile. "You have a way, right?" His voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable certainty. Tsunade's fingers traced the shocking data curves on the test report before suddenly slamming the document shut. "Conventional medical ninjutsu." She took a deep breath. "Can at most only delay the deterioration of the condition." When she raised her eyes, a glint of sharpness flashed in her amber gaze. "But there's one place, the Wet-Bone Forest." Wet-Bone Forest? Yenji's pupils slightly dilated. "Isn't that?" Tsunade's lips curled into a familiar, proud arc. She reached out and patted Yenji's tense arm. "The slug sage's bodily fluids contain special yang properties that can neutralize the mutated in chakra." Her fingertip unconsciously circled a part of the report. More importantly, the sage techniques there can reconstruct cellular memory. Yenji's breath hitched. As a time traveler, he was well aware of the wonders of the three great holy lands. They were places that transcended the dimension of conventional medical ninjutsu. If Mount Mayaboku could glimpse the future, then Wet-Bone Forest could heal everything. But Wet-Bone Forest is never open to outsiders. Tsunade suddenly poured cold water on him. "Right now, in the entire Konoha, I am the only one with a summoning contract." Yenji opened his mouth about to speak, but saw Tsunade suddenly rest her forehead on his shoulder, the faint fragrance of gardenia mixed with the scent of disinfectant wafting over. However, she chuckled lightly, her warm breath brushing against Yenji's neck. "That kid is lucky. Years ago, the slug sage asked me to do something for her, and I did it quite well. For your precious disciple, it's time to collect this favor." Yenji looked at those beautiful amber eyes and couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, taking a deep breath. Tsunade was caught off guard, and her cheeks quickly flushed. "Don't make a scene," Tsunade said weakly, although their relationship had been confirmed. Such an overtly intimate action in public still made her shy. Fortunately, there was no one around, so there was no need to push her away. After discussing with Tsunade, they ultimately decided to set off for Wet Bone Forest the next day. Since both Yinji and Itachi had not signed a summoning contract with the slug, they could not use the reverse summoning technique to go directly to the Holy Land and could only choose the most traditional method of walking. That place was very far away. Tsunade estimated that even if they traveled day and night, it would take more than 2 months for a round trip. Yinji first brought Itachi to see the third Hokage, explaining the situation in detail. The third Hokage pondered for a long time while smoking his pipe before finally nodding in agreement. They then visited Uchiha Fugako. Upon learning that his son was suffering from a hidden illness, almost urged them to set off immediately. Things went surprisingly smoothly, and neither side had any objections. That night, after having dinner at Fugaku's house, Yinji walked back to his residence under the moonlight. After leaving the Uchiha clan's autonomous region, Yinji couldn't help but look back. In fact, he quite liked the Uchiha clan, perhaps because of Itachi's influence. This family had a conflicting nature that other clans did not possess. Deep down, they were loyal and righteous. But because of this, they easily fell into extremes. In his previous life, he would say that the Uchiha clan were proud and arrogant individuals with pride etched into their bones. Faced with the village's exclusion, they still chose to respond with an even prouder stance. And this vicious cycle made their situation increasingly difficult. If given chance, he really wanted to change the tense situation between the two sides. Unfortunately, he was not yet Hokage and did not have real decision-making power. The streetlights flickered as Yinji shook off these restless thoughts and opened his home door with a key. The moment he stepped inside, Yinji's pupils suddenly contracted. In the center of the living room stood a dark figure, still as a statue, with the moonlight outlining a sinister and dangerous silhouette. Yinji almost instantly recognized the visitor and spoke up, "Lord Danzo." The sound of the cane tapping on the floor broke the silence, and a man in the shadows slowly turned around, the moonlight finally illuminating his face. "This should be our first meeting, right, Akatsuki Yinji?" Faced with Danzo's sudden visit, Yinji frowned. Although they had clashed openly and secretly many times over the years, this was indeed the first time standing face to face. He discreetly observed the leader of Root. This old guy, has he finally been unable to hold back and come out in person? In front of the higher-ups, Yinji maintained a facade of respect, slowly walking to the coffee table to start brewing tea. Hot water was poured into the teapot, and steam wafted between the two. Before long, the aroma of tea filled the air, and they sat across from each other. "With your talents, working under the third Hokage is too much of a waste," Danzo said directly, cutting to the chase. "How about coming to work for me? I will train you well." Yinji's expression remained calm as he poured a cup of hot tea for Danzo. "I will not betray the third Hokage." Moreover, he raised his eyes to meet Danzo's gaze. "A place like the Root organization is not suitable for me." Danzo did not refute immediately. He was well aware that Yinji was no longer the same as before. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was a candidate for Hokage. With the third Hokage's full support, ascending to the Hokage position was almost a certainty. The Root organization indeed could no longer accommodate his talents. Silence spread in the aroma of tea. Danzo took a sip of tea and then asked, "Let me change the question. If you become the fifth Hokage, what do you plan to do? Continue to implement the third Hokage's weak policies?" Yinji frowned slightly but quickly regained his composure. "The third Hokage is not weak, it's just..." Before he could finish his sentence, Danzo interrupted him. Years ago, before the fourth Hokage took office, the ninjas of Awagakure trespassed into the Land of Fire with ulterior motives. When discovered by the village, the third Hokage not only did not hold them accountable, but instead legitimized their actions without seeking any compensation. What difference does this make from seeking peace after defeat? Konoha thus became a laughingstock in the ninja world. Yinji remained silent and continued pouring tea. Danzo continued, saying, later, "Because of this incident, the third Hokage resigned in shame and nominated Minato Namikaze as his successor. Unfortunately, the fourth Hokage died young, and Danzo seized the opportunity to regain power. Just look at the outcome of the Cloud Village envoy incident. Danzo's voice suddenly turned cold. Your close friend became a scapegoat. And this is the result of the third Hokage's weak policy. You must have a deep understanding of this, right? Enji's hand, holding the teapot, paused slightly. A surge of heat flowed in his palm, directly melting the teapot. Chapter 51. The frog at the bottom of the well. The temperature in the room suddenly rose, and the air seemed to twist slightly. Clearly, the mention of that person's name had angered the normally composed Enji. Danzo frowned. Suddenly, two dark figures flashed out from the shadows in the corner. Root ninjas wearing masks, armed with shuriken, surrounding Enji from left and right, their sharp blades glinting coldly in the light. Stand down, Danzo barked. This is none of your business. He didn't come here to cause trouble. The two ninjas hesitated for a moment, immediately lowered their heads in response, and then dissipated into the air like smoke, as if they had never existed. Enji's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely wiped the tea stains from his hands with a cloth, and the surrounding temperature gradually returned to normal. When he looked up again, the fluctuations in his eyes had calmed down, returning to his usual tranquility. Lord Danzo, I apologize. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, a meaningful smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. No harm done. Your reaction just proves that I hit the nail on the head regarding your concerns. His cane lightly tapped the ground. You have some criticism of the third Hokage's weak policies in your heart, don't you? Enji remained silent, neither admitting nor denying it. Danzo's bony fingers lightly tapped the tea table, producing a dull sound. My people have already reported in detail about the situation at the Konoha border. His eyes fixed on Enji. You almost acted against the fourth Hokage back then, didn't you? The killing intent that emerged at that moment is your true nature. Enji picked up the teacup. The steam blurred his expression. How long does Lord Danzo intend to monitor me? Heh, Danzo sneered. After today, no one from Root will appear around you again. He paused. Previously, it was just for the safety of Konoha. That's even better. Silence spread amidst the fragrance of tea, and Danzo suddenly leaned forward, changing his tone. I prefer to talk to smart people. So now, how about you tell me your plans after becoming Hokage? His voice lowered. There's no one else here, and I won't speak of it. The cane drew a line on the floor. If your answer satisfies me, perhaps I can help you ascend to that position faster. Enji raised his gaze, his eyes calm, yet seemingly piercing through the heart. Lord Danzo, what if you were to become Hokage? You actually asked back. Danzo slowly stood up. The moonlight elongated and distorted his shadow. First, his voice like a blade. We must eliminate all weakness and compromise within Konoha. The cane struck the ground heavily, causing the teacups to hum. Let the Cloud Village pay blood for blood. Let Iwagakure pay the price for their trespassing. Let the entire ninja world understand that where Konoha flies, the will of fire will burn everything that invades. Before the words fell, Danzo's voice turned cold. As for those who hinder Konoha's strength, he slowly raised his bony finger. Whether they are internal pests or external threats, they will be completely eradicated. Enji listened quietly, feeling no surprise. For some reason, he could understand Danzo. Konoha used to be so glorious. Describing it as dominant would not be an exaggeration. Danzo himself had personally experienced that time, and he had watched Konoha go from prosperity to decline. Danzo's love for the village is intense and twisted. He cannot tolerate Konoha bowing to anyone. Therefore, he would rather have his hands stained with blood. Is this kind of love wrong? Perhaps it is, but not entirely. In this cruel ninja world, pure ideals often mean more sacrifice. Danzo's methods are certainly extreme, but the third Hokage's conciliatory policy may not be much better. The atmosphere in the room gradually settled. Danzo reined in his emotions and slowly sat back down, his expression returning to calm. This is my truth. In exchange, Chunin tea, I know yours? Enji and Danzo locked eyes, suddenly chuckling softly. I didn't expect Lord Danzo to be so candid in front of me. So you will be honest with me too, right? Danzo snorted lightly. Enji mimicked Danzo's previous posture and slowly stood up. He crossed his arms and gazed out at the night outside the window, the moonlight like water, spilling on his chiseled profile. Over the years, he had never revealed his many thoughts to anyone, whether it was the seemingly close third Hokage or the deeply emotional Tsunade. He thought these ideas would remain buried until the day he ascended to the Hokage position. Yet unexpectedly, tonight, he felt an urge to be honest in front of Danzo. Indeed, the magnetic resonance between people varies. After a brief silence, Enji suddenly turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. The ninja world has been divided for too long. Those few words struck Danzo like a thunderbolt. His originally calm face suddenly changed color, and his arm gripping the cane trembled uncontrollably. He had thought he just wanted to confirm whether Enji shared his ideals, but he never expected that this man's ambition was so insane. Shock flickered in Danzo's single eye. He understood all too well the weight of those few words. What they meant was self-evident. The man before him was indeed a complete madman. Danzo's breathing grew heavy. His knuckles turned white from gripping the cane tightly. Are they like-minded? Perhaps. But this like-mindedness is like the glow of fireflies and the bright moon. They seem to shine, but they are not in the same dimension at all. What he wants is for Konoha to surpass all the nations. While Enji's vision reflects the entire map of the ninja world, his gaze towards Enji became unprecedentedly complicated, swirling with indescribable emotions. For years, he had been searching in Konoha for like-minded companions who could understand his philosophy, only to suddenly realize that he was also someone who had been left far behind. His Adam's apple bob, his dry voice carrying a hint of self-mockery. Turns out I am the frog at the bottom of the well. Enji's lips curved slightly, the moonlight casting fragmented spots of light in his eyes. So, Lord Danzo, are we the same kind of people? Danzo's words stopped abruptly, and he silently turned to leave, the wooden clogs making a crisp sound at the entrance. Just as he was about to step out the door, he suddenly paused and whispered to the empty corridor, I will make you the 5th Hokage. His voice was loud, but carried an undeniable determination, at any cost. As soon as the words fell, the black figure melted into the night. Chapter 52. The Wet-Bone Forest. Enji did not take his meeting with Danzo too seriously. Although he did not feel particularly disgusted with this person, he remained somewhat cautious. Now, nothing was more important than going to the Wet-Bone Forest to treat his disciple. Early the next morning, Enji and Itachi prepared to set out, while Tsunade had already been waiting alone at the village entrance for a long time. This time she didn't bring a mute or a piglet. In places like the Wet-Bone Forest, it's best for those who haven't formed a contract to participate as little as possible when unnecessary. Thus, the trio of 2 adults and 1 child began their march towards the Wet-Bone Forest. According to Tsunade, the location of the Wet-Bone Forest is elusive, and only those recognized can perceive its existence. It is hidden deep in the distant sea southeast of the Land of Fire, requiring passage through a dangerous sea area shrouded in thick fog all year round. It is said to be the former site of a land of tides, now reduced to a mysterious and perilous body of water. It is a long journey, even though the 3 of them were not slow. It took several days to reach the coast. To cross this body of water, Enchi purchased a sturdy small boat and stocked enough fresh water and dry food. The waves gently rocked the boat, and Itachi lay on the edge, wide-eyed, gazing at the endless blue before him. This was the first time he had seen such a vast sea, and the childlike nature within him was fully revealed at that moment. Master, look! He excitedly turned back, but his words abruptly halted. There lay his master sprawled out on the deck, looking pale, occasionally retching, with an expression of despair. So you get seasick? Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle as she squatted down, her palm glowing with a faint green chakra as she gently pressed it against Enchi's forehead. The medical ninjutsu alleviated some symptoms, but Enchi still felt dizzy, his stomach churning like a storm. Damn it, he wailed inwardly. I was fine on the cruise last time. This little boat is deadly. Itachi, worried, sat down next to Enchi, occasionally patting his chest with his palm, even losing the thought of playing. His master was indeed a great benefactor to him. If it weren't for the hidden ailment within him, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. In fact, for ninjas, even the sea could be traversed as if on solid ground, but the journey to the Wet-Bone Forest would take at least another half-month. It was impossible to do so without rest. Therefore, no matter how uncomfortable it was, they were destined to spend a considerable amount of time on this boat. After several more days, Enchi's symptoms of seasickness eased somewhat, Perhaps he had adjusted, as he was no longer affected in movement, aside from his constant frown. The sea at night was much calmer than during the day. The small boat steadily moved in one direction. Occasionally, a bizarre fish would leap out of the water, splashing back into tranquility with a plop. Enchi leaned against the mast, with only one eye visible, gazing aimlessly at the distant horizon, letting his thoughts rise and fall with the waves. What are you thinking about? A familiar scent of wine drifted closer, and Tsunade sat down beside him. Her golden hair shimmered softly in the moonlight, with a few strands playfully brushing against Enchi's cheek. Just thinking of an old friend. The name of the sun difference almost slipped from his lips, ultimately transforming into an almost inaudible sigh. Tsunade seemed to sense something and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Such intimate gestures had become commonplace now, yet they still stirred warmth in Enchi's heart. I understand the pain of losing comrades. Tsunade's voice was as soft as the sea breeze. It is a fate every ninja must bear, but I am lucky to have met you. She paused. I also hope to be your salvation. Enchi didn't answer, only reaching out to hold her a bit tighter. Tsunade, when I become Hokage, will you stay by my side to help me? Enchi's words touched Tsunade, who affectionately rubbed against his arm. Since it's the future Hokage's request, how could I refuse? You. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two merged on the deck, swaying gently with the boat. In the distance, another silver fish leaped out of the water, tracing a fleeting arc in the night sky. After who knows how many days at sea, Enchi and Itachi had just finished breakfast when Tsunade's voice called them to the deck. When the scene before them came into view, both master and disciple held their breath in unison. At the horizon where the sea met the sky, a living island appeared before them. It was a colossal slug, unimaginably large, even larger than the giant turtles of a land of lightning. Its pale blue body shimmered with a pearl-like luster in the morning light, and each slight movement sent waves rolling. Enchi's pupils contracted slightly. Using KONOHA as a reference, the slug's shell covered at least half the area of the village. Even more astonishing was the dense forest growing on its back, with ancient tree roots coexisting with the slug's skin, flocks of startled birds rising like a moving cloud, appearing and disappearing in the mist. This is the body of the slug sage. Tsunade's voice was filled with pride. I've already notified it in advance. Otherwise, the entire sea area would be filled with acidic mist, making it difficult to approach. She pointed toward the slug's head. Look, it's greeting us. As she spoke, the slug sage's two tentacle-like eyes slowly turned toward the small boat. Although it had no pupils, and she could clearly feel a gaze that transcended species. The sea breeze suddenly stilled, and the entire world seemed to consist only of the sound of the slug's slimy surface dripping. Itachi unconsciously tightened his grip on his master's clothing. Before such an existence, even the strongest seemed small as dust. In the midst of this shock, Enchi, followed by his disciple, jumped onto the giant slug's body, and after a bit of climbing, they finally landed. The three stood on the massive body of the slug sage, feeling a peculiar sensation underfoot, soft yet elastic, as if stepping on living clouds. With every step forward, they could feel subtle pulsations. It was the slow yet powerful rhythm of the slug sage's life. Enchi took a deep breath of the air here and found it exceptionally refreshing, the fatigue from days of sailing quickly fading away. Itachi curiously crouched down, gently poking the ground with his finger, surprised to see his fingertips stained with glistening slime. Tsunade walked ahead and turned back to say, "Don't touch too much. While it can restore your stamina, prolonged contact will start to dissolve your skin." Itachi awkwardly retracted his hand. The scenery along the way was breathtaking. The entire forest ecosystem was incredibly rich, and many rare beasts appeared frequently. What was most astonishing was that all these creatures gazed at the three with scrutiny while maintaining just the right distance. After more than an hour, the three arrived at their final destination, a large lake in the center of the forest. A faint mist rose from the surface of the lake, and on the island in the middle of the lake stood a pyramid-like structure, awe-inspiring. That is the temple. Tsunade pointed to the center of the lake. The consciousness of the slug sage is waiting for us there. Chapter 53. The test. As they prepared to cross the lake, the calm surface suddenly rippled. and countless palm-sized small slugs surfaced, densely forming a living floating bridge leading to the island in the center of the lake. Tsunade stepped onto one without hesitation, and the small slug immediately steadied under her weight. Enchi and Itachi exchanged glances and carefully stepped on as well. Surprisingly, these seemingly soft little creatures perfectly bore their weight, each step feeling as comfortable as walking on cotton. After reaching the island in the center of the lake, a slug as tall as an adult slowly emerged from a crevice in the rocks, its two antennae gracefully waving, as if guiding the way. The three followed it through a winding, molting passage, the rich natural energy inside the temple making the air feel thick. Humph! The nine tails within, Enchi suddenly grunted lightly, chakra stirring uncontrollably. He could feel that the proud nine tails was observing the surroundings through his eyes, greedily absorbing the pure natural energy here. After a few minutes, the environment before him began to brighten up. In the center of the main hall, there was an altar, and at its top, the main consciousness of the slug sage was quietly waiting. Its massive body radiated an emerald glow, perfectly blending with the surrounding environment. "Long time no see, old lady." Tsunade crossed her arms, her tone as familiar as if greeting an old friend. The slug sage's bulging eyes slightly widened, and the voice that emerged was unexpectedly crisp and melodious. "Tsunade, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The voice was as lively as a young girl, creating a wonderful contrast with its enormous size. "Well, you know the purpose of this visit," Tsunade stated directly. "Help this kid solve the problem of the imbalance between yin and yang, and I will fully cooperate." The slug sage slowly turned its gaze towards Enchi and his apprentice. Enchi noticed that Itachi was still staring blankly at the glowing surface of the slug sage, and he directly kicked him in the knee. Itachi unexpectedly knelt down, snapping back to reality. "Slug sage," Enchi respectfully bowed, "please save my disciple." The colossal being on the altar slightly leaned forward, and the natural energy in the air suddenly became active. The slug sage's pleasant voice rang out again. "Interesting child. His blood carries the Uchiha curse." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this kid's situation is quite special. Fortunately, he has a responsible master. If it were delayed for a few more years, it would probably be more troublesome." Upon hearing this, Enchi finally relaxed, knowing that with the slug sage's intervention and Tsunade's assistance, Itachi's condition should not be a problem. For the next half hour, Tsunade took out the medical records from the scroll and discussed treatment plans in detail with the slug sage. The slug sage listened attentively, occasionally tapping with its tentacles as if deep in thought. "Since this is your request, Tsunade, I will do my utmost to save this child," the slug sage said gently. Enchi felt moved. This sage not only had a beautiful voice, but also valued emotions and loyalty. If it were a human, how admirable that would be. Suddenly, the slug sage turned its gaze to Enchi, its tone becoming lively. "You must be Tsunade's current lover, right? You look quite handsome." "Enchi." Tsunade instantly blushed. "Old lady, when did I ever tell you this? The air is filled with the sweet scent of your romance." The slug sage mischievously waved its tentacles. Tsunade. Enchi also felt his ears burning from the comment, only able to scratch the back of his head and chuckle awkwardly. After a moment, the slug sage changed the subject. "You are the second man to come here besides Lord Hashirama. According to tradition, since you are here, would you like to accept a test?" "Test?" Enchi was taken aback. Before he could react, Tsunade quickly interjected, her tone carrying a warning. "Hey, we didn't come here for that. If you dare to mess around," the slug sage shrank back, looking aggrieved, "but he carries a similar aura to your grandfather. Why not give it a try?" Just as Tsunade was about to retort, Enchi gently held her back and whispered, "What do you mean? What test? What does it have to do with the first Hokage?" Faced with the three questions, Tsunade hesitated for a moment, but still explained. "Among the three great sacred places, the Wet-Bone Forest, Mayaboka Mountain, and the Dragon Cave are all places where natural energy gathers. My grandfather, for certain reasons, also stepped into this place and then completed a test. After that, he was able to freely control natural energy, which helped end the Warring States period." And she raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying Sage Mode?" Tsunade nodded. I don't know the rules of Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave, but in the Wetbone Forest, as long as someone is destined to enter here, they are qualified to communicate with natural energy. As long as they pass the test, they can control the power of nature, which is Sage Mode. Jiraiya and Orochimaru have also tried it. Even I have, but clearly among the three of us, only Jiraiya has this ability. Enchi frowned, but his heart began to stir. Sage Mode is the best way to solve the chakra shortage. Once successful, it would fill his last gap. He couldn't always rely on the Nine Tails for help in critical moments, could he? Tsunade keenly sensed his wavering and grabbed his collar. Pulling him closer, her golden eyes flashing with a warning. Don't think about those crooked ideas. The dangers of natural energy far exceed your imagination. Her voice dropped lower. Once the test in the Wetbone Forest begins, it cannot be stopped. Failure means death. Then how are you still alive? Tsunade's expression froze, releasing his collar. Her tone softened. That's because the old lady made an exception to save me. Such violations cannot happen a second time. Even so, it took me a full 6 months to recover. The slug sage interjected at the right moment, its pleasant voice carrying temptation. But risks and rewards coexist. Oh, its tentacles waved joyfully. Compared to the half-finished product from the little toad and snake sister, Sage Mode here is the most perfect. Tsunade glared at the slug sage in anger. After being stared at, the latter shrank back, not daring to speak again. Tsunade, after having a boyfriend, became even more fearsome. Chapter 54, Natural Energy. Tsunade, I want to go. Enchi placed his hands on Tsunade's shoulders, his tone eerily calm. You cannot go. Tsunade was a bit angry and lightly punched Enchi, her breathing becoming heavier. Enchi remained unfazed, still wearing a gentle expression, and leaned in to gently pinch Tsunade's cheek. I will absolutely not die. I will live longer than anyone. This statement brought back Tsunade's memories. When they first met, Enchi had said the same thing. It was this assurance that rekindled Tsunade's hope and helped her emerge from the shadows. You bastard. Ultimately, despite Tsunade's strong objections, Enchi resolutely accepted the test. This was a rare opportunity, and there were many considerations. Once Itachi's condition was under control, wanting to step into this sacred place again would likely never happen. The temptation of Sage Mode was too great. Once he obtained such power, he could provide an extra layer of assurance for the future tasks. Strength. That is the key. Afterward, the slug sage sent a small slug to arrange temporary accommodations for Tsunade and Itachi. Then a small slug split off from its massive body and climbed onto Enchi's shoulder. This is your own choice, but try not to die here, otherwise. Tsunade will definitely be very sad, the slug sage said gently in Enchi's ear. Enchi said nothing, although he didn't like putting his life in danger. He wouldn't mind taking a gamble if the rewards were greater. He wasn't Tsunade. He shouldn't lose every gamble. Then let's go behind the altar. There is a small room that has everything you want. Thank you. Moments later, a faint light slowly emerged in a secluded corner behind the altar, revealing a misty space where visibility was only within 5 meters, giving a sense of boundlessness. This is the place to communicate with natural energy. The air inside is filled with acidic mist. Once it goes awry, even steel would melt. It's not too late to regret now. Once you enter, the door will lock, and the result will only be death and rebirth, the slug sage reminded. Enchi did not hesitate. After thanking the slug sage, he placed the small slug on the ground and stepped in without any hesitation. The stone door began to slowly close. Yin-Si, remember, natural energy is the source of everything. Never resist it. It cannot be conquered by force. The best way is to have it acknowledge you. You will soon understand its mysteries. This is all I can remind you of. As the words of the slug sage fell, the stone door was completely sealed. Inside the acidic mist space, as the outsider Yin-Si stepped in, it immediately wrapped around him like a living thing, causing a slight stinging sensation on his skin, as if countless tiny needles were piercing his pores. The current concentration was not high, just enough to make his skin gradually feel hot and breathing a bit difficult. But there was no immediate danger to his life. He endured the discomfort, not recklessly using chakra to resist, but instead calming himself, sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling the flow of natural energy. Can't resist, must accept. He recalled the slug sage's reminder and slowly relaxed his body, allowing the acidic mist to seep into him. However, natural energy was far more violent than he had imagined. It surged into his meridians like a tide, clashing violently with his chakra, instantly triggering a severe rejection reaction. Yen-Si let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his cells were being dissolved and restructured, pain burning through him like a fierce fire. Amidst the intense pain, Yen-Si's consciousness gradually blurred, as if he were being pulled into a chaotic space. There was no direction, no time, only the endless swirling natural energy battering against his will. Then, some illusion suddenly arose. The death of Shursui, Itachi's illness, Tsunade's worries. Images flashed like slides on a lake surface. Among them, Yen-Si seemed to see scenes from his previous life, familiar faces he would never encounter again. So this is the test, whether physiological or psychological. This natural energy desperately wanted to know what kind of person I truly am. Only by being completely acknowledged by it can I truly control such power. There's a magnetic field between people, and the same goes for the relationship between people and energy. It's no wonder that evil existences like Orochimaru are never recognized by natural abilities. So what kind of person am I? Is it good or bad? Can I find the answer here? In the real world, Yen-Si's body was on the verge of collapse, with signs of dissolution appearing on his skin. The concentration of the acidic mist increased. On the second day after Yen-Si entered the secret realm, the Slug Sage and Tsunade had joined forces to begin treating Itachi. Below the altar, an operating table was set up, with the Slug Sage splitting off many small slugs, all surrounding Itachi, as rich natural energy continuously drilled into his body. Itachi's consciousness was very clear, and he knew that his master was facing a life-and-death test. At this moment, he looked worried, even having a childish thought of wanting to refuse treatment to force the Slug Sage to release his master. "Don't move. Both of you make it easier for me," Tsunade said seriously, her finger gently touching Itachi's forehead. Itachi could only cooperate helplessly, but his thoughts were still revolving around Yen-Si. If the master dies, no, the master will be fine. No one is stronger than him. It has to be this way. At this moment, it was unclear what means the Slug Sage had used. But Itachi's entire body was covered by a thin layer of mucus, glowing faintly in the dim light. The Uchiha's in-release invasion was deeper than expected, and the Slug Sage's voice remained pleasant, but with a hint of seriousness, needing to first strip away the mutated chakra before reshaping the meridians. Tsunade nodded. "I will use the 100 Healings technique to assist in the meridian restoration. Then let's begin." In an instant, Itachi's body trembled violently, dark patterns emerging beneath his skin, twisting and struggling like a living creature. The Slug Sage's acidic liquid precisely enveloped these black patterns, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Ugh! Itachi tightly shut his eyes, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Even in a semi-comatose state, the severe pain instinctively caused him to tense his body. "Hang in there, kid," Tsunade shouted softly, increasing her chakra output. A gentle light radiated from her palm, creating a wonderful balance with the Slug Sage's acidic liquid, destroying the mutated tissue while rapidly regenerating healthy cells. The master and disciple were both accepting their respective tests in different ways. Chapter 55, Perfect Sage Mode. It was unclear how much time had passed, but finally, Itachi's breathing gradually stabilized, and the black patterns on his skin completely vanished. In their place was a faint green halo, symbolizing new vitality flowing within him. "We succeeded." Tsunade let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from her brow. The Slug Sage satisfiedly withdrew the acidic liquid, his voice returning to its usual lightness. "This kid is very strong." However, for the next few days, he needed to stay in the sanctuary to recuperate until the remaining mutated chakra completely dissipated. Tsunade nodded, her gaze falling on Itachi's recovering face, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. "You little brat, finally didn't waste our efforts." Itachi nodded gratefully, although he didn't feel much change in his body. He knew that the biggest trouble inside him was gone. All of this was thanks to his master Yen-Si, his master Tsunade, and the kind Slug Sage. This was a debt of gratitude that would take a lifetime to repay. However, before he could feel happy for long, the slug sage suddenly exclaimed and turned to look towards the room where Yancy was. What happened? Tsunade's expression changed. Itachi immediately jumped down from the operating table, his expression extremely tense. The slug sage paused and then said, "Don't worry, Yancy is still alive. Just now, I sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation, but it was fleeting. I'm not sure what happened inside. Perhaps he encountered a little accident while communicating with natural energy." Upon hearing this, Tsunade bit her red lip, feeling anxious inside. That little accident could mean life or death. She dared not think about it. If Yancy ultimately couldn't come out, what could she hold on to as faith in this world? She had already lost her bets twice. Itachi's small face was tense, his lips pressed into a straight line. Everyone understood that at this moment, there was no choice but to wait and trust, but that man would definitely come out. Time slowly passed in anxiety, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the third day since Yancy entered the secret room. Tsunade's patience was being worn thin, her fingers unconsciously tapping against the stone wall, her knuckles turning white. If it weren't for the slug sage confirming Yancy's vital signs from time to time, with Tsunade's temperament, she would have long since smashed open that damned stone door. The scene inside the secret room was far more tragic than the outside world could imagine. Yancy maintained a cross-legged position, the concentration of the surrounding acidic mist reaching an astonishing level. Most of his face had been corroded to a bloody mess, and his exposed skin was covered in gruesome wounds, making him look like a melting wax figure. However, in the spiritual world, Yancy's consciousness was exceptionally clear. So that's how it is, he suddenly realized. Natural energy is like a living thing. It instinctively repels outsiders. The real key is not to conquer, but to find a balance for harmonious coexistence. He completely released his control over chakra, allowing it to naturally converge with natural energy like two streams flowing together. This was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Natural energy was like an untamed beast, and a slight misstep could result in self-harm. Thinking about how Naruto had the sage of Mount Myaboku protecting him during his training, Yancy couldn't help but smile wryly. In comparison, he was literally playing with his life. But high risks mean high rewards. This is an unchanging principle. He could only grit his teeth and endure the excruciating pain. If he could activate Sage Mode as freely as the first Hokage, what would such a price matter? As his thoughts turned, natural energy was already wreaking havoc inside Yancy's body, with a dangerously acidic mist erupting from within. If you don't stop now, you'll die. If you're willing to beg me, I can lend you some chakra to interrupt this trial. After all, you're not Hashirama Senju. At this moment, the Nine Tails, which had been silent for a long time, spoke up once again after several years. Yancy endured the pain, too preoccupied to respond, and just cursed, "Shut up." The Nine Tails retorted angrily, "You should just die already." Just as Yancy's body was about to collapse at the breaking point, a miracle happened. The originally violent acidic mist suddenly became gentle, nourishing the damaged cells like spring rain. Yancy's chakra and natural energy finally reached a perfect balance, forming a cycle of vitality within him. The skin corroded by the acidic mist began to grow new flesh rapidly, and the disordered organs inside him also started to regenerate, as if everything had returned to before he entered the chamber. Did it succeed? Yancy slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his palms. In an instant, the whole world appeared completely different to him. He could clearly sense the immense energy flowing in the air, each strand of natural energy bouncing like a living creature. Even more astonishing, it seemed these energies were also observing him, transmitting a friendly resonance. The once deadly acidic mist now gently surrounded him, no longer corroding, but rather brushing against him like a spring breeze. Yancy reached out to touch it, and the mist affectionately wrapped around his fingertips, a proof of being fully accepted by nature. After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of joy surged in his heart. Yancy suddenly laughed loudly, his laughter filled with indescribable delight. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Sage Mode, activate!" In an instant, the natural energy of the entire space surged wildly, transforming into a visible emerald torrent that flowed into his body. Mysterious eye patterns intertwined in dark red and green appeared at the corners of his eyes, his aura rising steadily. Even the air trembled in response. The Ninetales inside him was completely shocked, its sharp claws gripping the iron bars, its crimson, beastly eyes filled with complexity. This intensity of aura, it was all too familiar. This was the perfect sage mode, just like the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Yensi reveled in all the enhancements brought by sage mode. This state was incomparable to the half-baked versions of Jiraiya and Naruto. This was the strongest state of fusion with nature. Power surged through his muscles. His perception expanded geometrically, and even the cellular activity reached an astonishing level. If he had possessed such power during the Hidden Cloud Envoy incident. Sage Art, Great Fireball. His right arm instantly transformed into boiling lava, scorching hot bubbles bursting continuously, distorting the surrounding air. With a punch, the torrent of magma, infused with natural energy, roared out and slammed against the tightly shut stone door. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the entire pyramid-shaped temple trembled violently, the heavy stone door crumbling like thin paper in front of the sage art lava. As debris flew, Yensi stepped out boldly. The slug sage joyfully waved its tentacle-like eyes, saying, "Oh dear, you've broken my door." Chapter 56. Jiraiya Yensi took a deep breath of fresh air, stepping on the rubble as he walked up to Tsunade. "I told you I would live longer than anyone else. I'm a person of my word." Tsunade opened her mouth, watching the sage mode that her grandfather was once familiar with re-emerge, genuinely happy for Yensi, and lightly punched his shoulder. "You always do things that worry people. Can't you two give me a break?" Yensi smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed, and silently deactivated sage mode. Itachi also approached, seeing Yensi's combat style for the first time, and felt a chill from the high temperature. With bloodline elimination already in his possession, now with sage mode, his Master S strength was likely the strongest in Konoha. "Master, congratulations on becoming a sage." Yensi ruffled Itachi's little head. "I also congratulate you." The master and disciple exchanged smiles. Next, Yensi expressed his gratitude to the slug sage. Without this sage, neither he nor Itachi would have achieved such great gains today. Everything came to a temporary halt. It was time to return to Konoha. After bidding farewell to the slug sage, the three of them, with the help of the slug's split body, headed back the way they came. The small boat was still docked on the sea, and Yensi's brow twitched, his mood beginning to grow anxious again. Although he had become a sage, his seasickness wouldn't disappear with his increased strength. Next came a long period of torment. By the time they finally set foot on solid ground, Yensi felt his legs still trembling, and if Tsunade hadn't supported him, he might have embarrassed himself. The rest of the journey was much easier, and the three of them sped up. After spending a night in the familiar short street, they returned to Konoha village by the next evening. Itachi, the wealthy Uchiha clan heir, treated them to a barbecue, then parted ways with the two. After all, having been away from the village for so long, his parents must have been worried sick and eager to hear he was safe. As night deepened, Tsunade suddenly suggested, "Take me to see your home." Yensi's heart skipped a beat, and countless romantic images flashed through his mind. However, the reality was that Tsunade was just curiously exploring his simple abode. Finally, the two stood side by side on the balcony, looking at the twinkling lights of Konoha. Chatting idly, "Tsunade, I really caused you a lot of trouble this time," Yensi said, gazing at the distant lights, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. "Do we still need to say such formalities between us?" Tsunade gently nudged his shoulder, and they exchanged smiles, a mutual understanding in silence. The night breeze brushed over the balcony, and Yensi turned his head to ask, "What are your plans next? Stay in Konoha?" Tsunade paused for a moment, her golden hair swaying slightly in the moonlight. "I'm used to living freely." She paused, looking up at Yensi, "But when you become Hokage, I will definitely come back to help you. Until then, I want to travel and see more." Yensi nodded in understanding. This was exactly what he admired about Tsunade, her everlasting independence and freedom. The tacit understanding between them was built on mutual respect. In the cool night breeze, Tsunade suddenly held Yen Si's hand, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Being Hokage is a tough job. Her voice was soft yet firm. But I believe you'll be the best one. Yen Si chuckled, teasingly saying, of course, after all, I'm a lover of Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. How can I not work hard? Tsunade's face flushed, and she suddenly turned to face Yen Si. She wrapped her arms around his waist, slightly tilting her delicate face up. Under the moonlight, their eyes met in the air, their breaths unconsciously lightening, and the surrounding air seemed to thicken. Yen Si's heart skipped a beat as he slowly lowered his head, their lips gently touching in the moonlight. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the sound of their mingling breaths. Just at this enchanting moment, a faint sound suddenly came from a nearby rooftop, and the two pulled away as if waking from a dream, looking towards the sound. They saw Jiraiya's tall figure standing on the neighboring rooftop, a man with long white hair appearing not far away. He gripped the railing tightly, his expression complex and hard to read. Is that Jiraiya? Tsunade exclaimed, suddenly feeling unwell, and quickly questioned, when did you return to the village? Then, realizing that the earlier scene might have been entirely witnessed, she felt both embarrassed and angry. Clenching her fists, you wouldn't have come to spy again, would you? Jiraiya's Adam's apple rolled slightly, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes, but soon he regained his usual nonchalant smile. How could this sage do such a thing? He exaggeratedly spread his hands, saying he just came back to see the old man and the kid from the Namikaze family, not expecting to stumble upon such an explosive scene. He deliberately elongated his tone, clearly excited that he had material for his new book. Tsunade glared at him in both anger and amusement, momentarily at a loss for words. However, after living for decades, she didn't panic like an ordinary girl. The reunion with a long-lost comrade was under such circumstances, leaving her unsure of how to react. The night breeze brushed by, creating a subtle and complex atmosphere among the three. Inji broke the silence first, smiling at Jiraiya. I'm Inji Akatsuki, Lord Jiraiya. Nice to meet you. Tsunade tugged at Inji's sleeve and smirked. No need to be so polite with this idiot. Jiraiya laughed heartily, waved his hand, and gracefully leapt to the side of the two, making the already small balcony feel crowded. I know you, he said cheerfully. I just met the old man a while ago, and he spoke highly of you. In fact, I noticed you back during the Cloud Village envoy incident. He looked Inji up and down, just like Minato back in the day, young and promising. After a few pleasantries, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade. It's been a long time. Want to go to our old place and catch up? I have some things I want to ask you. He then looked at Inji, his eyes inquiring. You don't mind, do you? Inji was slightly taken aback, but nodded in agreement, trusting Jiraiya's character and Tsunade even more. Although they had once been suitor and pursued, it was no longer just a simple romance, but a bond of camaraderie that could entrust each other's lives. So there was no need for any awkwardness. Chapter 57. Each their own path. The scene shifted to an old-style izakaya in a remote alley of Konoha village. The dim lanterns cast the shadows of the two on the wooden partitions. Jiraiya skillfully poured a dish of sake for Tsunade. This village's sake is the best. Jiraiya boldly raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, her fingertips lightly grazing the edge of the sake dish, absent-mindedly responding. Her gaze, through the rising alcohol fumes, fell on the moonlight outside. Jiraiya keenly noticed her slightly furrowed brows, a unique little gesture she made when she was deep in thought. What's wrong? Jiraiya put down the sake dish and teased. Missing your little man after just a little separation? Tsunade shot him a glare, but didn't retort as she usually would. She was indeed conflicted about whether to tell Inji about Jiraiya's past pursuit of her. She didn't want to hide anything from him, but bringing it up might seem too deliberate. Jiraiya noticed her dilemma and suddenly burst into laughter. Hey, you aren't thinking about those boring things, are you? He poured himself another dish of sake. Let the past be the past. Right now, I'm only concerned about the sales of my next novel. Tsunade rolled her eyes in annoyance and habitually shot back. You're not going to write those lowbrow novels again, are you? This is not a lowbrow novel. Jiraiya banged on the table, causing some sake to splash out. This is the spiritual food of men. Besides, he suddenly lowered his voice mischievously. Your man admitted to being a loyal fan of my works, eagerly waiting for my new piece. Humph, Tsunade scoffed coldly, her fingers cracking with tension. I'll go back and correct his taste in reading. After a few rounds of banter, Jiraiya refilled the sake dish, suddenly becoming serious. Seriously? I'm back this time because of the prophecy child. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That kid from the land of rain? Isn't he already? Jiraiya shook his head, interrupting. Recently, the great sage Toad predicted that a new prophecy child would appear. His brow furrowed. This person's situation is very complicated. What do you mean? The great sage Toad said that this person is a Konoha ninja who will bring great change to Konoha and the entire ninja world. The ultimate outcome, whether good or bad, is unpredictable, but he will definitely split Konoha apart. I think a person like that shouldn't be considered a bringer of happiness, Jiraiya said solemnly. Tsunade's grip on the sake dish tightened slightly. She understood Jiraiya too well and could tell he was implying something. Just say it. Who is he? He will become the new Hokage, the 5th Hokage. Who do you think in the village has the most hope of becoming the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya squinted his eyes. Hearing this, Tsunade suddenly stood up, her expression a bit angry. Are you saying that Enji becoming Hokage will split the entire village? Clarify that for me, or I will definitely hit you. Jiraiya quickly raised his hands in a calming gesture, feeling even more bitter inside. This woman, whom he loved but couldn't have, was truly emotional. After a long while, Tsunade finally calmed down, directly grabbing the sake bottle and taking a big swig. Her tone resolute. I don't care what that old toad told you. Enji is loyal and righteous. He fought alongside Minato, and no matter what, I don't believe he will harm Konoha. Jiraiya sighed deeply and slowly said, I'm not saying he will definitely bring disaster. I just wanted to confirm some things. He paused, his voice low. I just didn't expect to learn from the third that he has become your lover. When he said the last few words, Jiraiya's voice tightened slightly. Tsunade turned her face away, the air between them suddenly stagnant, with unspoken feelings lingering that could not be forced. Regaining his composure, Jiraiya said seriously, I came to you to find out if Enji has ever told you what he wants to do after becoming Hokage. Tsunade's thoughts turned, and she recalled what Enji had once said. Some situations can only be broken from a higher position. When I truly sit in that position, perhaps I can change the way the entire ninja world lives. She hesitated for a moment, but still relayed the truth. Jiraiya's brow furrowed tighter and tighter as he repeatedly pondered the great sage Toad's prophecy. Suddenly, he jumped up, his face changing dramatically. He wouldn't be thinking. What did you think of? Tsunade asked urgently. Jiraiya sat back down in shock, his voice trembling. If the new Hokage plans to conquer the entire ninja world upon taking office, what do you think will happen? Tsunade's fists unconsciously tightened. Her head lowered as she softly said, I don't know, but there will definitely be rivers of blood. True change should not be built on the bones of the dead. I know. Tsunade sighed deeply and said softly, I'm tired. I need to go back and rest. In any case, I still believe in him. Even if the prophecy really comes true, I will do my job as a Konoha ninja and unconditionally obey the new Hokage. That is the ironclad duty of being a ninja. After saying that, Tsunade stood up and quietly left the izakaya. Jiraiya sat alone, drinking in silence, not expecting that after many years of not seeing each other, they would part on such a sour note. Great Sage Toad, you really gave me a big problem. Chapter 58. The inherited Hokage position. Tsunade left the next day with Shizune and Tun, and Enji took the initiative to see them off at the village entrance. As the couple was about to part ways again, both were reluctant, ultimately ignoring the presence of others and embracing for over half a minute before slowly separating. Shizune and Tun were petrified on the spot, mentally complaining, these two are increasingly disregarding us as people. This damn romantic odor. Enji watched their figures become smaller until they disappeared, before heading back to the Hokage building. As a member of the Umbu, he still had to fulfill his duties. Although the third Hokage was quite lenient with him, he still needed to learn to know his limits. However, this time, the third Hokage called Enshi into his office, smoking a pipe and saying, Enshi, starting today, you no longer need to serve in the Umbu. Enshi was taken aback. Why? During the time when you and Tsunade were away, Danzo organized a high-level meeting and want me to formally start training you to become the next Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, his gaze towards Inchi somewhat complex. He never expected someone like Danzo could convince the other two advisors and put pressure on him by recommending Inchi as the next Hokage candidate. Although he himself planned to recommend Inchi as the fifth Hokage, Danzo's interference made it feel unusual. It was clear that Inchi and Danzo had some contact, and it was unclear what kind of deal or cooperation they had reached that made Danzo, who was originally wary of Inchi, strongly recommend him. Inchi maintained a calm expression, but waves of emotion stirred within him. He did not expect Danzo's actions to be so swift. He initially thought Danzo was just speaking casually. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Inchi slowly knelt down and said, "Third Hokage, I have not betrayed you." After saying this, Inchi fell silent. Some things really cannot be clearly explained, and there is no need for excessive explanation. Moreover, regardless of whether the third Hokage believed him or not, he was at peace with himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, helped Inchi up, and turned to look out at the village of Konoha. The blue smoke rising from his pipe swirled around him. "I believe in your abilities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have relieved you of your Umbu duties. From today on, you will learn to handle village affairs by my side, while I am still in this position. I can teach you more." "Yes," Inchi replied respectfully. Thus, the candidate for the fifth Hokage had already been settled. Although according to official regulations, the Hokage position needed to be elected democratically, it was ultimately just a formality. Looking back at Konoha's history, the first and second Hokage passed it down as brothers. The third was their direct disciple, and the fourth was the disciple of the third. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a hereditary Hokage position. As a member of the third Hokage's faction, Inchi's identity had no issues. Moreover, he was hailed as a hero during the Nine Tails incident and later had the Cloud Hidden Delegation incident, which allowed Konoha to vent its frustrations, making him quite popular among the people. Although his reputation could not yet compare to the legendary Sannin, it was enough to win people's hearts. Most importantly, this appointment did not encounter any opposition, all thanks to Danzo's full support. If he hadn't persuaded the advisors Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate into support him, even with the third Hokage's insistence, Inchi's special identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki would still face many obstacles. Throughout the entire day, Inchi stayed in the Hokage's office, diligently learning and observing. As time passed, he gradually realized that the position of Hokage was far from the glamorous image he had imagined. From dawn to dusk, the third Hokage was almost never idle. He personally oversaw all village affairs, from planning a newly repaired road to approving diplomatic documents with neighboring countries. Even when villagers opened new shops, they would respectfully present an invitation, hoping the Hokage would attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Watching the third Hokage's slightly hunchbacked figure, Inchi couldn't help but sigh. So this is what it means to hold the power of a village. It is such a laborious task. The Hokage robe, which symbolizes supreme glory in the eyes of the villagers, carries an unimaginable burden behind it. The sunset's afterglow spilled through the window onto the piled scrolls, and Inchi rubbed his tired eyes, truly feeling the weight of the title Hokage for the first time. "Are you tired?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. "A little," Inchi replied honestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the desk and pointed to the framed photos of several deceased Hokage hanging on the wall, sighing and handling governmental affairs. "Minato was the best. Every time I went to find him, his desk was always clean. It seems you won't be able to compare with Minato in this regard in the future." Inchi helplessly did not comment. After chatting for a while, Inchi rubbed his sore neck, preparing to end today's work. When he pushed open the office door, a familiar figure was leaning against the wall in the corridor. "Kakashi?" Inchi greeted, somewhat surprised. The silver-haired Jonin looked up, a flicker of an unknown expression passing through his one visible eye. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke, "Fifth Hokage." This title instantly stunned Inchi. He pointed to himself in disbelief. "Are you calling me? I haven't officially taken office yet." And he lowered his voice. "How did you find out?" At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked out, placing a hand on Inchi's shoulder and cheerfully explaining. Such matters cannot be kept secret. After Danzo organized the high-level meeting, all the prominent families in Konoha basically knew you would be the 5th Hokage candidate. Enchi sighed helplessly but still solemnly said to Kakashi, "Before I officially take office, just call me by my name. The village is still under the control of the 3rd Hokage, and I won't be assuming the Hokage position in the short term." "I understand," Kakashi nodded, but he seemed even more reserved than before. "I moved Kakashi to your previous position. With his abilities, it is somewhat beneath him. But this role is quite good for tempering his character," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. During this period, Kakashi was known as cold-blooded Kakashi in the Anbu, and it was understandable that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to refine his character. Chapter 59. The Acting Hokage in the following days. Enchi began a regular routine of life. During the day, he was almost always in the Hokage office, assisting the 3rd Hokage with various administrative tasks. With this capable assistant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's workload significantly decreased, often allowing Enchi to take over his desk to focus on reviewing documents while he leisurely brewed tea and smoked, occasionally offering guidance. Watching Enchi frantically handle various documents, the 3rd Hokage often showed a satisfied smile. Such days made him feel that perhaps retirement life wouldn't be so bad after all. If only his wife, Biwako, were still around. Meanwhile, a thought-provoking rumor began to quietly circulate within Konoha. The sincere Enchi, who shone brightly during the Nine-Tails incident and the Cloud-Hidden event, had been internally decided as the candidate for the 5th Hokage. This news spread rapidly like a spring breeze, reaching every corner of the streets. From housewives haggling at the market to ninjas sweating it out on the training grounds, even the children in the ninja school were whispering during recess. This personnel arrangement, which should have been kept strictly confidential, had now become a hot topic of discussion on the streets. This unusual leak was clearly not a mere oversight. In the shadows, Danzo was watching all of this with satisfaction. His carefully planned public relations campaign was brewing, and through this conclusive statement, he firmly tied Enchi to the Hokage position, cutting off the ambitions of other factions and ensuring that Enchi could ascend smoothly. He also wanted to use this method to make Enchi owe him a favor, hoping for more influence when his grand ambitions were fully underway in the future. To this, Enchi chose to remain silent, treating it as if nothing had happened. However, someone like Danzo, due to his special position and the implicit cooperation they had established, might become a significant support in the future. At the very least, they shared a common goal, and before that goal was achieved, it was unlikely they would fall out. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Time passed quickly, and several months flew by. On this day, Yensi was alone in the Hokage's office handling official duties. From day to night, he finally finished reviewing the last document. He raised his hand to rub his sore neck, the fatigue clearly visible in his exposed eye. The 3rd Hokage had now entered a semi-retirement state. Aside from his daily inspections, he had begun to slowly disappear from sight. It was unclear whether this old man was experiencing a second spring, but his whereabouts were indeed mysterious. Fortunately, Yensi had a strong learning ability. Even with less guidance, he could manage to complete his daily work independently. Although he had not officially taken on the title of Hokage, he had already begun to bear the responsibilities of the position. The piles of scrolls on his desk, the map of Konoha hanging on the wall, and the Hokage hat temporarily set aside, all silently narrated the process of power transfer. After leaving the Hokage building, Yensi planned to visit his usual izakaya to have a few drinks with Zhu Ludai and others. Under the introduction of the 3rd Hokage, various prominent families in the village had already made contact with Yensi. Behind their scrutinizing or expectant gazes lay speculation and probing about the future 5th Hokage title. Maintaining friendly relations with these noble families before officially taking over was also one of the essential tasks for a Hokage. Among these prestigious families and ninjas, Yensi valued Nara Shikaka the most. After all, he was a representative of the previous Hokage, possessing an exceptionally high IQ, and was an undeniable strategist of Konoha. In the future, whether dealing with village affairs or war, he would undoubtedly need to consult this wise man. Halfway there, Yensi suddenly paused. He then remembered that his little apprentice seemed to have not come to pay his respects for several days. This was quite unusual. That kid had always been a bit clingy and preferred to spend his remaining time with him when not on missions. Sometimes, he would even quietly sit beside him in the Hokage office, wide-eyed, watching him review documents for an entire day. Thinking of this, Yancy turned around and headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, the shop owners with their lights on saw the soon-to-be Hokage through their windows and put down their work, smiling and nodding in greeting. The passing ninjas also involuntarily stopped, showing respectful smiles. Yancy had long been accustomed to such treatment. He casually waved his hand and continued on his way without stopping. Although he had not officially assumed office, it was only a matter of time, and most people unconsciously wanted to make a good impression in front of Yancy. Upon entering the Uchiha's autonomous region, the patrolling clan members recognized his face. Surprisingly, the usually insular Uchiha clan members were mostly friendly towards Yancy, even nodding in acknowledgement. Although the relationship between the village's upper echelons and the Uchiha clan remained delicate, Yancy was a special presence here as the master of the clan's eldest son and the future fifth Hokage who would surely take office. Many clan members understood that this bond of master and apprentice could become a new connection. Once Yancy officially took over as Hokage, the relationship between the clan and the village might significantly improve. As night deepened, Yancy finally stopped in front of the Uchiha clan leader's residence and lightly knocked on the door. After a while, the door was gently pulled open, and Uchiha Makoto's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing the visitor. "Lord Yancy, please come in." "Sorry to disturb you," he replied. Over the years, due to Itachi, the two families had become quite familiar, and even after Itachi's terminal illness was cured, there was a more familial ease between them. Yancy changed his shoes at the entrance and walked into the spacious tatami room, where Uchiha Fugaku was sitting in front of a low table enjoying tea. Upon seeing Yancy enter, he immediately put down his teacup and stood to welcome him. "The fifth Hokage graces us with his presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Yancy waved his hand repeatedly. "Mr. Fugaku, please don't tease me. Just call me by my name as usual." A hint of a smile flashed in Fugaku's eyes as he readily complied. "Yancy." The two exchanged smiles and sat opposite each other, surrounded by the fragrance of tea. Makoto quietly knelt beside them, skillfully pouring more hot tea for both. Amidst the wafting tea aroma, Yancy and Fugaku initially discussed recent village affairs, and the topic gradually shifted to Itachi. When Fugaku mentioned his son, his expression suddenly became complex. He set down his teacup and gently rubbed the rim with his fingertips. "Why don't you go see him yourself? That boy recently experienced the first lesson of a ninja." Yancy's brows furrowed slightly at these words, and the teacup in his hand paused in midair. "You mean?" "Yes," Fugaku nodded slightly, the light flickering in his deep-set eyes. He lost his first companion. Chapter 60. The masked man. The sound of flowing water from the rockery in the backyard was gentle, as Itachi lay beneath the wooden eaves, gazing at the cold moon in the night sky. His figure seemed to merge with the night, and he was completely unaware of anyone approaching. "Father, I want to be alone for a while." The boy turned over, facing away from the visitor, his voice filled with fatigue. "How dare you? Get up." A familiar slap landed solidly on the back of his head, causing Itachi to spring up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Once he saw who it was, he hurriedly fixed his slightly tousled hair. Master. Why are you here?" Yancy sat cross-legged and huffed in annoyance. "Have you laid around long enough? Then kneel and reflect." He pointed to the spot in front of him. "How old are you? Yet you haven't made any progress at all." Itachi looked confused but still obediently knelt down in front of his master, appearing ready to listen to his teachings. Yancy truly cared for his apprentice and didn't continue to act like a strict teacher. He just wanted Itachi to be more aware of himself. The more gifted a person is, the easier it is to fall into misconceptions, especially for a genuine genius like Itachi. Gentle reassurances could easily lead him into deeper confusion. Sometimes, a wake-up call was more effective than 1,000 words. The master and apprentice stared at each other under the moonlight, and it was Yancy who blinked first, his left eye feeling sore. All right, I can't compete with your eyes." Itachi finally couldn't help but laugh, but soon returned to a proper kneeling position. At that moment, Two crimson tomos slowly emerged in his pitch-black eyes, looking particularly mesmerizing in the night. Oh, Yancy raised an eyebrow, not shying away from this heavy topic, but rather leaning in to observe closely. Has the death of your companion opened your eyes? Not bad with two tomo. It seems your Jinjutsu skills are about to reach a new level. His tone carried a hint of praise, as if he were commenting on a jutsu his disciple had just learned. Itachi's Sharingan slightly rotated under the moonlight, reflecting this suddenly much clearer world. He looked down at his palm, his voice filled with unprecedented confusion. Shirsue's Jinjutsu is far stronger than mine, and I couldn't even protect a single companion. The appearance of his master stripped away the last facade of the boy. In front of someone he was closest to and admired, Itachi couldn't help but drop all pretense and defenses, revealing the ordinary boy inside, who could also feel lost and helpless. Tell me, what exactly happened? Yancy asked. Although he had now taken over most of the village's administrative affairs, task assignments were still managed by the third Hokage and the advisory group, making it impossible to attend to every detail. Under his master's gaze, Itachi slowly recounted the events. Just a few days ago, he and two classmates, under the guidance of AJ Nin, were carrying out a level escort mission. Everything had gone smoothly until, just before reaching their destination, a mysterious man wearing a mask suddenly appeared. His movements were incredibly swift, and Itachi's voice rose and fell. Not only did he kill the escort target, but the boy's fingers also dug deep into his palm. Aside from me, the teacher and companions were. Under the moonlight, Itachi's Sharingan spun even faster, and she noticed that when it was mentioned that the companions had actively faced the enemy to protect him, Itachi's body trembled slightly. Wait a minute, Inchi suddenly interrupted, his expression becoming serious. You said that attacker was wearing a mask? His voice unconsciously lowered. What kind of mask? Itachi briefly described it. After hearing this, Inchi's face darkened further. It was clear that the instigator was that bastard. Does the master know this person? Itachi asked in surprise. Inchi frowned and nodded, choosing not to hide it, briefly recounting the events of the Nine-Tails attack night and his brief encounter with the masked man. He knew full well the true identity of the masked man, Uchiha Bido. But at this moment, this truth couldn't be easily spoken. He had to weigh the pros and cons. First, if the information leaked, the risk of alarming the snake was too great. That man, who always lurked in the shadows, would likely change his modus operandi if he sensed his identity was exposed, making all predictions ineffective and the situation completely out of control. Secondly, the political considerations were even more complicated. Currently, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan was already precarious. If news suddenly broke that Uchiha clan members were behind the Nine-Tails disturbance, it would be like throwing a spark into a powder keg. After the death of Nichi, Inchi understood better than anyone that this world was not a game. Every decision could trigger a chain reaction. Now, everything must prioritize stability, and every action must consider the corresponding consequences. As the upcoming fifth Hokage, it's not a situation where one person eats well while the family goes hungry. Just as Enchi was pondering, Itachi dropped another bombshell. Master, I've seen him before, right in the village. But his speed was so fast that I thought I was seeing things. I'll kill him someday. Enchi cursed, although he had expected this. Hearing it confirmed made his temples throb. The powerful barrier of Konoha village was practically meaningless in the face of space-time ninjutsu. They came and went as if visiting a neighbor. Occasionally causing trouble was one thing, but now they had faced his own disciple, and in the original story, they had frequent interactions. Enchi grabbed Itachi's arm and said seriously, "Listen, that guy is not someone you can handle. Don't act on your own, and don't tell anyone, including your father. And for whatever reason, do not have any contact with him. Of course, if it's unavoidable, prioritize your safety and then come tell me. I'll handle it. Do you understand?" Itachi obediently nodded. He could already think with the mindset of a Hokage, naturally distinguishing the importance of matters. The atmosphere eased a bit, seeing his disciple still in a state of confusion and self-blame. Enchi rubbed his head gently and said softly, "Do you remember when you asked me why people are born and die?" Itachi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. "I remember." "That's good." Enchi's gaze drifted over the courtyard, looking into the distance. "Then you must also remember my answer. The death of a person occurs in 3 stages. The important thing is, he withdrew his gaze, looking into his disciple's eyes, placing his fingers lightly on Itachi's chest. The night breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness. Enchi suddenly broke into a proud smile. Itachi, you are my best creation, to which I've devoted my heart and soul. I hope to see you become the 6th Hokage one day. Itachi's eyes widened. This sudden expectation was like a seed, quietly falling into the softest part of his heart. Chapter 61. The cost as night deepened. Enchi said goodbye to the Fugaku couple and returned to his residence. While walking down the corridor, he suddenly noticed that the window of Naruto's home still emitted a dim yellow light, and several small shadows were sneaking around in front of the door. Wait for you to knock on the door, a boy with a high ponytail whispered, holding a bucket of red paint. As soon as I hear movement, I'll splash it on. Be quick. But, another small child stammered. My grandma said he's the Nine-Tails Fox. Will it be okay? Shut up. The boy with the ponytail suddenly shook, nearly dropping the paint bucket. Just saying that makes me uneasy, but we have to teach him a lesson today. Enchi frowned, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and swiftly landed among the children. With several startled cries, the paint bucket fell to the ground with a clang, and the bright red paint spilled out, glaring like a pool of blood under the moonlight. In the dead of night, Enchi crossed his arms, his shadow completely enveloping the children. Do you want me to personally take you home? He deliberately elongated his tone. The children, clearly frightened by the adults, scattered like startled birds, one of them nearly crashing into a wall in panic. Enchi watched their clumsy retreat and chuckled silently. Over the years, he had witnessed the villagers' attitudes toward Naruto gradually deteriorate. Although the 3rd Hokage guaranteed their basic living needs, those deliberately avoiding footsteps, whispering in lowered voices, and even the children's mischievous paint buckets silently told the same fact. This child had always been excluded from the village. He had had several encounters with Naruto, but they were just right. To Naruto, he was simply a relatively friendly uncle. Enchi did not understand the ways various villages controlled and tested Jinchuriki. So regarding Naruto's situation, he only cared for him secretly and did not intentionally try to change things on the surface. Each ninja village had its own brutal yet effective experiences in training Jinchuriki. The harsh training in Kumogakure, the close management in Iwagakure, and the bloody selection in Kirigakure all contained the same logic. Only the will forged in loneliness and coldness could withstand the erosion of tailed beasts. Premature warmth might become a fatal weakness. The current distance might be another form of protection. Just like taming a wild beast, being too close could lead to injury, while being too far could lead to loss of control. A balance of distance must be maintained. Although very cruel, this was the experience accumulated over generations and undoubtedly had its reasoning. At this moment, Naruto, who was in the house, heard the commotion and carelessly opened the door in his pajamas. But in the corridor, aside from the fallen paint bucket, there was no one. Only a few bars from below. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Hokage office, sunlight filtered through the blinds as Enchi was bent over his desk reviewing documents, the pen tip scratching on the scroll. On the sofa beside him, Itachi was carefully polishing the kunai in his hand, and the two occasionally exchanged a few words. Since that night of guidance, Itachi seemed to have completely regained his former spirit, returning to the little disciple who loved to stick by his master's side. Master, if you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. My mother made your favorite salmon sushi today. Itachi put away the polished kunai into his ninja tool bag and took out a delicate lacquered food box from beside him. The food box still retained some warmth. As he opened the lid, the fragrant vinegared rice aroma immediately spread out. Enchi looked up at the neatly arranged sushi, each piece perfectly shaped. He couldn't help but smile. This was already the 3rd time this week he had received a bento specially prepared by Mikoto. As a mother, Mikoto's thoughts were simple and delicate. She just wanted to maintain the bond between the Uchiha clan and the future Hokage through these homely comforts. After all, once Enchi officially took office, all the ninjas of Konoha, including the Uchiha clan members, would become his direct subordinates. These small bentos carried a wife and mother's expectations and preparations for the future of the family. Itachi handed over a pair of bamboo chopsticks, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Mother said she wanted to try your favorite grilled mackerel recipe next time. I think it's because you want to eat it yourself. A little bit. The master and apprentice teased each other for a while, and Inchi temporarily set aside his unfinished official duties to enjoy a hearty meal. Although these were small favors, they still needed to be remembered. Once he officially took office, he would indeed have to plan thoroughly for the Uchiha clan, even if it was for his own disciples. Resolving the long-standing grievances between the Uchiha and the village was no easy task. Even as Hokage, he had to face the stubborn opposition from the Elder Council, not to mention the suspicions deeply rooted in the hearts of ordinary villagers. Fortunately, there was still time. In the afternoon, Itachi had to say goodbye to Inchi due to an urgent mission. Inchi himself continued to battle the pile of documents on the table. However, he hadn't been at it for long when the office door opened and the somewhat gloomy figure of Danzo walked in, leaning on his cane. Inchi glanced at him and then continued to focus on his work. Danzo didn't mind, taking a seat on the sofa. Aren't you planning to take over officially? You've been acting Hokage for quite a while now. Maybe, I just feel like there are still some things to do before taking the throne. Inchi replied in a flat tone while stretching. I think I can guess, Danzo said, half closing his eyes with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Inchi stood up and walked over to sit on the sofa opposite Danzo. Let's talk. Danzo leaned forward, lowering his voice. The death of Hiruzen must have a price from Kumobikure. But you know very well that revenge as Hokage and revenge as an individual carry completely different weight. Once you officially become the 5th Hokage, everything you do will represent the will of Konoha, and the impact will be much greater than it is now, which is why you're dragging your feet, hoping to complete your revenge plan beforehand. Am I wrong? Inchi widened his eyes slightly, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. This old fox, Danzo, seemed to understand him quite well. In some ways, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a confidant. He indeed felt a bit impatient, especially after learning Sage Mode. The death of Hiruzen was like a needle that occasionally pricked his heart, causing a dull pain. Only after releasing this pent-up frustration could he focus entirely on planning a grand unification as Hokage. The two fell silent for a moment, and Inchi raised an eyebrow. Do you have any ideas? Chapter 62. Kidnapping the Eight Tails. Danzo was indeed the only one who knew all of Inchi's plans, and the only person with whom he could discuss strategies openly, even if this trust was built on mutual interests. But at least he was one of their own. Kumogikure must pay a price, and a glint of cold light flashed in Danzo's single eye. But this could also be an opportunity. His bony fingers gently rubbed his cane. After you take over, the real challenge lies in the ambition to unify the ninja world, which is too grand. And those short-sighted noble clans and timid feudal lords in the village may not support you. But these obstacles can be resolved gradually in the future. We still need to prepare and pave the way for what has to come. I have an idea. What is the most important thing in war? Danzo suddenly changed the subject, striking the ground heavily with his cane, raising a bit of dust. Money, Inchi answered without hesitation. That's right, Danzo continued, tapping the ground lightly with his cane. After the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen took office, although there was a golden period, his appeasement policy after the Ninja World War caused great losses to the village, especially in the past few years when ninja from a Wagakure entered the Land of Fire without permission. He even legalized their actions. If he had been a bit tougher, he could have received a significant compensation. From his words, it was clear that he harbored deep resentment towards this old colleague. The village's financial situation was not good, and war itself was meant to plunder resources to fill the void. Unfortunately, Konoha gained almost nothing in the last Ninja World War and suffered a heavy blow, leaving many hidden dangers. A massive financial investment was urgently needed, Danzo said. Are you suggesting we find a way to obtain funds from Kumobikure? Enchi frowned. Danzo slowly nodded, his cane lightly tapping the floor. This could resolve the village's current financial crisis while also providing sufficient startup funds for future plans. This windfall would be enough for us to take the most crucial first step. Enchi furrowed his brow. But it won't be easy to scrape this meat off Kumobikure. He suddenly paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Wait, you don't mean? A cold smile appeared on Danzo's rugged face. If the Eight Tails Jinchuriki suddenly goes missing with Raikage's temper, what do you think he would do? His single eye sparkled with calculating light. After all, that was someone he regarded as a brother, Killer Bee, not to mention what the tailed beasts meant to the 5 great ninja villages. Kidnapping the 8 tails. Enchi followed this line of thought, an involuntary smile creeping onto his lips. Kumogakure would have no choice but to bow down to negotiate for his return. By then, not only would they be unable to wage war, but they wouldn't even have room for bargaining. The two exchanged glances, seeing the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Tailed beasts, as the core strategic deterrent forces of each village, could be left and used for 10 years, but they could never be absent for even a day. Kumogakure had spent countless resources to tame the 8 tails. Just the cultivation of a perfect Jinchuriki required astronomical amounts of resources. In fact, Kumogakure also had a 2 tails Jinchuriki to choose from, but compared to the 8 tails, the whereabouts of the 2 tails had always been erratic, making it difficult to track. Moreover, the value difference between the 2 tails and the 8 tails was not small, and she secretly hoped it would be the 8 tails. After all, he had a grudge against Hokage. This way, he could not only vent his anger, but also lay a solid foundation for future grand ambitions. So how about it? Shall we take action? I can send a team to the Land of Lightning to track down the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Danzo asked in a low voice, pausing slightly before adding, right now. In the village, apart from the Uchiha clan Sharingan, your bloodline limit is the only one that can suppress tailed beasts. I have a subordinate who knows would release. But unfortunately, he is far inferior to the first Hokage and won't be of much help. Danzo spoke sincerely at this moment. He truly did not want Enchi to encounter any mishap. After all, their interests were tightly bound together, and there was no way they would have internal strife at this stage. Enchi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and after a moment of contemplation, he decisively said, "No need for reconnaissance. I know where the 8 tails Jinchuriki is. I will personally bring him back, so prepare the route team for extraction." Danzo nodded slightly, understood. "While you're away, I will deal with the 3rd Hokage." A glint of sharpness flashed in his single eye. "Once this matter is settled, it'll be the best opportunity for you to officially succeed as Hokage." After discussing some finer details, Danzo took his leave. Enchi continued to bury himself in his work at the desk, as if nothing had happened. The next dawn, Enchi donned a dark cloak and quietly left Konoha, the cloak wrapping him tightly so that even his figure was indistinct. This operation had to be kept absolutely confidential. Infiltrating the Land of Lightning to kidnap the 8 tails Jinchuriki was a highly challenging task. Enchi knew very well that if they failed, it could potentially trigger a large-scale conflict between villages. According to his memories from his past life, after the Third Ninja World War, Killer Bee was strictly ordered by Hokage to stay in the Kumogakure Thunder Canyon for training until he completely mastered the power of the tailed beast. The terrain there was treacherous, but it was quite a distance from the Kumogakure headquarters. If they acted quickly enough, they could succeed before Kumogakure even noticed. Although he was alone, he still had a certain level of confidence. With the perfect sage mode of the same first generation, it completely compensates for the shortcoming of insufficient chakra. Dealing with the 8 tails shouldn't be considered easy. It is at least a sure win. Enchi's speed was quick as he moved through the forest like a ghost, stopping and landing, getting closer to the borderline. The Land of Lightning is located northeast of the Land of Fire and does not directly border it, being separated by the Frost Country and the Iron Country on either side, requiring passage through a narrow strip of land between the two. Just a few days later, the trees along the way gradually became sparse. The climate temperature rose significantly, and the view began to open up. This indicated that he had officially entered the territory of the Land of Lightning. Enchi landed on the treetop of a large tree, took out a map from his robe, and muttered to himself, "Yunlei Gorge, 8 tails Jinchuriki. You can only consider yourself unlucky." Chapter 63. Battle at Yunlei Gorge. Yunlei Gorge is a closed valley surrounded by mountains in the Land of Lightning, with an overall bowl-shaped depression. The valley is surrounded by steep black basalt walls, shrouded in moisture from the sea, with the walls covered in moss and moisture-resistant shrubs. At the center of the valley is an artificially created large lake, approximately 100 meters in diameter, its surface glowing with a strange blue light due to years of being struck by lightning, and the air is thick with the smell of ozone. This place is both a sacred training ground for the Cloud Village and a natural defensive barrier. There are iron bars blocking the outside of the gorge, but the interior is almost unobstructed, with few decent cloud ninjas seen. After all, outsiders would not expect that the important Eight Tails Jinchuriki would train in such a perilous place. So the guards are relatively relaxed. The Jinchuriki Killer Bee lives at the main peak, with a continuous stone staircase from top to bottom. In the training room at the top of the main peak, Killer Bee is sitting cross-legged on the floor, his eyes half-squinted behind sunglasses, fingers tapping to a rhythm, humming a clumsy, improvised tune. The lightning of the Cloud Village is the power of my 8 tails that makes you. Suddenly, he excitedly slapped his thigh. This rhyme is amazing. He hurriedly pulled out a crumpled little notebook from his pocket, awkwardly jotting down the lyrics, even holding the pen backwards without noticing. Just then, the 8 tails Gyuki inside him suddenly opened its eyes in the spiritual space. In the unique mental domain of the tailed beasts, a familiar fiery red figure gradually emerged. Kyubi? Gyuki's 8 octopus-like tentacles twisted. How come you? The 9 tails lazily lay in its mental space, barely opening its eyelids. Just came to remind you, my Jinchuriki is outside, and that guy is much more troublesome than me. If you can take him down, that would be best. Otherwise, be prepared to come to Konoha and have tea with me. The 8 tails was taken aback. Someone's going to attack me? You could just go out and see for yourself, right? The 9 tails yawned, its figure starting to fade. I'm going back to sleep now. What happens in your fight is none of my business. With the 9 tails' disappearance, the 8 tails immediately became alert. It did not doubt the other's words. Tail beasts could communicate mentally within a certain distance, even inside their Jinchuriki. The appearance of the 9 tails signified that danger was approaching, and it immediately sent a warning to Killer Bee through their mental link. B, there are enemies. Don't panic, little 8. Let me go meet them. Killer Bee maintained his rap rhythm, his body swaying to the beat. While improvising new lyrics, he exaggeratedly danced out of the training room. Following the steep mountain path down, Killer Bee hopped to a circular training platform halfway up the mountain. This open area, about 100 meters in diameter, was where he usually practiced tailed beast transformation and lightning release. Today we have a guest. His rap suddenly paused, and his sunglasses reflected a cold light. In the center of the platform stood a figure draped in a black cloak, arms crossed, seemingly waiting there for a long time. The sea breeze lifted the brim of the hood, revealing the face of a stranger. Killer Bee exaggeratedly spun around, pointing at the visitor with a gun gesture. Who is this uninvited guest? What business do you have with me? Insiti akled lightly, lifting the hood of his cloak back to reveal his true face. I'm quite interested in your rap. Why don't you come back to Konoha and be my guest for a few days? We can have a good exchange. So you're from Konoha. You idiot. You jerk. Killer Bee's eyes squinted slightly behind his sunglasses, his body exaggeratedly twisting with the rhythm. But such arrogance wouldn't do. Before he finished speaking, 7 specially made ninja swords behind him suddenly soared into the air. The blades drew cold arcs in the sunlight, accurately landing on various joints of his body, elbows, knees, waist, and even one held in his mouth, instantly entering his signature 7-sword style. Killer Bee was not foolish. A foe who could casually introduce themselves like that was definitely not an ordinary opponent. Some geniuses have a terrifyingly keen intuition, able to assess their opponent's depth with just one glance, and he happened to be that kind of person. The 7 ninja swords glinted coldly under the sunlight, but Killer Bee's fingers trembled imperceptibly. This was not fear, but his body instinctively warning him. The opponent stood there so casually, without even intentionally channeling chakra. It instilled a strong sense of unease in him. Ensi's expression remained unchanged. He never intended for the opponent to surrender willingly. Since they had come this far, it was best to finish the battle quickly. He slowly raised his right arm, walking steadily toward Killer Bee. With each step he took, hot lava began to surge from his right hand, dark red molten rock dripping between his fingers, burning holes in the ground that emitted smoke. The temperature suddenly rose, and the surrounding air began to visibly distort. Killer Bee's brows finally furrowed. Although he was confined in Yunlei Gorge, it did not mean he was completely unaware of external events. He had heard from his brother about the Cloud Village Envoy incident, and there was a ninja from Konoha known for his mastery of lava release, dubbed Flame Calamity, who had annihilated everyone, including the magnetic release Ninja Troy. Now feeling this unusual heat could he be? But whether he was or not was irrelevant at this moment. The battle was about to break out, and there was no way to avoid it. "I'll pierce you," Killer Bee roared, his body spinning rapidly like a top. The 7 ninja, swords remaining motionless at his joints. When he closed in within 2 meters, all the ninja swords suddenly shot out, accompanied by a piercing sound, aiming directly for Ensi's vital points. The blade struck accurately, but where Ensi was pierced, hot lava gushed out. The specially made ninja swords were instantly turned red hot, quickly melting into molten iron, dripping to the ground alongside the lava with a sizzling sound. Physical attacks are ineffective against him. The 8 tails urgently called out in the spiritual world. Killer Bee leaped back several steps to create distance, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly behind his sunglasses. These beloved swords he had accompanied for many years were destroyed just like that. But he forced himself to calm down, his mind racing to devise a strategy. "Is that all you've got, 8 tails?" Ensi smirked, his pace unbroken. Killer Bee pointed to the sky with his hand. "Then let me show you the real deal. My 8th sword." As his words fell, red-tailed beast chakra erupted from his body, quickly enveloping him, and his aura suddenly increased several times. Chapter 64. Piercing through the tailed beast ball with the enhancement of the 8 tails chakra, Killer Bee regained the rhythm of battle. In the years of seclusion in Yunlei Gorge, he had gradually grown into a perfect Jinchuriki, mastering the power of the tailed beast with increasing skill. Radiant's Hot Blade, accompanied by a deafening roar. A scarlet lightning bolt sliced through the air. Killer Bee's right arm, enveloped in tailed beast chakra, was like a red-hot guillotine, slicing toward Ensi's neck at an astonishing speed. Swish! After the brief clash, the anticipated scene of dismemberment did not occur. Instead, half of Ensi's cheek bizarrely transformed into scorching magma, slowly writhing back to its original state. The magma spilled on the ground, emitted a hissing sound as it burned. Not far away, Killer Bee knelt on one knee, with most of the tailed beast cloak on his right arm melted away, revealing horrifying burns on his exposed skin. The 8 tails exclaimed in the spiritual world, "This temperature is outrageous. Even my chakra is being burned through. Your arm almost got wrecked. What a troublesome opponent." Killer Bee patted his arm, and with the help of the tailed beast chakra, the burns began to visibly heal. In that fleeting moment, Ensi had fully recovered. Even his robe was intact. He suddenly leaped into the air, his right arm swelling into a lava fist the size of a house. The scorching magma rolled and boiled, emitting a suffocating high temperature. Great fireball! With a low shout, the lava fist crashed down like a meteor. In an instant, the entire mountainside trembled violently, the ground fracturing under the terrifying heat. The force was already terrifying enough, not to mention the boiling magma gushing from the cracks, instantly turning the rocks a fiery red. The main peak began to shake violently. Hot air mixed with volcanic ash swept outward. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, Killer Bee dashed down the mountain like lightning. The entire mountain was on the verge of collapse from the previous impact, rocks continuously peeling away from the mountainside. Use complete tailed beast transformation to deal with him. The 8 tails urged in the spiritual world, "His abilities are too troublesome. We can only use the tailed beast bomb." Understood. This bastard abilities are too cheating. Killer Bee cursed while running, his eyes behind the sunglasses unusually calm. "But I will be even more cunning than him." "Idiot! Bastard!" The tailed beast chakra boiled on his surface, and his speed suddenly increased. However, a rumbling sound of rolling magma came from behind, as a massive mass of magma poured down the mountain path like a living creature, melting the stone steps and igniting the trees, leaving a fiery red trail in the sunlight. What a troublesome guy! Utilizing the explosive power of the tailed beast chakra, Killer Bee shot toward the lake below like an arrow. In just a few leaps, he finally reached a safe area before the main peak collapsed. Huff huff! He knelt on a rock in the middle of the lake, panting, a layer of mist covering his sunglasses. Looking back, he saw that dark red magma relentlessly rushing into the lake, and although its speed noticeably slowed upon contact with water, the terrifying heat still caused the surrounding lake water to boil violently. Hiss! The piercing sound of vaporization echoed along the lakeshore as the scorching magma met the cold water, producing a large amount of steam. In an instant, the entire lake's surface was shrouded in thick white mist, visibility plummeting. Killer Bee could feel the water beneath him rapidly heating up, with fish around the rocks already floating belly up. Now let me show you my true form. The violent-tailed beast chakra erupted from within, sending waves of boiling lake water soaring several meters high. Killer Bee's form rapidly transformed in the chakra storm, his limbs morphing into thick octopus tentacles, his size towering over the lake, nearly occupying half of it. The complete form of the Eight Tails, a fusion of an octopus and a cow, finally appeared. Its 8 tentacles slapped the lake's surface with immense force, and its wild eyes locked onto the blurred figure in the magma. Konoha's bastard, taste this move. The roar of the 8 Tails shook the lake's surface violently, its monstrous mouth wide open, the yin-yang chakra swirling madly between its teeth. A pitch-black energy sphere with a diameter of over 10 meters quickly formed, the surrounding air distorting due to the terrifying energy fluctuations, even light being nearly swallowed. NC stood on the boiling lake surface, his lava body slightly trembling. Facing the tailed beast bomb capable of flattening a small mountain, he finally retracted his previously relaxed demeanor. I need to use some tricks. He secretly clicked his tongue, knowing that the seemingly cheat-like magma transformation was not 100% immune to physical attacks. Just like any strong ninjutsu, there are always flaws. When his body transforms into magma, the core is compressed to the size of an egg, hidden within the magma flow, immune to most attacks. However, a large-scale attack like the tailed beast bomb could very well destroy the hidden core, so taking it head-on could lead to injury or even death if luck ran out. But it's not like I'm out of options. The tailed beast bomb, charged by the 8 Tails, was ready to go, while NC brought his hands together and stomped his right foot onto the lake's surface. Sage mode. In an instant, the natural energy of the entire Yunlei Gorge surged into NC's body in a very short time. Simultaneously, intricate patterns of dark red and emerald green appeared at the corners of his eyes, his momentum climbing sharply, even temporarily surpassing the wild aura of the complete 8 Tails. What is this? In the spiritual world, the 8 Tails' eyes widened. The familiar and terrifying chakra fluctuation instantly reminded it of that dominated era. At the end of the Warring States period, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had subdued almost all 9-tailed beasts with this very stance using would release and sage art. Naturally, it was one of the victims. B. This situation is bad. Stop talking nonsense, just blast it. Killer Bee seemed to have immense confidence in the tailed beast bomb. Disregarding his partner's warning and directly shot the terrifying tailed beast bomb at NC. At such close range, the pitch-black energy sphere was almost upon him in an instant. Sage art. Hellhound. NC instantly punched towards the incoming tailed beast bomb. This move was already his fastest and hardest to dodge, with extraordinary power. Under the enhancement of Sage mode, the speed and power of this strike reached their peak. The magma iron fist streaked through the air like a meteor, trailing a long tail, and instantly struck the center of the tailed beast bomb. The moment the lava iron fist collided with the tailed beast bomb, the water of the entire lake was propelled into the air by the shockwave. Boom! In the deafening explosion, an unbelievable scene occurred. NC's lava iron fist actually embedded itself into the tailed beast bomb, concentrating power at a single point, causing the pitch-black energy sphere to crack and slowly split apart. What? Chapter 65. It is called Meteor Volcano. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. With NC's furious shout, the tailed beast bomb was finally split in two. The two halves of the energy sphere flew past NC's sides, creating 2 massive craters in the distant valley. Although NC's lava iron fist's momentum greatly decreased, its speed remained fast, crashing directly into the 8 Tails bullhead. The impact forced the massive creature to take several involuntary steps back. The struck area instantly turned charred black, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Roar! The eight tails, controlled by Killer Bee, let out a painful howl, its 8 tentacles wildly slapping the lake's surface. No one expected that the traditionally unstoppable tailed beast bomb would be countered in such a manner. Killer Bee was even more affected than his partner. He had spent so many years training in the Yunlei Gorge to master this move, only to have it forcibly broken in its first real battle. The sense of defeat was immense. What Killer Bee did not know was that Insi's shock at this moment was no less than his. Insi looked down at his smoking lava right fist. Not even he had expected that under the enhancement of Sage Chakra, his lava release could unleash such terrifying power. His original plan was merely to use this move to buy a moment of time, and he had even secretly prepared the body flicker technique to dodge at a critical moment. But reality exceeded expectations. The tailed beast bomb, capable of destroying mountains, was actually pierced through by him. Is this the true power of the perfect Sage mode? No wonder Senju Hashirama was able to suppress the entire ninja world back then. The earth-shattering collision just now sent shockwaves throughout the Yunlei Gorge. The vibrations were strong enough to reach Yunin village dozens of miles away, startling the Umbu who were on duty. With the enhanced perception of Sage mode, Insi clearly saw 3 Yunin ninjas on a cliff several kilometers away, staring at him in terror. One of them had already turned and was running away, clearly heading back to the village to report. Even further away, several patrol teams were quickly gathering and heading in this direction. It seems I need to pick up the pace. Insi narrowed his eyes, magma surging around him, his figure becoming blurred. Eight Tails stopped struggling. Before the words left his mouth, he shot towards the Eight Tails like an arrow, bringing a wave of intense heat. The enormous bull-headed creature instinctively swung its thick fists, but the moment it made contact with the magma, it let out a painful roar as its tough skin was nearly cooked through, releasing a choking white smoke. Sage Art, great fireball. Insi suddenly burst from the torrent of magma, his right arm swelling and transforming into a lava fist the size of a house. Although it was not as fast as the previous Hellhound, the destructive power of this strike was even more astonishing. The Eight Tails hurriedly dodged, but still got grazed on one side, large patches of skin instantly charred and rotten. But that wasn't the end. Half of Insi's face emerged from the swirling magma, nearly face to face with the Eight Tails, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Excitement glimmering in his eyes. What do you want to do? The Eight Tails cautiously retreated, its 8 tentacles nervously waving in a defensive posture. Suddenly, the soaring lava fist exploded hundreds of meters in the air, spectacular like a volcanic eruption. Countless hot lava chunks rained down like fiery meteors, each trailing a long tail, howling down towards the ground. I've been wanting to try this move. It's called Meteor Volcano. In an instant, the entire Yunlei Gorge turned into a hellish landscape. Volcanic projectiles made of lava rained down densely on the lake, cliffs, and a massive body of the Eight Tails, creating towering water columns and billowing smoke. The Eight Tails let out a painful howl, frantically waving its tentacles in an attempt to block the onslaught, but still got hit by several lava chunks. Its hard skin burned into horrifying wounds. The Yunin ninjas in the distance looked on in terror at this apocalyptic scene, some collapsing to their knees, their legs giving way. Such power is comparable to a natural disaster. However, as they watched, they noticed something was off. The range of the volcanic projectiles was rapidly increasing, with dozens of meteors hurtling towards their area. Oh my God, run! As the last lava meteor fell, the entire Yunlei Gorge finally returned to a brief calm. Amidst the thick smoke, the massive body of the Eight Tails crashed down, sending water splashing everywhere. Its body was covered with ghastly burns, and its 8 tentacles fell limply into the boiling lake, its bull-like head smashing heavily against the rocks on the shore. With a weak groan, the Eight Tails chakra flickered out like a blown-out candle, its enormous body slowly shrinking like a deflated balloon, eventually transforming back into the battered Killer Bee. He lay on the scorched rocks, his eyes under the sunglasses blankly staring at the smoke-obscured sky. Insi walked slowly on the boiling lake, the magma around him retracting back into his body. He looked down at the barely conscious Killer Bee and thought, good, it's not a big problem. He wanted to die. However, in the original story, Killer Bee was known for escaping even with severed limbs, so to avoid any mishaps, NC used his super perception in Sage mode to thoroughly search around. Fortunately, everything was normal. If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. NC shook his head helplessly. You idiot! Killer Bee continued his rap, his voice barely above a whisper, but somehow he maintained the tune. NC twitched the corner of his mouth, pulled out a bundle of ropes from his pocket, and quickly tied Killer Bee up like a rice dumpling. Now, let us see how you can run. NC weighed the burden on his shoulder, satisfied, and then confidently released Sage mode. The objective was successfully completed. NC prepared to leave with the unconscious Killer Bee, although carrying a nearly 200-pound strong man did slow him down. He was not worried that the main forces from Chunin village could arrive so quickly. However, just as he was about to step out of Yunlei Gorge, several dirt-covered Chunin patrolling ninjas suddenly jumped out from the bushes. They were clearly affected by the aftermath of the battle, but still struggled to block NC's path, panting heavily as they glared at him. Get out of the way. NC had no time to waste on these little ninjas and shouted to stop them. The ninjas immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their legs trembling uncontrollably, and one even collapsed to the ground, unable to hold onto his kunai. There was no helping it. The gap between ordinary ninjas and shadow-level powerhouses was so obvious that sometimes they couldn't even muster the will to resist. NC didn't even bother to glance at them again, carrying Killer Bee away calmly. Chapter 66. Dust settles days later at the border of the Land of Fire. As NC's figure appeared near the border outpost, several ninjas dressed in root uniforms immediately emerged from their hiding places. They uniformly knelt on one knee, and the team captain respectfully said, Lord NC, we are here to assist you on Lord Danzo's orders. Then, NC, feeling a sense of relief, tossed the bundle on his shoulder over to them. The past few days of escorting had been a nightmare. After waking up, Killer Bee had started an unending series of impromptu raps, with rhymes so terrible they were almost unbearable, and his volume was incredibly loud. NC even suspected it was some form of mental attack, nearly driving him to a nervous breakdown, and ultimately had to resort to a strategy of knocking him out as soon as he woke up to preserve his sanity. So this is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? The root captain carefully took the tightly bound Killer Bee, his tone revealing his shock. Thank you for your hard work. NC rubbed his sore temples and casually replied, No big deal, just handled 3 chapters. Oh, what did you say? Nothing, let us go. At that moment, the tightly bound Killer Bee suddenly let out a weak sound. NC nearly reacted instinctively, silently stepping forward to give him a sleep technique to knock him out again. This idiot is really exhausting. Next, under the escort of the root team, NC quickly returned to Konoha. The moment Killer Bee was brought into the village, everything was finally settled. Danzo had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing the sleeping Jinchuriki, a hint of excitement flickered in his single eye. Now, Chunin village and the entire Land of Lightning would have to pay a heavy price for this. Well done. Danzo approached, leaning on his cane. For years, Chunin has been trying to target the Nine Tails, and now we've beaten them to the punch. NC stretched his sore shoulders. It went more smoothly than expected. Now the Raikage probably won't be able to sit still. I wonder how he'll respond. Danzo sneered, the worst that could happen is war, but Konoha now, his single eye flashed with sharpness, is no longer something they can easily manipulate. NC remained non-committal. As long as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was in their hands, Chunin wouldn't be able to stir up too much trouble. Even if it did lead to war, with his current strength, he was more than capable of handling it. Does the third Hokage know about this? NC suddenly asked. He had a great deal of respect for the old man. After all, acting on his own like this did indeed violate some rules. Danzo replied expressionlessly, I've already informed him, but the Umbu is still under his control. So it doesn't matter whether we say it or not. He paused for a moment. Since he didn't stop it, it meant he acquiesced. Enchi frowned slightly, a complex emotion rising in his heart. Although it was all for the benefit of Konoha, getting closer to Danzo always made him feel like he was betraying the third Hokage. But some things can't be done both ways. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, was not a kindred spirit. The Jinchuriki will be managed by Root. Danzo turned to leave. You prepare for the succession in the next few days. The daimyo side is urging for a quick handover of the Hokage. Yeah, remember to add more seals to that foolish brat. He is a perfect Jinchuriki, and any slight carelessness could lead to trouble, Enshi instructed. Understood. After Danzo left with the root team, Enshi didn't rush back to the Hokage building, but headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. Since becoming the acting Hokage, he hadn't had a proper break for the past few months, and he hadn't tasted Ichiraku Ramen in a long time. Turning down a few familiar streets, the familiar curtain appeared in front of him. The aroma of Ichiraku Ramen wafted out from inside, stirring up Enshi's long-lost appetite. He lifted the curtain, and Uncle Ichiraku, who was working inside, immediately greeted him with a smile. Enshi, long time no see, same as before? Yeah, sorry for the trouble, Enshi replied with a smile and sat down comfortably. Within a few minutes, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the curtain, and a small blonde child rushed in, waving a few crumpled bills in his hand. Uncle, I've saved up enough money. I want to eat 3 bowls of ramen today, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, his face covered in dust, but radiating a bright smile. Uncle Ichiraku chuckled and called out, wow, Naruto is so generous today. Come sit down. Enshi rested his chin on one hand, his gaze falling on Naruto. Watching the blonde boy struggle to climb up onto the high stool, he completely understood why this kid loved this ramen shop so much. It was one of the few places where he wouldn't receive disdainful looks. Uncle from across the street, are you here to eat ramen too? Naruto turned his head and immediately recognized the familiar face beside him, his voice filled with excitement. The term uncle made Enshi's mouth twitch. He was only in his 20s, not even 30 yet. How did he get categorized as an uncle? He reached out and gently flicked Naruto's forehead. Little brat. Naruto rubbed his forehead, not annoyed at all, but instead grinning even wider. This mysterious uncle had always been someone he paid special attention to, and those pranks he pulled were all to catch his attention. Perhaps it was because both of them housed the 9 tails that this inexplicable sense of closeness made sense. Before the ramen was served, the two of them chatted idly. When the steaming ramen finally arrived, amidst the rising steam, both let out satisfied sighs in unison. Uncle Ichiraku, while slicing the toppings, laughed and said, Enshi, I heard you're about to become the 5th Hokage. The village is buzzing about it. Enshi stirred the noodles in his bowl and nodded calmly. It's just a matter of days. That's wonderful. I believe you will definitely become an outstanding Hokage like the 4th, Uncle Ichiraku replied. I'll do my best, Enshi responded softly. Hearing the word Hokage, Naruto immediately lifted his head, a few strands of noodles hanging from the corner of his mouth. I want to be Hokage too. Enshi couldn't help but laugh, kid. Do you even know what being Hokage means? It's the strongest person, Naruto declared seriously, waving his chopsticks. I don't care. I just want to be Hokage. Looking at the stubborn little guy, Enshi and Uncle Ichiraku exchanged smiles. Uncle Ichiraku even added, Naruto, if you really become Hokage, I'll give you a permanent all-you-can-eat voucher for Ichiraku Ramen. It's a promise. Chapter 67. The 5th Hokage, after a hearty meal, Enshi paid for Naruto's ramen, waving goodbye amidst the boy's joyful gaze. He strolled around the shopping street for a while, specifically choosing some fine tea leaves and tobacco before heading to the Hokage building. Pushing open the familiar office door, the 3rd Hokage was bent over reviewing documents, a pipe resting beside him emitting wisps of smoke. Enshi placed the carefully selected gift on the table. You, the 3rd Hokage, shook his head, ultimately saying nothing reproachful. He picked up the newly bought tobacco and sniffed it, revealing a satisfied expression. Think more before the next action. You won't always be this lucky. I understand. Thank you, Hokage, Enshi said softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood up, gently twirling the pipe in his fingers. The messenger from Kumogakure is already on the way, faster than we expected. With this old body of mine, I can still help you with some of the handover work. So fast. Enshi raised an eyebrow. It seems losing the 8 tails really threw them off balance. The 3rd Hokage walked to the window, gazing at the newly carved outline on Hokage Rock in the distance. The upcoming negotiations won't be easy, but he turned to look at Enshi, his gaze filled with the unique concern of an elder. I'm more worried about you working with Danzo. Just be cautious. The old Hokage reached out to pat Enshi's shoulder, The force not heavy but meaningful. His abilities were beyond doubt, but sometimes his methods were too extreme. Enchi nodded seriously. I understand. Another 2 days passed peacefully. A shocking piece of gossip suddenly spread through the streets and alleys of Konoha. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure had actually been captured by Lord Inzai of Konoha. It was said that Kumogakure had hurriedly dispatched a new delegation, making their way to Konoha. In taverns and markets, villagers gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing the authenticity of this news. I say it's definitely true. A vegetable vendor slapped the table. If it were a rumor, the third Hokage would have issued a statement. Exactly, the nearby shop owner echoed. Kumogakure has been provoking us for years, relying on the wealth they accumulated during the Great Ninja War. That lord from the Hyuga clan has finally made them taste some bitterness. The owner of the ninja tool shop, wiping his shuriken, whispered, I heard from a relative who's a ninja that the person is currently locked up in the Yambu base. Although the source of the information was unclear, almost everyone hoped it was true. Since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, the resentment of Konoha's villagers towards Kumogakure had been growing day by day. Every provocation became a thorn in the villagers' hearts. If we can really hold on to the 8 Tails, that retired old ninja squinted his eyes. Let's see if Kumogakure dares to be so arrogant. The entire Konoha was filled with a sense of excitement. Even the most cautious merchants sparkled with excitement when discussing the matter. Although some villagers remained skeptical, when the grand delegation from Kumogakure, consisting of over a dozen ninjas, lined up to enter the gates of Konoha, all doubts vanished. The streets of Konoha quickly filled with onlookers. They watched the somber faces of the Kumogakure ninjas, who no longer carried their former splendor, and suddenly everything became clear. The barbarians from Kumogakure, since you've come, why not smile? Can't you smile? Exactly. Who are you putting on a long face for? You scared the kids in our village. The villagers of Konoha openly teased from both sides of the street. Once haughty, Kumogakure envoys, at this moment, appeared particularly embarrassed under the mocking gazes of the crowd. They lowered their heads and almost jogged through the crowd, with several young envoys' faces already flushed red. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in formal Hokage robes, stood in front of the Hokage building with dozens of elite Anbu, waiting in formation. Once the Cloud Village envoy group had fully assembled, he nodded slightly, saying, Cloud Ninja, please follow me to the conference room for discussions. Inside the spacious conference room, the atmosphere was tense, with representatives from both sides clearly delineated on either side of a long table. On the Konoha side, the third Hokage sat in the main seat. The soon-to-be successor, Enchi, occupied the first seat on the left, while on the right sat Danzo and 2 rarely seen senior advisors, all with stern expressions. More notably, in the back row, the representatives of various clans were seated, with Narashikaku as the core of the think tank in the front row, followed by the heads of the Hyuga, Akimichi, and other clans. The entire power core of Konoha was present, almost entirely excluding the Uchiha clan, creating an immense sense of pressure. The representative from the Cloud Envoy was an old jonin with graying hair. Upon seeing Enchi, his pupils constricted sharply, his expression filled with anger. But he quickly regained his composure. To the people of Konoha, he said in a hoarse but powerful voice, I represent Lord Raikage and strongly condemn your barbaric act of kidnapping our village's 8 Tails Jinchuriki. He stood up abruptly, and the Cloud envoys behind him followed suit. The atmosphere suddenly tense. This is a blatant act of war, the old jonin exclaimed angrily, waving his arms. It violates the most basic ninja world agreements among the 5 great nations. The conference room fell silent, with only his heavy breathing echoing. The third Hokage continued to leisurely smoke his pipe, while Enchi casually leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Seeing no response, the old jonin's face darkened. He suddenly pulled out a document from his chest. This is the ultimatum personally signed by Lord Raikage. If we do not bring back Lord Killerby this time, what will Cloud do? Enchi was the first to speak, his tone cold, his voice low but tightening everyone's hearts. He already held a deep disdain for the Cloud Village, so there was no way he would show a good face. Are you going to start a war? Enchi continued in line with the old jonin's words. We don't want to escalate to that point because The old Jonin's words suddenly caught in his throat as he glared at Enshi, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the years of diplomacy between major nations and villages, Cloud had always been known for its aggressiveness in diplomatic situations. Even in a disadvantageous position, he still tried to use his usual aggressive tactics to gain the upper hand. However, he did not expect to encounter such a tough opponent this time. Although he never thought Konoha would willingly hand over the Jinchuriki, he assumed the third Hokage would be much easier to negotiate with. Third Hokage. The old Jonin turned to Tsurutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, will you allow your subordinates to overstep their bounds? The third Hokage remained as steady as a mountain, continuing to smoke his pipe without even raising an eyelid. Instead, Danzo let out a cold laugh, his bony fingers tapping on the table. Let me remind you, the person you just spoke to is Konoha's fifth Hokage. His will represents the will of all of Konoha. Chapter 68. Exorbitant Compensation, Fifth Hokage. The conference room erupted in chaos, the Cloud envoys exchanging shocked and bewildered glances. Before departing, the Raikage had privately instructed that even if there was only a 1% chance, they should try to see if they could bring back Enshi, the instigator, as compensation. But now, what a joke. A young Cloud envoy muttered, "Bring back their Hokage?" The old Jonin's face turned pale as he realized why the third Hokage had remained silent. This was a meticulously crafted trap. Konoha not only captured the Eight Tails, but also took the opportunity to complete the power transfer, completely closing off any room for bargaining. In the back row of the conference room, Nara Shikaku exchanged knowing glances, secretly smirking as if enjoying the embarrassment of the Cloud envoys. The room fell silent for several seconds, and the Cloud ninjas, looking defeated, gradually returned to their seats. Enshi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, maintaining his tone. Now, we can begin discussing the specific conditions for your village to redeem the Eight Tails. The Cloud representatives remained silent, even the leading old Jonin. In such negotiations, the first to speak would be at a disadvantage. Enshi casually leaned back, beckoning with his hand. Mr. Shikaku, if you would. Nara Shikaku stepped forward, standing behind Enshi. You are all reasonable people. The value of a Jinchuriki needs no elaboration, especially one as perfect as Killer Bee. Therefore, a ransom of 6 billion Ryo is a fair price. 6 billion. A young Cloud envoy suddenly slammed the table. This is extortion. The old Jonin raised his hand to stop his subordinate, but the veins on his forehead bulged. Is Konoha trying to completely sever ties with Cloud? His voice trembled with suppressed rage. You must think carefully about the consequences. Enshi slowly raised his hand, signaling Shikaku to calm down. Extortion? Enshi's voice was soft. It had instantly quieted the entire conference room. Then why don't we talk about what Cloud has done over the past decade? He stood up and walked toward the Cloud envoy group, each step seemingly echoing in their hearts. Years ago, you first attempted to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, who is the future fourth Hokage's wife, but you ultimately failed. Enshi looked down at the old Jonin from above, his voice as cold as ice. If you had successfully kidnapped the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back then, what kind of price would you have demanded from Konoha? His gaze swept over each Cloud envoy. Not to mention, last time you infiltrated Konoha under the guise of signing a peace agreement. You aimed to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan while coveting my bloodline limit. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Oh, right. Enshi suddenly revealed a chilling smile. The Hyuga branch member you brought back is my close friend. So now, do you think 6 billion Ryo is too much? The old Jonin clenched his fists, not daring to act on his own. After all, 6 billion Ryo was the entire military budget for Cloud Village, which was less than 8 billion Ryo, even in times of turmoil, and would drop sharply in peacetime. What shocked him even more was that this number was clearly calculated with precision. It would not force Cloud to immediately go to war. It would leave them struggling to recover for years to come. The old Jonin's gaze involuntarily flicked towards Nara Shikaku. It must have been his idea. Directly seizing 34 years' worth of military expenses would create financial pressure without pushing them to war immediately. If they agreed, Cloud Village could very well fall from its current position as the strongest village in the ninja world and might face accountability from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. But the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had to be brought back, no matter what. This was not only about the Raikage's familial ties, but also about the vast resources Cloud had invested in cultivating the perfect Jinchuriki over decades. This decision exceeds my authority. The old Jonin finally spoke with great difficulty, his voice dry and unrecognizable. I need to consult with Lord Raikage. Please do. Enchi waved his hand nonchalantly, returning to his seat, and continued, before the Raikage makes a decision. Killer Bee will temporarily be a guest in Konoha. However, I hope it won't take too long. After all, we in Konoha would very much like to have such an excellent weapon of war as the Eight Tails. By the end of the negotiations, Konoha's threat was laid bare without concealment. What was supposed to be a lengthy diplomatic discussion concluded dramatically in just half an hour. As the conference room doors opened, the members of the Cloud Envoy group filed out, pale and expressionless. The old elder's face was ashen, and he stumbled slightly, looking as if he had just swallowed a live fly. Danzo, leaning on his cane, was the first to leave, casting a glance towards the shadows as he departed. Several root ninjas immediately followed the Cloud Envoy group silently, watching every move of the Cloud ninjas like shadows. The leaders from various prestigious clans also left one after another, deeply moved by Ensi's strong stance during the talks. It had been many, many years since Konoha had held its head high like this. At the conference table, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe and said slowly, Ensi, your style reminds me of Lord Second. He was also like you in diplomatic meetings, wasn't he? Ensi smiled faintly. The third Hokage suddenly changed the subject. But I am curious, with your personality, why didn't you bring up the return of Nichi's remains during the negotiations? For the Cloud Village, a corpse is nothing. Ensi did not respond, remaining silent like a deep pool of water. Some pains do not need to be spoken. He intended to personally go to the Cloud Village to retrieve Nichi's remains, not as a bargaining chip for negotiation, but in the most direct way. He wanted to remind himself with Nichi, a true strong person would never let a close friend sacrifice their life for peace. This matter would not end so easily. Ensi finally spoke softly, almost inaudibly. Chapter 69, New Era. Early the next morning, before dawn, the Cloud Envoy group left in a disheveled state. They had come in a fierce manner, but left looking defeated. They ultimately could not bring Kurabi back smoothly. By noon, the area in front of the Hokage building was bustling with people. Villagers surged from all directions, crowding the central square. The vendor selling dumplings stood on tiptoe, while young ninjas rode on adult shoulders, and even the elderly, who usually stayed indoors, came with their canes. Look, it's the fifth Hokage. With a cheer, everyone's attention focused on the Hokage building's rooftop. Ensi appeared on the rooftop, becoming the true center of attention. He wore a black ceremonial robe, specially designed based on the fourth Hokage style. The deep black robe bore the words Fifth Hokage on the back, subtly visible in the sunlight. Dignified, yet carrying a hint of intimidation. Initially, the third Hokage and advisors strongly opposed this design, arguing that black was too cold and did not fit the Hokage's approachable image. However, Ensi stood firm, and, in the end, they had to concede to him. At this moment, the lineup on the rooftop was unprecedented. Besides the core leadership of Konoha, even Danzo, who usually kept to himself, stood in the sunlight with his cane. Even more eye-catching was Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by his eldest son Uchiha Itachi, standing prominently. This was the first time in many years that the Uchiha clan participated so publicly in a significant village event. For those of their sensitive status, it was the first time since Ensi took office that they basked in the sunlight. Fifth Hokage! Fifth Hokage! The cheers swept across Konoha like a wave. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally placed a hat embroidered with a character for fire on Ensi's head. In the sunlight, the new Hokage's ceremonial robe fluttered. Ensi gently raised a hand, and the crowd below seemed to hit the pause button, falling silent in an instant. From today onwards, I will protect Konoha in the name of the Hokage. I am the fifth Hokage. In the Raikage's office in the Cloud Village, a loud bang echoed as the fourth Raikage's fist smashed through the heavy desk. His needle-like beard trembled violently, and his bronze face turned crimson. Damn it! The news brought back by the envoy group is devastating. Not only was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki captured, but that audacious Ensi has officially succeeded as the 5th Hokage. What infuriated him the most was the blatant threat from the other side. We at Konoha would also like to have a powerful tailed beast like the Eight Tails. The Raikage's mind replayed the confrontation from their first meeting, that man's icy words. Konoha's tolerance has reached its limit. There will be no further retreats. The next time we meet, I will settle all grievances as the Hokage. The Cloud Village will certainly pay the price it deserves. He paced restlessly in his office. Konoha, this sleeping giant, had been pressing down on all the ninja villages since the era of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. After waiting for the second Hokage to die in battle, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's conservative policies gave other villages a chance to breathe. Although the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was exceptionally talented, he passed away young. Now, the more difficult fifth Hokage had arrived. He knew better than anyone that this new Hokage harbored deep resentment against the Cloud Village. Not only was he an exceptionally strong Ensi, but he was also a thorough hawk. Even if he forced a war now, Konoha's elite ninjas would absolutely obey the new Hokage's orders. Surrender or seek peace. What a dream. If only his brother Karabi were not in the opponent's hands, it would be easier to say. But he happened to be kidnapped by someone who had stealthily infiltrated the Land of Lightning. This was like playing a dangerous game that put the entire situation at risk. Raikage-sama, what should we do next? Agree to their demands. Pay the compensation. We must get Karabi back. The fourth Raikage gritted his teeth. But the village's finances can't come up with that much money at once. If we scrape it together, it will affect the entire village's operations. What do you think we should do? Tell them we can pay the compensation in 3 installments, to be completed in 3 years. The fourth Raikage shouted. But he also had a plan in mind. As long as he could retrieve his brother and regain the initiative, the future compensation could be dictated by them. Even if it was announced, the Cloud Village wouldn't be seen as unwilling. It would just be deferred, and paying off over a decade or so was no big deal. It would only slightly damage their reputation, and other villages wouldn't dare to openly mock them. Understood, I will arrange this. A few days later, the Cloud Envoy group visited Konoha for the second time. However, after just one night on the other side, they returned looking defeated again. Raikage-sama. The fifth Hokage clearly stated that he does not accept any form of installment payments. It must be paid in full. What? The Raikage's roar shook the windows. That damn bastard. Go negotiate again. Tell them we can pay half up front, the rest next year. Another few days of torturous waiting passed. When the envoy group returned for the third time without success, the news they brought made the Raikage explode with rage. This time, they didn't even let us into the village. The fifth Hokage sent an umbu to guard the gate, saying that if we don't bring the full ransom next time, we can forget about seeing Lord Karabi again. Damn it. The entire Raikage's office felt like it might shatter from his shouting. After several minutes, the situation finally calmed down a bit. All right, very well. The Raikage clenched his fist, his gaze fixed through the floor-to-ceiling window towards Konoha. Send my orders. Immediately raise 6 billion Ryo and send it to Konoha. Raikage-sama, but doing this will draw the ire of the daimyo. What about our dignity as ninjas? Shut up. It's the law of the jungle. I will take all the responsibility. Just do as I say. Chapter 70 Transfer of Power in the end. The Cloud Village still compromised. When the Cloud Envoy group returned to Konoha with 2 fully loaded carts, this game of chess finally came to an end. Ensi appointed Danzo and Nara Shikaku to personally verify the compensation, and after confirming its accuracy, it was directly deposited into Konoha's treasury. This unexpected windfall was divided into 3 parts. The largest portion was designated as strategic reserves, another part was invested in the village's infrastructure, and a small portion was set aside as bonuses for outstanding ninjas. Even if people say it's to win hearts, it doesn't matter, as the benefits are real. Soon after, Ensi released Karabi, who had been detained for several days. When this Eight Tails Jinchuriki learned the price that Kumogakure had to pay for this, he was completely stunned. Not only was it an astronomical sum in compensation, but it was also a humiliation for Kumogakure in the ninja world. Karabi, regaining his freedom, nearly exploded on the spot, but looking at the elite forces of Konohagakure standing by and Ensi's half-smiling, half-meaningful expression, he ultimately suppressed his anger. He faintly sensed that the other party seemed to be expecting him to lose control, wanting to take the opportunity to hit Kumogakure again. What a pity. Watching Kurabi's furious departure, NC murmured to himself. If the other party really dared to act, he wouldn't mind sending Kumogakure another exorbitant bill. Back in the Hokage's office, NC looked at the mountain of documents and realized that the confrontation with Kumogakure had come to a temporary end. What awaited him next was the more tedious transition of political affairs. Shikaku. He called out to Nara Shikaku, who was about to leave from today onwards. You will officially serve as my assistant. Nara Shikaku nodded. He had actually sensed it early on that the new Hokage would rely on him. Next, you need to handle 3 things: the transfer of command authority for the Umbu, the report to the daimyo's office, and... He glanced at the stack of documents on the desk. That's right. NC set aside the Hokage hat. The transfer of the Umbu needed to be prioritized. The third Hokage had been urging it for a while, and I have already sent someone to deliver the invitation to the daimyo's office. He rubbed his temples. As for these documents, leave them to me. Shikaku skillfully began sorting them. This part is the budget for the expansion of the ninja school. This part is the report from the border outposts. And these are the confidential documents that need your personal review. NC nodded in satisfaction. With this strategist from Konoha around, at least half the trouble could be saved. He picked up the top document, the Umbu roster, and began checking it one by one. From today onwards, these blades hidden in the shadows would follow his orders. Oh right, the carving work for the new Hokage stone has been prompted by the craftsman. You need to cooperate with the measurements. Only when your Hokage stone is completely finished can you truly be regarded as the Hokage, Nara Shikaku reminded. Is that so? Then let us do it later. It's something that needs to be done eventually. Understood. In the afternoon, in the measurement room. 5th Hokage. Is it okay for your hair to be like this? Please take off the eye mask. It covers too much. It should be fine, right? That works too. But you must be cautious. Once we start, there's no changing it. Do as you please. All right, then we'll start making the mold. This is the plaster, which needs to be applied to your face as a layer to set the measurements. It will take some time, so please don't move. In the evening, NC walked out with a troubled expression. His face still felt dirty. He had the impression that some plaster had not been washed off properly. He and T expected being Hokage to be so troublesome. Couldn't they just select a few excellent Earth Release ninjas to do the work directly? Forget it. In the days that followed, NC hurried to the daimyo's office, and after completing the necessary ceremonial meetings with the current daimyo and various lords, he rushed back to Konoha without even finishing his tea. After being away for just over half a day, looking at the new pile of documents on his desk, NC rubbed his swollen temples. Only by truly sitting in this position did he realize that the workload of Hokage was even more tedious than when he was acting Hokage. It was simply suffocating. For a moment, he even regretted rushing to take over. It would have been better if the third Hokage had worked a few more years. Turning to look at the retired third Hokage, who spent his days either fishing by the water or playing chess and drinking tea with old friends like Nara Shikaku, NC thought how leisurely his life was. He originally wanted to leave him a position as Hokage advisor, but the third Hokage smiled and waved his hand in refusal. Rules are rules. A retired Hokage should not intervene in political affairs. This was indeed a tradition of Konoha. The former Hokage must completely relinquish power to avoid the situation of having 2 sons. The third Hokage was quite straightforward in this regard. Perhaps he knew he was getting old and simply let go of everything, which might allow him to live a few more years. On the rooftop of Konoha, the evening sunlight cast its rays on everyone. NC stood with his arms crossed in front of the railing, and in front of him, a dozen Umbu squad leaders were kneeling in neat rows. Kakashi was among them, although he was the youngest. He had already assumed the position of squad leader due to his strength. The First Order. NC's voice was clear and powerful. Recall all personnel monitoring the Uchiha clan. Effective immediately, the surveillance is lifted. There was a slight stir in the ranks, and a captain wearing a raccoon mask couldn't help but speak up. But 5th Hokage, the Uchiha clan, it's fine. Just carry out the order. NC interrupted, his gaze sweeping over each Umbu. Remember, the Uchiha, like other clans, are comrades of Konoha. They should not be treated differently. Even if some individuals show unusual behavior, the entire clan should not be implicated. Yes, everyone replied in unison, their voices particularly loud in the dusk. Other work continues as usual. Today is just a meet with all of you. Ensi waved his hand. You're dismissed. Oh, Kakashi. Stay. Yes. With a slight sound of air breaking, the dozen Umbu squad leaders instantly vanished, leaving only a few wisps of dissipating smoke. Kakashi remained in a half-kneeling position. Get up. Ensi turned to look towards the Uchiha clan territory in the distance. Come with me to the Uchiha side. I'll introduce you to a talent. You mean? Kakashi was taken aback, immediately thinking of Uchiha Itachi. After all, it was only natural for the Hokage to pave the way for his student. No, Itachi is still just a genin. The person I want to take you to meet is another genius from the Uchiha clan, and in terms of talent, he might even surpass Itachi. Chapter 71. Uchiha Shursui at the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory. Ensi, dressed in a black ceremonial robe, stood out prominently. Behind him was Kakashi, and the two entered the only autonomous region in Konoha openly. Fifth Hokage. Lord Ensi, hello. The Uchiha clansmen along the way stopped to greet him. His arrival quickly garnered significant attention. Unlike the greetings from the previous Hokage, the respect in the Uchiha's greetings carried a genuine reverence. As he was the only Hokage who allowed Uchiha clan members to observe the ceremony at his inauguration. Though it was a small matter, it greatly eased the tense situation between both sides. It seems you are quite popular here, Kakashi muttered quietly, his single eye scanning the friendly gazes around him. Ensi slightly nodded in response to the greetings. I just did what I was supposed to do. Among the many tasks awaiting him in Konoha, repairing the relationship with the Uchiha clan was Ensi's top priority. Although years of grievances could not be resolved overnight, he believed that as long as he took things step by step, he could always find an opportunity for reconciliation, especially since it concerned his disciple Itachi's future. The two walked slowly along the main road of the Uchiha clan territory, and Ensi suddenly spoke. Kakashi, in your opinion, what role does the Uchiha clan play in Konoha? Kakashi's single eye slightly lowered. They feel out of place in the village like outsiders. Teacher Minato, the fourth Hokage, once said that he wanted to change the Uchiha's view of the village, but unfortunately, his voice gradually faded. The village indeed owes them too much. Ensi looked at the Uchiha-style buildings lining the road, feeling a sense of regret for their current situation as one of the two founding contributors of the village. Kakashi silently followed behind, a complex expression flashing in his Sharingan. I can understand the actions of the second Hokage, but I cannot agree with them. Enji continued, isolating the Uchiha clan in this corner, superficially granting them autonomy, but in reality deepening the rift. Emotions are both their source of strength and their greatest weakness. Choosing to isolate them for the safety of the village will ultimately backfire. Fortunately, it is not too late to correct this mistake. The two walked on and soon arrived at the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. Kakashi went to knock, and the door opened quickly. Fugaku and Mikoto appeared simultaneously, looking at the fifth Hokage who had come from afar. They exchanged smiles and then slightly bowed. Lord Hokage, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Fugaku's voice remained steady and strong, but his tone carried the respect due to the leader of a village. Their identities had changed now. Enji had become the superior. Even though their relationship was good on a daily basis, the necessary etiquette could not be overlooked. Enji, however, did not put on any airs. He gestured lightly and smiled. I came specifically to visit. There are some matters I need to discuss with you. Let's talk inside. After saying that, he turned to Kakashi. You wait for me outside. Yes, Lord Hokage. Fugaku and his wife stepped aside to clear the way. Enji walked through the familiar corridor with ease and took a seat in the reception room. Mikoto knelt beside the tea table and skillfully began preparing tea and snacks. I have withdrawn all Umbu monitoring the Uchiha, Enji said straightforwardly as he took the tea cup Mikoto handed him. From today onwards, the village will grant the Uchiha the trust they deserve. Fugaku held the teacup with both hands, and his knuckles turned slightly white. Thank you, Lord Hokage. His voice was a bit tense. Years of estrangement could not be easily resolved with just a few words. Also, Enji took a sip of tea. From today, the Uchiha can participate in high-level meetings again. Fugaku, you will officially be integrated into the Jonin class. The specifics will be coordinated with Kakuzu. Fugaku sighed with emotion, his gaze complex. He was naturally very grateful and moved by Enji. But having been away from the decision-making body for so long, he felt a mix of hope and anxiety. Since the other party was treating him sincerely, as the clan leader, Fugaku also resolved to be honest. He took a deep breath and decided to inform him. Lord Hokage, I must be frank, the influence of the radicals within the clan is expanding. Even as the clan leader, I find it difficult to fully sway the thoughts of the clansmen. Enji received the freshly poured tea from Mikoto with an expression that remained calm. He was not surprised by this situation. The Uchiha clan had always had complex factions, far beyond the control of a single clan leader. Over the years, the clan had mainly divided into 3 factions. The radical faction, which had taken root under long-term suppression and expressed dissatisfaction with the village like an impending volcanic eruption, was almost impossible to educate. The moderate faction always held on a hope, and with Enji's assumption of office, this faction had clearly increased in number. As for the neutral faction, they were like a reed in the wind, ultimately leaning towards the winning side. Fugaku himself originally belonged to the neutral but slightly radical faction, but under Enji's influence. He had rekindled thoughts of reconciliation with the village and had now completely turned to the moderate faction. He furrowed his brow, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the teacup with his fingers. Especially recently, the activities of the radicals have become more frequent, and they all hope I will preside over the overall situation. Enji gently set down the teacup and looked directly into Fugaku's eyes. I will do my best to mend the rift between the Uchiha and the village. If we can change the minds of the radicals, that would be best, but if it truly cannot be salvaged. After a moment of silence, Fugaku responded, I understand. When the time comes, I will present the list of radical members in full. As for how the village's higher-ups plan to deal with it, I can accept it. He clasped his hands on his knees. Before that, I will fully cooperate with the village's arrangements, hoping they can awaken in time. He was well aware of the strength of the 5th Hokage before him, and the reason for his concern for the Uchiha primarily stemmed from Itachi. However, this did not mean that the other party was someone who would adopt a soft approach like the 3rd Hokage. As long as they did not act recklessly, it would be fine, but if one day those radicals committed acts that harmed the village, the consequences awaiting them would likely be even more brutal. Amidst the fragrant tea, he seemed to have already seen rivers of blood. Enji took another sip of tea, and his tone relaxed a little. Let's not discuss that for now. I actually came this time to ask for someone. Fugaku raised an eyebrow. Oh? Which talent from our clan does the 5th Hokage have his eyes on? It's that little genius who shone during the 3rd Shinobi World War. Enji lightly tapped the teacup with his fingertips. Uchiha Shursui. Chapter 72. Internal Political Reforms. Shursui. Fugaku paused slightly, then revealed a look of realization. This answer was both unexpected and reasonable. That boy, older than Itachi by a few years, had already proven his worth during the 3rd Shinobi World War. With the nickname Shursui of the Body Flicker, even the elders within the clan praised him. Although Itachi later awakened the Sharingan and became another brilliant genius of the clan, Shursui still firmly held the top position among the younger generation of the Uchiha. The 5th Hokage has good taste, Fugaku said. That child is indeed a talent worth nurturing. He thought to himself that the Hokage's action was not only a recognition of talent, but perhaps also a way to cultivate his own direct line. After all, in this sensitive period, being able to bring an Uchiha genius under his wing would be a good start for both sides. I want to add some fresh blood to the Umbu. If he is willing, it's just right for Kakashi to take him under his wing. It's good for young people to communicate, Enji said with a smile. Both Fugaku and Mikoto couldn't help but be surprised. It had been a long time since anyone from the Uchiha clan entered the Hokage's direct Umbu. The selection for the Umbu had always required layers of screening, mostly overseen by Danzo. Given his personality, it was naturally impossible for him to allow the Uchiha clan any opportunities, and for many years, keeping them at bay had become an unspoken rule. This 5th Hokage indeed had a style of action that was completely different from his predecessors. To be recognized by Lord Hokage is his honor, Mikoto, who had been responsible for pouring tea, said sincerely. Then let Shursui come here. I want to meet him as well. Inji said. Wait a moment, I'll go call him. He should be training with Itachi at the training ground now. After saying that, Fugaku stood up and left. Although only Inji and Mikoto remained in the reception room, neither felt awkward and began to discuss some family matters, mainly about Itachi. Meanwhile, Fugaku hurriedly arrived at the training ground and soon saw his son and another boy practicing taijutsu. The two boys' figures intersected under the sunlight, with Shursui executing a beautiful spinning kick that forced Itachi to retreat repeatedly. Although he had the advantage of age, Shursui's superb taijutsu was indeed superior. Itachi, Shursui. Fugaku's voice interrupted their sparring. The fifth Hokage has arrived. Come with me to meet him. Hearing the sound, the two boys froze for a moment before immediately stopping. Itachi came forward with a smile on his face. Is my master here? I'm going right away, he said as he was about to run home. Shursui, being very polite, immediately bowed upon seeing the clan leader, Mr. Fugaku. Fugaku pressed his son's shoulder and then said solemnly to Shursui, This time, the fifth Hokage mainly wants to see you. He lowered his voice. Make sure to seize this opportunity. This concerns not only your future, but also the future of the entire clan. Do you understand? Shursui's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart raced violently in his chest. The fifth Hokage personally requested to see him. This sudden news left him a bit dazed, and he instinctively touched his forehead protector to ensure his appearance was presentable. Don't be nervous. Itachi noticed his friend's unease and lightly patted his shoulder with a smile. My master is a very nice person. Shursui took a deep breath, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against his ninja tool pouch. Although Itachi said so, he was the Hokage, the man standing at the pinnacle of the entire Konoha. Moreover, there had been rumors in the village that this newly appointed fifth Hokage had just brought the Cloud Village under control. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, it wasn't long before Shursui stepped into the Fugaku family's door and immediately spotted Kakashi, who stood in the shadows like a stone. Is this the Umbu? It feels so cold, he mumbled to himself, his footsteps unceasing as he followed Fugaku and turned down the last corridor. The sliding door to the reception room was right ahead. Upon opening the door, a faint aroma of tea wafted out. For the first time, Shursui truly saw what the fifth Hokage looked like, unlike the blurry figure he had seen from afar during the inauguration ceremony. The fifth Hokage was now sitting right in front of him at the tea table. You're here? Inju turned to look at the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Uchiha clan's young genius. This is our first meeting, isn't it? Shursui's heart tightened, and he quickly knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Hokage-sama. His voice trembled slightly due to nervousness. Itachi was much more casual. Even though his master had become Hokage, he was still his master. Smiling as he walked to stand behind Inju. Get up. Inju gestured with his hand. Shursui had no choice but to stiffly rise to his feet. I called you here today to ask if you would be willing to join my direct Umbu. Inju asked. As the words fell, Shursui was incredulous, while Itachi looked on with envy. He also wanted to join the Umbu, but he was just a Chunin and didn't have Shursui's strength. Seeing the stunned expression on the young man's face, Inju chuckled lightly. You're a good kid. Don't waste your talent. Of course, if you don't want to. I do. Shursui nearly shouted, and then quickly blushed at his outburst. I mean, it's a great honor to serve you, Hokage-sama. Inju nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Go report to the Umbu now. He pointed to the door outside. That silver-haired one is Hatake Kakashi. You should have heard of his name. From now on, you will be part of his team. Pay attention and learn, understand? Yes. After Shursui hurriedly left, Inju turned his head and caught sight of his disciple's hesitant expression. Instantly understanding. Don't even think about it. He directly pierced through Itachi's thoughts. A Chunin still dreaming of joining the Umbu? Come back to me when you grow as tall as Shursui. For now, go play. Itachi's face instantly turned bright red, puffing his cheeks in frustration. But he couldn't find the words to argue back and could only turn his face away in anger. How infuriating! Inju pretended not to see, not falling for Itachi's act, and picked up his teacup to take a sip. Fugaku and Mikoto in the reception room felt a bit sour and emotional. Even his parents? They had never seen Itachi show such childishness. To an outsider, This master-student relationship looked more like a father-son bond. After having dinner at the Fugaka household, Inju set off alone on his way back to the Hokage Tower. He still had some official duties to finish. Some relatively important decisions that even Nara Shikaku wouldn't dare to take on without his approval. It had to be done by him personally. Pushing open the office door, the mountain of scrolls on the desk made his temples throb. Nara Shikaku had kindly categorized them for him. Red labels for confidential documents that required the Hokage's personal approval. Blue for diplomatic papers from various villages, and green for. Inju picked up a green-labeled scroll, which prominently read mediation application for land dispute between the Inoue and Tanaka families. What is this? Inju was left speechless. On one hand, he was the Hokage above everyone else, but on the other, he was essentially the village's housekeeper. From border defense to neighborhood disputes, from purchasing ninja tools to shop opening ceremonies, he had to oversee everything, big and small. It was no wonder the third Hokage didn't come to the Hokage Tower much after stepping down. It was simply too exhausting. No, there must be reform in this area. Otherwise, he would surely die young. Chapter 73. Reform. When the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window into the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku, the Hokage's assistant, pushed the door open, only to find Inju still buried in work. Fifth Hokage, you surely won't. Before Shikaku could finish his sentence, a document was slammed down in front of him. Look at this. Inju rubbed his temples. The Konoha Administrative Reform Plan. I want you to refine all the details within a week. Shikaku took the document with confusion and quickly skimmed through it. As he delved deeper into the reading, his eyes widened, and he eventually lost his composure, exclaiming, Fifth Hokage, are you planning to establish a council? Inju leaned back in his chair, yawning wearily. That's right. The administrative system should have been reformed long ago. Let the council handle daily affairs, and I will only make the final decisions. Shikaku's fingers trembled slightly. This plan was indeed extraordinary, practically a subversion of Konoha's century-old system, even a subversion of the systems of all villages in the ninja world. This was Inju's final decision after much consideration. The council was modeled after the ancient Chinese dynastic cabinet. All submissions from various regions could first enter the cabinet, formulating preliminary decisions before the emperor ultimately decided whether to implement or reject them. Of course, Konoha's scale was nowhere near that of an ancient dynasty. Most matters were trivial. Inju calculated that with a council in place, it would alleviate 70 of the Hokage's administrative workload. The Hokage would only need to make final decisions on major issues, allowing him to focus on strategic planning during the rest of his time. This is too radical. Shikaku gasped, shaking his head. Even he didn't dare to voice an opinion on this matter. Such a bold reform was equivalent to transitioning the Hokage's dictatorial leadership into elite collective leadership, akin to moving from a monarchical autocracy to an aristocratic republic. This was undoubtedly a daring attempt, with both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that while power concentration was efficient, it also meant the fate of the entire village rested on one person. A single person's wisdom is ultimately limited. Even as a time traveler, he couldn't cover everything. When the Hokage was buried under a mountain of scrolls, and important decisions were delayed due to limited personal energy, Konoha's finely tuned machine would begin to show signs of stagnation. The establishment of the council would allow for the diversion of complicated administrative tasks, letting professionals handle specialized matters. Strategic planning, task allocation, diplomatic negotiations. Each task would have a dedicated person in charge. The Hokage could finally disengage from trivial matters and concentrate limited energy on the truly critical issues concerning the village's survival. Efficiency would improve, errors would decrease, and Konoha's administrative system could rejuvenate. This was not only an advancement in the system, but also a revolutionary idea that collective wisdom ultimately surpasses individual autocracy. However, every system has its dark side. When power is dispersed, responsibility becomes blurred. The once clear command chain begins to show cracks, and friction between different departments increases. The phenomenon of buck passing inevitably starts to fester, and important decisions can fall into deadlock due to the struggles of multiple parties. More dangerously, when power is institutionalized and divided. Ambitious individuals might find opportunities to exploit it. Some people begin to prioritize departmental interests over village interests, using loopholes in the system for personal gain, gradually undermining the Hokage's authority and diluting the unified will with various voices. The cost of efficiency is the loss of cohesion. Reform is a double-edged sword. While it cuts through the tangled mess of administrative affairs, it also carves an irreparable crack into the power core of Konoha. Inju, as the fifth Hokage, understood all of this. Yet, he still wanted to proceed, placing all his hopes on the intelligence of Konoha. Nara Shikaku, I believe in your wisdom, so I hope you can perfect the system loopholes as much as possible. Apart from you, I can't find anyone else, Yinji said meaningfully. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth, feeling grateful for the Hokage's trust. But this burden was exceptionally heavy. If things went wrong, it would be easy to become a scapegoat. Glancing at Yinji's hopeful eyes, Shikaku finally sighed and nodded. Just leave it to me. With that, Nara Shikaku left with a worried expression, carrying a rough draft document. Just as Yinji was about to go home and sleep, a subordinate came in with a pile of new documents. Damn, hurry up and open a window, he shouted at Nara Shikaku, who hadn't walked too far downstairs. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. Nara Shikaku. Thus, on a not-so-beautiful morning, Yinji grumbled and started a new day. By noon, Yinji's face was buried in a large pile of paperwork, feeling drowsy, and he didn't even notice when someone had walked up beside him. As Hokage, if this disheveled appearance was seen by outsiders, it would likely affect the village's image. Danzo leaned on his cane and said expressionlessly. Yinji turned his face and rolled his eyes without courtesy. Speak if you have something to say. I heard you let members of the Uchiha clan enter the Umbu. Isn't that decision too hasty? Their clan has never been trustworthy, Danzo asked. Yinji reluctantly lifted his head from the pile of documents. Although tired, he still gave a serious response to his partner's doubts. Uchiha Shursui is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a subordinate of the second Hokage, and an excellent ninja who inherited the will of his predecessors. Should we deny such talent just because of some historical issues? Danzo frowned. His lips moved, but he ultimately couldn't find a rebuttal. The image of Uchiha Kagami, a comrade who once fought side by side with him, gradually blurred in the rivers of time. Yinji sighed inwardly. After all, Danzo's prejudice against the Uchiha clan largely stemmed from the second Hokage. After all, as a disciple, Danzo had always revered the second Hokage, learning his master's defensive attitude towards the Uchiha clan thoroughly. The atmosphere was tense for a moment, and Danzo sat down on the sofa, then continued to ask, I heard you removed all surveillance on the Uchiha clan and restored their right to participate in high-level meetings. You, Danzo, Yinji suddenly interrupted him, his tone becoming less polite, and his once tired eyes sharpened. Are you hearing too much? Do you want to explain to me where you heard this? Danzo was at a loss for words. Remember, I am Hokage. This is a warning. Otherwise, I will immediately disband your rude organization. Chapter 74. Tsunade's return. After Danzo left, the office returned to silence. Yinji lazily slumped back in his chair, continuing his leisurely activities. Dealing with this old fox sometimes required a bit of a firm hand. Yinji knew very well that someone like Danzo, once he felt indispensable, would immediately become arrogant. At that point, cleaning up would take some effort. However, at the moment, there were no substantial conflicts between them. After all, their goals were surprisingly aligned. They both wanted to make moves on this great chessboard of the ninja world. Before the plan was achieved, they were like grasshoppers on the same boat. This is also why after Yinji took office, he chose to turn a blind eye to many of Danzo's small actions. He would delegate power when necessary, act dumb when needed. And as long as it didn't affect the overall situation, there was no need to nitpick too much. As for the other 2 Hokage advisors, they were merely mascots. He would listen a bit more when in a good mood, but when irritated, he couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days passed. Nara Shikaku brought good news. With the help of his superbrain, a complete administrative plan suitable for the current situation was thoroughly created. Shikaku placed a stack of organized documents on the table and said, First, the existence of the Advisory Council is merely as a consulting body. Any resolution must be confirmed by the Hokage's seal to take effect, ensuring the general direction remains consistent. As the fifth Hokage, you have the final veto power or wartime dictatorship over any matters. Secondly, in the initial phase, it is suggested to select experienced but unambitious ninjas for the advisory council, with you personally overseeing it. Internal affairs could be decentralized, but important areas like diplomacy and military must still be directly controlled by you. Also, it is recommended to define the advisory council as a temporary institution for special periods, not to be institutionalized. It will only be effective during your tenure. And if chaos arises, it needs to be dissolved immediately. Oh, right, there's also. For the next 2 hours, Shikaku meticulously analyzed the operational mechanism of the advisory council, potential risks, and coping strategies. His voice gradually became hoarse, yet he still dissected it point by point with clarity. From personnel rotation systems to emergency plans in critical situations, even the details of document archiving were not overlooked. When he finally finished explaining, Yinji personally poured him a cup of hot tea. The strongest strategist in Konoha truly lived up to his name. Look at how incredible his mind is. Over the years, Yinji had genuinely admired very few people, and Nara Shikaku was definitely one of them. Fifth Hokage. The conservative factions in the village might not approve of the establishment of the advisory council, Shikaku mentioned. The conservatives he referred to were figures like the third Hokage and the old folks in the advisory council. This brand new administrative model would surely make them uneasy. Yinji suddenly smiled. Shikaku, you say, who is the Hokage? When Yinji's calm words came out, Shikaku's pupils suddenly contracted, breaking into a cold sweat. That's right. How did he forget? The person in front of him was not a ruler like the third Hokage, who emphasized balance, but rather, the subordinate understands. Following this, the Konoha Advisory Council was officially established under the approval of the fifth Hokage. Although it was only announced in a small circle and not formally posted as a public notice, it still caused quite a stir. Have you heard? The fifth Hokage is setting up a new organization. It's said to allow more ninjas to participate in decision-making, which was originally the Hokage's job. I wonder how many seats there will be. Some young ninjas gathered in small groups, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Many had even begun discussing whether such reforms would bring more promotion opportunities. The new generation was filled with curiosity and longing for such reforms, while the older generation of ninjas mostly chose to remain silent, with some even feeling worried. However, with the current prestige of the fifth Hokage, naturally, no one dared to gossip behind his back. As for the ordinary villagers, they cared even less. What did a ninja's affairs have to do with them? On the contrary, with the establishment of the advisory council, the applications that had previously been piled up for a long time might now get responses on the same day. In the Hokage building, Yinji imitated the posture of the third Hokage from years ago, hands behind his back, looking out the window with a relaxed expression. He could guess the attitudes of the people below. Different stances would yield completely different views. But this was exactly the effect he wanted, allowing everyone to find their own place in this reform. The advisory council was just the first step. Once Konoha's new administrative system showed results, the villagers would trust him even more, and then gradually launching the major project of unifying the ninja world would become smoother. The shadow of his own ambition had already reached the final stages. In just a few more days, the village would truly enter the era of the fifth Hokage. Nishi, the scenery you couldn't see back then will be realized by me. After muttering a few words, Yinji returned to his seat and began contemplating the initial members of the advisory council. The number of seats doesn't really matter. It just needs to be controlled within a certain limit. Yinji wrote down several key departments on a blank scroll. Captain of the Dark Division, elite of the Jonin class. Backbone of the medical forces, along with a few respected retired ninjas. This structure retains the professionalism of various fields while not shaking the existing administrative system. The first name was written down without hesitation. Nara Shikaku, noted as the chief of the council. This strategist's wisdom and loyalty are impeccable, and he will definitely be reused. Next, he added Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. The heirs of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with their entire families behind them, have always been a solid backing for the Hokage, so there is basically no need to worry about personal interests. As for other prestigious clans, they can be considered comprehensively before making a decision, but the Uchiha clan is currently not suitable to enter this organization, at least not at this stage. After recording several names, Yenji finally set down his pen with satisfaction. Just as he was preparing to get busy, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Before Yenji could speak, the figure he had been longing for pushed the door open and entered. "Hey, it's your fifth Hokage," the familiar teasing voice of Tsunade rang out. Yenji almost jumped up, rushing to her side in 3 steps. "Tsunade." He opened his arms and embraced her tightly. The familiar scent rushed over him, instantly dissipating the fatigue of recent days. He couldn't help but bury his face in her soft blonde hair, taking a deep breath. After a while, Tsunade finally managed to escape from the overly enthusiastic hug. She took half a step back, smiling as she carefully observed her transformed lover. The black Hokage robes were starkly different from before, and his face showed more stability and sharpness than usual. Her jade hand gently brushed over the dark patterns on the robes, and Tsunade said gently, "Yenji, congratulations." Chapter 75. Let's get married. As they sat on the sofa, Tsunade's cheeks still flushed, although it was just normal affection between lovers, kissing, hugging, and lifting each other up, in this office symbolizing the highest authority of Konoha. It made her feel a bit guilty. The portraits of previous Hokages on the wall seemed to be watching them, especially the photo of the third Hokage, making her feel an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, as if she had been caught by an elder. Yenji, however, remained calm, his face thicker skinned than hers in this regard. "So, you're not leaving after coming back, right?" Yenji handed Tsunade a glass of water, smiling as he asked. Tsunade snorted. "Someone becomes Hokage and gets carried away. Someone has to be responsible for waking him up. Spare me. I can't handle your brute strength." Yenji shrank his neck, coughed a couple of times to adjust his state, and continued, "By the way, I established the council. I knew you would come back, so I reserved a seat for you. At the same time, I hope you can also serve as the head of Konoha's medical department. Since you left, the village's medical development has stagnated for many years, and it just needs someone as decisive as you to take charge." When Tsunade heard about the council, she paused for a moment but didn't ask further. After hearing the rest, she said somewhat resentfully, "I mean, fifth Hokage, I just returned to the village, and you throw me such a big mess on purpose, right? I just think no one is more suitable for this position than you. Forget it. Who told me I'm also part of Konoha? I have to keep my promise. I will organize things as soon as possible." After discussing official matters, Tsunade also recommended Shizen to Yenji, wanting her to take the position of Hokage secretary. Yenji thought for a moment and agreed. Shizen was also a friend of his, and she was very meticulous in her work and quite capable, making her more than enough for the role of secretary and temporary bodyguard. This could also be considered a career opportunity that Tsunade was giving to her disciple. Next, Yenji couldn't care less about official duties and pulled Tsunade out to grab a meal. After all, the candidates for the council would be finalized in the next few days, and the office had already been chosen on the first floor of the Hokage building. Those miscellaneous affairs could be left for them to handle later. They could treat it as practice. At present, nothing was more important than spending time with his girlfriend. Once they hit the street, Tsunade let go of Yenji's hand and shot him a warning look with her beautiful eyes, signaling him not to act recklessly. Yenji was a bit speechless and could only pretend to be inspecting the people's sentiments as he walked alongside Tsunade down the central street. Along the way, they received greetings from ninjas and merchants, and a few flower shop girls stole glances at the handsome profile of the fifth Hokage, their cheeks flushing. "Oh, the Hokage is still quite popular." Tsunade intentionally bumped Yenji's shoulder and said sarcastically, "Stop saying nonsense." They entered an izakaya, ordered some dishes and sake, and began to drink after a long time. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, her fingertips gently swaying the white porcelain sake dish, the light reflecting her picturesque features. Yenji gazed at the breathtaking profile of his lover, and an uncontrollable impulse suddenly surged in his chest. "Tsunade." She lazily raised her eyes. "Let's get married." Snap! The white porcelain sake dish slipped from Tsunade's fingers, rolling around on the table before shattering on the floor. The sound of the break attracted the attention of nearby patrons. But at that moment, Tsunade completely disregarded everything else. Her eyes widened, and she seemed frozen in place. What did you say? Yinji stared into her shocked eyes and repeated slowly, I said, let's get married. This time, Tsunade clearly heard him. Her face turning red as she instinctively clenched the cuffs of her sleeves, her knuckles white with tension, appearing quite uneasy. She had never thought she would be asked such a question one day. Although she and Yinji got along harmoniously, not losing to any other young couple, and their appearances and statuses matched very well, there was indeed a generational gap. Even if Yinji didn't mind, she always felt a bit hesitant and regretful about this, and had never even hoped for marriage in that direction. But now, Tsunade fell silent, and Yinji was not in a hurry. After a minute and a half, Tsunade regained her bold demeanor, suddenly chuckling, standing up, and reaching out to pinch Yinji's cheek hard. You little man, suddenly saying something like this. She narrowed her eyes, increasing the pressure of her grip. You're not getting carried away just because you became Hokage, are you? Yinji grimaced in pain, but insisted. I'm serious. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds before finally releasing her grip, letting out a light snort. Idiot. She picked up a new sake dish, filled it for herself, and drank it all in one go. So, does that mean you agree? Yinji smiled. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and spoke slowly. All right, but I'm still in my 30s, so if you dare to act all Hokage-like after we get married and order me around, I will beat you up. Yinji's eyes brightened, and he immediately leaned in closer. Okay. Tsunade turned her face away, her ears slightly red. You're so annoying, drink. She grabbed the sake bottle and poured herself another glass, but couldn't hide the slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth. After drinking to a slightly tipsy state in the izakaya, Yinji temporarily took Tsunade back to his home to rest. Although the house was in a great location, it was only suitable for a bachelor. After marrying Tsunade, they would definitely need to find a larger and more comfortable place. However, it wasn't the right time for marriage yet. He had to wait until the council was fully established and he could have some leisure as the 5th Hokage. Then he could prepare for the wedding with peace of mind. After settling Tsunade in, Yinji returned to the Hokage building and began battling the documents on his desk. However, after just reviewing a few, the office door was suddenly pushed open with force. The two advisors, Meteor Gate and TKSH Rin, stormed in with looks of dissatisfaction written all over their faces. 5th Hokage, regarding the proposal of the Senate, you must reconsider. Meteor Gate slammed the table as soon as he entered. T-Gain K. Haru immediately echoed, saying, we understand the young people's desire for reform, but such radical actions will shake the foundation of the village. Yinji lazily scratched his ear, knowing that these two conservative old-timers would definitely come up with this. He glanced at the two of them casually. Didn't the 3rd Hokage come with you? It's more appropriate for us to say these words since you were promoted by him. T-Gain K. Haru said sternly. Hearing this, Yinji chuckled lightly and lightly tapped his right hand on the desk. So, the 3rd Hokage holds a neutral attitude towards reform. Gentlemen, please remember that I am now the Hokage of Konoha, and any command I give is the final decision. Chapter 76 Preparation. Faced with Yinji's decisive attitude and swift actions, the two esteemed advisors were momentarily speechless. Meteor Gate and T-Gain K. Haru exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Even the 4th Hokage back in the day would carefully consider their advice. Yet, this 5th Hokage showed no mercy, skipping even the most basic pleasantries. A hint of suspicion flashed in the eyes of the two advisors. Could this be an attempt to gradually undermine their real power? After all, Konoha's administrative system had relied on their experience and judgment for years. But if this Senate were to be established, the advisor position would likely become mere decoration. More crucially, even if something happened to the Hokage, this new institution will be fully capable of maintaining the village's operations. The young man before them was not the type to be easily persuaded. After weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, the two simultaneously softened their tone. 5th Hokage, Meteor Gate broke the silence first, his voice much more humble. Since reform is imperative, why not let us old bones join the Senate? Although we are advanced in age, our commitment to serving Konoha has never changed. T-Gain K. Haru quickly agreed, stating that when it comes to handling affairs of state, There are probably no one more familiar than us in the village. Enji looked at the two suddenly compliant elders, lightly tapping his fingertips on the desk. After a moment of thought, he readily nodded in agreement. After all, while these two old-timers were conservative in their thinking, their loyalty to the Hokage was beyond doubt. Essentially no different from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio, just a bit more utilitarian, always wanting to showcase their remaining abilities. Unlike the third Hokage, who was willing to step back. Moreover, with the Senate newly established, it indeed needed experienced old ministers to guide it. In any case, the position of chief senator had long been internally designated for Nara Shikaku, and they probably wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Watching the two leave, Enji adjusted his state and continued with his work. After a while, the Senate's office was officially launched on the first floor of the Hokage building. This new institution adopted a hierarchical processing model, where all internal affairs would be prioritized to this place, discussed and decided upon by Senate members before initial implementation. Every 3 days, each department would need to compile detailed reports of their processing results for the Hokage's review. The composition of the Senate members was carefully designed to include current heads of conventional departments, such as the administration, medical, and education departments, as well as several esteemed retired ninjas, totaling 15 seats. This arrangement ensured administrative efficiency while also considering the inheritance of experience. The Hokage's workload was suddenly reduced by more than half, with the documents on his desk reduced to a thin layer. With the Senate in place, internal efficiency skyrocketed, and the sense of responsibility that came with power rejuvenated them. Everyone took pride in alleviating the Hokage's burdens, viewing this work as the most proud experience of their careers. Recently, the heads of the major clans in Konoha also visited one after another, sincerely expressing their willingness to serve the Senate. Facing these overt and covert probes, Enji maintained a meaningful smile, neither clearly rejecting nor easily conceding. If it comes too easily, it won't be cherished, just like carefully simmering a pot of broth. Timing is crucial. By keeping the appetite of these ninja clans hanging, it could instead inspire their ambition. When the time is ripe, this desire will transform into absolute loyalty to the Hokage. Everything is for the future to command with a single word, and for the village to unite against the entire ninja world. Enji looked at the Hokage rock outside the window. His own Hokage rock had been completely completed, overlooking the entire village from above. His era had begun. Lord Enji, the new location for the police department has been determined, right in the center of the village. At this moment, Shizen entered, holding a pink pig plush toy, breaking the tranquility. After this period of adjustment, she had fully adapted to the role of Hokage's secretary. Enji turned around and said helplessly, "How many times have I said it? Just call me Fifth Hokage." Looking at the blinking eyes of the pig in Shizen's arms, he shook his head. "Forget it. You all work hard, right? This pig has worked hard too, right?" Just a few days ago, he pushed against public opinion and issued a new order to relocate the Konoha Police Department's office from the Uchiha district back to the central location. In fact, the police department used to be in the central location, but later, under Danzo's manipulation, it was forced to be marginalized, which was indeed very inconvenient for the village's public security. Secondly, the new police department would break the Uchiha monopoly and recruit excellent ninjas from the entire village. After all, police work is prone to public grievances. Sharing the burden among various clans not only alleviates pressure, but also promotes integration. It could be anticipated that this decision will cause controversy within the Uchiha. Some radicals may start to waver. This is already enough. It is best to resolve grievances without bloodshed. The Uchiha clan has very high combat power and will be of great help to the situation in the future. In short, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Time flew by. One day, on an otherwise ordinary morning in Konoha village, the tranquility was shattered by a sudden piece of joyous news. An Umbu ninja, holding a gold-embossed invitation, wove through various residences in the village. When the recipients opened the red silk-wrapped invitations, they almost all widened their eyes in unison. The gold lettering clearly printed the names of Akagi Enji and Tsunade, the fifth Hokage and Lady Tsunade. When did they? This is truly. Similar exclamations echoed throughout the village. This couple had hidden their relationship, so well that the vast majority of ninjas only learned of their romance at this moment. One is the rising 5th Hokage, and the other is one of the legendary 3 Sannin, Princess Tsunade. The union of these two, in any aspect, is undeniably a high-profile match. The invitations were delivered to the guests a week in advance. The guest list for the wedding was carefully considered. Although Enji and Tsunade intended to celebrate on a small scale, their special identities made it impossible for this wedding to be too low-key, especially as Hokage. They naturally couldn't miss inviting important figures from the village, such as the current Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, who had to attend both publicly and privately. There were also family representatives from the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Fugaku and his family, and other prominent clans who would certainly extend symbolic invitations. But who would be foolish enough to refuse an invitation to the Hokage's wedding? In addition, there were many friends with personal ties, such as Kakashi, Uncle Ichiraku, Shizen, and so forth. The Umbu had already been working overtime to perfect the security plans for the wedding day. The Hokage's wedding was tied to the village's reputation and could not afford any accidents. In short, everyone in various positions was dealing with their own headaches. Chapter 77. The wedding of the 5th Hokage in a location only a street away from the Hokage Tower. A 2-story Japanese detached house has been renovated, complete with a small yard and exterior walls. This is the new home of Enshi and Tsunade in the truest sense. Originally, this small residence was the home of the 4th Hokage and Kushina, but it had been left unused after their deaths. Enshi chose this location because he liked the cozy little house and could see Hokage Rock directly from the second-floor window, making commuting to work convenient. So, Enshi took it upon himself to buy and renovate the place. At this moment, the newlyweds, Enshi and Tsunade, sit on their brand-new sofa, helplessly looking at the increasingly thick guest list. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh, rubbing her forehead. Didn't we agree to only invite close people? Enshi smiled wryly and spread his hands. I didn't expect there would be so many close people. They felt both excited and helpless about the wedding, which was vastly different from their imagined cozy ceremony, with just a few friends offering blessings. It felt more like a political marriage. Anyway, I don't care anymore. You handle the rest. I'm going to sleep. Tsunade yawned, waved her hand at Enshi, and went upstairs. Enshi watched her disappear, feeling a bit restless, but forced himself to suppress it. After all, the wedding wasn't far off. There was no need to rush. He could always collect the expenses and interest later. In the blink of an eye, it was the wedding day. The square in front of the Hokage building had been transformed into a wedding venue, with white drapes swaying gently in the wind and a red carpet stretching from the steps to the end of the street. Enshi wore a formal white kimono, embroidered with patterns representing the Hokage. Tsunade was in a pure white wedding dress, her hair styled up with a simple hair accessory, looking incredibly beautiful. The two stood on the high platform, receiving the blessings of the crowd. Important figures from various clans were present, and villagers gathered around the square, standing on tiptoes to catch a glimpse of the special wedding. Numerous umbu were hidden on rooftops and treetops, keeping watch to prevent any unexpected incidents. The ceremony proceeded according to traditional customs, simple yet solemn. Enshi and Tsunade didn't exchange any touching love words. They just smiled at each other, everything unspoken between them. When they completed the ritual of drinking from the same cup 3 times, the crowd erupted into warm applause. No one noticed a weary figure lazily lying on the rooftop of a nearby building. It was Jiraiya. Tsunade had sent him an invitation in a special way while he was gathering materials in the land of hot water. When he saw the news, he didn't respond at all, but somehow he still showed up. From this angle, he could clearly see Tsunade's profile in her white wedding dress. Jiraiya took out a small flask he always carried and took a sip, suddenly feeling that today's sunlight was particularly glaring. She's really getting married, he muttered to himself, memories of their youth flashing before his eyes. She looks so beautiful today. That violent woman who always chased him around and beat him up after so much pain had finally found true happiness. Tsunade, be happy, okay? I've already come to send you off. I've been quite loyal. Jiraiya raised his flask towards the direction of the venue, then stood up, leaving behind a carefree silhouette as he waved goodbye. In the center of the venue, the ceremony came to an end. According to the prior arrangements made by Inchi and Tsunade, the wedding had no excessive formalities. The afternoon was free time, allowing guests to wander around the venue and enjoy refreshments. By the evening, everyone would gather for a simple home-cooked meal. This casual arrangement made the entire wedding feel particularly natural. As the focus, Inchi held a wine glass and walked around among the guests, casually toasting and chatting with familiar faces who came to congratulate them. "Master, mistress, this is the gift we prepared." Itachi respectfully presented an exquisite gift box, followed by his parents and young Sasuke. Inchi happily accepted the gift and habitually ruffled his disciple's hair. "Hey, you've grown quite a bit." Itachi, not yet 10 years old, had already signed up for the Chunin exams. With his talent, he would soon be wearing that standard green vest. He wondered if it would fit. Makoto, watching the master and disciple, smiled gently. The fifth Hokage and Lady Tsunade are truly a match made in heaven. Their future children will surely be beautiful. Itachi replied seriously. "Please let me be the children's teacher. I will teach them diligently." Little Sasuke nodded along and then looked up to ask, "Big brother, you don't even have time to teach me shuriken techniques." "Sasuke, shut your mouth." Oh, hearing the topic of children made both Inchi and Tsunade feel a bit awkward, even a little shy. They had just finished the ceremony, and they hadn't even had their wedding night yet, and they were already discussing children's education. Inchi couldn't help but recall what the third Hokage once said. Marriage is like hitting the fast-forward button on life. Things that once seemed distant would soon become a matter of course. He stole a glance at Tsunade beside him, who seemed lost in thought as well. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they really started planning for their children's future, just as Makoto said. This thought made Inchi both excited and apprehensive, thinking this might be what they called a new stage in life. In the evening, the guests gradually dispersed, and Inchi and Tsunade finally returned to their new home, belonging to just the two of them. Inchi slumped onto the soft sofa, letting out a long breath. Konoha didn't have a custom of making noise on the wedding night, which spared them a lot of trouble. Although they drank quite a bit at the banquet, their alcohol tolerance meant they were only slightly tipsy. Just as he relaxed, he heard a faint noise coming from the kitchen. Tsunade appeared, sleeves rolled up, carefully bringing out a bowl of steaming detox soup. This renowned Sannin, known for her strength, was acting like an ordinary newlywed wife, preparing detox soup for her husband for the first time. Beneath her bold personality lay a desire to be a good wife. Or rather, she had always longed for the day when she could do such things for the man she loved. The Hokage doesn't have the luxury of a honeymoon. "Don't be late tomorrow." Tsunade handed the bowl to Inchi, a gentle smile on her lips. Inchi took the bowl, but halfway through drinking, he suddenly stopped and gently pushed it back. "You need it too." Just a few simple words warmed Tsunade's heart. After sweet moments on the sofa, they both shyly made their way upstairs. In the master bedroom, Inchi rarely showed a dominant side, with clothes strewn all over the floor, the Hokage robe and wedding dress intertwined, witnessing the intimate moments of the newlyweds. Amidst the rustling sounds, Tsunade's slightly flustered voice suddenly came, "Wait, turn off the lights first." Inchi paused, puzzled. What's wrong? In the darkness, Tsunade's muffled voice came. Nothing below the neck can be described. After a moment of meaningful silence, a resigned sigh echoed in the dark. Chapter 78. The god of no more heavens. Early the next morning, Inchi woke up feeling refreshed, only to find his hands sore and somewhat weak. Yet, he also felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. It turned out that the spiral sphere was truly wonderful. No wonder. After being single for so long, he was experiencing the peak of happiness for the first time in his life. He turned to look beside him, realizing that Tsunade was missing. She must have gone downstairs early. Inchi leisurely completed his morning routine, casually draping the Hokage robe over his shoulder and slipping on some slippers as he walked downstairs. A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, where Tsunade was wearing a plain apron, frowning at a small notebook. She occasionally flipped through the pages and picked up a spoon to taste, completely unaware that Inchi had approached her from behind. "Let me see what has troubled Lady Tsunade." Suddenly, Inchi reached out and snatched the notebook from her hands, revealing neatly written on the front page, "Introduction to Cooking for Newlyweds." Tsunade's face immediately flushed red as she snatched the notebook back, saying, "Mind your own business." She then lowered her head and continued stirring the white porridge in the pot, quietly complaining, "I followed every step exactly." Although she excelled in medical ninjutsu, she unfortunately lacked talent in cooking. Pots and pans were scattered around. She had tried several times, but still felt that the taste was lacking. And she picked up a spoon and took a taste. It was slightly salty, but overall acceptable. Without further ado, he turned off the stove, smiling as he wrapped an arm around Tsunade's shoulder. "If we keep researching, we'll really be late. Let's save it for next time." Tsunade still pouted a bit. "Tomorrow I'll make sure to impress you." She secretly resolved to seek out Shizun for some serious guidance later. The two sat down at the dining table to enjoy their first breakfast together. Tsunade only took a few bites before putting down her spoon, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at her husband, who was focused on his meal. This scene filled her heart with warmth. There was a time when she thought she would never have such ordinary happiness in her life. Those wasted years in casinos and taverns. The loneliness she thought would last forever all became a true past in that morning. She discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes, looking at Enchi, who frowned from the heat, and suddenly felt that living like this for a lifetime wouldn't be bad, even without the title of Hokage or the Sannin. Soon after finishing breakfast, Tsunade helped Enchi smooth out the wrinkles in his ceremonial robe before they parted ways. Recently, due to Tsunade's restructuring, the medical department had undergone a complete transformation and was very busy. Even as a member of the council, she spent most of her time at the hospital. Enchi went to the Hokage Tower and first greeted the council members on the first floor before heading back to his office. Compared to the bustling first floor that was busy early in the morning, Enchi's desk only had a few documents waiting to be signed. Even though he took a day off on his wedding day, the administrative work had merely piled up on the first floor. This was the ideal working state of Hokage he envisioned. Opening the documents in front of him, most were peace treaty applications from small ninja villages and micronations around the Land of Fire. These scattered forces were mostly seeking the protection of Konoha or hoping to establish trade relations, with their words revealing their alliance on Konoha's strength and on him, the newly appointed 5th Hokage. As one of the 5 great nations in the ninja world, the Land of Fire was already dependent on many small ninja villages, and such diplomatic affairs were received almost every month. Enchi lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, thinking for a moment, then casually placed the documents into the council's to-do box, leaving it for Kakuzu to decide. After that, he had nothing else to do for the time being. He even began to consider whether he should sneak out to find Tsunade for a date or something. Just as he was engaged in this internal struggle, a knock came at the door, and Enchi instinctively said, "Come in." A boy dressed in Umbu combat gear quickly entered, and without saying a word, removed his mask and knelt on the ground. "Shirzue, what brings you here looking so serious? Did you get into trouble?" Enchi asked, puzzled. "Lord, 5th Hokage, I have an important matter to report," Shirzue said in a low voice, his expression serious and somewhat anxious, unable to meet Enchi's gaze. "Speak up. Are you here to complain about being wronged under Kakashi?" Enchi smiled and stepped forward to help the boy up, still joking. Shirzue quickly shook his head, then stood up but kept his head bowed, saying earnestly, "Hokage-sama, you should know that the Uchiha Sharingan can evolve. My Manjiki Sharingan has actually awakened." "Oh, and then?" Shirzue swallowed nervously, looking at the ground. "My eye's ability is somewhat special. It's called Kodo Emitsukami, which can permanently change a person's will without them noticing." The office fell into a brief silence. Enchi understood now. Shirzue was avoiding eye contact because of the special nature of his eye's ability. At such a young age, he already understood the principle of a commoner is innocent but can be guilty for possessing a treasure, and combined with his loyalty and awareness, it was truly rare. "You could have kept this a secret," Enchi said softly. Shirzue still did not raise his head, speaking with conviction. Precisely because the ability is dangerous and can easily lead to misunderstandings, it needs to be transparent. "I do not wish for this power to become a wedge between the village and the Uchiha." These few sentences came from heart. Although Shirzue was young, he possessed a will of fire that rivaled that of his ancestor, Uchiha Kagami. He was also more aware than anyone of the Uchiha clan situation over the years. Facing the increasingly radical factions within the clan and the deep-rooted suspicion from the village, he felt powerless. It was not until the fifth Hokage took office that a series of bold reforms gave the Uchiha clan a glimpse of hope, relocating the police department back to the village center, opening up positions to recruit other ninjas, and abolishing the secret surveillance system were measures that could allow the hope for peace to take root and sprout again. What he remembered most was that the fifth Hokage had promoted him to join the Hokage's direct umbu. This recognition made him determined to repay with absolute loyalty. Because of this, he chose to openly confess his Konoha Tsukimi ability, which could easily cause suspicion. This was not only loyalty to the Hokage, but also a valuing of the hard-earned trust. "Look up." Enshi's voice was calm and steady. Shirzue hesitated slightly, but eventually slowly raised his head to meet the fifth Hokage's gaze. "Have you told anyone else about this ability?" Enshi asked, looking directly into the boy's eyes. "No." Shirzue immediately shook his head. Enshi nodded slightly, his expression becoming serious. "From now on, this ability is classified as Konoha's top secret. No one is allowed to disclose it except me." He softened his tone slightly. "This is not only for the village, but also to protect you, understand?" "Understand." Shirzue's voice carried a sense of relief, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. Chapter 79, Cells of Hashirama. After encouraging the boy for a bit, Enshi sent him away. As a traveler, Enshi understood Shuei's personality better than anyone. Like his own disciple, he was upright to the point of stubbornness, valuing loyalty to the extent of being willing to sacrifice everything for the village. Because of this, he dared to trust him so openly. And this rare trust was precisely what allowed Shirzue to be wholeheartedly loyal. Regarding the Konoha Tsukimi ability, Enshi planned to use it wisely. It couldn't be made common knowledge like in the original work. On one hand, it would indeed reduce trouble for Shirzue. On the other, he was worried about Danzo's paranoia. If this partner were to learn the details, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate this hidden danger. After all, this was the ultimate weapon that could silently rewrite others' wills, its strategic value far surpassing any ninjutsu. Let it become a trump card. Who knows? Enshi gently stroked his chin, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Time flew by, and soon it was another evening. Enshi and Tsunade had just finished a day's work and were discussing the dinner menu at the entrance when a light and cheerful knock echoed. At the door stood Itachi Uchiha, holding a brand new Chunin uniform and appointment letter, his face beaming with youthful pride. "Master, mistress, I passed the Chunin exam." Enshi took the appointment letter, glanced at it, and smiled. "I already knew. Your performance in the practical exercises was outstanding." He ruffled his disciple's hair. "The examiners and council members all had high praise for you. They genuinely appreciated your skills, not just because you're my disciple." Itachi smiled apologetically and followed his master to sit down in the living room. "Let's go back after dinner." "Okay, master." Tsunade brought over some snacks and congratulated Itachi with a few words before tying on an apron and heading to the kitchen. Since asking Shizen for advice, her cooking skills had indeed improved quite a bit. Her dishes could now be considered at an introductory level. The red bean cake on the coffee table emitted a sweet aroma, and Itachi's eyes unconsciously lit up. Although he was already a little adult, his love for sweets had not diminished at all. He felt particularly relaxed at his master's house and unconsciously picked up the third piece of cake to put in his mouth. If he ate any more, he wouldn't be able to eat dinner later. Enshi glanced at his disciple's puffy cheeks and half-jokingly warned, "You can handle the wrath of your master, but don't drag me into it." Itachi's movements instantly froze, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing as he silently put back the half-eaten food in his hand. Enshi smiled and asked, "By the way, have you encountered that masked man recently?" Mentioning that mysterious man, Itachi's small face became serious as he replied, "No, but I always have the feeling that he is watching the village at all times." Enshi snorted. He had no better method in this regard. With such a perverse space-time ninjutsu, unless the person actively revealed themselves, no one would be able to find him. Fortunately, everything had been calm so far. "Master, I heard from my father that the radical faction of the Uchiha clan organized a meeting recently. They want my father to take charge. But he claimed to be ill and did not go," Itachi said solemnly. "Did Fugaku send you to tell me this?" Enshi asked. Itachi nodded. Enchi shook his head helplessly. In fact, after the police department's relocation and reform, many new ninjas were absorbed, and more people from the Uchiha clan had shifted from the radical faction to the neutral and even moderate factions. However, there were still some die-hard elements who twisted his goodwill into a conspiracy. In their eyes, he, the fifth Hokage, was merely using reconciliation as a guise to divide and weaken the Uchiha clan. Master, Itachi lowered his head in shame. I feel embarrassed for these ungrateful clan members. They don't understand your good intentions. Enchi patted his disciple's shoulder. It's not your fault. The long-standing resentment cannot be melted in just one generation. Itachi was silent for a moment. So what should we do? Do what needs to be done before the situation worsens. Try to win over those clan members who have not been corrupted by extremist thoughts, Enchi said calmly. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted in from the kitchen. Tsunade enthusiastically brought out a table full of sumptuous dishes, including braised fish, miso soup, and a large amount of tamagoyaki, enough for 5 or 6 people. Isn't this too much? Itachi looked at the table piled high with food, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Don't mind it, Enchi said, a bit used to it. Your master has recently become obsessed with cooking. She enjoys the process of making it. Next time, bring your brother here to visit. Itachi agreed. After dinner, Itachi took the packed snacks for Sasuke and bid farewell. Enchi helped Tsunade clean up the dishes, but suddenly thought of something and sat back on the sofa, frowning unconsciously. Tsunade tiptoed over to her husband, her slender fingers resting on his shoulder. What's bothering our fifth Hokage? Is it the Uchiha clan? With me here, the Uchiha won't stir up any trouble. Enchi held his wife's hand and pulled her close. I was thinking. He paused, organizing his words. During the third Hokage's administration, there was a secret plan for the resurrection of Wood Release in collaboration with Danzo. Tsunade's fingertips trembled slightly. She vaguely remembered that crazy plan, which gambled the lives of many ninjas just to resurrect her grandfather's power. You're not thinking of restarting that plan, are you? Do you know how many people that would kill? Her voice suddenly changed, and she shook his head. I'm not that crazy. That plan only produced a successful experimental subject. That child is still serving Danzo. He looked directly into Tsunade's eyes. I want you to study grandfather's cells to soften them as much as possible, so they can be used in the medical field or for strategic purposes in the future. He deliberately left the last part vague. Some things were not yet the best time to disclose to Tsunade. This was not a lack of trust in his wife, but rather a necessary strategic consideration as Hokage. Knowing some truths too early could become a burden. Tsunade frowned slightly. Although my understanding of grandfather is limited, the cell characteristics of the Senju clan. She paused, her tone becoming serious. Especially grandfather cells contain an extraordinarily violent life force, which is the source of Wood Release. Even ordinary ninjas, if they come into contact with even a trace, could be backlashed to death. That's why, Enchi took over, I want you to lead this research. If we can overcome the compatibility issues of the cells. Chapter 80. Buffer Zone. Overcoming the compatibility issues of the first Hokage cells is one of the most challenging topics in the field of medical ninjutsu. Even for you. As the legendary Sannin, you can't be too sure. Just like taming a tailed beast requires a long period of adjustment, cell research requires massive experimental data and repeated validation. It might take 5 years, 10 years, or even longer to achieve a breakthrough. But if it really succeeds, it would bring an epic-making change to Konoha, at least in the medical field. Even if the other 4 great nations combined, they would find it hard to surpass. So, are you willing to take on this challenge? I can specially form a medical team for you, Enchi asked with a smile. Tsunade shot him an annoyed glare. The 5th Hokage personally asked, how could I refuse? She shifted the topic, but I have a condition. What is it? You just mentioned that there is a surviving Wood Release experimental subject under Danzo's command. Tsunade's eyes sharpened slightly. That's still a child, right? Seeing Enchi nod, she continued, being in an environment like Root for a long time will only distort that child's mentality. I want you to pull him out from under Root's command. Moreover, successful research cases will provide important reference value for overcoming the compatibility issues of the cells. I need his detailed medical reports. Okay. But I can't directly use procedures to transfer him. I'll personally visit the Root base tomorrow, and she agreed at once. But thinking about how his wife would be busier than ever, he couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. He pulled her into his embrace. "Let us go upstairs. You really are so gentle." Early the next morning, Inchi donned a black ceremonial robe, wearing the Hokage hat, and leisurely arrived at Danzo's territory, followed by two Umbu members, Kakashi and Shursui. The base of the Root organization was located deep underground in Konoha, connected by a complex tunnel system, with a circular dome structure, and the walls were covered with sealing techniques, making it a very dark place. As soon as Inchi arrived at the entrance, two Root members came out to greet him, followed closely by Danzo. "Fifth Hokage, what brings you here?" Danzo asked. Inchi casually waved his hand, not stopping his footsteps. "Just a routine inspection." He walked straight into the depths of the base, casually saying, "I want to discuss something with you." Although Danzo was puzzled, he did not say much. As he passed by Kakashi, he couldn't help but glare at him, clearly still harboring resentment over Kakashi's past betrayal. However, now that Kakashi was the fifth Hokage's trusted aide, their past grievances had to be set aside. After accompanying the fifth Hokage on a tour of the Root base, Danzo led Inchi to a hidden tea room. Under the dim yellow light, the two sat across from each other at a low table, a long overdue meeting. "I'm here today mainly to ask for a person that would release Ninja. I remember his name is Yamato, right?" Inchi stated bluntly. Tuanzo's single eye narrowed. "Did the third Hokage tell you this, or was it Kakashi?" Inchi smiled slightly, but did not answer the question. Continuing to speak to himself, "I had Tsunade restart the cell research project on Hashirama. I need the body data report of this experimental subject. Since your Root organization isn't lacking in personnel, just let him go to me." Tuanzo was silent for a moment. "Are you preparing for the future?" "That's right. If we can overcome the adaptability issues with Hashirama cells, it will be a significant asset in the future, and currently, only Tsunade has that capability." "You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Ensi said. "But I know you've trained him for many years. How about I owe you a favor?" Tuanzo frowned. "But he has the curse mark of the tongue's misfortune." "I'm not interested in your secrets," Ensi interrupted. After a moment, Tuanzo finally nodded. "You can take the person." Ensi responded with satisfaction and prepared to leave. At this moment, Tuanzo called out to Ensi, "Fifth Hokage, regarding our internal political plan, you are indeed very skilled, but I have also devised an external plan. Interested in hearing about it?" Ensi was taken aback and sat back down. Tuanzo pulled out a map of the ninja world from his pocket and pointed to several small countries bordering the Land of Fire. In the future, when war breaks out, these small nations will undoubtedly become a buffer zone between the great powers, just like before. In the past, they were mostly bystanders or passively involved in wars, primarily for self-defense. But I think if we can lay our plans in advance and secretly control these small ninja villages within the buffer zone, they can serve as a springboard when we advance and a barrier when we retreat. Ensi's gaze lingered on the map for a moment, his fingers gently tapping on the table. The strategic value of these small countries lies in acting as a buffer zone, allowing conflicts between great powers to occur abroad. Tuanzo, you should be aware of the consequences if discovered. Tuanzo's single eye squinted slightly. He clearly knew. This is an unspoken rule among the 5 great nations. Any attempt to annex a buffer country will provoke joint sanctions from the other great powers. If the Land of Fire suddenly controls the surrounding small countries, even the most foolish person could see the ambitions behind it. At that time, they would face the combined suppression of the 4 great ninja villages. Only when the foundation and military strength reach a certain level and can withstand the joint counterattacks of the other 4 countries can this situation be truly broken, leading to unification. Clearly, Konoha is not capable of that at this moment. They don't even dare to leak out plans for unification. "You're too impatient." Ensi sincerely commented on his partner. Tuanzo remained expressionless, tapping his fingers on the low table. "The existence of Root is for doing such things. Over the years, I have cultivated a group of top spies who have mastered a wealth of intelligence from various countries. We can start by trying to take action in the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers is the main transportation route between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. What do you want to do? Very simple. We can secretly support a compliant daimyo to rise to power. There's no need for overt control, as long as we ensure that key decisions align with our interests. It will suffice." A cold arc formed at the corner of Tuanzo's mouth. Ensi frowned slightly. While Tuanzo's plan was bold, its feasibility was not low. Countries caught between great powers are not all governed by a single village system. For example, in the land of rivers, the daimyo holds real power and relies on hired ninjas. This political system actually gives them an opportunity. As long as we control the daimyo, we indirectly control the entire country. After much thought, Ensi finally nodded. You will be responsible for this matter until I completely integrate Konoha's internal affairs. Do not disclose any information. And remember, his body is slightly leaning forward. The spies from Sunagakure may be monitoring these buffer zones, so be sure to leave no trace. A hint of satisfaction flashed into Tuanzo's single eye as he took out a kunai and pinned it on the coordinates of the land of rivers, as if he had already taken it into his grasp. Chapter 81. Uncle as Ensi walked out of the Root organization base, a slightly thin figure joined his entourage. Kakashi and the boy with the code name A exchanged a tacit glance. Although both wore masks, they could sense the smile in each other's eyes. Back in Hokage's office, the new Umbu member respectfully knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, thank you for your promotion. Ensi crossed his fingers on the desk. You should thank Tsunade. She was the one who proposed to transfer you out. He tilted his chin towards the Konoha hospital. Remember to go for a comprehensive checkup later. I need your cooperation to collect some data. Understood. From today on, you will be assigned to Kakashi's Team 6. Let Shursui take you to get familiar with the area. Ensi glanced at Shursui. While in terms of experience, he might actually be more seasoned than some people. Shursui lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, according to seniority, he was not as experienced as this newcomer. By the way, Ensi lightly tapped the table. From now on, you will be called Yamato. Let the code name A be completely relegated to the past. The boy, oh no, he should be called Yamato now, straightened his back and spoke loudly. Yes, I will not let you down. All right, you can all leave. Soon, Kakashi and the others turned into wisps of smoke and vanished from the office. A few days later, an elite team under Tuanzo quietly left the village, heading towards the land of rivers, where they would carry out a covert scheme in this buffer zone. At the same time, in a newly established research room on the bottom floor of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade, along with a newly formed special medical team, also began the research on Hashirama cells, which could potentially change Konoha's future. Time flew by, and another year had passed in the blink of an eye. Today is a full moon, and Konoha Village welcomed a lively summer festival. The streets were lined with red and white lanterns, and the sounds of various vendors filled the air. The ninjas rarely shed the burden of their missions, holding hands with their partners and mingling with the festive crowd. The most eye-catching were the Uchiha clan members, who participated in groups. They no longer solely wore the insignia of the police force on their arms, but engaged in activities like ordinary villagers. It is evident that since the 5th Hokage diversified the police force, more and more foreign ninjas have joined, allowing the Uchiha to gradually shed the heavy burden of law enforcement, significantly easing relationships on all sides. More than half of the villagers have begun to gradually change their views on the Uchiha, with some bolder individuals even approaching them out of curiosity. Upon interaction, they will be surprised to find that these seemingly aloof individuals were actually warm-hearted at their core. There is no love or hatred without reason in this world. When both sides are willing to take the first step, those seemingly insurmountable barriers can easily dissipate. After all, stripped of surnames, we are all just ordinary people yearning for understanding. All these changes are thanks to the decisions made by the Hokage. Nowadays, Ensi's prestige in the village is increasing day by day, and even among the Uchiha clan, there are more and more members who sincerely respect him. Looking through the glass window of the Hokage building at the joyful scene on the streets, Ensi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. However, not everyone could understand this effort. The number of radicals within the Uchiha has significantly decreased over the past year, nearly halved, but there remains a small group clinging to their obsessive beliefs. They are convinced that the 5th Hokage is merely trying to divide their clan. The thoughts of these individuals have become rigid and impossible to change, and Ensi has little hope left for them. As long as he wins the support of the majority, it will be enough. Once the number of radicals is worn down to a mere few, they will naturally collapse without any attack. Now, rather than wasting time on them, It's better to let them entertain themselves and play their revolutionary games. Yinshur let out a long yawn, organized the documents on his desk, and headed straight to Konoha Hospital to find Tsunade. He had intended to invite his wife to join him for the festival, but as soon as they met, he was promptly turned away. My grandfather's cells have made some initial progress, and I'll be busy these days. You can have fun on your own. Yinshur helplessly rubbed his nose and had no choice but to stroll through the festival alone under the watch of two Umbu guards. Although it was somewhat disappointing as Hokage, maintaining a friendly image was part of his duty. He casually bought a skewer of 3-color dango and greeted the villagers along the way, occasionally stopping to play with the children. The small village of Konoha, at this moment, surprisingly exuded a festive atmosphere. Yugao, Antelope, you can go back now. Yes. After Yinshur finished speaking, he turned and entered Ichiraku Ramen, smiling and greeting the people inside. The ramen shop was doing much better than in the original story. Thanks to him, a high-ranking and loyal customer, making it a popular spot for many civilians. Uncle Ichiraku was benefiting intermittently and had made quite a bit of money, so he expanded the shop to accommodate more people. Hey, Hokage-sama, please have a seat. Uncle Ichiraku greeted warmly, and his daughter, Ayum, waved cheerfully. Hokage-sama, we have freshly made chicken broth today. Would you like to try it? Then let's give it a try. After all, I don't have to spend money, Yinshur joked, waving his permanent eat-free coupon. The father and daughter exchanged smiles. Even without the coupon, they couldn't accept money from the Hokage, who was like a walking god of wealth. Uncle Ingyan, what a coincidence. A spirited voice suddenly interrupted. Before anyone could react, a golden-haired little boy had nimbly squeezed in and plopped down in the seat next to Yinshur. Naruto was covered in dirt and grass clippings, with a few smudges on his face, but his bright smile was as infectious as a little sun. Naruto, be polite and call him Hokage-sama. Uncle Ichiraku quickly corrected him. Yinshur smiled. It's fine. Let the little rascal call me whatever he wants. Don't mind him. This year, Naruto was already over 5 years old and had grown quite a bit. To gain attention, he acted like a wild child, playing pranks around the village. And villagers often banded together to complain to the Hokage's office, which was quite a headache. Then I'll just call you Hokage Uncle. Can you treat me to ramen today? Naruto asked with a grin. You really have no shame at all. Fine, order whatever you want. I'll pay. Yay, then I won't hold back. Chapter 82, Assassination 2 People. Both Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but with completely different circumstances, walked together after finishing their meal on the bustling street. Naruto, next year you'll be 6. Do you plan to become a ninja? Yinshur asked as they walked, looking down. Naruto scratched his head. Old Man Third wants me to become a ninja, and if that means everyone will recognize me, I definitely want to become the strongest ninja. It seems the third Hokage has been paying attention to you, Yinshur smiled. Since the old man retired, he had been keeping a low profile, and even Yinshur rarely saw him. However, the third Hokage was willing to spend some of his precious free time on this orphan of the fourth Hokage. Naruto was considerably luckier than in the original story. Yinshur walked Naruto down to the entrance, casually giving him some pocket money. Though not much, it was enough for several bowls of ramen. Now, Naruto's living expenses were reported to the finance department by the council and directly allocated, with a substantial amount sent every month. Unfortunately, the little rascal couldn't manage money at all, often spending it all within 10 days, leaving him to survive on instant noodles for the rest of the month. He had considered adopting Naruto to give him a complete childhood, and he assumed Tsunade wouldn't refuse. But after thinking it over, he decided to wait and see. After all, the child was already 5 years old and had been subjected to the villagers' disdain since he could remember. If he suddenly changed his identity to the Hokage's adopted son, the contrast would be too stark and might not be a good thing. It was better to maintain the status quo for now and consider options later when the opportunity arose. After parting with Naruto, Yinshur walked alone on his way home. The night breeze was slightly cool, and he glanced at the time, estimating that Tsunade should be off work now. Perhaps he could still invite her in time for the tail end of the festival. The streets were empty, with most villagers gathered in the central square. Occasionally, a few stray cats darted out from an alley only to quickly disappear into the darkness. Suddenly, at one moment, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Two dark figures flashed like ghosts, and white blades came crashing down towards him. The sound of the blade sinking into flesh was exceptionally clear. A sharp pain shot through Yinshi's shoulder, and warm liquid began to flow down his arm. In front of him stood two attackers wearing strange masks, mere inches away. Blood dripped from the edge of their ninja blades. Had he not sensed something was off at that moment and instinctively tilted his head would have been on the ground now. Seeing their attack had failed, one of the attackers quickly attempted to strike again, gripping his ninja blade and pressing forward, clearly having rehearsed this moment countless times. How bold! In an instant, a searing chakra erupted from Yinshi, creating a wave of heat that easily dispelled their assault, forcing the two attackers to stagger back several steps. Yinshi's single exposed eye was cold, and his reason could hardly suppress his rage. It had been many years since he became Hokage, and he had never imagined that someone would dare to assassinate him in Konoha. Ironically, the opponent's technique was simple to the point of being crude, merely the most basic draw of the blade. Yet it was precisely this unadorned attack that nearly cost him his life. After becoming Hokage, his body, long out of the battlefield, had noticeably dulled, and his spirit had slackened. If it weren't for the ninja instinct ingrained in his bones still being present, he would truly have capsized today. Thinking about it didn't matter. The more he thought, the more afraid he became. Yinshi's right arm instantly glowed with a dark red light, and scorching magma surged beneath his skin. Without hesitation, he punched out, Inferno Dog. The blazing magma fist shot through the attacker's chest at an astonishing speed, continuing on to carve a charred trench in the ground. The other attacker was clearly stunned by this sudden counterattack, but quickly regained composure and raised his hand to signal. From the surrounding shadows, over a dozen similarly masked ninjas sprang forth, brandishing sharp blades aimed at Yinshi's vital points from different angles. Their movements were clean and efficient, clearly indicative of professionally trained assassins. These people were evidently well aware that the commotion just now would soon attract patrolling Umbu and other ninjas. If they couldn't finish the battle within a minute, they would lose this rare opportunity. Very well, I will find out who the mastermind is, Yinshi said, laughing in anger, allowing the blades to strike him one after another. As the sharp blades made contact with his body, the points of contact instantly melted into boiling magma, the intense heat causing several attackers to scream and drop their weapons. Not good. Retreat, someone shouted in panic, jumping up first. The others quickly followed suit. Too late. Great fireball. Yinshi swung his fist toward the sky, and a magma fist the size of a house shot up from the ground, instantly engulfing several people. The scorching heat vaporized them directly, leaving not a trace. Surrounding buildings shook violently under the pressure of the heat wave, and rubble began to fall. The magma fist roared across the night sky, drawing everyone's attention. Ultimately, it successfully swept over the entire village, exploding in the forest outside the village. At this time, several shadows quickly arrived at the scene. Kakashi and the Umbu team, led by Shursui, immediately launched a fierce attack on the remaining attackers without a word. Under the absolute strength and numerical advantage of the direct Umbu, the remaining individuals were completely overwhelmed and resolved in less than a minute. Most were killed on the spot, with only two lying in pools of blood, still showing faint signs of life. Fifth Hokage, are you alright? Kakashi was the first to reach Enji's side. Upon seeing the wound on Enji's shoulder, he gasped in shock. Shursui followed closely behind. Although wearing a mask, his clenched fist had already revealed his inner shock. The two exchanged glances, reading the same alarming message in each other's eyes. Something terrible had happened. The dignified Hokage had been attacked and injured within the village of Konoha. This was not just an assassination attempt. It was a blatant provocation against the entire defense system of Konoha, and, as the Umbu responsible for the Hokage's safety, this was an immense dereliction of duty. To put it more bluntly, this slap was a heavy hit to the face of all Konoha ninjas. In the distance, more and more ninjas rushed over from the rooftops upon hearing the commotion. When they saw the scene before them, bodies sprawled out, the Umbu on high alert, and the fifth Hokage with blood on his shoulder. Everyone's expression turned grim. Fifth Hokage, are you alright? Who did this? Medical team. Quickly call for the medical team. The joyful atmosphere of the summer festival was completely shattered by this sudden turn of events. Amidst the rising cries, Enji stood in place with a cold expression until several nearby medical ninjas nervously began to stop his bleeding and treat his wounds. This assassination attempt was destined to leave a heavy mark in the history of Konoha. Chapter 83. Anger. The number of ninjas gathered at the scene continued to increase, and the villagers seemed to sense something was wrong, hastily ending the festival activities and leaving. Tsunade also arrived at the scene, and upon seeing her husband injured, her expression changed momentarily before she immediately took over the medical work. The wound wasn't too deep, nor was there any poisoning, but he had lost a lot of blood. She skillfully performed medical ninjutsu, but suddenly frowned and said, "Wait, don't you know medical ninjutsu yourself? Why didn't you treat it first?" "I wanted them all to see for themselves," Enji replied calmly, but his gaze was sharper than ever. He scanned the surrounding ninjas. He understood Konoha's defense system. If the masked man could be explained away with special abilities that could not be anticipated, then the infiltration by these ordinary attackers could only mean two possibilities. Either there was a traitor within the village, facilitating their entry and meticulously planning this assassination, or there was a serious oversight in the barrier squad, allowing someone to slip through, or perhaps both. In any case, Enji had to take serious action now. Moments later, Enji moved his injured arm slightly, and with Tsunade's medical techniques and the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, the wound had mostly healed. His gaze swept over his subordinates. Those who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads, unable to look the fifth Hokage in the eye. "Speak up. What does it feel like to see this scene?" Enji asked. A silence fell. No one dared to speak. "Have you all gone mute?" Enji's voice was soft but firm. Indeed, these past years, Konoha has developed too smoothly. The economy has improved, life has become comfortable, and our vigilance has diminished. Even these assassins know that during festivals is when we are at our most relaxed. Or do you not care about the life or death of your fifth Hokage? This statement was heavy, and everyone was startled, as if a heavy hammer had struck their chests. The direct Umbu, hidden behind their masks, had already turned pale, kneeling uniformly on one knee. Following them, other J-Nin and CH-Nin also involuntarily half-knelt. The older generation of ninjas broke into a cold sweat, and the younger ones trembled even more. In an instant, the entire street was filled with kneeling figures. At this moment, even Tsunade, as the wife of the Hokage, was about to lower herself. She was not only Enji's wife, but also a loyal Konoha ninja. However, Enji raised his hand to stop Tsunade and continued expressionlessly. "I know no one could have predicted this, but I want to sound the alarm for you all. Remember, this world has never known peace. Comfort will dull a ninja's edge. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes," echoed the responses. Enji instructed the heir, "Take the living to the interrogation department. Take the dead to the analysis team, and Konoha will temporarily enter a state of level 1 alert. All ninjas, return to your posts. Now disperse." Under the heavy moonlight, the ordinary ninjas left one by one, each with their own thoughts, leaving only the members of the direct Umbu. They would not be getting a good night's sleep tonight. "You all can leave too." Enji waved his hand impatiently. Kakashi swallowed hard and stepped forward, saying, "Fifth Hokage, please let me be responsible for your safety for a while." "That's your job. You can decide for yourself," Enji replied. The next day, news of the fifth Hokage's assassination quickly spread throughout Konoha. The commotion from last night had been too loud to keep hidden. Enji also had no intention of sealing off the news. He wanted everyone to clearly understand that the so-called peace did not exist. In the Hokage office, Enji stood by the window, observing the noticeably heightened security outside. Umbu moved quickly across the rooftops, and the number of patrolling ninjas on the streets had increased several times. Every important position had someone stationed. Even areas that were normally unguarded now had personnel assigned. After unleashing his anger yesterday, he had made all the ninjas feel ashamed, and they had all regained their instincts as ninjas. Kakashi and Shirve stood guard outside the door, one on the left and one on the right. They were also fearful. If anything went wrong during this sensitive period, they would prefer to find a block of tofu to smash their heads against. Throughout the day, Important members of the council arrived at the Hokage office one after another. Nara Shikaku, TD Koharu, and Mito Munin arrived, each wearing expressions of seriousness and unease. They felt both shocked and humiliated by this incident. Konoha's interrogation department and analysis team had been working continuously through the night, and they believed they would soon be able to uncover the attacker's origins. The last to arrive was Danzo, who, before even entering, could be heard sternly reprimanding Kakashi and Shirzue in the hallway. As Enji's original partner, Danzo was more unwilling than anyone for the fifth Hokage to encounter a problem. In a sense, Enji now carried all of Danzo's ambitions and dreams. After entering the office, Danzo went directly to Enji's front, his tone agitated. "Fifth Hokage, this matter must not be easily overlooked. An investigation is already underway. We will talk once the results come in," Enji replied calmly. Danzo heavily tapped his cane on the floor. "I'm not just talking about an investigation. Such a serious security lapse must have someone held accountable. The Umbu, the police department, the Janine squad, especially the barrier squad, should all pay the price for this. It is their negligence that allowed the enemy to take advantage. There is no need for that. Excessive punishment will backfire," Enji said, resting his chin on one hand, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Danzo's expression darkened. "Are you going to treat it so lightly?" "Enough." Enji raised his hand to interrupt. "All members of the barrier squad are to be removed from their posts. Others will receive demerits, and that's it. You're too soft-hearted." Danzo couldn't help but raise his voice. Enji suddenly chuckled lightly, not answering, although his handling seemed mild. It provided each department with a chance to correct their mistakes while keeping them constantly alert. This balance was the way to manage subordinates. Danzo fell silent for a moment, ultimately saying no more, and walked directly to the sofa to sit down. Then, in a flat tone, he reported, "The situation in the Land of Rivers has stabilized. The current daimyo was personally supported by me to rise to power. I have placed a curse mark on him. There won't be any issues." "Has Sunan noticed anything?" "In the beginning, there might have been some clues," Danzo answered without looking back, "but they only found it a bit strange. Now, a year has passed, and they have long stopped paying attention. You've worked hard. Such matters indeed require your handling. As for the small countries in the buffer zone, you decide for yourself, but remember to keep a good balance." A glint flashed in Danzo's eye. "Rest assured, at this pace in a few years, all the small countries around will be under our control." Chapter 84. Make it disappear. Yenji and Danzo talked for quite a while in the office until Nara Shikahiza and Shizen walked in, at which point the two tacitly stopped their conversation. "Fifth Hokage, Lord Danzo." Shikahiza slightly bowed and gently placed the organized documents on the desk. According to the analysis team's report, the attackers came from the land of Forest Phantom Group and were hired assassins, but the identity of the employer has not been uncovered. Shizen added, "The clues obtained by Senior Abiki from the torture department are the same. They infiltrated through a vulnerability in the detection barrier. There must be someone on the inside working with them." The atmosphere in the office instantly became tense. Yenji casually picked up the report, a smile that was neither here nor there on his face. "So, what you're saying is someone in the village wants to kill me, but doesn't dare to act personally. So they hired an armed group at a high price, right?" A sharp glimmer flashed in Danzo's single eye. "I remember the Phantom Group. They have collaborated with Konoha on intelligence before, but they always play the role of a fence-sitter. Fifth Hokage, we cannot let them off this time, but more importantly, we must expose the mastermind behind this. Such a threat cannot remain in Konoha." In truth, he wanted to say that the instigator is very likely from the Uchiha clan, but the words stuck in his throat. The current situation of the Uchiha clan is vastly different, ever since Yenji implemented the police department reforms. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village has indeed improved quite a bit. Recklessly accusing without solid evidence would only worsen the hard-won situation. Moreover, Danzo caught a glimpse of Yenji. This fifth Hokage has always been clear about his stance on the Uchiha. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed for those reforms against the majority's opinion. Saying such things now would be akin to questioning the Hokage's decisions in front of everyone. Yenji understood Danzo's meaning. In fact, he also had many suspects in mind. He had already considered Orochimaru, the fourth Raikage, and that elusive masked man. Under certain conditions, who wouldn't want to take his life? If the scope were broadened to the entire shinobi world with the aura of the fifth Hokage, all hostile forces would have such potential. However, looking at Konoha now, the radical faction of the Uchiha clan is the most likely suspect. It seems I've been too lenient with them. Yinji sighed, his gaze gradually sharpening. Even if the evidence is not yet conclusive, as Hokage, he must take action to let everyone understand the cost of provoking the authority of the Hokage. Shizune Shikahisa. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. In 1 hour, summon all the council members and Jonin to gather on a rooftop. Remember everyone, including those on leave. Understood. Yes, sir. After the two left, Yinji called out to Danzo, who was about to get up. You stay too. Danzo narrowed his single eye. What exactly do you want to do? You'll find out soon. 1 hour later, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, the crowd was so dense that it almost filled the entire space. Thankfully, the rooftop was large enough. Otherwise, so many people couldn't fit. The council members, the elite Jonin, and all the core figures of Konoha were present without exception. Yinji stood with his back to the crowd, waiting for the last whisper to fade away before slowly turning around. His gaze swept over every face, lingering for a moment on Uchiha Fugaku. Under the new policies, Fugaku had long been assigned to the Jonin class and was naturally qualified to participate in high-level meetings. You all should already know the identity of the attacker. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to discuss how to handle this, Yinji said lightly. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, some even openly glaring at Fugaku. Everyone present was aware. Who didn't know who the most likely mastermind was? Fugaku maintained a calm expression, though his brow furrowed slightly. He knew that the radicals in the clan could indeed commit such acts, but he didn't expect them to be so bold. Now all eyes were focused on Yinji, waiting for how this fifth Hokage would decide. Shikahisa, as the head of the council and Hokage's assistant, took a step forward and said solemnly, Fifth Hokage, the land of forests must pay for this, regardless of who the mastermind is. The Phantom Group's knife is indeed at the neck of the Hokage. He surveyed the crowd. The intelligence networks of the great ninja villages are not decorations. They have probably already caught wind of this. If we choose silence, the entire shinobi world will think that Konoha today is no different from a few years ago, unable to maintain the dignity of the Hokage. But if we react too strongly, before he could finish, everyone present understood the deeper meaning. This was a political game concerning Konoha's prestige and a great opportunity for others to probe Konoha's strength. The 5 great nations were definitely watching Konoha's every move. The key lies in balance, Shikahisa concluded, needing to demonstrate a thunderous response while not falling into someone else's trap. Most people nodded secretly, and even Danzo rarely refrained from rebuttal. So what do you think we should do? Yinji crossed his arms, smiling faintly. Following that, one after another, suggestions were made. We should immediately send envoys to the land of forests, demanding they surrender the remnants of the Phantom Group and compensate Konoha for its losses. They should also publicly apologize. And most importantly, we need to clarify who the mastermind is. This is what we need to resolve first. Some conservative high-ranking officials agreed with this cautious plan. This group had spent most of their lives under the third Hokage's administration and preferred diplomatic means, having grown accustomed to a steady approach. In their view, the land of forests was just a tiny place. Rather than going to war, it was better to take the opportunity to demand some tangible benefits. As long as they maintained a semblance of dignity, having an explanation would be enough. Of course, this was only part of it. Over the years, some factions supported by Yinji believed that they should retaliate with force. Amid the dispute between the two factions, Yinji lightly coughed, and the room immediately fell silent again. Shikahisa. Yinji's gaze shifted to the strategist of Konoha. What do you think? Shikahisa pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. Fifth Hokage, you are the Hokage. He skillfully returned the question. I do have a good idea. Yinji suddenly turned around, facing away from the crowd. Just then, a gust of wind rushed past, stirring the black ceremonial robe with a hint of a murderous aura. Then let the land of forests disappear. Chapter 85. Revenge. This simple statement rang in everyone's ears on the rooftop like a thunderclap. The elders, Narashikaku and Mito almost forgot to breathe, their faces filled with disbelief. Some younger high-ranking officials were stunned for a moment before their faces lit up with excitement. Only Danzo, after the initial surprise, immediately understood the fifth Hokage's intention. He sighed inwardly. What a clever way to use the situation. Not only does it test the limits of various factions, but also lays the groundwork for future grand ambitions. This was the first test of the overall high-ranking officials of Konoha through this incident. The legacy of peaceful coexistence sown by the first Hokage had taken root in Konoha after nearly 100 years of nurturing. Even after 3 shinobi world wars, conflicts between villages were limited to the competition for interests. No one dared to openly propose the word annexation. Yensi and Danzo have been plotting privately for many years. Yet they have always refrained from putting unification on the table, as they understand the inherent conservatism of the majority. However, this moment presents a rare opportunity, with the timing, location, and support all aligning perfectly. The land of the forest has essentially provided a justification for active aggression. The Hokage was attacked in his own village, delivering a slap to all of Konoha's ninjas, and the perpetrator comes from a small country. The righteousness of revenge is enough to silence dissent, and acting under the guise of revenge will face little moral constraint, providing a narrative both internally and externally. Other major powers will only heighten their vigilance, realizing that this young fifth Hokage is more dangerous than they had imagined. Such opportunities are truly rare. Once some boundaries are broken, they can never be restored. Just like a frozen lake, once a crack appears, it will only grow larger. Today, they can use revenge as a reason to eliminate a small country. And in the future, they can attack larger targets under other justifications. Danzo's expression when looking at Yen-Si finally showed admiration. This young man is more professional in this regard than he is. This is how the hearts of the people are tamed step by step. Once Konoha ninjas experience the concept of nation annihilation, their ambition for unification will naturally come to fruition when the time is right. As long as they gradually adapt to this change, the voices of opposition will dwindle. After all, human adaptability is quite strong. On the other side, Shikaku stared at Yen-Si's back, his brows furrowing tighter. Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Could it be that the true aim of the fifth Hokage is? At that moment, Yen-Si suddenly turned his head, and their gazes met in midair. Hush! Yen-Si's lips curved into a slight smile as he subtly made a gesture to silence him. That expression seemed to say, "You guessed correctly." He had long anticipated that such matters wouldn't remain hidden from his strongest mind for long. Whether it was one day sooner or later didn't matter. Shikaku's expression stiffened, and he silently nodded. He sighed inwardly. This fifth Hokage is truly formidable. Who would have thought that a small land of the forest could be turned around and utilized like this? No one can stop this fifth Hokage now. They will all be swept along. In the Hokage building, although the expressions varied, some worried, some shocked, and some fervent, no one opposed at this moment. This is the weight of the Hokage. As the spiritual symbol of Konoha, in a sense, the will of the Hokage is the will of everyone. In the past, the village leaned towards conservatism and moderation, cultivating a group of steady individuals. Now, under Yen-Si's iron-fisted rule, the bloodthirst of a new generation of ninjas is being awakened. The personality of each generation of Kage often determines the temperament of a village. The third Hokage nurtured docile lambs through a policy of appeasement, while Yen-Si is taming a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. After the meeting, Yen-Si called Shikaku to his office to begin planning the revenge war. For a small power like the land of the forest, with Konoha's foundation, even 1/10 of their strength would be seen as overestimating them. Even slightly stronger shadow-level ninjas could conquer them. At Yen-Si's suggestion, they meticulously selected over 200 ninjas, mainly Chunin and young Jonin. Kakashi, Shursui, Might Suma, and other elite members of the new generation were all included. This list carries significant meaning. It is not only a revenge operation, but also a training and transformation for Konoha's new generation. Shikaku diligently worked with Yen-Si to refine the operational details. Although this would be a predictable lightning strike with no risk of defeat, Minimizing casualties on their side and avoiding unnecessary slaughter was both his responsibility as an advisor and the last bottom line he left for his conscience. Several hours later, everything settled. Below the Hokage building, the ninjas on the list arrived one after another, and more were coming, waiting only for the fifth Hokage's command. In the evening, Yensi slowly raised his hand, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Avenge me. Avenge Konoha. Destroy them. This seemingly ordinary mobilization order made Shikaka break out in a cold sweat. The fifth Hokage placed me before Konoha. This subtle wording difference revealed the essence of this war. On the surface, it is to avenge the village, but in reality, it is an extension of the Hokage's personal will. The ninjas did not notice this subtlety, nor would they. They echoed in unison and in their fervent eyes. Each team vanished into the dusk, according to the plan. After everyone left in the office, Shikaku solemnly knelt halfway before Yensi, then fell silent. Yensi did not rush to help him up, but leaned against the desk, smiling lightly. Shikaku, you must want to have a good talk with me, right? Fifth Hokage, you and Lord Danzo have been plotting expansion all along, haven't you? Shikaku said in a deep voice. I prefer to describe it as unification. Today is just the first step. Revenge is the prologue, while change is the goal, Yensi replied calmly. But Yensi's fingers lightly tapped the table. Do you think the first Hokage's peace ideology was successful? With that, Yensi decided not to hide any longer. He understood Shikaku, no matter how much he struggled internally. This leader of the Nara clan would ultimately fulfill his duties. It is precisely this absolute loyalty that has allowed the Ino-Shikacho trio to remain standing through the power transitions in Konoha. He also wanted to truly bring Shikaku to his side. Facing this question, Shikaku sighed. The Third Shinobi World War has already proven everything. That's right. A divided ninja world will never have true peace. Different camps can never truly understand each other, Yensi said. Shikaku raised his head. But how much blood will unification flow? Better a short pain than a long one. Yensi reached out to help Shikaku up, then said with a hint of disdain, Do you think I care about power? I just don't want the next generation of Konoha to continue suffering through endless cycles. But if I fail, then let me become the sinner. At least I tried, rather than glossing over the peace like my predecessors. Shikaku gazed at Yensi's face, his wise eyes flashing with complex calculations. After a long silence, he spoke, Then let us try to avoid becoming sinners. Yensi let out a heavy breath, pressing his palm firmly on Shikaku's shoulder. Welcome aboard. This is exactly why I need you, to balance my radicalism with your wisdom. Chapter 86. Itachi's request with Nara Shikaku's formal joining. Yensi couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with delight. Shikaku's statement represented far more than the simple addition of one person. It signified the entire Nara clan's alignment. As the intellectual core of the Ino-Shikacho trio, his decision would firmly bind the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans as well. Shikaku clearly realized this and could only smile wryly, but upon reflection, perhaps this was the key turning point in changing the fate of the ninja world. This young fifth Hokage seems to possess an innate charm that makes people unconsciously want to follow in his footsteps. So, how far has the plan for unification progressed? Shikaku adjusted his breathing and asked this crucial question. Yensi leisurely laid out the current progress. With each revelation of the layout, Shikaku's expression became increasingly vivid, sometimes shocked, sometimes enlightened. So that's how it is. Those previously puzzling decisions suddenly made sense. Wooing the Uchiha clan to resolve internal strife. Establishing a council to attract various clans with seats of power, and secretly controlling the land of river as a strategic buffer. Other small countries bordering major powers are also being infiltrated simultaneously. Leave that to Danzo. He's the expert in that area, Yensi added. Lujio was embarrassed. Fifth Hokage, to be honest, I admire you more and more. I will need your help in the future, and I really admire your intellect. Yensi smiled. After exchanging pleasantries, Yensi naturally handed over the remaining political affairs in the office to Lujio and leisurely went home. As soon as he stepped into the entrance, he saw Tsunade curled up on the sofa like a lazy cat. Her dazed expression, biting her lip, made Yancy instinctively lighten his footsteps. "What's wrong?" Yancy sat down beside her, speaking gently. Tsunade glanced at him with her eyes, biting her red lips, hesitating to speak. "Who made you angry?" Yancy felt a bit confused and reached out to pull her into his arms. Tsunade leaned against his chest and forced a smile. "Don't try to guess a woman's thoughts." In fact, ever since she heard Yancy say at the rooftop meeting that he wanted to make the land of the forest disappear, Tsunade couldn't help but recall what Jiraiya had said back in the day. The thought of the new Hokage wanting to conquer the entire ninja world made her restless. As a wife, she understood her husband better than anyone else. Jiraiya had once hinted that Yancy was likely the child of prophecy. But what kind of future would that bring? Sigh. Tsunade suddenly grabbed Yancy's wrist and bit down hard. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Yancy gasped in pain, pulling his hand back, feeling like he was in trouble. "I just felt like biting you," Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Seeing him in pain made her mood suddenly improve, and she leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. "If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. No matter what, this man is the one I love the most. Even if the whole world opposes him, I will definitely stand by his side." Yancy looked at his wife, who had suddenly changed from sunny to cloudy, with a puzzled expression, frowning as he seriously pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly, as if he had an epiphany, he cautiously leaned towards Tsunade's ear and whispered, "Is it menopause?" Before he finished speaking, Tsunade's fist was already whistling through the air. Bang! A graceful parabola swept through the living room, and then the whole house fell silent. They didn't speak for the rest of the night. The next morning, Yancy woke up with dark circles under his eyes, carefully making his way down the stairs while holding onto the railing. He first glanced cautiously towards the kitchen, and after confirming Tsunade had left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the dining table, there was a solitary breakfast, a bowl of clear white porridge and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Not bad, although it was a bit shabby. At least it was edible. "I wonder if there are any medications for menopause at the hospital," Yancy mumbled to himself, sitting down and taking a big gulp of porridge. "Uffed. Ouch, it's too salty," he thought to himself, realizing he couldn't provoke her. After leaving the house, Yancy returned to the Hokage building as usual and found Fugaku was already waiting there, accompanied by Itachi. Upon seeing Yancy, Fugaku lowered his head. "Fifth Hokage." "Come in." Yancy invited them in, then sat on the swivel chair, resting his chin on his hand, looking at Fugaku with a half-smile. The Uchiha clan leader appeared somewhat uneasy. After exchanging a glance with his son, he slowly took out a list from his pocket. "According to our previous agreement." Fugaku's voice was a bit dry. "As the clan leader, I must take responsibility for this incident. This is the list of all the radical faction members in the clan." Yancy raised an eyebrow, took the list, quickly skimmed it, and asked, "So, it was indeed your Uchiha people who did this?" Fugaku smiled wryly. "To be honest, I'm not sure either. The radical faction no longer listens to my orders. The clan has split into two factions. As the clan leader, I have become irrelevant to them." Yancy nodded thoughtfully, fully understanding Fugaku's current situation. Since this Uchiha clan leader publicly expressed support for the fifth Hokage, the stubborn radicals in the clan began to distance themselves from him. "I understand your predicament." Yancy gently placed the list on the table. "For these past few years, your trusted followers probably don't even notify you about secret meetings anymore, right?" Fugaku nodded, his expression bitter. There was a time when the Uchiha clan was united, and he, as the clan leader, had the final say. But ever since he chose to stand with the village, the undercurrents within the clan became increasingly turbulent. The leaders of the radical factions often absent from clan meetings, let alone report anything to him. If it weren't for the recent incident being too big, Uchiha could have easily become a target again, and he didn't want to hand over this list so soon. "I appreciate your loyalty. I will handle this matter with discretion," Yancy said, placing the list into a drawer. After offering a few comforting words to Fugaku, he sent him away, leaving only Itachi standing in front of the desk. Looking at his disciple, who seemed to have grown taller, Yancy suddenly remembered that Itachi was already 11 years old this year. "You have something to say to me, don't you?" Yancy's tone softened, smiling. Itachi's little face turned red as he nodded. "Master, I want to join the Umbu." Chapter 87. Dizziness is normal upon hearing this. Yancy was not surprised. This kid, seeing his close friend Shursui thriving in the Umbu, had long lost the ability to hold back his little ambitions. Now that he met the age requirement and, as a Chunin, had completed many excessive tasks, he was practically a monster among his peers. Looking at his eager disciple, Yancy couldn't bring himself to refuse, so he could only smile wryly and then stood up. Itachi, I have a suggestion. What is it? It seems we haven't sparred yet. How about we have a match? I'll assess your current strength. Itachi's face stiffened at this suggestion. He had never considered fighting his master. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yancy teased. No, Itachi shook his head. It's just that if you use your bloodline techniques in the village, it will definitely cause a lot of damage. Good boy, you want to limit my abilities, Yancy said, speechless. Itachi smiled. I was thinking of your reputation, master. All right then, I'll use regular ninjutsu. Although I haven't fought in a long time, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me, little brat, Yancy replied, as he had no intention of using lava release. That kind of jutsu was too destructive, and he didn't want to accidentally hurt his beloved disciple. Soon, the master and disciple left the Hokage building one after the other, finding an empty training ground. During their standoff, Itachi directly activated his Sharingan. The three gleaming tomo spinning slightly, ready to unleash his full power. Facing the top combat strength of KONOHA, even though the other party promised not to use bloodline techniques, he dared not hold back in the slightest. Yancy crossed his arms, still looking relaxed. Although his disciple was a genius, he was only 11 years old. Still a child. How could he let him gain the upper hand? As the battle was about to begin, Itachi took the first move. He was very fast, quickly throwing several shurikens as he approached. Earth release, earth-style wall. Yancy casually formed hand seals, and a thick earthen wall rose up, protecting him from behind. However, Itachi seemed to have anticipated this, as the shurikens collided in midair, suddenly altering their trajectory and bypassing the earth wall to strike directly at Yancy from both sides. In an instant, the shurikens curved, flying around the wall and shooting straight towards Yancy. His shuriken technique has become even more exquisite. Yancy swayed his body back and forth, easily dodging this wave of attacks, while also feeling a bit sour in his heart. He really wanted to learn such fluid techniques, but they relied purely on talent, something he couldn't achieve. Moreover, as a master, he couldn't bring himself to ask his disciple for advice. At that moment, Itachi had already climbed over the earthen wall, swiftly thrusting a kunai towards Enji, targeting lethal spots with each strike. Enji dodged while cursing, "You're really ruthless." What a pain. Itachi ignored him, his Sharingan intently focused on every subtle movement of his master, capturing the rhythm of Enji's muscle tension and breathing. His attacks became increasingly fierce, each strike precisely predicting Enji's evasion route. Under the enhancement of the Sharingan, this young man managed to temporarily suppress the Hokage in taijutsu. Enji was forced to retreat repeatedly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. This brat Itachi had at least reached the level of a jonin. He felt utterly humiliated. He hadn't engaged in serious sparring for a long time and was more accustomed to using wide-area techniques to crush opponents, making him less adept at this kind of detailed taijutsu competition. Additionally, as the Hokage, his high status meant fewer opportunities for real combat, and over the years, his reflexes had inevitably dulled a bit. Finally, Enji seized a fleeting moment, tossing a smoke bomb to the ground, then quickly retreating several meters and forming a hand seal. In the smoke, Itachi vaguely noticed this scene through his Sharingan, but before he could analyze what technique it was, he found the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, darkness instantly robbing him of all sight. This is a Jinjutsu. His master is actually skilled in Jinjutsu too, Itachi thought in surprise, instinctively trying to counter this Jinjutsu with his Sharingan, which should have been easy. But this time he failed. Not only could he not counter it, but even dispelling it was somewhat difficult. This Jinjutsu that deprived him of sight seemed to have a natural suppressive power over the Sharingan, as if it were specifically designed for technique ninjas. In the real world, Enji looked at Itachi, who was maintaining a cautious posture, his brow furrowed, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This technique of darkness truly deserved to be tailored for the Uchiha clan by the second Hokage. It not only deprived sight, but even hearing and smell were similarly taken away. Even a genius genjutsu ninja like Itachi shouldn't be able to dispel it in a short time. It's fortunate I learned this technique back then. Otherwise, I would be in a real bind today. It's over. Enji slowly walked towards Itachi. And just as they were a meter apart and he was about to reach out to grab Itachi, an unexpected scene occurred. Itachi, deeply trapped in the genjutsu, suddenly transformed into smoke and vanished. Enji's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Shadow clone." It turned out that after tossing the smoke bomb earlier, Itachi had already used a shadow clone to swap positions, while his real body had long since hidden away to seek an opportunity. Before he could even praise, the real Itachi burst out from Enji's visual blind spot, his kunai transforming into a short blade, launching a fierce new round of attacks against the still unprepared Enji. That cunning brat. Enji retreated step by step, constantly dodging while gradually becoming more flustered. Yes, he was getting anxious. At a certain moment, Enji clasped his hands together. Sage mode. Activate. With a low shout, the air in the entire training ground trembled. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly. And when Itachi regained consciousness, he found himself lying flat on his back on the ground, while his master stood beside him with his hands behind his back, his ears suspiciously reddening. He suddenly remembered. Did his master just activate Sage mode? "Master, you!" Itachi shouted, experiencing for the first time what it meant to have his worldview collapse. Taking a deep breath, feeling dizzy was normal. "You just used Sage mode." I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. You definitely used Sage mode. You didn't say I couldn't use it." "Master." Chapter 88. A perfect strategy, this absurd match thus came to an end. The master and disciple walked back along the narrow path, and Itachi's big, glossy eyes occasionally glanced at Enji's face, making Enji feel uneasy. "Cough. About your desire to join the Umbu." Enji deliberately straightened his face. "I approve. When Kakashi and the others return from the land of the forest, you can join his 6th squad, which will be perfect to accompany Shursui." "Really? Thank you, master." Itachi's eyes instantly lit up, successfully diverting his attention and putting the earlier incident behind him. Enji secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a bit guilty as he touched his nose. As a master, it was somewhat embarrassing to have to resort to tricks to win. His talented disciple was indeed a sweet burden for him. He no longer had much to teach him. Enji reached out and ruffled Itachi's hair, then gently tugged at the small braid at the back of his head, silently sighing. In a few years, it might not be appropriate to be so affectionate anymore. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the riverside path next to the ninja school. Everything here was as usual. Many years ago, they had met here. The master and disciple stopped in unison. Down the slope, a few clearly truant kids were playing and laughing, their carefree laughter very infectious. "These little brats," Enji chuckled, yet he had no intention of sending them back. "This is all thanks to the master." Itachi looked at those kids, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, you've learned to flatter?" Enji raised an eyebrow playfully. Itachi smiled without speaking. For him, these words were not flattery, but genuinely what he thought. The man before him had long transcended the role of a master. He was family, an object of admiration, and the goal he pursued for life. After staying for a moment, they went to a restaurant for a meal and then parted ways. A few days later, the combat unit of over 200 men that Enji had dispatched returned triumphantly. Only 2 seriously injured and dozens with minor injuries, which were almost negligible. Under the leadership of excellent ninjas like Kakashi, Shursui, and Yamato, along with the covert support of the root organization, the resistance in the land of the forest lasted only a moment, and the blockade line completely collapsed. Aside from travel time, this battle lasted less than half a day. The feudal lord of the land of the forest was personally pierced through the chest by Kakashi S. Raikiri, while the other lords were captured or killed. This revenge operation had ample justification, so the new generation showed no mercy at all. As for the remnants of the Hanya clan, none were spared. They were all killed on the spot. Although the land of the forest was just a small nation, it was known for its intelligence network, and the accumulated wealth and confidential documents were quite considerable. The root ninjas under Danzo were methodically transporting these spoils back to Konoha in batches, including precious ninjutsu scrolls and confidential intelligence. Aside from military strikes, Konoha's handling of civilians was relatively restrained. After the war, the market remained open. Those who needed to work could work, and those who wanted to do business could do business. Residents who wished to stay could continue living there, and those wanting to rebuild their homes were also permitted. However, no one dared to use the name of the land of the forest anymore. The rebuilt land would not only be under Konoha's military supervision, but would also have to pay substantial security fees every few years. This land had effectively become Konoha's subordinate territory. These were suggestions proposed by the strategist Kikuchi after careful consideration. Enji merely implemented them. Next, as long as part of the profits were converted into village welfare and everyone could share in the spoils of victory, their resistance to war would naturally weaken. I believe that soon, a new generation will discuss. Having more of these small nations wouldn't be a bad idea. There was much to be done in the future, and support from both ninjas and civilians was crucial. This incident thus came to a conclusion, and Konoha village returned to its normal state, gradually lifting its state of alert. In the Hokage building, Enji held an intelligence scroll, his gaze shifting. The instigator of this assassination has left behind traces that were collected by the organization after the war. And it is indeed the radical faction of the Uchiha clan that is responsible. Several names stand out: Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Tech, and Uchiha Ina. These individuals are all senior ninjas in the Konoha security force and are also well-known J-nin in the village, having been loyal to the clan leader, Fugaku, for a long time. However, they have now parted ways and are openly and secretly opposing him and the village, leading the remaining followers in the clan. The assassination incident was orchestrated by secretly hiring the Phantom Brigade, promising to kill the Hokage and offering a generous reward once the Uchiha clan takes complete control. The internal division within the Uchiha has reached an irreconcilable point. It is time to make a decision, Yenji muttered, then took out the list of radicals that Fugaku had given him earlier from the drawer. The list was filled with names, even recording relatives. There were over 200 people in total, with 50 of them being combat personnel with ninja identities, while the rest were mostly ordinary people. Among the combat personnel, there were 20 who possessed Sharingan. Altogether, these radicals accounted for nearly 1/3 of the total Uchiha clan population. How to handle this is a significant dilemma. This is not a slaughter game where one can simply kill all opponents. The number of people involved is too large, including sensitive existences like the elderly, women, and children. If a massacre were to be carried out, it would not only disappoint the neutral and moderate Uchiha clan members regarding Konoha's hardline methods, but could also sow the seeds of new hatred. After all, they are part of the same clan, with intertwined family ties and shared blood connections that cannot be erased by external forces. Moreover, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the villagers has become rare and relaxed, and this incident could easily worsen it again. At that time, suspicion and vigilance would fill the streets, and the Uchiha would become the target once more. The current situation is far more complicated than in the original story. If he hadn't taken Itachi as a disciple, he might have indeed considered erasing the entire Uchiha clan from history for the greater good. What should be done? Yenji's fingers lightly tapped on the table. He had also considered letting Shirsue's Kotoeme Tsukumi change the mindset of these radicals, thus resolving everything without bloodshed. Shirsue would certainly agree. However, while Kotoeme Tsukumi is powerful, it is not omnipotent. Even if one of the leader's thoughts were selectively altered, the outcome could end up isolating them like Fugaku. He couldn't take that risk. The main issue is that Kotoeme Tsukumi has a cool-down period of several decades, and before any breakthroughs in the research of Hashirama's cells, this trump card must be saved for more critical situations. Is there really no perfect solution? Yenji pondered, and a feasible plan vaguely flashed through his mind. Chapter 89, Self-Digestion next. Under Yenji's arrangements, Itachi officially joined Kakashi's 6th squad and quickly adapted to the rhythm of the Umbu. Although only 11 years old, he stood out among the talented Umbu, and his calm demeanor, far beyond his peers, quickly earned him the recognition of his teammates. Kakashi assigned relatively easy tasks to this special newcomer, teaming him up with Shirsue, mainly to serve as a guard outside the Hokage's office and as an accompanying bodyguard. This arrangement allowed Itachi to quickly accumulate basic experience while avoiding early exposure to the dark side of the Umbu. Several weeks passed, and one night, the lights in the Hokage's office were still on. Yinji tapped on the table and instructed Shizen, "Go run an errand for me and bring Fugaku over." "Now, Alrig, Hokage-sama. I'll arrange it right away." Shizen nodded, then took a couple of steps before turning back to place the still-sleeping Ponta on Yinji's lap. "Please take care of this child." Before Yinji could respond, Shizen's figure had disappeared outside the door. Yinji shook his head helplessly, propping his chin on one hand while pinching Ponta's soft nose. The little pig was startled awake by this sudden disturbance, grunting discontentedly and turning its head away in protest. Sorry, you can keep sleeping." Yinji gently patted its head, his gaze shifting to the night outside the window. The matters concerning the Uchiha clan needed to be settled. In less than half an hour, Fugaku hurriedly arrived. Yinji returned Ponta to Shizune and dismissed her for the day. "Fifth Hokage, what are your instructions?" Fugaku's voice was tense. Yinji did not answer, merely took out the scroll from the drawer and tossed it onto the table. As the scroll unfolded, it revealed a dense record of the Uchiha radicals' crimes. "Aside from me and Danzo, no one has seen this," Yinji said expressionlessly. "I could arrest these people immediately, but I choose to give you a chance, and the Uchiha a chance." Fugaku instinctively picked up the scroll, and with each glance, his brow twitched. In less than a minute, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, letting out a heavy sigh. "What do you want me to do?" "Self-digestion." Yinji silently uttered 4 words. The air in the office grew tense. Fugaku's gaze narrowed. He was a smart man and understood what the 5th Hokage meant. This meant he had to clean up his own clan with his own hands. Yinji stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Fugaku. "You handle it. At least it can preserve the dignity of the Uchiha. If the Umbu gets involved." His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Fugaku's expression changed. Although he knew this day would come, he didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Some of the names on the list were elders who had watched him grow up, and others were juniors he had personally guided. Even if their opinions differed, the bonds of blood and emotion cannot be easily worn away. Fugaku's throat struggled to swallow, and the words were stuck in his throat. He wanted to say that he couldn't bring himself to do it, but reason told him that this was the best way. First, it could directly reduce conflict and avoid Konoha's upper echelons intervening and causing clan opposition. Second, it was to maintain the reputation of the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader, he personally going to eliminate his own kin was an excellent solution both internally and externally. Here's a saying for you. When the decisive moment is not taken, it leads to chaos. Yinji turned around to look at Fugaku and continued. "I will personally lead the Umbu to assist you behind the scenes. Once everything settles and the council convenes, I will leave a seat for you, and I believe no one will oppose it anymore." This could also be seen as a form of compensation. At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open. Itachi and Shui entered side by side, both having removed their Umbu masks, their gazes fixed firmly on Fugaku. "Father," Itachi's voice was eerily calm. "We should not be bound by narrow clan concepts. For the future of more clan members, please make your decision." Shui bowed deeply. "Mr. Fugaku, the 5th Hokage has already given the Uchiha the greatest leniency. This is indeed the best solution." "You too." Fugaku was speechless, looking at his most outstanding son and then at the clan's most exceptional genius. The resolute expressions in both their eyes were strikingly similar. The younger generation of the Uchiha had already made their choice. Yinji stepped forward slowly, placing a heavy hand on Fugaku's shoulder. "Your choice will determine the future of the Uchiha." Yinji's voice was deep. After the purge, the Uchiha would regain the villagers' trust and become a true pillar of Konoha. He paused, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, leaning close to Fugaku's ear and whispering, "By the way, I've always been training Itachi to be the 6th Hokage." This statement had a tremendous impact on Fugaku, and in an instant, he made his decision. He respectfully knelt halfway before the 5th Hokage, saying, "Uchiha, I will not let you down. Having made the decision for so long, I give you 3 days to prepare. Take Itachi and Shui back with you to assist you." And she smiled and reached out to help Fugaku up. watching the few people leave. Inchi sat back down in his swivel chair and then glanced at a shadow. All right, you can come out now. Did you think they didn't notice you? From the shadow, Danzo's face slowly emerged as he walked out, leaning on his cane. The existence of root itself is a deterrent, Danzo said with an unflinching face. Inchi was not surprised and retorted, you should learn to trust them a bit. After all, in the future on a battlefield, we need the fighting strength of every Uchiha. That also depends on their performance next, Danzo said as he walked over to the couch and sat down. After a moment of silence, he finally showed his true intentions and tentatively asked, for this operation, I want Root to participate as well, in case someone shows mercy. No one on the list can be spared. Inchi shot him a glance and straightforwardly exposed him. You want those Sharingan, don't you? Danzo's expression froze for a moment, then quickly returned to his businesslike demeanor. The abilities of ninjas who die in battle should be used for the village. That's a reasonable allocation of resources. Old habits die hard. Seeing him silent, Inchi sighed. Fine, if you want to go, then go, but find a plausible excuse. Don't make it hard for Fugaku, and don't mess things up. After receiving permission, a rare smile unfolded on Danzo's wrinkled face. Inchi frowned at the sight. You better not smile, it's creepy. Danzo's smile froze on his face. Chapter 90. Purge early the next morning. Inchi gathered all the members of the council and revealed to them the matter of Fugaku Uchiha's impending betrayal. Everyone was shocked, not expecting the Uchiha clan to actually hire outsiders to kill the Hokage. Although this was somewhat expected, hearing it spoken so calmly by Inchi still felt different. However, most were even more shocked that Fugaku Uchiha actually intended to stand with Konoha to eradicate nearly a third of his clansmen. That amounted to over 200 lives, including many of his former confidants, friends, and even blood relatives. Using the blood of his own clan to present a token of loyalty to Konoha? How utterly insane and ruthless. For such a person, most could not blame him, as he was already prepared to clean house. The action will take place tonight, with a curfew enforced and the Uchiha clan's area sealed off. We'll discuss everything once the dust settles, Inchi said from the main seat. Before long, the agreed-upon night arrived. Konoha was unusually quiet tonight. The usually bustling markets and streets were deserted, with shopkeepers having closed their doors early. Only the occasional shadow flitted across the rooftops, all rushing toward the Uchiha compound. Inside the Fugaku residence, lights blazed brightly, and a large number of fully armed clansmen had gathered in the courtyard. Some standing on a rockery and others on the eaves, with their numbers continuing to increase. These were all Fugaku's carefully chosen loyalists. Pairs of Crimson Sharingan were especially striking against the night, all eyes focused on Fugaku, waiting for him to issue the final command. Fugaku stood at the center with his eyes closed. Only after sensing that the Umbu had gathered around did he slowly open his eyes. Uchiha brethren, we must maintain the purity of our clan. For the 5th Hokage, for the village, now is the time to show our loyalty. Fugaku's words were concise and powerful, prompting waves of responses from the crowd. Everyone knew what they were about to do. Even though they were to slay their fellow clansmen with whom they had shared their lives, their resolve was unwavering. Since the 5th Hokage's administration, the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha had gradually diminished, and this hard-won sense of belonging was worth defending with blood. Then, let us go. After Fugaku finished speaking, he stepped out first, followed closely by Itachi and Shursui, with nearly 100 followers behind them. A dark mass of people walked down the street for several minutes, and upon Fugaku's command, they all dispersed. Tonight, the Uchiha compound was destined to be a scene of bloodshed. The slaughter quietly unfolded under the moonlight. With the first piercing scream, the purge officially commenced. Well-trained Uchiha ninjas entered in groups of 3, with clear divisions of labor, swiftly breaking through doors, their sharp kunai unhesitatingly stabbing into the sleeping figures on the beds. The midnight ambush proved effective. Many radical members were still dreaming when their lives were suddenly ended. Whether they were women or children, screams and cries ceased in an instant. Aren't we blood-related clansmen? This is the 5th Hokage's order. Stop, you traitors. Each time a house lit up, it signified the complete disappearance of a family. In just a short time, Hundreds of lives had vanished forever. When the surviving radicals finally woke up, the situation was already beyond recovery. They looked in disbelief at their former comrades, who now turned their blades against Konoha. What had originally been a conflict of ideals had devolved into such brutal infighting. Fugaku stood in the central square, listening to the screams from all directions. Watching the figures darting about, his facial muscles twitching as he sighed and looked up at the night sky. On the other side, Itachi and Shursui weaved through the alleys, their expressions impassive. At each designated point, they would break in, and within a minute, they would re-emerge. Their speed was fast, and their strikes were quick, not even staining their hands with blood. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that both had reddened eyes, although no tears fell. They were not killing enemies, but ordinary people who had made the wrong choice. The last mercy they could offer was to make death come suddenly enough, swiftly enough, that those people would not have time to feel pain before it was over. As the blades continued to rise and fall, this brief yet heroic internal purge neared its end. When it came to the last family, the members no longer had any thoughts of resistance, kneeling on the ground, calmly facing death. "I'm sorry." Itachi bowed to them, and within a few breaths, ended their lives entirely. With that, everything came to an end. Shursui, standing beside him, looked at Itachi with some worry. He was slightly older, and, having undergone several years of Umbu training, his temperament was naturally stronger, making him even more concerned for Itachi, whom he treated like a younger brother. The two left the last house in silence and walked back onto the street. The lights in this area had all been turned on, and many were busy transporting bodies. Some were Uchiha clansmen, some were Umbu, and some were members of Root. Itachi seemed to have been drained of all his strength, dropping his kunai on the ground, silently closing his eyes, and in the next moment, blood flowed from his eye sockets. When he opened his eyes again, the originally crimson three-tomo had transformed into a sharp pattern like shuriken. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Itachi, you!" Shursui exclaimed. This familiar sight of awakening was something he had experienced once himself. The kaleidoscope Sharingan could only be awakened by witnessing the death of a close person. This already showed how great the psychological impact of this purge was on Itachi. At this moment, neither Itachi nor Shursui noticed that Inchi stood on a nearby rooftop, watching everything unfold below. "The kaleidoscope Sharingan has finally awakened," he murmured to himself. From the very beginning, this purge was not just to resolve internal strife, but a meticulously designed trial. It was necessary for Itachi to personally execute his clan members, allowing him to undergo transformation in pain and awaken his eyes. Although it was somewhat cruel, it was also a necessary trial. This power should be regarded as a gift from your master. Inchi gazed at his thin disciple. Use it to protect everything you want to guard. The fate of the Uchiha clan had already been rewritten, and Itachi's ending would no longer be that of a lonely traitor. The efforts of these years were worth it. Chapter 91. Interference. The light of the torches connected in the darkness, and more figures gathered in this area. The flames illuminated the street, and the strong smell of blood recounted everything that had happened before. Fugaku stood in the middle of the street, expressionless as he watched everything before him. Body bags were lined up neatly. Over 200 corpses covered the entire street. After a long time, the Uchiha clan leader slowly bent down and deeply bowed to these former clan members. No one could see his expression at that moment. Danzo walked over with a cane, stopping beside Fugaku, his voice low. "From now on, the grievances between the Uchiha and Konoha are settled." However, he paused, a cold glint flashed in his single eye. "If there are any further signs of rebellion, I won't be as merciful as the 5th Hokage. Necessary surveillance measures can be reinstated at any time." Fugaku's already suppressed emotions were instantly ignited. He turned sharply, his three-tomo Sharingan particularly ferocious. "Danzo, we are loyal to Lord 5th Hokage and Konoha, not to a rat like you hiding in the shadows." Faced with such merciless exposure, Danzo was naturally quite angry and instinctively wanted to retaliate. But upon seeing Fugaku's Sharingan, he felt a chill run down his spine, and even his gaze subconsciously avoided it. Not necessarily. Feeling humiliated, he could only snort coldly and turn toward the pile of corpses. Several root ninjas immediately stepped forward to report. Lord Danzo, after verification. All 218 people on the list have been eliminated, with no one missed. The bodies have all been confirmed? Yes, all have been verified. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Fugaku out of the corner of his eye. The entire operation of the Uchiha was conducted under the strict surveillance of the root organization and the Umbu, ensuring that there were no oversights. Although he had just been offended, he had to admit that Fugaku had indeed done it cleanly. If there are no problems, can I take care of the burial of our clansmen? Fugaku stepped closer and asked coldly. Danzo's single eye narrowed. Only non-combat personnel are allowed. Ninjas need to undergo a safety check by the medical team first, as per village regulations. He deliberately slowed his speech. As for the burial, the 5th Hokage has instructed that these rebels are not worthy of entering the cemetery. You can come back in 3 days to collect the ashes and handle them yourself. After hearing this, Fugaku said nothing more. On the other side, Enchi arrived in this area surrounded by a large group of Umbu. 5th Hokage. When Fugaku faced Enchi, his attitude was completely different. Although the ground was filled with dead clansmen, he still respectfully lowered his head. Enchi glanced at the pile of corpses. Well done. You've worked hard. Fugaku sighed deeply, his voice filled with fatigue. I do not regret this decision. I just do not know how my clansmen will look at me when dawn breaks. It can't be worse than before. Enchi replied calmly. He knew that there would inevitably be some turmoil within the Uchiha, but at least they would no longer target Konoha. Fugaku might temporarily become the target of everyone's criticism. But as time passed, and with the village's subsequent appeasement policies, most clansmen would eventually understand. Under Enchi's watch, the cleanup work quickly approached its end. He specifically found Itachi and Shursui, granted them a few days off, and after offering a few simple words of comfort, he turned to leave. On the way back, the originally calm atmosphere was shattered by a few piercing screams. Kakashi and Yamato almost instantly shielded Enchi, taking defensive stances. The other Umbu quickly leaped onto the rooftops to be on guard. Lord Hokage, an Umbu member, appeared in an instant to report. It seems there is a situation on Danzo's side. Enchi frowned, using a body flicker technique to appear on the rooftop, then quickly darted away. In a few leaps, everyone arrived at the scene. They saw several root ninjas lying on the ground, and among the Uchiha corpses that were supposed to be transported away, several had empty eye sockets. Not far away, Danzo was surrounded by a large number of subordinates, his face dark as he confronted a mysterious figure ahead. That person held a ninja blade, wore a mask that revealed only one eye, and had wildly disheveled black hair. Bending down casually to scoop out a bloody Sharingan from the eye socket of a corpse. That bastard again. Enchi's gaze turned cold. As if sensing the stare, the masked man suddenly looked up. Beneath the mask, that crimson Sharingan met Enchi's gaze in the air. He clearly recognized this man who had fought him on the Night of the Nine Tails and was now the renowned 5th Hokage. Make your move, Enchi commanded, and the Umbu sprang into action like arrows released from a bow. Only Kakashi and Yamato remained motionless, one on each side guarding him. In the midst of the clash of blades, the Umbu's attacks seemed to pass through an illusion, all missing their target. After easily kicking 2 Umbu away, the masked man shifted and actively charged towards Enchi on the rooftop. Protect, Lord Hokage. Stop him. In the chaos, despite the Umbu's desperate attempts to block him, the masked man moved as if he were in an uninhabited realm, quickly approaching Enchi. Lightning Cutter. Would release. Great force technique. As the last line of defense, Kakashi and Yamato struck simultaneously, dazzling lightning and thick tree trunks shooting out, yet they also passed through the masked man's body, causing no harm. With a sound of piercing, the bloody ninja blade instantly pierced through Enchi's chest. Amidst the gasps of everyone, they saw Enchi remain motionless, arms crossed, not moving at all. There was no blood at the wound. Only molten lava slowly dripped down, turning the ninja blade red hot. The blood of the 5th Hokage is eliminated. The Umbu all breathed a sigh of relief. Good ability. The masked man's voice held a hint of appreciation. Likewise, Enchi replied calmly. The ninja blade embedded in his chest had melted into molten iron under the high temperature, dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound. The masked man casually tossed away the remaining handle, and the distance between them was only half a meter, yet neither made a move. He understood that this fifth Hokage before him possessed abilities akin to his own, existing as a being against which physical attacks were ineffective. Continuing to fight under heavy encirclement would only waste time. After all, today's objective had already been achieved. The Sharingan was in hand. And she was also well aware that it wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but that the destructive power of his lava release was too strong to be fully unleashed in the village. If he were to strike, he would need to find a wide-open space to slowly wear him down. Next, under the watchful eyes of many, the masked man leaped back, and the space rippled in a spiral. His figure gradually disappeared into the distorted air, until we meet again, fifth Hokage. Chapter 92. Loyalty. The masked man vanished in a thin air before everyone's eyes, leaving no trace behind. The profound space-time ninjutsu was so unreasonable, coming and going without a shadow. No one present had the ability to leave a mark. Kakashi and Yamato immediately returned to Enshi's side, their expressions grave. Fifth Hokage, do we need the organization to pursue? No need. Enshi waved his hand, his voice emotionless, issuing orders: strengthen the barrier team's vigilance, double the patrol team within the village, and also, the previous incident is classified. I do not wish to hear even a whisper of it in the village. Understood. On the other side, Danzo's expression had darkened to the point of dripping water. The subordinates approached nervously to report that after counting, there were originally 20 Uchiha who had opened their eyes among the deceased, which meant a total of 40 Sharingan. It was a tremendous harvest, but half of it was forcibly taken away by that mysterious masked man. 20 Sharingan, just like that, were gone. Such a rare opportunity may never come again as long as the Uchiha clan isn't foolish enough to reach a certain level. Not only that, but he also suffered casualties among several capable subordinates. Enshi walked over to him, looking at his expression as if he had just lost his father. He intended to offer some words of comfort, but swallowed them back. After all, what the other party did wasn't exactly honorable. He could only cough lightly and say in a tone tinged with regret, "At least half is still left, right?" As soon as he said this, Danzo's single eye nearly spat fire. Daring to run rampant in Konoha, I will definitely find out his origins. Danzo gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out like it was through clenched jaws. What can you use to investigate someone who even I couldn't keep? And she said, be more reserved. The urgent task is to stabilize the village. I will handle this matter. You don't need to interfere. After saying this, didn't he look at Danzo again and turn to leave? Danzo stared at his departing figure, bitterness swirling in his single eye, but he still chose to obey. The current fifth Hokage gave him enough freedom and trust, which was much more comfortable than working under Hiruzen. It made him feel a long-lost trust again, and subtly, it seemed he hadn't engaged in any small manipulations for a long time. The next morning, the square under Hokage Rock was already crowded with people. Villagers and ninjas who had heard the news surrounded the area, whispering in a collective murmur. Enshi stood at the railing of the rooftop, overlooking the dark crowd below. Once all the noise gradually quieted down, Enshi began to announce the crimes of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan hired the Phantom Brigade of the Land of Forest to assassinate the Hokage, attempting to overthrow the village's regime. The evidence is conclusive. His voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, reached everyone's ears clearly. The crowd instantly erupted. What? The Uchiha are going to rebel? These ungrateful, white-eyed wolves. Countless angry, questioning, and disdainful gazes shot like swords towards the Uchiha people standing in the front row. Their faces turned pale, bodies stiffening under the hostility from the entire village. At that moment, Enshi's voice rose again, overpowering all the noise. However, the true Uchiha have proven their loyalty through action. With a wave of his hand, Fugaku stepped forward with heavy footsteps to stand beside him. Just last night, clan leader Fugaku personally led the team to eliminate all traitors within the clan. A total of 218, all executed. He washed away the shame of the Uchiha with the blood of his compatriots. Upon hearing this, the square fell into silence again. The villagers who had just been filled with righteous indignation now had their anger frozen, transformed into helplessness and embarrassment. No one would question it, because this was spoken by the fifth Hokage himself. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Fugaku took a deep breath and, using all his strength, shouted loudly, "The Uchiha clan will forever be loyal to the Hokage, forever loyal to Konoha." As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt down on one knee in front of Inchi, in front of everyone. The crowd watched this scene with complex expressions. Someone was the first to clap their hands. Soon after, the second and third sporadic applause quickly merged into a wave, ultimately turning into a tsunami of cheers. Fugaku knelt on the ground, listening to applause he had never heard before, watching as those once wary gazes finally warmed up. This man bearing the fate of his clan found his eyes moistening. The rift between the Uchiha and the village dissipated in that moment. Inchi reached out and personally helped him up, lightly smiling. "I promise to compensate you. I've reserved a seat for the council for the Uchiha. If you're too busy, you can find a trusted clan member to take your place." "Thank you, fifth Hokage." Fugaku buried his head even deeper. Although the council seemed to only manage the village's internal affairs, it was still one of the cores and a mark of glory and recognition. Until now, apart from the long-standing loyal families of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, the Uchiha was the fourth family to receive this honor. Even the usually well-behaved Hyuga were still hovering on the list for evaluation. The pain of the clan's population being reduced by a third seemed to fade at this moment. Population can regenerate, but this glory was something the Uchiha had never had. Everything was worth it. After the meeting ended, Inchi returned to the Hokage office. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. The Uchiha issue was resolved, and the village was finally stable. He had taken a big step on the road to reform. Now he could finally proceed boldly. The key, however, lay with the next generation. Inchi pulled out the curriculum outline for the ninja school. When his gaze fell on the set of doctrines of mutual understanding from the first Hokage, he unhesitatingly drew a thick black line through it with his pen. It was outdated. The new era of Konoha didn't need such weak ideas. What he wanted was a group of ninjas who could expand their territory externally and show absolute obedience internally. Of course, he couldn't take too big a step. He only needed to quietly plant the seeds of initiative, glory, and obedience in the curriculum. The rest would be answered by time. A new supplementary textbook, Inchi couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his mouth, would be left to Kakashi to handle. This was the benefit of holding great power. For most matters, he only needed to provide a direction, and his subordinates would implement it. If there were headaches, it would be his subordinates who would deal with them. Inchi stretched his somewhat stiff shoulders and comfortably squinted his eyes. Perhaps he wasn't the strongest Hokage in history, but in terms of authority and winning people's hearts, he should undoubtedly be the first. Power, this feeling was indeed much more interesting than being just a simple strawman. Chapter 93. The unification faction time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. In a laboratory of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade was leading a medical team in a crucial experiment. Hundreds of petri dishes were neatly arranged, each undergoing fusion experiments of Hashirama's cells with other cells. Record number 073, fusion rate 62, cell viability beginning to decline. Number 089 is experiencing rejection and is undergoing woodification. The laboratory echoed with the tense reports of the medical ninjas. Despite years of continuous technological improvements to reduce aggressiveness, the powerful vitality and rejection of Hashirama's cells remained a headache. If it weren't for Tsunade, the medical master, being in charge, it would probably take decades to achieve breakthroughs. "Look!" Suddenly, a medical ninja exclaimed. In Petri dish number 107, the two previously fiercely opposing types of cells began to slowly merge, gradually forming a stable new cell structure. Soon after, several adjacent Petri dishes exhibited the same phenomenon. Numbers 107 to 156 all successfully fused. Tsunade's voice carried a rare excitement. Immediately freeze and preserve the successful samples. Record the failure samples and destroy them. We succeeded. Although only a portion of the samples succeeded, it was enough to prove that the research direction was correct. Even more exciting was that now only a small amount of biological samples needed to be extracted for compatibility testing. As long as the compatibility rate reached over 80%, preparations for human trials could begin. Although the current compatibility rate was still not ideal, not even halfway there for Tsunade, as long as she found the right direction. With her medical ninjutsu skills, breaking through the technological bottleneck was just a matter of time. Let us go. Today I'll treat everyone. Let us celebrate well. Tsunade smiled and waved her hand. Long live Lady Tsunade. I want 10 plates of grilled meat. The laboratory was suddenly filled with laughter, and medical ninjas took off their lab coats, crowding around Tsunade as they headed towards the famous barbecue. The streets were much livelier than usual, with parents seen everywhere shopping for stationery and toys with their children. A medical ninja with a ponytail smiled and explained, "School is starting soon, and the new students are preparing for their enrollment these days. I really envy them. It's the best age." Tsunade looked at the cheerful children with a gentle gaze. "It's Tsunade-sama who is enviable." A round-faced medical ninja chimed in. "The fifth Hokage is both young and powerful, and he often comes to the hospital to see you. Much better than my family member." "Exactly, and he's so handsome." Another short-haired female ninja blushed and covered her mouth after saying that. "I'll flatten you." Tsunade raised her fist. Everyone laughed together, enjoying their time off work, having always gotten along well. Even though Tsunade was not only one of the legendary three, but also the fifth Hokage's wife, no one was afraid of her. In a cheerful atmosphere, they finally stepped into the barbecue restaurant. They had just sat down for a short while and hadn't even ordered when they saw the fifth Hokage, Inchi, come in with Inuzuka, Kiba, Narashikamaru, and others from various departments, all bustling in. Both sides noticed each other at the same time. "Ah, the medical department. What a coincidence." Inchi greeted with a smile. "Hokage-sama, are you joining for dinner too? Want to sit with us?" The female ninjas all stood up, inviting him in a flurry. Inchi waved his hand with a smile, saying, "We'll leave you girls to your gathering." He was about to walk further inside. "Then, this meal will be treated by the fifth Hokage, right?" Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, smirking. The medical ninjas immediately cheered in agreement. "I agree. I support this." Inchi rolled his eyes, knowing he couldn't refuse. Then a group of big men sat down at the neighboring table right next to the girls, separated only by an aisle. "Tsunade, why are you so happy today?" Inchi asked. Tsunade turned her head and said, "My grandfather's cells have made new progress. We found a new direction for compatibility issues. The upcoming work will be much easier than before." "Really?" Inchi was delighted. He valued the cells of Hashirama very much. The funding allocated to the medical department over the years had been astronomical, and now there was finally a return. The two raised their glasses and clinked them across the aisle. They chatted and laughed, and as the grilled meat hit the grill, the aroma quickly filled the air. At Inchi's table, the old principal from the education department placed grilled pork belly onto a plate and then asked Inchi, "Fifth Hokage, will you be attending the enrollment ceremony for this year's new students? The new generation in the village admires you very much, and their parents hope that the Hokage can give a speech." "Well, there's nothing much going on recently, so I might as well go." Inchi pondered for a second before agreeing. After all, he had served as a substitute teacher at the school before and had a tendency to take on a teaching role, so it would reflect his importance to the new students. "Then my subordinates will arrange everything. Oh, by the way, there's an enrollment application that needs your personal signature," the old principal suddenly said. "What? It's for that child." He lowered his voice, "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. This child's identity is special, and his application materials require your approval for him to enroll." Inchi was taken aback. Time had flown by so quickly, and this kid had reached school age. "No problem. Just go find Shizen later. My seal is with her." "Understood." As everyone ate and felt about 70 to 80% full, QB spoke up. "Have you thought about how to respond to the Suna's proposal for diplomatic relations?" A few days ago, a messenger sent by the 4th Kizakage respectfully handed over an alliance agreement, hoping to establish a friendly relationship with Konoha. This was indeed a rare event. The Third Shinobi World War was initiated by major powers, and they had fought each other for nearly 100 years. Since the first Hokage's time, there had been no alliances between major nations. For example, The Land of Fire had many partners for foreign cooperation, but most were small countries and villages, and the cooperation was mostly limited to trade and intelligence. However, this time, Sunagakure had taken the initiative to propose diplomatic relations. Enchi calmly took a sip of sake. Of course, we should agree. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Without cooperation, how would there be an opportunity? Who knows? This might be the first one. Everyone present was from the Unification faction and understood the deeper meaning behind the fifth Hokage's words, exchanging knowing glances. Kyubi had not been idle either. He had already firmly tied the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans to this ship. Recently, after careful evaluation, he began to gradually approach mid to high-level leaders from various departments. Although the scale of the Unification faction was still not large, it was steadily spreading in the dark like tree roots. Chapter 94. Why don't we adopt him after the gathering dispersed? Enchi and Tsunade walked side by side on their way home. As they passed a grocery store, a sudden harsh shout made them instinctively stop in their tracks. Get out! A small figure stumbled out of the store, leaving clear shoe prints on his white shirt. The blond boy got up awkwardly, completely unaware of the Hokage couple behind him, and shouted at the store, "Why won't you sell to me? I've saved enough money." The store owner threw a handful of salt, cursing in disgust. "Damn, fox demon. How many times do I have to say it? Don't come back. I won't sell anything to demons." Naruto clenched his small fists, tears in his eyes. But his expression was very stubborn as he continued to shout inside, "Big idiot. I'll come back anyway." After that, Naruto turned to run, but directly bumped into Enchi's thigh and fell over again. Ouch! Enchi reached out to pull Naruto up and bent down to brush the dust off his pants. "Hokage uncle, what are you doing here?" Naruto said, a bit surprised. "Shouldn't you tell me why you were just kicked out?" Enchi raised an eyebrow and asked. "Protective goggles." "Protective goggles?" "Yes, I'm going to ninja school soon, and I want protective goggles as a gift." Naruto looked up, smiling happily, seemingly having forgotten everything that had just happened. Enchi's expression changed as he silently looked toward the grocery store. Tsunade was furious and immediately rolled up her sleeves, saying, "I'm going to teach that jerk a lesson. How can he treat a child like this?" "Wait." Enchi held his wife's hand, making Naruto stand beside Tsunade. "Let me handle this." He stepped into the grocery store. As soon as the store owner saw the Hokage, he immediately put on a flattering expression. "Fifth Hokage. What do you need?" "I just got a new batch of goods." Enchi completely ignored the owner's flattery, scanning the shelves until his gaze landed on a pair of exquisite protective goggles. He took them down, tossed a large bill, and turned to leave. "Hokage-sama, that's too much. I'll give you change." The owner chased him to the door, holding the bill. Enchi walked toward Naruto without looking back. Squatting down to hand him the goggles. "Here's your enrollment gift." "Really? Can I have it?" Naruto eagerly took them, his blue eyes squinting into two lines. "So cool. Is that it?" Tsunade still felt uneasy. "Of course not." Enchi softly said to his wife, "You take Naruto home first." "You mean our home?" Tsunade nodded, called out to Naruto, and then started to walk ahead. Although Naruto didn't understand, his attention was focused on the new gift as he followed Tsunade happily. Once the two were far away, Enchi gently raised his hand. Just a few seconds later, two shadows appeared in front of him. "Hokage-sama, please give us your orders." Enchi pointed at the grocery store. "Did you see that just now? Call the security team over and deal with the child, using violence however necessary." "Yes." After giving the order, Enchi continued walking toward home. But the scene he just witnessed lingered in his mind. He had thought that his care for Naruto was adequate, providing generous living expenses approved by the council, regular checks by the Umbu, and even arranging for neighbors to watch over him discreetly. Moreover, after the third Hokage retired, he had even more time to care for Naruto. But all of this ultimately couldn't compete with the deep-seated fear ingrained in the villagers. That scene earlier might have already been a common occurrence for Naruto. Perhaps he had indeed been negligent. After becoming Hokage, his mind was filled with grand ambitions of unifying the ninja world. Tsunade was right. Some things couldn't just be overlooked. He was no longer the newly appointed Hokage overwhelmed by paperwork, but the powerful fifth Hokage, regardless of how the Jinchuriki were raised in each village. He still had to do what he wanted to do. "Let's go back and discuss it with Tsunade," Enchi muttered to himself, then looked up at the fourth Hokage, standing beside him. I trust that you two won't oppose this, right? Upon returning home, Enji changed his shoes at the entrance. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw Naruto sitting cross-legged on the carpet, breathing on his new goggles and carefully wiping them with his clothes. Tsunade was leaning against the armrest of the sofa, smiling as she watched the child's focused profile. Uncle Hokage. Naruto noticed the movement, grinned, and adjusted the goggles crookedly on his forehead. Go wash your face in the bathroom. You're all dirty. You won't be popular with the girls like this, Enji joked. Well, everyone hates me anyway, Naruto shrugged indifferently. Upon hearing this, Enji and Tsunade exchanged a glance, both perceiving an inexplicable emotion in each other's eyes. Tsunade, come here, Enji said as he headed toward the courtyard. Tsunade said nothing, walked over to Naruto, adjusted his goggles, and then followed him. The two leaned against the wall under the eaves. Tsunade, I want to just say it. Tsunade interrupted his hesitation, as decisive as always. Enji forced a smile, chose his words carefully, and then said, on the night of the Nine-Tails attack 6 years ago, the fourth Hokage used the dead demon consuming seal technique to split the Nine-Tails into 2 parts, one inside that child, and the other inside me. You have one inside you too? You never told me, Tsunade said, surprised. Not many people know about this. After I became the 5th Hokage, I almost forgot that I was also a Jinchuriki, Enji said, touching his abdomen with a sigh. What else? He looked toward Naruto inside the house, and continued. Minato and Kushina entrusted me to take care of that child appropriately before they died. You did do that, Tsunade said softly. But I didn't do well. I naively thought that the growth process of a Jinchuriki was like this, so I only watched over him from the shadows and didn't make any lasting impression on the child. Enji sighed. Tsunade took his hand gently and said, no one is perfect. At least that child still really likes you. I don't want to justify anything. Now that I have become Hokage, I want to make some changes or compensate that child on behalf of the whole village. What do you mean? I want to ask for your opinion first. How about we adopt him? Chapter 95, A New Home Adopt? Tsunade was stunned by these words, not in fear, but in a state of helplessness. Did she have the awareness needed to be a guardian? You're not joking, are you? Tsunade stuttered for once. I can't even take care of a pig. Actually, neither can I, you know. The house we live in used to belong to the 4th Hokage and his wife. Perhaps this is fate, Enji said with a wry smile, putting his arm around his wife's shoulder, and they fell into a brief silence. A refreshing evening breeze blew, and the wind chimes tinkled. But it was Tsunade who broke the silence. She took a deep breath. Minato was a good Hokage. We should have done this a long time ago. Enji raised his eyebrows in surprise. Are you really okay with this? Indecisiveness is not my style. Tsunade shook her head, her gaze becoming resolute. The ninja school is about to start. Do we really want that child to watch other families take their school photos while he doesn't even have someone to take him to the school gate? That would be too pitiful. A warm feeling surged in Enji's heart, and he tightened his arm around her shoulder. Thank you. You idiot. The two, sharing the same thoughts, held hands as they returned inside. Naruto was still sitting on the carpet, his small figure appearing somewhat lonely, his fingers boredly picking at the carpet's fibers, lost in thought. Enji and Tsunade sat down on the sofa. Naruto, come here, Enji beckoned. What is it? Naruto shuffled over slowly. Enji blinked, feeling compelled to say something. Naruto, be my son. Huh? It was unclear if Naruto was just slow to react or simply didn't hear it clearly. He showed no signs of surprise. This reaction left Enji feeling a bit awkward. He cleared his throat and playfully ruffled Naruto's bright golden hair. Do you want to live here from now on? But I already have my own house. Naruto blinked in confusion, completely missing the deeper meaning of the words. Slow-witted kid, Tsunade chuckled softly. Enji leaned down to meet the child's gaze. What I mean is, let this place be your new home. You'll get to eat warm meals every day, have someone to wash your clothes, and when school starts, we'll accompany you for your school photo. Warm meals, clean clothes, school photo. These words were incredibly unfamiliar, yet irresistibly appealing to Naruto. He froze, his small mouth slightly open, and his not-so-mature mind raced to process the enormous information contained in this statement. He wasn't a fool. It was just that no one had ever said these things to him before. After a long pause, he stammered, Uncle Hokage, do you mean you want to be my dad? The word dad was even more unfamiliar. That's about the gist of it, but you can call me whatever you want. Inji nodded. Naruto's heart skipped a beat, his mind blank for a few seconds. Then he pointed at Tsunade with his little finger. Does she agree too? Tsunade raised her chin proudly. Naruto shrank his head. He didn't know much about Tsunade, but he felt that this adult had a much stronger presence than Uncle Hokage, and he always felt a bit intimidated in front of her. Seeing that Naruto had no further reaction, Inji reached out and gently wiped the dirt off his cheek, softening his tone. So what do you think? Don't you want to? In the next moment, Naruto suddenly lunged between them, burying his hot little face deep into Inji's Hokage cloak. A muffled, suppressed mumbling came out. Can I still be a monster? Inji's hand paused for a moment, lightly resting on Naruto's trembling back, and said out of context, My wife is much scarier than a monster. Tsunade's eyes twitched slightly. Looking for death? Forget I said anything. Inji quickly corrected himself, pulling Naruto a bit tighter. Naruto's silent tears soaked the fiery patterns on the Hokage cloak, and Tsunade was also moved, gently placing her palm on Naruto's back. The three figures merged into a warm embrace under the light. Some things are never too late to do. On this seemingly ordinary day, a family of three quietly came into being. Since it was still early, Inji gave Tsunade a few instructions before heading out. There were still some official matters to attend to at the Hokage office, and he also needed to register Naruto's file and adoption procedures. Although it doesn't really matter, at least it's done, so no one can criticize him, and it shows his importance to the child. Now, only Tsunade and Naruto are left at home. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle after the mainstay, Inchi, left. The two sat side by side on the sofa, Tsunade racking her brains to find a topic, while Naruto lowered his head, fiddling with the straps of his goggles. Hey kid, Tsunade finally couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore, and awkwardly spoke up, Do you want an apple? I can peel one for you. Naruto, feeling shy around the not-so-familiar big sister, subtly shifted to the side. This made Tsunade even more embarrassed. Here she was, the legendary Sannin, completely at a loss in front of such a little one. Her gaze swept over Naruto's dirty, white short-sleeved shirt, which had stains on the collar. And suddenly she found a breakthrough. She directly stood up and said, Let's go. I'll take you to buy some new clothes and toiletries. Then we can come back and tidy up your room. There are plenty of empty spaces upstairs. You can choose whatever you like. Naruto looked at her in surprise and then followed her closely. When they reached the hallway, he finally asked in a very small voice, with a hint of uncertain hope, Can we really buy new clothes? Of course, buy as much as you want. Tsunade turned around and, seeing his bright blue eyes, suddenly felt a soft spot in her heart. She deliberately straightened her face and huffed, But if you dare to get yourself this dirty again. Seeing her feigned fierceness, Naruto's tense little face finally relaxed, and he grinned widely, showing a brilliant smile. Okay, Chapter 96 Reminder in the Hokage building. Inchi sat at his desk and asked Shizen to pull up Naruto's file. After a few simple procedures, the name of the blonde child officially appeared under his and Tsunade's household registration. Shizen looked at the suddenly added eldest son in the kinship section, and her expression became quite interesting. Hokage-sama, this is really... Inchi chuckled lightly and handed over the new file. Thank you for your hard work. Please help me file it. As Shizen took the document, she couldn't help but add, Congratulations to you and Lady Tsunade. Inchi nodded in acceptance of the blessing and soon left the Hokage building. In terms of surname, according to custom, since Naruto had become his eldest son, his surname should be changed to Akatsuki. However, Inchi didn't take that extra step. First, because Akatsuki Naruto just felt uncomfortable. Second, he didn't want the sacrifices of Minato and Kushina to be erased by time. When Naruto grew up at the right moment, he would take the initiative to tell him about his biological parents. Moments later, he arrived at the shabby apartment where Naruto lived. The door was slightly ajar and opened with a gentle push. After all, he was just a kid and didn't even remember to lock the chain. But perhaps there was no need to lock it. Most villagers avoided this kitsune's residence. Inchi walked into the room, observing his surroundings. The faded curtains were half drawn. A half bowl of cold instant noodles was on the table, and a few washed-out clothes were casually draped over the back of a chair. He walked to the refrigerator, opened it, and found that most of the contents were instant noodles, even a few limited edition packs. This kid must have spent all his money on this. And she couldn't help but comment. The amount he allocated for Naruto each month was enough for a family of 3. Yet this kid could spend it all in just 2 or 3 days. But after all, there was no adult watching over him all the time. So he couldn't blame him. As a little guy just turned 6, his survival skills were already as strong as a cockroach. Next, Inchi instructed a few Umbu, accompanying him to pack up all the useful items in the room and take them back. As the evening grew late, Inchi immediately smelled the aroma of delicious food upon entering. The dining table was filled with many delicacies, golden tempura, miso soup, sori, and even a small pot of rare red bean rice. From the kitchen came Tsunade's cheerful humming, her figure in an apron focused on stir-frying something. It seemed she wanted to win over this little guy with food. Naruto had already changed into a clean new outfit and was sitting upright on a chair, his legs swinging back and forth. He felt a bit restless, secretly glancing around this brightly lit and warm room. So this is what it feels like to be at home. Hokage Ajisen. Seeing Inchi, Naruto seemed to have found his backbone and immediately jumped off his chair, running over. The new clothes fit well. Inchi ruffled his soft blonde hair. We've moved everything from your place back, and I'll help you organize it later. Tsunade came out of the kitchen holding the last plate of fried chicken, with a bit of flour on her fair face, looking somewhat amusing. Everyone wash your hands. It's time to eat. Yes. Okay. The voices of the big and small responded in unison. Watching the two of them walk towards the bathroom, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. The house felt much livelier than usual. Having one more person around seemed really nice. At the dining table, Naruto stared at the spread of dishes, momentarily at a loss. He had never seen such a lavish home-cooked meal before, his stomach grumbling, but his chopsticks hovered in midair, unsure of where to start. He blinked hard. Everything in front of him was steaming, the light overhead warm and gentle, and the soft conversation between the two adults filled his ears. This was too good to be true. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would wake up from this dream. Start with some miso soup. Tsunade served a bowl of soup in front of him. Be careful. It's hot. Naruto took it in a daze and said, "Thank you." "Oh, look at you being quite polite," Tsunade teased. Naruto's face turned red as he lowered his head and carefully took a sip of the soup. Inchi also picked up a piece of meat for him. Speaking naturally, "Take your time eating. This is something your mother—" He paused, slightly awkwardly corrected himself. My wife. This is something I rarely get to eat either." Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, her fingers gripping the chopsticks, tightening unconsciously. She clearly heard the midway correction in his address, and her thoughts suddenly became chaotic. Mother was a heavy word, weighing heavily on her heart. Would this child really call her that in the future? She wasn't ready for it yet. Inchi didn't notice Tsunade's inner turmoil. He was indifferent. Whether Naruto continued to call him Hokage Ajisen, called him Dad, or even just his name, it was all fine. The boy lowered his head, shoveling rice into his mouth. But his eyes quietly turned red. In the blink of an eye, hot tears silently dripped into his bowl of rice. The three's first dinner ended in this awkward yet warm atmosphere. Tsunade stood up to clear the dishes. Inchi took Naruto to organize the items he had brought. In fact, there wasn't much to tidy up for Naruto, aside from those few limited edition instant noodles that were particularly precious. Everything else was just ordinary items. Upon arriving at the new room on the second floor, Tsunade had already set everything up: a freshly made bed, clean sheets, a brand new desk by the window, and a wardrobe neatly hung with the new clothes bought that day. Naruto stood at the door, holding those few boxes of instant noodles, his eyes sparkling as he looked around this space that belonged to him. Although he had seen it several times, he couldn't help but take a few more glances every time he went upstairs. It was just too comfortable. After Inchi helped him organize his things, he reached out his hand and said, "Give it to me." "What for? Are you going to eat it all?" Naruto pouted and hugged the noodles tighter. "The instant noodles. I'll put them in the kitchen cabinet." Inchi said seriously, this kind of junk food should only be eaten once a week at most. Reluctantly, Naruto handed over his treasure. Inchi tested the softness of the bed and suddenly said seriously, "By the way, Naruto, there's something I need to remind you." "What is it?" "The person downstairs has been nice to you, right? But remember, never make her angry." Yensi lowered his voice. "Or else both you and I will end up in a bad situation." After hearing this, Naruto took a sharp breath and suddenly thought of something. Goosebumps bursting out all over his body like bamboo shoots after the rain. Chapter 97. This is our son on this day. The Konoha Ninja School welcomed the opening day of a new school year. The school gate was particularly lively in the early morning, with parents arriving one after another, holding their children's hands. Many new students came with newly bought ninja tool bags, stationery, etc., filled with anticipation for the upcoming school life. Many teachers had already stood at the school gate early to welcome the new students, occasionally bowing to greet the parents. Everyone look, it's the fifth Hokage. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned their gaze to see the Hokage, dressed in a black ceremonial robe, smiling as he mingled with the crowd. The legendary Sannin Tsunade was also present. It seems to be true. Look, that child is with him. A man instinctively spoke, but before he could finish, he was sharply pinched by his wife beside him. Shoo! Don't say that. It's a forbidden phrase. The crowd suddenly quieted down, all eyes focused on the blonde boy between the Hokage couple. This scene looked like an ordinary family of three sending their child to school. Naruto was sandwiched between them, his little face tense, both nervous and trying to appear calm. The gazes around him were no longer filled with the usual blatant disdain and rejection, but instead were replaced by something more complex: shock, confusion, and a hint of unexplainable curiosity. The villagers whispered to each other, their faces reflecting the same question. Why would the Hokage personally bring that child to school? Yensi calmly nodded to the crowd, but his right hand quietly tightened around Naruto's small hand. As Hokage, he did not need to explain his actions to anyone. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then reached out to hold Naruto's other hand. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, the three of them walked side by side through the gates of the ninja school. Not far into the campus, they saw many familiar faces already gathered at the registration desk. The parents of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were signing in with their children, while Fugaku and Itachi were also there with Sasuke, handling enrollment procedures. Itachi noticed Yensi first and immediately approached to bow. Master, mistress. His gaze naturally fell on Naruto in the middle. This is our son, Yensi introduced directly. There was a moment of silence. Several high-ranking parents exchanged glances and quickly showed understanding expressions. As core members of the village, they all knew Naruto's true identity and naturally would not hold prejudice like ordinary villagers. Nara Shikaku broke the silence first, nudging his yawning son beside him, and smilingly said to Naruto, "You should get along well with our Shikamaru from now on." "How troublesome," Shikamaru muttered softly. Other parents also showed friendly smiles. Sasuke curiously peeked out from behind his father, sizing up the blonde boy. This wasn't the first time he had seen Naruto. He often saw him being chased by villagers after pulling pranks in the streets. Feeling the gentle atmosphere around him, Naruto's tense little face unconsciously relaxed, and he couldn't help but smile. The new students quickly gathered together. Children's friendships are simple and straightforward, and a few words are enough to bond them. Among them, Sasuke was the most eye-catching, his handsome face attracting the attention of many girls. Even some older students couldn't help but sneak glances at him. Sasuke's personality was somewhat similar to Itachi's, but there was an inherent arrogance about him. When it was his turn to introduce himself, he merely stated his name coolly and then fell silent, his chin slightly raised, looking as if he thought no one was worth his attention. This haughty demeanor made the boys around Naruto quite displeased. "Show off," Shikamaru said. "Exactly," Naruto added. "Chips are really good," Choji chimed in. "So cool," Ino remarked. The adults stood around, laughing and chatting as if they had returned to their own school days. After the registration was completed, the new student enrollment ceremony officially began. Yensi, as the fifth Hokage, represented the village to congratulate the new students, encouraging them to cherish their learning time and contribute to Konoha in the future. The little ones in the audience looked up attentively, many of them gazing adoringly at the Hokage. After the ceremony ended, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Parents began taking photos with their children around the campus, capturing this special day. Naruto no longer had to sit alone on the swing as before. Instead, he had family to accompany him like other children. Yensi had specially invited a photographer, and the three of them stood in front of the entrance ceremony banner at the school gate, ready to take a photo. "Do you want me to hold you?" Yin-Si asked. Naruto shyly shook his head, but his small hand tightly clutched Yin-Si's sleeve. Tsunade smiled and bent down, gently wrapping an arm around Naruto's shoulder. Yin-Si also cooperatively squatted down. With the sound of the shutter, the first family photo was captured. In the picture, Naruto looked shy, his eyes crescent-shaped, flanked by the Hokage couple, both wearing gentle smiles. The sunlight shone on the three of them, making the entrance ceremony sign sparkle. The parents taking photos around gradually quieted down. Even the slowest among them understood that the boy with the nine tails was actually adopted by the Hokage couple. The expressions of the crowd became quite interesting, especially those parents who had once spoken harshly to Naruto. Who would have thought that this fox demon they had scorned would suddenly become the adopted son of the Hokage, the young master of Konoha? This sudden change of identity was too shocking, and many people were left speechless. Several women exchanged complex glances, eventually turning into helpless sighs. From now on, even if they didn't like it in their hearts, they would have to be polite to this child on the surface. Interestingly, the villagers' discussions focused on Naruto's good fortune. Yet no one questioned Yin-Si's decision. Everyone naturally accepted this fact, without doubting the Hokage's judgment. This unreserved trust and authority had been built year after year through strong-handed measures and outstanding achievements. A deeper reason was that from the revision of the ninja school textbooks to the phrasing of daily announcements, everything subtly shaped this trust in the Hokage. Almost no one noticed the traces of their thoughts being guided. Everything seemed so logical. Chapter 98. Do-it-yourself. The opening ceremony concluded smoothly. Today was mainly for registration and class assignment. Formal classes would begin tomorrow. In the afternoon, both Yin-Si and Tsunade had official duties to attend to. After sending Naruto home, Tsunade carefully reminded him that lunch was in the fridge and he could heat it up himself, while Yin-Si ruffled his blonde hair, telling him not to make a mess at home. Naruto nodded vigorously, watching the two leave. He was not one to sit still. Seeing the adults gone, he immediately excitedly began exploring this new home in the true sense. He ran from upstairs to downstairs, curiously peeking into every room, and finally slipped into the yard, touching the newly planted flowers and trying out the swing's sturdiness. Although he was alone, the feeling was completely different. The previous emptiness and loneliness were gone because he knew that this was no longer a cold dwelling, but a place where someone would be waiting for him, and he could wait for others. By evening, those two would definitely return. After his exploration, Naruto went to the kitchen and instinctively opened the fridge. Inside, a variety of ingredients were neatly prepared, most of which only required simple heating in the microwave. Naruto casually picked out the one that looked the most delicious. And when he closed the refrigerator door, he noticed that the family photo he had taken earlier had been stuck to the fridge by Tsunade at some point. He extended his finger and gently touched the figure in the photo, unconsciously murmuring, "Mom and Dad." On the other side, Enchi had just arrived near the Hokage building when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the dessert shop next door. He paused and focused his gaze. Sure enough, it was his apprentice Itachi, quietly sitting by the window. Beside him was a small figure with a displeased expression, Sasuke, who was sunk into his chair, showing no interest in the desserts in front of him. Enchi had just broken into a smile, ready to greet them, when his gaze suddenly froze. He noticed that sitting across from Itachi was a pretty girl he didn't recognize, who looked to be about the same age as Itachi. Taking small bites of red bean soup dumplings and occasionally glancing at Itachi with a shy smile in her eyes. Enchi's footsteps immediately halted, and the thoughts of handling official business flew out of his mind, replaced by a burning curiosity. This kid, could he be on a date? Wow, usually looking so serious and quiet. Who would have thought he had a little something going on? He suppressed his presence and quietly pushed the door open to enter the shop like a thief. The girl was quite alert and noticed him first, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise as she gently nudged Itachi under the table. "Your master is here." Itachi turned his head and saw Enchi's face wearing a mischievous smile, and his heart skipped a beat. He immediately stood up to greet him. "Master, are you going to work?" "Just passing by," Enchi replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the trio before finally landing on the girl, knowingly asking, "Is this your girlfriend?" Itachi's expression remained relatively calm, But the girl's face instantly flushed red as she hurriedly stood up. Hokage-sama, hello. 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 Don't be nervous, Inchi said with a friendly wave of his hand, appearing as a warm and approachable elder. Itachi helplessly explained, Master, you misunderstood. This is Uchiha Izumi, a teammate from my class back in school. We just came to try out the new desserts today. No need to explain, I understand, Inchi winked knowingly. Itachi was momentarily speechless. Sasuke on the side rested his chin on his hands, too lazy to greet the fifth Hokage he had known since he was little, simply glaring at the three-colored dumplings on the table with disdain. He hated sweet food the most, yet his seemingly cool and perfect brother had an unusual obsession with sweets, always dragging him along as a sidekick. Izumi, blushing, tried to salvage the situation and quietly added, We are indeed just ordinary friends. It's just that with not many tasks lately, we often come to eat dumplings together. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. It sounded more like boasting and covering up. Her ears turned completely red, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. And she was delighted. The girl's thoughts were clearly written all over her face. Truly worthy of being his disciple, excelling in this aspect too. Moreover, she seemed like a gentle and shy person, perfectly complementing Itachi's calm demeanor. He didn't want to expose it, just enjoying the youthful awkwardness. However, while he was smiling, Inchi's expression suddenly changed. Wait a minute. Itachi was already 12 years old this year, exceptionally talented and mature for his age, excelling in every aspect. It was normal to have a crush at this age. But what if he got carried away? The more Inchi thought about it, the more possible it seemed. And, as a master, he felt it necessary to provide some proper guidance. He straightened his face and calmly walked over to Itachi, pulling him out of the dessert shop without a word. Master, what's wrong? Itachi was puzzled by his serious expression. Ahem, Inchi glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then lowered his voice. You guys are still minors. I don't oppose dating, but some things shouldn't be taken too far. Master, I really am not dating. Itachi's temples were faintly throbbing. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just think it's necessary to give you a little physiological education in advance, Inchi said with a serious face. She's still a girl. You can't go too far. You need to be aware of that, understand? Otherwise, I'll blow your head off. Although Inchi's words were subtle, with Itachi's intelligence, he almost instantly understood what he was implying. After all, he was still an inexperienced youth, and his usually calm face visibly began to flush, with the color deepening. He truly hadn't thought about that. Inchi knew that Itachi had a stable temperament and didn't seem very interested in romance. But better safe than sorry. Young people are full of passion, and what if he lost control? He hesitated for a moment, thinking it was better to be cautious. Inchi leaned in closer to Itachi's ear, organized his words, and awkwardly said, Impulsiveness is the devil. How about I lend you intimate paradise? If it really doesn't work, you can calm down by taking matters into your own hands. Master, please stop talking. Chapter 99, you, Umbu. The next morning, Naruto, wake up. A not-too-light slap landed on Naruto's bottom while he was still fast asleep. He groggily opened his eyes for less than half a second before closing them again, quickly returning to a soft snore. Tsunade frowned at the sight before her. The bedding was rolled up like a chicken wrap, and the little guy was completely tangled in it, with drool at the corner of his mouth. 3, 2, 1. Countdown over, and another slap fell. Ouch! The crisp sound accompanied by a scream. Naruto shot up from the bed, rubbing his bottom in terror as he looked at the beautiful lady in front of him. Wash up, eat breakfast, go to school, Tsunade commanded, word by word. Today is the first day. I'm taking you. Naruto dared not resist, but he was used to the days of no one managing him, sleeping until he woke up naturally. Suddenly facing such a big change, he indeed hadn't fully adapted yet. He sluggishly climbed out of bed, his eyes still half closed. Change your clothes and come downstairs quickly. Don't dawdle, Tsunade mumbled as she neatly spread out the bedding again. Watching this woman who complained verbally but worked diligently, Naruto suddenly smiled foolishly and quickly changed his clothes, putting on his goggles and rushing out the door like a gust of wind. Today was the first day of school, and he was filled with excitement. Mom, I'm going down first. Huh? Tsunade instinctively responded, her tone suddenly rising. She turned around sharply and saw the golden-haired boy had already disappeared, with sounds of him laughing with Inchi coming from downstairs. Wait, had she heard wrong? Did that boy just call her something? Mom? He actually said it so naturally. Tsunade unconsciously swallowed, a complex emotion flashing in her beautiful eyes, soon replaced by a faint sense of satisfaction. She had originally thought this day wouldn't come so soon, and she wasn't prepared for it. But the feeling of being completely trusted by her child made a gentle expression unconsciously appear on her face. Seems pretty good. When Tsunade went downstairs, she saw Naruto pouting, reluctantly drinking milk under Enchi's watchful eye. Ever since the kid moved in, having a glass of milk every day had become an unbreakable rule to prevent him from becoming short due to nutritional issues like in the original story. Enchi lifted his head from behind the newspaper and smiled at his wife. After Tsunade sat down, she leaned in mysteriously to whisper in his ear. He just called me Mom. Really? Enchi appeared slightly surprised, then quickly regained his composure. That's a good thing. It means the child truly accepts you. That's what you say. Tsunade lowered her voice, but I thought he would first change how he addresses you. You should let him use a different name too, otherwise it feels a bit awkward. Enchi put down the newspaper and pushed the poured milk in front of her. I don't mind. Let the child do as he wishes. Tsunade was furious, glaring at her husband with her beautiful eyes, then started to eat breakfast. Enchi was puzzled. After finishing the meal, Enchi waved goodbye as Tsunade and Naruto left, then stretched and walked toward the Hokage building. Once in the office, before he could open the first document, the door was suddenly pushed open. Guy, dressed in a green tight suit with a watermelon head, rushed in and without saying a word, performed a standard Ajiza, full prostration. What the heck? Enchi was taken aback. Fifth Hokage, please let me join the Umbu. Guy pleaded without lifting his head. Enchi was startled by this sudden display, resting his chin on his crossed arms. You? Umbu? Guy raised his head, looking miserable as he started to vent. I ran into Kakashi today, and he rejected my invitation to dinner again. Ever since he joined the Umbu, he's become so gloomy. He used to spar with me, but now he won't even look at me. He became more and more agitated, jumping up and shouting. At this rate, the azure beast of Konoha will lose his eternal rival. Let me use my fiery youth to illuminate Kakashi's dark heart. Enchi looked at Guy speechlessly. He knew this guy was indeed strong, but he really had nothing to do with the Umbu. If he took in this lively character. He organized his words and said with a gentle smile, Guy, you should know what suitable talent in a suitable place means. Your talent isn't suitable for the Umbu. It's better for you to be a proper ninja. No, I don't have to care about that. Fifth Hokage, Guy insisted, half his body leaning on the desk. Shut up. You cannot join the Umbu. Enchi scolded while pushing back his overly enlarged face. Guy stood there, swaying as if struck by lightning, his eyes turning red, looking like a wronged little woman. Enchi sighed, feeling goosebumps all over. He still couldn't stand this scene, so he continued. Let's do a test, Guy. What test? If you were in the Umbu and encountered an enemy while on a mission, what would you do? Enchi raised an eyebrow and asked. Guy immediately got into character, striking a battle pose. I would go straight in with a Leaf Great Whirlwind, then follow it up with a Leaf Youth Steel Symphony, letting him see the fire of youth in my heart. And then, Guy's muscular brain seemed to realize something, and he suddenly froze. Come on, why did you stop? Enchi lazily watched his performance. Actually, get out. Guy left the Hokage's office in a daze, repeatedly muttering the word unsuitable, as if his life had dimmed a bit. Just as he was walking towards the stairs in a daze, he happened to encounter Danzo, coming with a cane, followed closely by 2 root members. Guy's eyes suddenly lit up. If he couldn't join the direct Umbu of the Hokage, perhaps this Umbu training expert could give him a chance? Lord Danzo. He quickly stepped forward and bowed at a 90-degree angle. What? Please let me join your Umbu. Danzo's single eye opened slightly. You? Not qualified. Not qualified? Guy looked up in confusion. Darkness. Danzo uttered 2 words and ignored him. The sound of his cane hitting the ground, fading away. Guy stood there dumbfounded, watching Danzo disappear behind the Hokage office door, scratching his head and muttering. Darkness? I can wear a black tight suit too. Chapter 100, The Hero. Back in the Hokage office, Danzo sat down on the sofa with ease, then glanced at Enchi. If you want tea, Make it yourself. A few minutes later, the fragrance of tea began to waft. You know, just now, there was an idiot outside who wanted to join my organization. Same here, Inchi replied. I have to say, some people are just born to live in the sunlight, but having a few more friends in reality isn't a bad thing. After chatting for a bit, Inchi sat opposite him, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. So, you should have something more than just wanting to drink tea with me, right? Fifth Hokage. I need your help. Danzo's tone was as steady as ever, but if one listened closely, they could detect a hint of embarrassment. Or perhaps he was feeling shy. This was unusual, and she became interested, looking at the old man with curiosity. Oh, go on, I'm all ears. Danzo cleared his throat. A few days ago, my subordinates successfully took over the land of waterfalls as planned. Isn't that a good thing? And she smiled. The land of waterfalls, as a buffer zone between the land of fire and the land of earth, has a larger area than the land of rivers, though not as large as the land of earth. More importantly, the spies from the land of earth are much harder to deal with than those from the land of wind. Taking it over shows that Danzo's subordinates are indeed capable. The problem is that we were discovered. The hot tea that Inchi had just taken a sip of sprayed all over Danzo's face without any thought. Cough, cough, cough. What do you mean you were discovered? If you were discovered, what's the use? Inchi coughed while scolding. Could this old man be messing with him on purpose? If it was true, it would be troublesome. The Tsuchikage Anoki, that old fox, is not easy to deal with, having lived for so long. He might be even more cunning than Danzo. Once he realizes Konoha's actions, he will undoubtedly unite with other ninja villages to exert pressure. And she didn't blame Danzo, as such things inherently come with risks. Since the land of Earth has noticed, other countries will subconsciously investigate their buffer zones as well. And the already stable land of wind will undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. Inchi's mind quickly flashed through a dozen countermeasures. Should they just go all out and simultaneously attack the land of Earth and the land of wind, triggering the Fourth Great Ninja War? Or should they immediately eliminate all evidence and deny everything? Danzo silently wiped the tea stains off his face and added, "It wasn't a Wagakure. It was Takigakure. I overlooked this aspect. Unlike the Warring States period, they have long since separated from the land of waterfalls and formed their own system. And my people were discovered at a critical moment. Isn't that just a small force?" Inchi rolled his eyes at Danzo. Couldn't this old man say everything at once? It gave him scare. Danzo continued. The leader of Takigakure proposed that they could keep this matter secret. But the condition is that they must negotiate directly with the Hokage. Inchi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, pointing at himself with a half-smile. Negotiate with me? They just want some land or resources. Danzo snorted coldly. Organizations in such small places know best how to maximize their interests in such cracks. They clearly want to take advantage of the situation. No, it's not just about taking advantage. Inchi poured himself another cup of tea, blew on the steam, and said slowly, I guess the people of Takigakure also can't pinpoint our true intentions. After all, it was your root who acted, and you're known as the Dark of the ninja world. It's normal for you to do some shady things behind the scenes. The reason they want to talk directly with me is to confirm whether this action was your unauthorized action, Danzo, or if it was personally authorized by me. The fifth Hokage, being exposed so bluntly. Danzo's old face was as thick as a city wall, showing no signs of embarrassment at all. Instead, he said seriously, then let me take the blame. I'll personally step in, give them some benefits to keep quiet, and this matter will be settled. Even if it spreads in the future, it will only be my unilateral action, unrelated to Konoha. The term take the blame was something he had heard from Inchi during their casual chats before. At that time, the fifth Hokage had jokingly called him Blame Shadow, saying things he couldn't understand. However, he did understand the phrase, take the blame. Danzo couldn't help but sigh inwardly, never expecting that one day he would willingly take the blame for someone else. No, Inchi put down his teacup, crossed his arms, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. This time, you don't need to take the blame. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing down at his statue carved into the rock face. Since they want to see me, I'll just go. Danzo's eyes narrowed. What are you joking about? You are the Hokage. How can you act unilaterally? If you take action yourself, won't it signal to others that Konoha has ambitions to conquer the ninja world? They won't say anything. He slowly turned his head back, his gaze terrifyingly calm. Dead men do not speak. But you once said that war needs a just cause. Danzo couldn't help but remind him. He was not a soft-hearted person either. He had considered silencing them. But to quietly and swiftly eliminate all those in the know without alarming the other ninja villages was not an easy task. One time is not the same as another. Enshi's tone returned to calm, but his words sent a chill down the spine. A mere Takigakure has the audacity to negotiate with me. They really don't know how to write the word death. What do you plan to do with the civilians in Takigakure? Danzo asked. Enshi was silent for a moment. After more than a minute, he finally spoke slowly. Danzo, some things, if we're going to do them, we must do them thoroughly. Being overly cautious has always been your flaw. We no longer have a way out. Let's go and see first. I remember Takigakure has always been very closed off, with little contact with the outside world. If it really comes to that, he didn't finish his sentence. But Danzo understood. Some final solutions, though extreme, had indeed been considered. Yet he still underestimated this young man, this fifth Hokage of Konoha, who was far more decisive and ruthless than he had imagined. This ruthlessness even made him, who considered himself cold-hearted, feel a sense of shock. This was no mere ambitious person. This was a thoroughgoing tyrant, mild on the surface, yet willing to go to any lengths for his ambitions. Chapter 101. Silencing in the office. After a brief silence, Enshi and Danzo continued to speak. If you plan to do this, why not let your subordinates handle it? For a village of this scale, you shouldn't need to do it yourself, Danzo asked. Enshi replied, this time is different from the land of the forest. There is no ready-made justification for revenge. But I can use this to test some people's reactions. Who knows, it might add some new blood to the unification faction. Danzo nodded slightly, but still had some concerns. Are you confident? After all, this involves real secrets. I won't do anything I'm not confident about. I have a plan. Enshi paused, seemingly recalling something, and said, speaking of which, do you remember the first Hokage's era? Back then, to end the war, all the major ninja villages, except Sunagakure, paid us to buy tailed beasts. That is true. Danzo squinted his single eye. Are you implying that Takigakure also has them? Enshi, like Danzo, squinted his eye, his tone playful. If I remember correctly, they were the only small ninja village recognized by the first Hokage during the Warring States period and were even granted a tailed beast as an exception. But I don't know if the leader of Takigakure at that time was lacking in sense. Instead of being grateful, he sent a ninja to assassinate the first Hokage. The results are predictable. Perhaps the rumors about throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away are not entirely nonsense. What are you thinking? Since this soon-to-disappear village hides such military resources, Enshi lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, it should naturally return to Konoha. We cannot touch the Jinchuriki of other major hidden villages for now, but the Seven Tails is an opportunity that is right in front of us. Danzo pondered. Having one more tailed beast for Konoha is indeed tempting and will greatly help in future battles. However, the way small ninja villages control their Jinchuriki is different from ours, and stability cannot be guaranteed. If we recklessly bring it back to the village, what if it goes out of control? What am I worried about? If it really comes to that, we can extract the tailed beast and reseal it. It's just more troublesome. Very few people have compatible bodies. If only we had someone from the Uzumaki clan. Enshi didn't continue. Ever since the fall of the land of whirlpools, the remaining Uzumaki had spread across the world, and over time, most had hidden their identities. It was unrealistic to gather them back. In any case, whether the Seven Tails Jinchuriki is stable or not is a matter for later. It's best not to mention it for now. Is there anything you need me to do? Danzo asked quietly. His tone seemed a bit embarrassed. After all, this time he had failed to handle matters well and had to rely on Enshi, the fifth Hokage, to clean up after him. Enshi thought for a moment and said, I have agreed to Sunagakure's alliance application. There will definitely be a lot of cooperation ahead, whether it be mission commissions or resource and technology exchanges. On the surface, Hokage will manage the overall situation for me, but secretly, I need you to keep an eye on things. I understand. It's best to find out the reasons for future warfare, right? Danzo sneered. No, I just simply want you to keep an eye on things. As for the war, Enshi smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Sunagakure will be the first brick we lay down to take over the ninja world, and the time is getting closer. What do you mean by that? Danzo was confused, and she didn't mind revealing a bit to the old guy. In 6 years, a reason will naturally present itself. Just wait and see. Danzo was puzzled, but didn't pursue the matter. Since the 5th Hokage had given him the trust he deserved, he should reciprocate. After discussing for a while, Danzo left on his own. Enshi closed his eyes and pretended to nap for a while also contemplating the personnel to accompany him to Takigakure. After all, he was going there to kill and silence. The selected targets had to be reliable. Even if they witnessed everything this Hokage plotted, they had to be loyal. After closing his eyes for more than 10 minutes, Enshi had made his decision. When Shizen came in to deliver documents, he instructed, "I'll give you a list shortly. Have him wait for me here tomorrow morning." Yes, Hokage-sama. The ninja school officially finished classes at dusk. The new students were all excited on their first day, full of novelty about the ninja life, although this enthusiasm might not last long. "Hey, Naruto," Shikamaru lazily walked over with his hands in his pockets. "Let's go play kick the can in the park later. Want to join?" In fact, this generation of noble children had all received their parents' instructions to interact more with the Hokage's adopted son and maintain friendships. Additionally, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba found Naruto interesting, so having more playmates was nice. The girls, on the other hand, were entirely different. They had thrown their parents' advice aside and were all gathered around that handsome Uchiha boy. The boys shared surprisingly similar views in some aspects. They didn't like Sasuke, who was obviously arrogant yet very popular. This was Naruto's first invitation from peers, and he immediately broke into a smile. "All right, let's play together." The new generation's friendship quietly began to build on this day. The scene shifted to a small park near the school. The boys decided who would be it by rock, paper, scissors, and, as expected, the unlucky Naruto drew the short straw. He sighed and covered his eyes to start counting, while the other kids laughed and scattered to hide. This simple game of kicking cans had been popular in Konoha for several generations. Its rules were straightforward, but always brought the purest joy. Amid the noise, dinner time quietly approached, and the parents of the children, unable to wait any longer, began to arrive one after another to pick them up. "Well then, Naruto, see you tomorrow. You definitely won't catch me." The kids said their goodbyes, and the park gradually quieted down. Naruto hid the can under the slide and brushed the dust off his hands. Although he vaguely understood that his parents, being high-ranking officials in the village, would be very busy, he still felt a bit empty watching the other kids get picked up. But then he thought it didn't matter. He was already very happy. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly came from the entrance of the park. "Hey, it's time to go home for dinner. Why are you playing out so late?" Tsunade stood at the entrance, holding a stack of documents, looking somewhat displeased. Enzo stood beside her, waving to Naruto, "Let's go back together." Naruto looked at their figures, and his eyes suddenly felt a bit stinging. He nodded vigorously and ran toward the two silhouettes